just not going through.
Gotcha. That's okay. We don't need to. I can fly blind for a little bit.
It's kind of annoying. Do we have a USB-C to A?
C to A. Not that I'm aware, but we can. That's USB-C.
Oh.
Testing. 3, 3, 4, 3, 4. All right. Just doing a little bit of troubleshooting as we're getting settled in here. Welcome, welcome. Okay, we have live and we have visual and audio. I have to pay attention to how I look and how I sound. All right, welcome guys. Welcome back to Bite Size Magic. We are here just getting settled in right before the All Valley 2 stream here. Just dialing in some of our technical issues over here, our technical stuff. This is kind of a venture that we're trying out for the first time here, where we are taking an on-the-road setup. It's an initiative for Bite Size Magic, where we're trying to see if we can get more streams, more gameplay out to you guys from the general California area, so that way you guys can see. I moved away because I can't watch myself and talk at the same time.
That's all good.
So, I'm being told that we are officially live. Alrighty then, we're getting started.
Grab something.
Yeah, don't worry about it, Tim. I'll handle this for a little bit, and then once we get settled.
If not, it's fine. I can use my backpack.
I'll find something for you.
Yeah, no worries. I'll be here. I'll be grabbing. Welcome, guys. Thanks for hanging out with us. We're getting settled. Player meeting just more or less wrapped up, and we are just waiting for things to get settled in here. My name is Boros Swain. Oh yes, like I was talking about, this is an initiative that we're trying on this channel right now to essentially set it up where we can have kind of a mobile streaming setup for easy access and easy use for all the California events that are going to start happening around here. So that way, like, all the stuff packs away pretty neatly, and we're able to just make our way up over into whatever tournament that might be within a X amount of radius of wherever I live. In the LA area. So if you're TO and if you're looking for streams and commentators and just trying to basically have an all-in-one package to be able to just throw us at a tournament and we can get you coverage, we'd love to do that. And that sounds really fun. We are in Clovis, California after a 4-hour drive on 2 to 4 hours sleep max for a lot of us. So this stream might be a little bit loopy. Excited to be in Central California again. I've been here once or twice, done a tournament here, but yeah, the meta is looking pretty cool. We'll do a meta breakdown in a little bit once we get everything settled and looking here. But yeah, just chill in here, hang in with us, guys, and we'll get ready. Okay, great. All right, guys, we're gonna go to a meta breakdown page while we look at stuff so you can look at some of the interesting decks that we have here.
No, it's not a you thing. It's we're trying to find the cast stuff. It's all good. Right?
I believe that the issue with us is
Yeah, I see pictures. I see Lenovo.
I can take this out of the way then.
Yeah. There we go. Yep, meta breakdown. I'm looking at a page. I think our portal's up and ready. This is already here. I'm so excited. Who's playing?
You set this just somewhere safe over there where it won't die.
Bring a internet splitter. Have everyone put that together.
Understood. All right.
I definitely could have brought one of those.
That's okay.
I didn't think about it.
Needed it.
That's why we're here. We're testing, we're learning. Thank you guys who
the In Response guys and Clovis Card Shops for allowing us to use their wonderful tournament as kind of a testing ground for some of this stuff.
Yes, and we appreciate you guys coming up. I know it was not an ideal drive to do
That's all.
super early in the morning, but we're excited to be bringing some impactful cEDH to the Valley, kind of bridge the gap from NorCal to SoCal. It's going to be exciting.
Absolutely. Tim, introduce yourselves to our wonderful audience, man. Who are you and why are you here?
So my name's Tim. I am one of the owners for the store here, Clovis Cards and Comix. Everything's fine.
Everything's good.
So yeah, we have owned the store here for just over 2 years, actually. Our 2-year anniversary for the store was actually last week.
Wow. Holy crap. Just very timely. Very timely.
Yes.
We've been, because you guys hosted both of the other tournaments that have been out here, right? I think it was All Valley
Yes,
1 and what else?
the first All Valley, and then what we're trying to do for the other 3 quarters of the year is the California 99 circuit.
Yes, that's the one. That's the one. I think I've been to both the ones that are there, and they've been
I
run
believe
great.
so.
They've been run great. They're awesome.
Thank you.
They're always very, very fun to play with. So I'm glad that we had a reason to come on out and help and be a part of it in this capacity too.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
We love having you guys.
Oh, thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Let's jump into a big reason why I requested to have somebody who's local to the area is to have an idea of some of the players and some of the local meta. Just so I can ask questions and I can be the dum-dum and I can learn alongside our audience here. Ty, if we can go to the meta breakdown, I want to take a look at that. All right. Let's see. All right. First off, I saw 2 Zertas. There's 2 Zertas actively in this pile. So do you know who they are? And
I don't believe either of them are local unless someone is just playing something they don't normally play.
Sure. Absolutely. I mean, hey, excited for that. I seeing
There are some very interesting things here. A K9 Mark 1 and 14th Doctor.
I love that.
That's spicy.
We've got Leo and Mikey.
That's interesting to only see one of.
Yeah.
I know it's been really popular lately.
The Katara Waterbending Master. I know there's one pilot that runs this, so I'm wondering if it's the same guy here. What I love to see, and we found that this was happening down in our metas as well when we were looking at the meta breakdown, is truly, you're seeing one-ofs. All the way down. Obviously, we're going to go back up to the top to see where the majority of it is, but I love seeing all of these just one-off decks, like even just like a Thrasios File Smasher or like a Tivit. I'm assuming this is Brian, if Brian's here today.
I think last night Brian was not playing Tivit.
Got it.
So he may be one of the more regular mainstay meta decks today.
Gotcha.
I don't remember if last night he was playing Blue Farm or Rogside, but I believe it was one of those 2.
Great. We've got a Helga. We love seeing Helga. I've been trying to convince Austin of Critical EDH fame to just run this as like a main deck.
That may actually be one of our locals. One of our local guys does play Helga quite a bit. I don't know if he's on it today, but it's a pretty good chance.
Right. We're seeing
Gwenum's interesting.
Gwenum is very fun. We're seeing full Clue Farm here. Bjorna Warnog.
That is a deck that I enjoy very much.
It's very nice. Singular Dargo Timna, which is really interesting. All right, and now we're getting into some of the repeats. We're seeing 2 Zertas. What a world to see 2 Zertas and only 1 Dargo Timna is like wild. Or we see a TNT, a Sisay, a double Sisay, double Rockgrass, double Mikey. What's number 4 there? Is that just Blue
Ruff
Farm?
and Mikey.
Ruff, 2 Italis and 3 Blue Farms. And I didn't see who the top represented deck, but even with that being the case, we're looking at 2s, max 4s. And I think this is something that I really, really appreciate, at least about the California meta overall, is, for those of you who don't know, BFF, one version of BFF we call a build fucking fringe. We love specialists out in California personally.
There's a lot of them.
Yes. We love people that like taking cool ideas and decks and really pushing them to the limit and see what they are, and just like it becoming a breeding ground for innovation is something that I really like to push. Oh, we have a Narset Enlightened Master.
There was also an Elsa or Elsha. Sorry,
Jeskai Waymaster. We love that. I assume. I guess I shouldn't assume. The weird thing is I actually haven't seen a lot of the faces of the people that are playing because we're only seeing half the players. Currently, we're having our tournament split up between 2 different places, and one half shop to the other half of the shop. I think, are we up and rolling here on round 1 here? Are we able to go to the table? I'm wondering. Yeah, let's take a look.
There is also 1 Ulalek and 1 Wandering Minstrel,
I know,
which
right?
are 2 decks that I personally play.
There we go. All right, looks like we are off to the races here. We'll get everything set up in a second, but we're seeing a U-Saga and a Vault, and this looks like we have active player being moved here. Let me take a look. We're looking at Atali, Kinnan. This is table 1.
For round 1, it'll be table 1.
I'm looking at a Atali, a Kinnan, a...
Kevin is on Animar.
Oh, we have an
Atali, I believe that's a Kinnan.
yeah, that's a Kinnan for sure, and we'll figure out what our
And
C1 is here.
Don't know what the other deck is.
All right. This is Kevin you're saying right here?
Yes.
Casting a Squelcher right off the bat. So is this Animar's Soul of Harvest? This is counters Animar?
yes. Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
my
yeah.
god, I have so much history with this deck. This deck is my #1 most worst matchup. Explicitly because our good friend Benamar is one of the pilots that is really pioneering this deck, and we basically not hate draft against each other, but we hate prep against each other constantly. So whenever we find each other in tournaments, we get screwed over royally. And we're seeing a J-Will out of Itali almost immediately. So this
Well,
might be a quick
that's
game.
That's unfortunate, potentially.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, Kevin actually has taken a lot of inspiration and has kept a pretty tight watch on Benamar's list.
Yeah, I mean he's I don't blame him.
He's questioned me pretty much any time he notices a change in Ben's deck list.
Oh,
He comes and asks me.
is this turn 1 Atali? We're already out here.
It
on
might
turn 1
be.
Atali. We're already hitting flips and stuff. All right, looks like we've got an open, a gemstones. Oh no, it should be more than that. Let's see, gemstones. Adrian. Oh, sorry. I think we're holding up with Itali ETB on the stack. People are responding to that, so we'll wait to see.
Yeah, this response could literally be life or death for the other 3 players. So
let's see. Do we have Silence Mana being held up anywhere? No. So I'm wondering what this could be.
Fierce. Well, can't fierce that anyways. There could be a Force of
that
Will.
they're talking about in between here on some of these things. But yeah,
I don't think there's too much available.
Yeah, I'm surprised that oh, okay.
Looks like we
The ETB is rolling off.
Let's see what we flip here, I guess.
Nope, we're waiting. That's okay. We're waiting to see what happens.
Well, a turn 1 is always terrifying.
Yeah.
When there's an Atali at the table.
It could just be nothing though.
It could be.
Flip, and that's how they get away with those. Like, who knows? It might just go away. So it might just whiff. But yeah, so we, speaking of, right, Animar, keeping a close eye on Benamar's list, right? Absolutely, I understand. Benamar, I think, is one of the premier pilots on the deck. We have a fun little thing. I don't know if there's a website that just got recently published, maybe a couple months ago. It's called cEDH.org. I think is willing to call.
I know a few of us have used it and looked at it. Us in the store haven't really, just because we haven't really had much time to go and look through the stuff while we were trying to get all this
no it's for
prepped and set up.
That website is for obsessive. This is for the insane people that like are like just
and don't get me wrong, I love data.
Sure.
I love looking through meta breakdowns, pilot win percentages, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's something that we definitely want to, once we get a little bit more in our stride here in the next round or so, my plan is to be pulling up some player information and getting stuff sorted out from there. Let's actually, do we have an idea of, first off, I want to know what this deck is. Do we know who this is?
Adrian.
Okay, yeah, no worries. We'll just take a little bit of time.
I will get it pulled up right now.
Yeah. So what I was saying, if you guys go look on cehstats.org, one little navel-gazy little thing that Selka has been enjoying a little bit is that we have a lot of specialists in our locals. And if you go to those cehstats.org, if you look at, like, let's say Animar, Soul of Elements, or let's say Zur, the Enchanter. A lot of these niche fringe decks, we have some of the premier pilots on, like just number one on the if you want to call them leaderboards or on the stats boards for these decks. It's pretty fun. It's a nice little like validation, but again, there's a reason why we call it build fringe, you know. All right, we're getting a hold up while we're waiting for this Itali flip to land. Let me see. Actually, I can pull up chat on my. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's fine. I don't. Oh, I see. It's right here. I understood. Yeah, so for those of you guys who are just I see, I think we're probably a judge call. Some stuff probably got flipped and revealed, and probably there's some information that once we saw a card or two. So my guess is that the judge call is being that we should basically shuffle up, so that way we have no knowledge going into what we're looking at for this Itali flip, whether or not we want to interact with Itali or not. But yeah, for those of you guys who are just joining us, welcome back to Bite Size Magic. We're here at Clovis Cards.
It is a little tricky sometimes.
Clovis Cards and Comics.
Yes.
Clovis Cards and Comics.
Or just Clovis Cards. I shorten it a lot too, just because I get tongue tied with it.
Yeah. We're here at the All Valley 2 in one of our pilot streaming what do we call these, like satellite streaming ventures or initiative for Bite Size here. We've got some of the crew. Ty's here running the back end, just getting us up and running, and
hello,
he's here. Ty's the best. I see we have the little CCC tag right here. Oh, okay, and then here we go. We got the Force Will for the Itali here. So yeah, my guess is some people jumped some priority. They were like, all right, cool, let's just flip. And then we've got Kevin here going like, oh wait a second, I had interaction. Why would I just let it turn one Itali? Yeah. All right.
I have Agent. He is playing the Gitrog monster.
Fantastic. Okay,
that is a deck you don't see very often,
and we love it. That's so cool. I think it's much more interesting to be playing in metas where you kind of have to parse out and use, like, there's some base heuristics for like cEDH basics, like how do you stop a blue farm, how do you stop a rog grass, all these rest of it. But I think there is something to be said about, hey, I'm missing like these heuristics to be able to understand, hey, maybe where are some of these choke points on lines that I don't, and there's Ty in the background, guys, say hi. Heuristics on how to stop niche decks, and even if I don't know exactly what they're doing, finding like general choke points. I think there's a little bit of a lost art there.
That's part of the reason when Final Fantasy came out, I gravitated towards Wandering Minstrel.
Yeah.
It's because the lines are not super intuitive, and they're very hard to interact with for the most part.
Absolutely.
And a lot of people don't know at what points to interact with when you're starting to loops or in the middle of them. So something like the Gitrog monster, you really got to know where to interact, because there are definitely points where it just doesn't do anything.
And people are also just like super low on graveyard hate a lot of the times. Looks like we've got a Findornhells, and is that a Bloom Tendy I see?
I believe so.
Yeah, down here, and a swing for the Hexing Squelcher. Good on Kevin for not forgetting combat damage. One of my cEDH New Year's resolutions was to not miss a combat step. I haven't been great at it so far, but you know.
I'm also terrible with it. I'll just leave them all back.
Yeah, so. All right, looks like we're having a swing, or is this tapping?
Sometimes I believe cEDH stands for combo EDH, not combat EDH.
Combat matters a little bit. Combat matters a good amount here, so.
Which is kind of funny. If I had been playing today, I was going to definitely play something nobody would have known what to do about. I was looking at playing the Vision, which is definitely a combat deck.
Colorless, the Vision, flash speed, draw a card, and then do other stuff if you cast other things. Yeah, I can see that. It's interesting. I do love some colorless decks.
It was pretty cool. I goldfished it a lot. Throwing is kind of funny. The first time I showed somebody, I superstated it and chose Double Strike as the cast trigger.
Cool.
That's
And we
pretty
did
cool.
14
Just
damage to
full-
the table
Yeah, just knock someone out, or not even knock someone, but that's also commander damage there too.
to one
Just
person.
one person, and then just damage across the board. I love it. Oh, I miss combat damage. You can get away with a lot, and your lines become very streamlined if you don't have to worry about colors.
Yes.
Uh,
I actually had that conversation with someone yesterday about fast mana
yes.
versus
Mana
mono or multicolored decks.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Mana
you can-
looks much better when it casts the majority of your.
mhm.
All right. Real quick, do we know what decks Larry's piloting here?
Larry is on Kinnan.
Kinnick.
He's a regular Kinnan player. He's one of our locals.
Understood. Yeah. So we've
And
got.
looks like we're resolving an Urza Saga trigger, I
Yep.
believe.
We're searching off of U Saga from the Gitrog monster. We're getting approaching Gitrog mana pretty soon here. So Gitrog's
He's
one
got a
of those decks.
mana vault, so I'd imagine maybe we're looking for a
Pips.
Soul Ring,
If
or
we got the elf for Gitrog is what, green and black, and then a couple
and
of colors.
3.
Three. So we've got.
So maybe just a Soul Ring, or maybe we try to find some sort of 0 or 1 mana stacks piece for the rest of the table.
I'm not gonna say this too loudly, but a Vexing Bauble goes hard here.
It definitely does.
So does
Expedition Map, searching for that Dakmore salvage, could also
True.
be a good pull here.
True.
Yeah.
Just a
looks like
lotus
it's a
puddle for
pedal.
the colors.
Pedal. Yeah, that's the thing. We might need
Right.
Unite Pips. That's just how it is.
Who knows?
yeah.
We might just get a Necro. Or no, I mean, it's only double black at the moment.
Mopal's not online. Diamond might not have land in hand. Chromoxu might not want to pitch, so Pedal's an option.
If he has a Mox Opal in hand, it
Pedal
would be
turned on.
online because now he has a pedal in
Sure.
play.
Sure.
But at the same time, a Soul Ring would have also turned it on.
Yes.
And then he has permanent mana, but
Maybe he wants. Who knows? Who knows what's happening in the minds of CDH players sometimes.
yeah, he may just want to go like Dark Writ Necropotence and have an extra colored pip available if he needs to like Veil or something like that.
Yeah. Might just flip the seat around in a second. And sit full.
These are brand new chairs.
Oh, they are very nice. They are very. I was trying not to get too many scuff marks on my shoes standing on them.
No, they're gonna get scuffed, so you're totally fine.
It's true. Oh, Cabal
The
Ritual.
ball or it.
Wow.
Okay, so we were kind of close.
Yeah, it's something. It's interesting. How much? So how do you? It sounds like you've played against Gitrog a little bit.
A couple of times. One of our other local guys, Ed, has played Gitrog a few times. I know it's not super popular because your win lines are technically non-deterministic.
Gotcha. I'll admit it has been a hot second since I've seen a Gitrog. What do we need Cabal written in? What is this?
I am not sure what that is, to be honest.
We're getting shown a misstep though, so there you go.
Is it just a Birds of Paradise?
Maybe.
Or a Concordant Crossroads, maybe?
Oh,
Oh.
it might have been a Crossroads. That might have been the Secret Lair
Sure.
Crossroads.
Yeah, I could see that. And then this misstep being pretty smart there.
As much as I love some of the crazy Secret Lair arts,
It does make
it does make it really hard to identify a card sometimes.
There's the Gitrog cast.
I'm full doing this. I just something to lean on. All right. So fill me in here. Gitrog in my brain. This is something we're either dead now or we're dead next turn. It looks like we're dead next turn from what I'm seeing. We're past if it's Gitrog pass.
Potentially. It kind of depends on if he rips or has access to a Dakmore salvage.
Mhm.
It also depends on how quickly he hits other pieces while he's going through them, because he doesn't have really anything else in play to help him go through lines. I know you need a discard outlet as well,
Mhm.
and he has none of those other things right now. So it's possible, maybe not likely. He does also only have one land in play right now, so unless he also has 2 lands in hand, because Gitrog, I believe, does also let you play an additional land.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. I mean, again.
It's been a while since I've seen it, so
To me, my brain.
Yeah, let's pull it up.
Yeah, my brain, when I look at Gitrog monsters, a lot of times when I engage with other people's decks, a lot of times it's just like, all right, through the lens of like, what do I have to interact with this? I know that Grafdigger's Cage probably super well with Gitrog because it's like land loops out of the graveyard, correct?
Yes. So essentially, you will be using Dakmor Salvage to dredge off of the draw trigger on the Gitrog monster, because you do have to sacrifice a land to him, which will make you draw. After that, your win condition essentially involves the Eldrazi Titans to keep reshuffling, which is why it's non-deterministic, because
you could hit it in a
you could
sequence
hit it
that's
at any point.
Yeah.
So you need to have other pieces in place so you can like sacrifice things, have extra discard outlets for your lands, so that way you can get them back into your deck when you go to shuffle.
Yeah.
There's a lot of moving pieces, and it has to all pretty much line up perfectly, and you kind of need to be set up before you go for it.
So my brain just goes, okay, so graveyard hate, right? So if I just hit him with the Abstergo here at a certain point in the entire game plan, just Atali slowly doing the, all right, I got stopped. Turn
Yep,
on.
and just kind of
now
rebuild our mana back.
Slowly, we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's gonna be a little bit of a while until he at least rips up speed or some sort of like, you know, gas up here. But
I guess it's possible. Like if he has land and an LED or something to make some extra mana, some sort of ritual. So the deck plays quite a few rituals, so it's not totally unrealistic to think he could just go for it again next turn.
That's right here. So while we're just kind of like the table seems to keep an eye on it. Yeah. Oh, that's a Seaborn Muse. Whoop. Canon of Seaborn Muse. So this is 1, 2,
So
3,
now
4,
we
5,
have
6, 7, 8, 9, 10 mana. So that's a flip a turn.
red flags
Yeah.
on the Kinnan side for sure here.
I mean, with a Seaborn Muse in the deck, 100% Larry is a big situation, correct?
I believe so. I actually
not
don't
NC.
play against him that often.
Sure.
But I know there's quite a few different flavors of Kinnan, and it's all kind of pilot preference. We see a lot of the different versions here, and it's
Nice.
kind of hard to keep track of who's playing which one because they change their version like every other week.
My key to this, if for the listeners, if you guys are ever in a situation where you're not 100% sure what type of Kinnan it is, what kind of Sisei it is, accuse them of being one, and they will vehemently tell you that they are not.
Yeah.
That's the easiest way. Just like, oh, you got planeswalkers in this? No. Or like, oh, okay, this is just Nas, right? And it's like, no, I'm running planeswalkers. I'm sophisticated. And usually Kinnans are very much the same way. It's really, really funny. But yeah, that's a fun little trick that I like to use. Like, oh, okay, cool. So it's this, or however much it is. Magic players cannot help themselves but tell you about their decks.
This is true. It's also a
definitely
good way to
looks
get
like-
some secret information
Yeah, absolutely.
without actually asking.
Ooh, looks like we're getting a Rite of Flame. In
Where?
conjunction to Force of Vigor. It looks like Force of
Looks
Vigor
like
in
we
response
forced-
to the first Kinnan flip, and it looks like the Kinnan flip was a miss. And yeah, so that's a great move right there for the Force of Vigor. Is not bad. I don't know if that cuts him off entirely of enough mana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like 6 mana. Yeah, because that's Kinnan, 2 Dorks, and a Seaborn Muse. Very surgical. Very nice on the Atali player right here. And we do like to see an Atali player that knows how to interact at the right moment.
It's very heads up. It definitely will buy him an extra turn.
Yeah.
That's kind of a tell. It doesn't look like he will be getting another Atali out this coming turn for himself.
Yeah, now with 2 cards in hand, it looks like pretty... Oh, we're discarding a High Fatrix?
Yeah, I believe that's the.
That is a Fauna Shaman, I believe.
Gotcha. Okay, so we're creature tutoring is what we're hearing. What I'm
It
saying.
might be for a Spirit Guide. It looks like Kevin is a little tight on colored mana.
Sorry, so Kevin's playing what again?
Animar.
Animar. Oh, okay, gotcha.
So this,
I'm suddenly more terrified. No, that's not true. Animar is not on board. Animar does not have 2 to 3 counters. We are alive for a turn, maybe, depending on what he can pull out.
yeah. So here I'd be expecting either Spirit Guide if he has access to his 3rd colored mana. If not, just maybe another dork, maybe like a Birds of Paradise or a Badger Mole Cub.
Badger Mole, just make more mana.
Always good.
So while we're kind of in the setup phase of this game, Tim, I'm curious. Just so the viewers have an idea, how would you describe Sync Combat?
It kind of ebbs and flows, honestly. We have a lot of like mid-range and stacks players. But there's also periods of time where all of that just disappears and everyone is just like maximum turbo. We've had a few metas locally where people just will show up with control decks out of nowhere for no reason, and then games never end because everyone's just doing this to each other for 80 minutes.
Do you find that this is like a thing that like your players just kind of all decide to do, like all collectively, or do you kind of like think it's like a converging of like, oh, okay, the meta's feeling X, Y, and Z. I'm kind of tired of control, let's go turbo, and then everybody goes turbo. I
think it's a lot of that, less of them communicating, because I can't imagine a group of players would all communicate that we're all going to play stacks this month, because at that point, like,
then you can plan.
Why are we even having a tournament if no games are going to end?
Stacks, you can win with stacks, you just have to be smart about it and how you're doing it, you know.
Stacks decks are, in my opinion, one of the more difficult archetypes to play.
Yeah, I'll tell you that for sure.
It is,
oh boy,
I believe, more difficult to piece together wins on a stacks deck, let alone a table full of stacks decks.
When did you start?
The very first time 4-player cEDH was a little bit after Wizards started introducing 1v1 Commander. So this was like the end of GPs.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, I was one of the bad guys. I put together Edgar. It was like not that long after that Precon came out. Super fun deck to play. Yeah, so yeah, after that, you know, the more high-powered commanders started moving towards 4-player commander gameplay and just kind of went along with it. Tried a lot of different stuff and have played a lot of different archetypes over the years. My most favorite having been Lands with the Wandering Minstrel, which I have never played that archetype in any other format. So our locals were all very surprised when I gravitated towards it.
Liked it a little bit. That's interesting. Yeah, so the reason why I ask is you've been playing for a little bit. Sounds like.
Yes.
So I remember I want to say a year and a half, 2 years ago, it was a thing where you could reasonably expect at least one to two stacks pieces every single
Mm-hmm.
to the point where you would need a tech removal specifically to like get rid of a drain or like get rid of and not like a Pomoni. I wish it's just really interesting to think about. Oh yeah, like especially since there's a lot of people just gotten recently introduced into C. I've had a lot of interesting. Oh, if you put a stack down, people will like, how am I supposed to win? I don't know how I'm supposed to do it. It's impossible. And I'm just like,
yeah, it's
like I don't know. It's just interesting.
It's funny to see that, especially with newer players coming into the format. Like one of our players here today is newer into cEDH. He's been building Mothman, but he wasn't quite comfortable enough with the format as a whole to play something like that today. So he brought Raph and Mikey.
Sure, yeah.
A lot easier deck to play.
Easy deck, just swing at people. Count to how big is it?
Also 7.
7. Count to 7. These rule decks love their 7, I guess.
But earlier in the week, he was here for, I think it was our Wednesday tournament. He got Graph Diggers caged by a Yuriko, and he came up to me afterwards and he was like, I don't know how to deal with this.
You're in Gruul, my guy. You got all the world.
You have actively the 2 best colors to interact with artifacts.
Yeah,
you just, if you don't have them in your deck, maybe change a card.
Maybe maybe have some answers. Maybe not, like also like his answers are also die. You know what I mean? On to also make sure like count
Mm-hmm.
Like your force interaction is just interaction. We love that. This is a very interesting game in that how slow and so
Yeah,
land past some dorks.
I
here.
think this slower game definitely benefits Kinnan and Animar
Mhm.
over the other two decks.
Yeah, I mean we're gonna start seeing Kinnan flips every. Watch out for that.
Yeah, I definitely think the Atali is in the worst position for a longer game out of the four.
Absolutely. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I would agree with you, but the Gitrog monster
Has no
just
lands.
Just had to sacrifice itself because it had no lands.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
that's rough. I was wondering what happened there. Are we
I believe
no,
we're
this is
on the
Cycrift. Oh,
Gitrog's turn.
I think we're overloading a Cycrift. That's one of the Strixhaven Cycrifts.
Yes, it is.
And that
1, 2,
is
3, 4, 5, 6,
devastating.
7. Wow, yeah. Okay. Kinnan looking pretty hot. On one hand, it's a good thing that yeah. Kinnan with a Seaborn Muse and overloaded Cycrif. Looking pretty good setup in this thing. To the point where I'm not going to be paying attention, but like, yeah, all right, cool. Let's talk more about Clovis.
Yeah, he's definitely in the driver's seat here.
Yeah.
I think that was a good time to do that going into
Yes,
Kevin's turn when he was he had
already set up with
the mana to cast the Animar that turn.
Mhm.
Could have potentially started to get his engine going.
Maybe I would commit. I would make
Make him commit to it, and
a
then
couple things, and then blow him out with the Animar like about to touch the board. Eventually, Gitrog monster, Mr. Adrian here is very much out of this. Great. Yeah, it's been. I'm curious to ask. The reason why is that I feel like it is really fun to go to different metas and kind of like feel like see what the waters are like, see what this is like, see what social norms are going to be like. Noticing here these players are moving at a pretty just like there's stuff like that that is we're spelled player. See what that is in a second. Instant speed.
I think it's
maybe
a,
like Hullbreaker or something. We're looking at a 7 mana instant speed something.
yeah, it's either a Hullbreaker or an activation. But if a spell went out,
I think I saw it come out of his hand here. But yeah, so that's what I'm curious about asking is that like, oh yeah, like there are, and again, a big reason why we wanted to not just have like 2 of our locals come up and just hammer with me, someone who knows some of the players can give us insight into who and what and how people play and what's like normal for certain things, what's not normal. You're gonna have a better like, oh okay, well why you did that, you know what I mean, that sort of stuff. Who's I don't want to invasive species is maybe the wrong term, but always the term that immediately pops to my head. But it's just coming in, from out of nowhere and being like, oh yeah, no, I'm gonna espouse judgment and like assumptions, whatever's happening. You know what I mean?
yeah. We definitely have tried to, and condition may be the wrong word here, but for our weekly Wednesday and Friday cEDH tournaments, we give them a 70-minute round timer.
Oh, very cool.
Which has over time conditioned and encouraged them to pick up their pace of play.
Yeah.
It's stopped some of them from playing certain decks.
Sure.
Like Rog Ishai, which is a newer popular deck.
Yeah.
It's a little hard to play on a shorter round timer.
it was an Atali cast.
Yeah, I think we saw an Atali cast.
And
I
some
think
piece
Kinnan
of
responded
interaction.
with a
Yeah.
piece of interaction here because Atali's back in the command zone, and I'm not seeing any. I think it was just a counter to Atali.
Yep.
Their Chrome Mox also left play.
Yeah.
Atali's Chrome.
Curious. Again, I really think. To the chat. Sorry if we're kind of seem to checked out of this game a little bit, but I think we are just like on a very slow march to a Kinnan win here. So apologize if that's where you guys want us to be paying attention to. But I think a little, at least in my mind, it's our stream, so I'm gonna decide. No, but Constance. All right, and
Woo.
so
Larry is having
there
the
is a
game of
Hullbreaker
his
on board.
life.
Just bounce the Mox in.
Yep.
okay, yeah, we've got Hullbreaker on board, we've got Amber. Yep, that's how it is. But yeah, that's what I'm curious about here too.
And bouncing the Badger Mole as well. I think he's got this game pretty locked up. He's just He's just looking for the actual condition to win here.
Larry.
I
can try.
actually am not sure what seat he's in.
I think he's seat 1.
Oh,
but
is it seat 1? I'm less impressed. All good. But yeah, so we have well, that's the other thing I wanted to mention here is that I think you guys I don't know how much credit goes to Pride, but between you guys and you guys have done like you said, you have Mondays and you have Wednesdays. You guys fire pretty regularly. What are the numbers for that?
Typically our Wednesday night is around, on the low end, like 12 players, the high end around 20. So it's a pretty broad range, like an 8-player range, but hitting 12 to 20 players in the middle of the week
It's pretty good.
for kind of a niche format for TCGs is very exciting. Our Fridays is actually our main event for our FNMs, even though they're not run
Sure.
sanctioned through
Yeah,
Wizards.
You get Magic. coming in.
Yeah.
everyone coming in.
And that was actually a big reason why we looked at taking over this extra suite next door.
Oh, okay, cool.
Because we were having to start kicking out some of our casual players and people playing other games
To be
because
able to-
we were hitting like 30-player Friday night cEDH.
Wow.
And with only 40 seats on our old side, doesn't leave a lot of space for casual play, and we definitely don't want to alienate or isolate people out of their hobbies. So
Absolutely. I mean, there's a reason why I think I'll invasive speech as an adjective in the sense not so much that's the intention, but like to be cognizant as CD and into like, for instance, like Friday night, more casual players and not souring the watering hole,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And yeah, just trying to, especially you guys as fighters, you being able to engage with. But I just wanted to give you guys and props for those of you guys who haven't checked it out in response. We're kind of partnered with, and we're all working together kind of thing. I give you guys props. Really growing. I was not 100%. And because, oh, okay, you guys are doing it. I want to drive X amount of hours to hold when I can just relax with the car recently. Maybe I take this one, but I think they were in the podcast in one of their in response. You guys had hit the numbers, and I was like, oh, well, you guys are just like a good push away from potentially the. What if we come and help? Like, we 100% just out of my bed up in a week. I texted Ty. I'd be like, Ty, what if? You know this plan that we had set up for maybe like August? What if we tried to do it in a week? He was like,
And we got it done.
yeah, we're here.
I will say you guys did a great job.
We'll see. We'll see how we still got lots of bells and whistles to turn on here in between round 1 and 2. So it is only going to get better from here. But again, the point of that being that I was just impressed with how much this and work, guys. A big part of what bites because there's a bunch of coverage everywhere. Ohio, Pittsburgh, all these places have channels and basics and all that, guys. So we just wanted to have our version, just because we have players out here, we have players that are doing and the meridian of Cal,
Which is a very large range,
Oh, God,
a
it's
super
so big.
big physical range
Mhm.
between each of the
Yeah.
different major areas of
Yeah.
the state.
Yeah, but especially you guys are in such a. I mean, obviously, I want to work here, sure, but it's doable for everybody. You know what I mean? So it's fantastic to. I've been describing the cEDH scene as everybody's kind of got like. I like your lower round timers just for like. Honestly, I kind of like that. That might be something up down south. Hey, like especially for because the thing that we've been running into is like we don't have enough time in our get there like night. You know, what I mean, we have 3 hours to run a tournament. How are we gonna do it? You know, cutting down timers sounds like it'd be kind of cool. And also, I don't know about you guys up here. Down in SoCal, a lot of us are not very slop heavy. Focus. We don't like the trigger. We don't like.
We definitely have some slop here in the Central Valley.
So,
quite a bit of it.
I mean, hey, I don't think it'll be received. Something to consider. But yeah, again, all that to say, like, give you guys your roses and flowers, and just that I'm super impressed, and we want to be as much as possible.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Of course.
It's definitely been a struggle, starting it from basically nothing over here. I know one of our local guys, Luis, kind of started the general Central Valley cEDH group.
Yeah.
And not that long after we opened up the shop, we started talking with him about trying to incorporate it into our weekly schedule. We had, ebbs and flows. Some weeks were great. Some weeks, like, literally one pot of players would show up.
But I think
just about being consistent.
Yes, consistency. That's the important part. Is people need to know that, hey, I can take a week off. I don't need to be here so out. But whenever I and you guys did opened, and I showed up to them. All right, guys, if you work with me, because our local or we can make you guys the place to see. I'm guessing that's the case. I don't know if there's any happening anywhere in this area.
There's a couple other stores that have it on their schedule, but I don't think it either just doesn't fire or it's very small.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing is that cEDH is such a grassroots scene and grassroots format that you really need the buy-in because it's an insane format. The whole thing is insane in the first place, and I like to call it like kind of Dark Soulsing magic sometimes. You know what I mean? Where it's just like you can go 10 games and just be like still learning how to walk.
Yeah.
A lot of the time, so you need that dedicated player base to not only one be committed enough to actually play and like learn and all the rest of it, but also to like be able to what's the word I'm looking for? Help grow those scenarios and make some of that learning a little bit better. Thanks for the heads up, person 5001. We'll get that sorted in a little bit.
The right.
It should be good now.
That may be me. That might have been me just turning sideways and it not picking up.
It's okay. There's going to be some tech stuff. No stream is like 100% perfect. But back to the game. Oh, yeah, that's right. There's a game that was happening.
I'm assuming Kinnan took the game.
I think they might have just...
His handshake seemed a lot happier coming out of his hand than the others.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, I think if there's any viewers that are looking at trying to start their local scene or ways to kind of boost it a little bit, whether you own a store, work at a store, or want to ask a store, a couple big proponents that I definitely played a part in is being collaborative. I know there's a lot of stores just in general that view competition or other stores as combat.
No.
I am not that way.
Rising tide raises all boats, like 100%, and that there's most of the people that we like working with, 100%.
I am definitely of the mindset of the more places people have to play what they want to play, the better the overall community and stronger and bigger it will be.
Absolutely, man, 100%. Win-win. That's always like everybody gets so in like a win-lose mentality that it also causes so much like inefficiency, you know what I mean, and so many problems. And it's like, guys, like sometimes somebody else wins the game. That's okay. You don't have like having beef and drama between everybody else. It just makes everything a lot harder. We could be playing more Magic. You could be winning more games if you played more Magic. If people were less upset at each other. And like writ large to like business owning and stuff like that. So it's great to hear that that is a mentality, because we share that 100%. You know, channel, you know, whatever, like our organization. Looks like we're wrapping up here, guys. Give us I don't plan on taking too many breaks in between rounds, but since this one's over and we got a little bit of a 30-minute break here, if you can give us a little bit of grace, we're going to take a little bit of a break so that we can set up some of the little bells and whistles that we have here and get a
Fix
little
a
bit
couple
more
of things.
yeah, and then so that way once round 2 we can hit the ground running and pretty much be going all the way through for the rest of the day. Feel free, swing back in about, what do we say, 15, 20?
We got 30 minutes left on the round timer and then overtime, so it's up to you.
Yeah, check in like 25 minutes, guys, and we'll be back and running. Give ourselves a little bit of a break and also set up a few things and just fix a couple things. I personally am going to try to get some of the glare out of this for first seat win a spot. So yeah, yeah, come back 25 minutes, guys. We'll be back. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. I do that.
but we're back. Oh, I'm back. Wasn't excited. Let's dance. In the gym. Like this. I got put on camera unexpectedly.
do a thing. All right, guys, we have moved things around.
We're back.
Set stuff back. Yep. Hello. Welcome, guys. Welcome back to Bite Size Magic. We are here at the All Valley 2, I believe they're calling it. The All Valley 2.
Yes.
Here
I
at
believe
Clovis.
we are just going to keep numbering them.
Yeah, I do like that. That is a thing. Atrium. Here at the All Valley 2, here at Clovis Cards and Comics. We are in between round 1 and round 2. We've got a couple more minutes left over, but we're just going to come in here and do a little bit of housekeeping. Hey, we're back. Welcome, guys. Lone Wolf, please, if you are so inclined, we're going to be here all day. It's going to be 4 more rounds, cut to top 16. And that means that we are going to be here for quite a while.
Oh yeah.
So please keep us company. Send us your energy. We will put it into a giant spirit bomb. And at the end of the day, I will give a big giant breath. I don't know. Shout of relief. Just
Yeah.
the cool thing is you guys own the place, right?
We sure
we
do.
can do whatever we want in terms of
Within reason.
within reason. We can do something of level, but like, so this is actually a huge advantage for you guys is you guys can keep the place open, presumably, right? It's
Yep.
just so like the amount of times that at least in San Diego and LA, the stores, they need to send their employees back, so they we end up doing top 4s and top 16s. We have pictures of us doing them at Denny's, at IHOPs, so the fact that we are able to just actually finish up here is pretty solid.
And that's part of us planning in advance, looking at like the MPR and all that, and the tournament guidelines for player count to number of rounds, so I can kind of figure out when the tournament should start to make sure we go to top cut. And if the top cut games go super long, we can still reasonably be done with the tournament by like 11, something like that.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's genuinely fantastic. Also, it just means that like obviously everybody needs to go home at some point, but also that like it's not going to be the mad dash of just like, okay, we're done, everybody get out, just move, get out. Everybody has like time to actually, because this also affects like tournament standing. So like there's so many times where you're in top 4 or top 16, top 4, and then you're having this conversation of like, okay, do we want to split? Do we actually want to play this game? People care about points, so some people will actually want to play. Do we needing to move to a second location complicates everything, and there's just all these layers of kind of I want to say the
non-gameplay
social external factors about, is the store closed? Are we going to be annoying people? Like that sort of stuff. And then you get into a position where like, oh, okay, all of a sudden, like if I'm the one person that didn't want to draw and I wanted to play it out, these 3 guys are going to like, my politics are going to be affected by this, yeah, it's an unfortunate reality, I want to say. I don't know if there's actually a really big fix, but removing the amount of hurdles in terms of like, nope, you can stay here, you got to finish it up. It's expected. That's actually expected that we you got enough time to finish it up, is a big relief off of a lot of that. So, thanks so much.
We try to make sure we keep as many of, like you said, those external factors out of the player scope as possible. Make sure it's stuff that we deal with and plan for ahead of time, so that way all the players have to worry about is playing their games.
Yes, absolutely. Making that as smooth of an experience is something that definitely is something that we're trying to focus on a lot, especially with BFF cEDH. Like we have timers, we have all sorts of stuff, Okay, cool. I'm looking at things. We have the API up and running, right? Yep. So we can take a look at let's see. I'm wondering if the meta breakdown maybe changed a little bit at all there, because I know that I was told that there were actually 4 turtle decks here, and we only saw 1 on the breakdown. So I'm wondering if that affected.
May not have been some that were submitted.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So I do wanna just take a look at this meta breakdown to see if any numbers have changed here. Okay, so we got a Nick Fury here. I don't know if that was in last.
That was
round.
not in there before.
Fantastic.
So that
we
should
got
be updated.
up to date
I don't know if the Tyam or Selvala were there before,
Mhm.
or the
Radius
Sephiroth.
Summoner of Mist. What is
That
this?
is one of our local guys. It is a small loomer deck.
Okay, gotcha. Gotcha.
It's really cool. She has a landfall trigger to I don't know if it's loot or rummage.
One or the other.
Yeah.
Discard, draw, discard.
Yeah, it's
hold on,
one of the
let me,
two.
Let me try to remember. Loot is better than rummage, so you want to draw discard on loot. So discard draw is rummage.
Yep.
Ty? I assume Ty knows.
Yeah, that
Okay.
is correct.
Yes, loot
Ty-
is draw and then
I got it. Yay, I learned. I gave myself heuristics and I learned. Okay, so yes,
Yeah,
we're seeing a couple more double ups. We have double Rog Side, double Rock Whoa,
There's a
double Rock
Chatterfang.
There's a Chatterfang. Double
Couple
we got
dog thrass.
2 crystals, 2 Angs. Okay, so we are definitely getting more up to date.
Rog
some of the stuff.
Tevesh is also one of our local guys.
Yeah.
His list is diabolical.
There seems to be 2, so there's even more. Okay, double
It might be-
Rao, triple Rao, triple Vivi.
This is definitely updated now.
There we go.
Yeah,
And now
I
we
wonder
have,
if we were on the last tournaments.
maybe
with
something
the
like
Zerdas.
that. That's true, yes, because I didn't see any Zerdas around this time. That makes sense. Okay, cool. So this looks like this is the actual factual meta breakdown.
There's
We've
a
got
lot of
Kinnan,
Kinnan.
Itali, Magda. So Itali and Magda outnumbering Blue Farm here. I'm curious if is that to be expected in Central California, or is that kind of just like these are just some random numbers that we saw?
We do have a lot of Itali players here. One of our newer guys chose to go Raph and Mikey over Itali as
Similar
his kind
decks.
of
Yeah.
They're similar on your game plan of count to 7.
Yes.
But how they win the game is wildly different.
Yeah. I personally am of the opinion that I don't know if it's a better deck. I'm kind of convinced that it's not a better deck, but I kind of like Raph and Mikey better than Itali, but that's specifically because I don't like beating Ristic. Real quick,
Yeah.
guys, let me take this phone call. You don't mind ramping for me, Tim?
All right, so let's look at a little bit more of this meta breakdown while we get players seated for round 2.
I think it's back right.
We've got a Frick, one Rog Ishai. Sephiroth, again, interesting. Selvala is one of our newer local players to cEDH. Tyam, Gitrog, one Winota. That should be one of our local guys, Carlos, who has been an absolute menace on the California scene on that deck.
Everything good, thank you. I can rest now.
He has stacked me out of quite a few games on turns of mine where he had no idea that I would have been able to go for a
Is
win.
Pod one streamer?
I don't know. It's
Unless one of them does not want to be on camera, and then we'll just swap them with another table. Gairuda here, I would assume, is another one of our locals. Hashaton's kind of interesting to see nowadays. I know that deck has fallen quite a bit out of favor. Glarb is cool. I'm a big fan. I've tried brewing kind of a little bit of a different way to play Glarb. I will let you guys know Food Chain is a hell of a drug, and it may not be intuitive to Glarb at first glance, but you can still do some pretty wild things.
I've heard that Food Chain wins games from certain channels.
It does. Funny enough, sometimes when you have them sign a food chain for you,
It works out.
depending on which one of them does it, it may say wins gams.
Gams.
Yep.
All right, cool. Looks like we've got our pods set up right now. So let's go ahead and try to get into the what's the word I'm looking for? The rhythm of things, as it were. Our seat 1 is going to be here on the top left corner here.
And we're looking at a Thomas G here.
That is one of our local guys.
One of what you're looking at here is the wonderful stats page that was implemented by Eldrazi.dev, who is the one who basically built what we're working on with the foundations of the streaming setup that we have going on right now. So shout out to Zethus for making this amazing, even any of this possible. I don't think if this wasn't like a thing, I don't think we would be trying this right now. If this foundation wasn't so solid. Just like let's take a look, and we get to take a look at some of these things. If let's go back
to second seat, or should we go back?
Yeah, I want to take a look at first seat here. So this is what we're looking at. I'm guessing is rank is the tournament. So we've got 100% win ratio. So these are winners, the opponent win ratios here, and lifetime EDH. That's kind of what I want to look at here. With a 37% win ratio is pretty good. 5 first place is pretty solid right here. And we're seeing, I'm guessing out, looking at top finishes, it looks like a lot of the local games. That you said this is one of your locals, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So this looks like bronzes and stuff that you're running, which is cool. This is awesome. So pretty good win rate. What do you have any experience or insight with this player?
Yeah, so he actually doesn't play TNT a whole lot. I think he's more recently been on this. For quite a while, he was playing Thrasios and Nadir.
Okay, interesting.
So as a kind of different Sultai pile than most people would probably be used to seeing.
Gotcha. So we're moving from something a little bit more spicy to something a little bit more generic, is what it seems like.
We want
Possibly.
Opening hands.
Yeah, let's do that. We're gonna send. What we're gonna be doing is we're gonna be sending Tim in here to get some pronouns, some opening hands while they're shuffling up, and then I will go down and look at some of the rest of these stats and see if I can discern anything. And we'll have more questions for you when you get back, Tim. We appreciate it.
Sounds good. I'll see you guys in a minute.
Yep. Alrighty then. Looks like they're shuffling it up. I mean, I know we have Anthony over here, Glacial City in the bottom in our seat 3 or seat 4 right here. So let's take a look at some of these stats. If we can take a look at Matt Harris here, 7th. So the fact that we have rank 7 is already wins means that there is at least 7 people that have won in this last round, which is pretty solid. It means that we're not sitting here drawing out a whole bunch. This seems like, judging by the stats, it looks like it's somebody who's just one of their locals and is managing to do pretty well this tournament, considering that there haven't been that many tournaments. There are only 12 tournaments under their belts. So,
yeah. And we had 13 wins last round.
Wow.
4 draws.
Okay, great. That's awesome. So it sounds like California living up to its reputation about jamming wins and putting wins on the stack and seeing what happens. Let's see what seat 3 is looking like. We've got an Alex Contreras, 18 tournaments where, again, we have the win rate is 100% and 20% opponent win ratio, which is to be expected around 1. A couple top 4s and a 23% win ratio overall. Looks like these are just some more of the local tournaments that they've been running. So hopefully we'll see some interesting stuff out of Vivi here in seat 3. And then our 4th seat here, I believe, is somebody that a lot of us know, Anthony Glacial City over here. Wow, so we went all the way down to 13 win rate. Yeah, so Anthony, for those of you guys who don't know, Mr. Glacial City, 106 tournaments. He's been to a few, you know, he's been around.
Yeah, it's
a few. There's a couple. 16 first place, 15 top 4s, 3 top 16s, and at a 31% win ratio. For stuff like that, the impressive thing is that it is 31 at so many tournaments. You know what I mean? It is pretty easy to spike tournaments, and not, I shouldn't say easy. It is one thing to win a couple tournaments and do pretty well at a couple tournaments, and your win rate is like kind of lopsided, where you can get like 40 like numbers where you're like 30 to 40 to 50% win ratios across like 10 tournaments. That's pretty, I don't want to say easy to do, but that's a doable thing, right? To keep that win rate up past 100 like 100 tournaments is pretty impressive all within itself. For those of you guys that know, Anthony Glacial City is one of the big names up in NorCal. He's definitely involved in the community up there. We're seeing a 15th place in Fishbowl 7. That's right, he just recently top 16 Fishbowl with us, so that's very cool. And yeah, he's one of the players to watch out for out in the NorCal scene, which is really cool. We get to see a kind of a mixing of different metas here. We got this interesting Senkel meta that Tim is going to be able to give us some insight on, and then we have people from all the way up in NorCal coming down to jam games here. Yeah, and we see here Anthony with this what is it? It's the Inception top. Make sure that we're not all dreaming and not all lost in just our heads here a little bit. Yeah, the beginning mulligans and the just hands and this ritual of goldfish isn't the right word. What am I looking for here? Just mulligans. Mulligans are so important in cEDH that like I never begrudge anybody taking their sweet time on these. I do begrudge people shuffling forever, like taking forever to shuffle and da da da. But if you're doing it with urgency and you're just trying to get a good hand, like if you're mulling down and you're going through, like that's fair.
Yeah. These tournaments have a lot on the line, and you gotta make sure that you're making the right decision. And it's one of the biggest decisions you can make in a cEDH game.
Yeah, legitimately, like I want to say 40% of the game is like legitimately, like maybe even higher, is like just like, all right, did I mulligan and set up myself so that I have game actions? Do I have relevant game actions this game? You know, it's kind of crazy. Oh, we got a boogie board right there. Oh, is this Anthony full? Oh, Anthony's handing hands away to be able to get them taking pictures of, and Tim will come back with information for us. So that's good. Looks like we're getting some hands here. I'm very interested to see what this is going to come out to. Anthony's a very strong player coming out of player seat 4 here. So I would never count him out necessarily, but we've got an explosive deck in seat 3, and in theory 2 control decks. Oh, that's the other thing. Hashaton. Anthony's playing bloody Hashaton. Like, I haven't seen this deck in a hot minute, and I'm sure, I don't want to say Anthony's messing around necessarily, but it is one of those things where it's like, yeah, this is definitely one of those, like, he's trying to hit the meta from the side a little bit here. All right, we're looking at, Tim's coming on back. We're going to look at some opening hands here. We already have turn 1 Esper on the seat 1. I am very low on this card. Like Esper is just one of those cards that I just do not that I don't believe in, but I am never happy with a turn like just like, all right, my hand is land Esper, meh, kind of mid in my opinion. All right.
So this is our TNT player's opening hand.
Okay,
who
we're
was
looking at, go ahead Tim, give us the
mulled a 6. I did notice during his mulligans a couple interesting inclusions, some new cards. He is on a King T'Challa.
Okay, sure.
So that may be
backup fairy's not bad.
maybe one reason he's opting for TNT over Thrasnadir.
Because he doesn't have access to that in the normal colors that he's playing. I see.
He also has a Derevi in his opening hand, so a couple of cool multicolor white cards, just maybe reason to kind of tip the scale into adding the extra color.
I mean, Grand Abolisher Silence is pretty good. Let's get the cards on this hand rundown for the TNT.
TNT, so we've got Misty Rainforest, Hollowed Fountain, Starting Town, Derevi, Neoform, and Snap.
So we are looking at this top deck Esper on this play here. Literally just drew a great card to start off with.
Yep.
This hand is moderately dead without anything to do until turn 2, but then all of a sudden Esper turns a lot of things on because you can Neoform out of it, you can do all sorts of stuff, and you're getting the card draw, which is great. All right. Oh, and a fish out of seat 4 out of Anthony, so pretty good. Let's see if that's well let's go through the hands bit by bit and see if we get them.
Next we have Matt on Tivit with, I'd say, a pretty reasonable hand. He kept, I believe, his second 7, which was Watery Grave, Urza's Saga, Muddle the Mixture, Cursed Totem, Savine's Reclamation, Mox Opal, and Grand Abolisher.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not very high on this. I guess Muddle can go get, okay, so I see it. Muddle can get Time Sieve, and then the U-Saga can ramp you out to Tivit.
A pretty medium hand, not much to interact with, but he does have at least the Cursed Totem to kind of help slow some things down.
Sure, especially...
I think with this hand, you're kind of praying that VV doesn't just go off super fast.
The interesting thing about this here is that this Cursed Totem doesn't hit Hashaton all that much. Granted, I guess Hashaton's on 4th seat, so you're not that worried about him going off faster than everybody else. But this is, like we were saying, Stacks being one of the harder archetypes to play, is sometimes you get a Stacks piece and it only hits 2 of the players and you might punt. And you have to be, as a Stacks player, you have to be up, and here it comes.
There
Cursed
it
Totem
is.
right on out. You have to be very careful with how this is going to play out.
And there's worlds where you put this on the stack and you have to have giant conversations with people, and people have to force will this because it turns off their entire deck, like say a Thrasios deck.
But also the Vivi.
And also the Vivi. So, and you have to convince people to do that. But all right, let's take a look at Vivi's hand.
Vivi went down to 5.
Unfortunate. Ooh, well, aimed pretty good.
We had a Mistrise Village, Mana Confluence, Basic Island, a Curiosity, and a Jeska's Will.
I mean,
So on a
not
Mold of
bad.
5, this is,
Yeah.
I'd say, a very good hand. You have your A plus B available. You have a Jeska's Will. You've got 3 lands. Pretty much every draw is live at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little slow, but again, I guess on a Mold of 5, fair enough, right?
It's a fragile hand,
Mhm.
but again, you do have one of your Curiosity effects already in hand,
Yeah,
and a very good spell to cast if you don't draw into anything else.
yeah. All right, well, let's take a look at what Anthony.
And our seat 4
Wow, what a hand.
is a Sidisi Undead Vizier, a Shielder the Apocalypse, Imperial Seal, Tarnished Citadel. Words are hard sometimes.
Yeah,
A Runescarred Demon, Mystic Remora, and a Commandeer.
Commandeer. So we don't have pitchables for Commandeer entirely yet, but we do have seen this turn 1 Mystic already kind of being rolled out here. Just run him a card or two here.
This was interesting. This was the first 7.
Yeah. I mean, Fish makes a lot of this stuff pretty keepable. You have some really heavy hitting, like expensive spells that are going to take a hot second to cast, though. So
Yeah, it is a one lander too, I believe. And it seems like they haven't drawn into their second land with this.
So maybe
first go around the
maybe
turn
getting
cycle.
a little punished.
Yeah.
Maybe
Risky.
a greedy keep,
For sure.
hoping
Especially in
that the fish
4C.
would pay dividends on the first round. But also in seat 4, it's kind of hard to bank on a fish getting a ton of value.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is the other thing about Fish, and the other reason why I am not a huge fan of Esper Sentinel here is this looking at these pod, like who is feeding this fish? Who is feeding this Esper Sentinel? I guess you're hoping on Tivit mostly, but the TNT is
Tivit
going to be
or
creature.
VV.
Yeah, Tivit or VV, but TNT is going to be a creature deck, so that's already one person that's like off your radar, right? The Esper is looking a little bit better. Hashaton, I guess, might have to develop with some rocks necessarily, but I guess we'll see ends up going. I was giving the players a little bit of a rundown. I know Anthony pretty well. We've played against him and we've trained with him a couple of times
Okay.
for the NorCal guys. You gave us the rundown on Thomas. Do we have any insight, local insight from Matt and Alex here?
Yeah, so Matt pretty much only plays Tivit.
Great. We love a special.
He just jams. He will jam
Nice.
into any board state on the table and not care. There have been many times. He's also, I guess, relatively recently played Firelord Azula a little bit.
A little bit more careful. Like that's what I was gonna say. Curious. Tivit does not seem like a deck that you just jam on. Although that being said, we do have I have experienced Turbo Tivit to a certain extent with some of our local. I know who I'm talking about here. So it's not impossible. It's just maybe a little bit counterintuitive, I guess. But if you
Yeah,
land Tivit,
he's-
you have time sieve mana technically. So
He is definitely a if you want to use it, use it.
Sure.
I will not be bullied.
yeah, that's fair. We like players like that. We like people that'll stand on principle.
Yeah, we were
Um,
talking about that on the ride up to this
yeah.
morning.
Yeah, just how do we get cEDH to a healthier format through the thing that makes things cEDH interesting and Commander interesting is the social aspect of it, right? So there are social ways for us to engage with the format to make it a better format as well, with all the problems that come up with it.
There's a blessing and a curse.
Exactly, blessing and a curse, exactly, right? So we can do our best, and I think that at least with Bite Size, we do our best to try to encourage as much as possible using the social aspect of the game to make it a better, you know what I mean? Whether that be cleaner politics, whether that be holding integrity, whether that be I'm a big proponent of the way that I look at it is like politicking should be like cards. I have preloaded, like maybe you can get creative, but like off the top of my head, I have ways that I can be like, oh, I've been in a spot where I'm trying to resolve a smothering tithe. What are shortcuts and cards and like politics that I can offer so we don't have to have a giant conversation about it? Can it be like, what about offer A? and they say yes, no, great. What about offer B? Great. Then maybe we move on. Versus like having to sit there and think about, because I think the thing that makes cEDH feel really, really bad is when you've got not much to do and you've got two guys trying to like measure egos against each other
Yeah.
about a deal,
Mhm.
and you're just like, guys, I just like whatever, man. Like counter or don't. Like you know, it's just one of those things where like I think that especially for newer players can make it feel very foreign and feel very strange, and also just like wear down on you.
Yeah.
You know, what I mean, like I know that's where my cEDH fatigue comes from a lot, where I'm sit here and I kind of have an idea of how the game's gonna go, and I just have to wait for these guys to like figure it out between the two of them, and I'm just like, I'm gonna check out. I'm not really gonna pay attention. And those are the days when I go back home, I'm just like, man, I don't really want to do this again. But so minimizing that. And the point being
Yeah.
is figuring out a way to minimize that, or just like counter it or don't. You know what I mean? Like I'll offer a thing, and if you don't like it, then cool. Then you have to make the decision. You know what I mean?
I've started taking a pretty interesting approach when I put what would normally be kind of problematic
Mhm.
pieces onto the stack. I will typically offer that I will deal with my own piece once we are safe from whatever is about to happen.
Gotcha. Understood.
And a lot of the times, people are fine with that.
Yeah.
And like, I will
Interesting.
offer up the information of what I have to deal with my own piece.
Oh,
so
okay,
that
I
we
see.
don't immediately lose when I pass a turn.
Understood. So you're kind of like, I don't like, I'm gonna take a move, but like, don't make me fight over this because I have a thing. So that way, you know, it's like, yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Especially, I think certain decks lend themselves to certain politics. If you play a deck a lot, learn how to politic with your deck so that way you can shortcut it a little bit faster. Especially with what you guys were talking about, where like, let's say you guys are doing 7-minute rounds. If you have less time,
There's
you need to
not
make
a lot of time to politic.
exactly. You got or if you want to make the complicated politic deals, you gotta shortcut it. Just like how we shortcut fetches, we can
Mhm.
shortcut deals. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like, and that's kind of where I think if we want the format to grow, and if you want to really say, hey, what's the skill level of a cEDH player? That's how you. That's an avenue that you can raise it up a little bit. We did see an Impsil here from Anthony here, so hopefully he did manage to make his other land drop. So hopefully that means that he's going to be back in this game a little bit. He's taking a little bit of a beating from the TNT player, who I believe has Thrasios, Derevi, Esper, and I'm not used to these. I mean, you're familiar with these altars?
Some. Oh, his altars.
Yes, his altars.
No,
Okay.
those are not regular magic art, so I
Okay.
don't know which one's which.
Well, we'll see. I think he did Thrasios turn 1 and
Or two, maybe.
turn two,
'Cause
yeah.
turn 1 was the
yeah,
Esper.
and then we're so that means Timno's probably on board, which means OBM's about to land. So that way we're going to see some OBM pings. And once again, we're talking about I play OBM, learning how to politic OBM so it doesn't eat up the majority of your time.
I think
Mhm.
that's Thrasios on board. I think
Yeah.
Tim is still in the command zone. I think they're just going for Derevi triggers here. with
Maybe.
that.
Okay.
Probably, yeah.
We'll see with how what the card draws. The OBM leads me to think differently here,
I
though.
would
This may just be a
Oh,
Ace of Hearts
Rollick! Here
blocker.
comes the Rollick coming for the OBM.
yeah, which
Okay.
leads me to believe maybe
Yeah.
the OBM was pointed at the Esper.
Yeah, something like
so
that.
we're,
Well, we're Rollocking the OBM and it's gone.
or maybe I'm totally wrong.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all I think it's all grokkable pretty easily when we're going back and forth.
Yeah,
and that's a blocker. That's a Orcish Bowmaster token blocking one of the things. Seems like it was probably the Thrasios here. All right, we got Derevi on taps. Derevi, I think, is such an underrated card. Like,
it's definitely not as popular of an inclusion as it used to be.
all right, I think we saw a draw there, right
Yeah,
there.
Those were Timna draws.
Yeah, so definitely there was a Timna being played here. All right, and we got an untap on Tivet's turn. We'll see. I'm so
The OBM makes a lot more sense.
yeah,
now.
yeah, it's okay. That's all we're here for.
One more land for Tivit mana here.
Yeah, that's another thing. Learning how to count the problem mana for different decks is a very
Yep.
fun thing to do. Forecasting and be like, oh, well, that's a Sisei. How much? We have a local Sisei player, and I am just constantly counting how much mana they have just to check, just to know, because who knows? You know, I mean, you have to be careful about it, and then you also have to calculate
Colors.
colors, Elvish Spirit Guide,
All kinds of
Simeon
things.
Spirit Guide, all sorts of. We got an Imp Seal coming out of.
One of
this
the imps
maybe
who-
is just looking for
mana to be able to get Tibet out.
a
potentially.
mana, or he hasn't played a mana source this turn, I don't believe.
No, I don't think so. They did just pay an additional 1 there.
For the Esper, I would assume.
Yeah.
So maybe this is mana so we can Tivit next turn, or maybe we're just grabbing a combo piece. I guess it wouldn't make sense if we don't have a mana source this turn.
Yeah. Ty, what's our numbers at, just so I kind of have an
We
idea?
have 12 viewers at the moment.
Oh yeah. Welcome
Well,
guys.
hello to 12 of you.
Hello to 12. Welcome. We're at All Valley 2.
12 is actually my favorite number.
Great. Why?
I honestly couldn't tell you.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I think as a kid, I was a big soccer kid growing up, even as an adult. And there's always this thing called the 12th man,
Oh.
because on the field you have 11 players.
Okay, cool. Gotcha.
And the mystical 12th man, we get talked about as like either the coach or the bench,
Mhm.
or if you know a player like passed away, or
Gotcha.
someone
So
on
it's like
a family of a
it's like an
player passed
honorary.
away.
It's
Yeah.
like an honorary sentimental thing.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
So I obviously as a child didn't understand and grasp all of that. But
Sure.
I think
but
as I
gravitas. There's
started
a,
growing up and like it started to make sense, I was like, yeah, I like 12.
Yeah. Hey
Mhm.
man, that's great. I do like being able to investigate our preferences. I think
Yeah.
that's what it leads to very interesting conversations. Hello, Lone Warwolf. Thanks for hanging in
Welcome.
with us. We're
Welcome
chilling.
back. You
I-
were here.
True. He
the
was there
first
earlier.
round.
Yeah. We're gonna be here all day here at the All Valley 2 at Clovis Card Shops. We'll have some plugs later on once I get a list down together. But we are about to go into a Jessica's Will turn. Is what I'd be shocked if we don't see that happening right now. I don't know if it's a good spot, but you know, yep, there it is. Storm's Will, baby. We did see
That's our first trigger, and he doesn't look like he has anything in the graveyard, so maybe sandbagging this curiosity.
Yeah,
seeing if
true. Because he
maybe
needs to find a
we-
blue, right? He needs to find some sort of blue here,
Or maybe we find like a pedal or something like that.
to be able to add on top of it. But like, I mean, he wouldn't be able to cast Curiosity and J Will anyways. So yeah, I think bare minimum, like, hey, C3 maybe rip a land potentially
Mm-hmm.
is the other thing. We did also see. I do want to call out. We did see Matt over here, Savine's Rec for a U Saga, and I love that. White Rampant Growth. What's the green one? I don't know green cards. What's the one that gets you a land? Is it Rampant Growth? 3 mana, get a land.
3 men?
No, rampant growth is 2.
Cultivate. I don't know.
Cultivate gets you 2 basics, I
Sure,
believe.
sure.
So it kind of
Yeah, you squint hard enough. All right, we hit what looked like a misdirection, a Gemstone Caverns, and I believe a Snapback. I could be wrong. So he hit that
that
land.
is a pretty rough J-Will.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see on a
No.
Vivi turn here.
But I guess also it pushes you closer towards a relevant card
True.
to draw.
Yeah, that's the thing is if you get cards off the top that you don't want to see, eventually you will see cards that you do want to see, or maybe you need to build your deck better. One or the other.
Maybe.
Maybe. All right, we got our land for turn for the gemstones.
Unfortunately, does not make colored mana here.
That is actually really a big problem here. Gemstone's great any other time, but here not so.
Funny enough, I do play Gemstone in my colorless cEDH decks.
Yeah, just mana or 2 mana turn 1 is pretty good.
It's super awkward
Yeah.
when you pregame the Gemstone playing Zul'Adok.
I don't think that's wrong. I think the one thing that cEDH has taught me is, as much as I hate Mox Diamond as a card, 2 mana turn 1 is pretty good.
Yeah.
Gemstones, 2 mana turn 1, pretty good. You can do some
There's-
crazy stuff.
It does feel awkward sometimes, like in that deck specifically, because you have so many things with literal colorless pit instead of just generic
And-
number.
And yeah, exactly. So Kazi's Command, Eldrazi Confluence, that sort of stuff. Yeah.
And Zul'Adok itself.
Zul'Adok itself is true. You can really, that's something that at least for my deck, I run Kazi's Command. And I run Kazi's Command.
Great
I run
card.
It's a great card. I value my Battlefield Forge more than I value my like spectator seating for this specific reason. On the off chance I need to make colorless, if I have both in my hand, unless I'm worried about life, I usually go Battlefield Forge first. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a card that people on like 1 or 2 mana or 2
Yeah.
color decks
Yeah.
should
consider
take more of a
Cosmic
look
Command.
at. I honestly don't think you should be looking at it going into 3, 4, and 5 color decks.
Sure, you have options. Yeah.
Unless you're playing like Ulalek or something, because then
Mhm.
you're technically 6, but
Yeah.
also 0.
I have explicitly got Anthony here. Anthony in 4th seat here. I've got him with Flare. He went Thoracle Decon. I went Flare Decon. He looks at me and goes, sure. Name Kazi's command. I have Flare Decon. I have Soul Ring up. Just Soul Ring up. Flare Decon. He goes, sure. Name Kazi's command. Get Kazi's command. Let your Decon resolve. Thoracle trigger on the stack. Kazi command target you. And he went, what the hell? And I was like, get wrecked. It was so funny. We're seeing an imp recruiter for a Ragavan here. I don't. There are better things again in Vivi. Is the Quicksilver not? Is Quicksilver Elemental not imp recruitable creature? Do we know?
I'm not sure. He might also not have had enough mana to.
So you wouldn't want Quicksilver like immediately here, but you can at least like set up for, in theory. Oh no, it's not. It's not imp recruiter. So, but thank you, Ty, for being quick on the gun there with the cards. Yeah, that's where my brain goes. Like, I'm just like, imp recruiter can get so many things, but
Yeah, maybe he's just looking here at like we have
Mhm.
2 players that are open.
yeah.
Maybe we can eat, a spell to make VV bigger, get some extra colored mana with the treasures. That would be my guess.
Yeah. At this point, I'm curious as to something that we were talking about on the ride up actually was very interesting is that like people politicking at weird times and like so I'm sitting here going like there's hand gestures happening. Granted, like this is where when we have player audio set up, we probably just jump into player audio to find out, but my brain kind of sits here and goes, the fuck are they politicking about right now? Like there's a Ragavan on the stack. What is happening? Like what is there to talk about here? And we were talking about on the car ride up this idea that like when you politic at the wrong times and you eat up some of your political EV, like you spend some of your political like leeway or whatever else sort of thing, it can actually really like backfire in the sense that like, all right, cool, like I've heard your voice enough this game and it was talking about bullshit that did not matter, so I'm not actually gonna listen to you on the thing that actually matters here. All right, looking at Mog Salvage.
Mog Salvage
Okay,
here.
so maybe that's what the conversation was about on the curse totem, potentially. Oh, well, please let me read this card. Let me read this card.
That
Destroy
would
target
definitely
artifact.
change the scope of
What we're
the
talking
game
about
quite a bit.
here. I don't know why. I guess he wants to activate Vivi here to be able to get. Yeah. Is there a world Vivi hasn't? No, I'm trying to figure out where he can get the blue pip to maybe like.
From VV, right?
Sure, blue pip to get Vivi. Okay, sure, I can see it. All right, now it's coming together. How many cards in hand though? I feel like in my mind there's only like 2 to 3 more cards in hand. So we'll see.
Yeah, and VV has 2 counters now, I believe.
Yeah. So,
After this smug.
yeah.
Yeah, 'cause it was the Jessica's Will, and now the Mog is the second non-creature
mhm.
spell.
Yeah. How many do we know how much red mana?
Oh, crop rod. Interesting. Spicy. Crop rod for the Otawara away. What are we
Or
getting?
maybe Talon Gates.
Yeah, just take
Talon
VV
Gates,
out of
Probably
it.
Yeah,
Talon Gates to
occasionally.
phase out VV.
Buy yourself a turn cycle.
This is really an interesting decision because you could grab that Talon Gates in response to the curiosity effect and really just blank much
Yeah.
more of this turn.
True. That's actually super true. Yeah. So it might be a little bit hasty, a little bit preemptive on this crop rod.
And maybe that's something he hasn't thought about. There haven't been a lot of crop rot decks locally since lately when I have been playing Zuladok instead of Minstrel, where
Gotcha.
I will
so
constantly
Talon Gates people and get people with this.
value crop rot for different board states and stacks and things like that. But he just goes for a cradle here, so maybe he's just
Oh, he's
looking for
setting up
mana to activate
since
Thrasios
the
once
curse totem is gone. Yeah,
the
that's
totem
fair.
is gone.
Yeah.
But the thing that's gonna really suck here is if we were able to Vivi get Curiosity on Vivi immediately after this, after the Curse Totem is gone, and now you're sitting there with, again, like you said, Ty, maybe a little bit hasty here, right? Because now your answer is out of your hand. You've committed to making mana, or are we digging to stop the Mox? Wait, hold on. Are we? Oh, interesting. Snap targeting Vivi. Okay, that saves. I mean, again, we're
I think
talking
still
a little
bit-
preemptive. Yeah, slightly preemptive here. Ooh, that misdirection hiding right underneath the Jessica's Will. Is he gonna be able to pitch out of his hand? Alternate casting costs out of Jessica's Will. I believe he can pitch. Yep. Well, we're going to see that coming up. Snap is target creature, so I wouldn't be surprised if this targets right back to
Pushing Force of Negation for the misdirect.
interesting. I mean, the misdirection makes sense, so you can get like kind of 2 for 1 for the snap. And then do you get to re-target you get to choose the lands
The
that you
lands
want?
aren't target lands.
Yeah, so they
that's an
choose.
interesting
Oh, and then the
choice.
swan on the misdirection. All right. Anthony's over here going, yes, use your interaction.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, I think this fight here benefits him a lot because it'll give him a little bit of extra time and
Wiggle room
space
to get back up.
to get back into the game here.
Yeah. A really interesting thing here. I mean, he's not great, regardless, and he can get LED off of this saga eventually, which will be good for like Hashiton. But he still has like so much setup to go, and this is a big reason I think why Hashiton hasn't really much wide adoption is just how much setup it takes, and then you have to like really get a bunch of mana in Esper colors. It's just like, oh man, versus just like Tivit's over there going like, if I just get that much mana, I cast Tivit. You know. All right, we're remembering our Vivi triggers here. Seems good.
And Alex on Vivi here is a little bit newer to our scene. He's
Sure.
been showing up, I'd say, the last month. So relatively new to our scene. But he's been a lot of fun to have injected into the community.
Right.
They've definitely brought some life and competition in and
That's
forced
great.
people to be on their A games.
That's fantastic. I love that. It is very interesting to see when someone can kind of like integrate themselves into like, there are some players that you get where they show up and you kind of they're new, so you have to like walk them through the ropes and you get to watch them like get better, and like there's a value in that, absolutely. And then occasionally some people will just roll in and like be like pretty set up already and just like, all right, cool, now we have this additional like factor into our meta that we get to, like you said, just revitalize a lot of stuff. So that's always fun. This Curse Totem going down to the Mog Salvage, notably it can just be Savine's Wrecked back again. Something to consider, although that's 5 mana for a Curse Totem to not progress my game state.
Yeah, we at least have a turn cycle of reprieve until that's an option to take.
Well, the only person that can cast Reprieve right now is Thomas here. I don't think anybody else is running to. Sorry,
Not literal reprieve.
Yeah, it's me being silly here. All right, yeah, we got the Guy's Cradle to untap with the snap here, so we get a singular.
I wonder if that was even worth it for the VV to go for the salvage there.
Yeah, because there's I'm looking now. He's only got 2 cards in hand, so that means Curiosity plus something else.
Yeah.
So he's really hoping on a top 3 to like
And
find more gas.
TNT has a very good board state set up
Yeah.
with a lot of mana available.
Yeah.
So I think if anything, the Mog Salvage actually helped Thomas out the most here.
I agree. And again, we're talking back to that conversation of like stacks is hard to play, man, because you got let's put it this way. If I'm Matt and I've got this Curse Totem and people are going after this Curse Totem, like, hey man, listen, you've got 2 cards in hand. I understand that your game plan is straight off, but like if you do this now, let's take a look at that board state. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Get a Cradle out, then all of a sudden this is like X amount of Thrasio spins and his entire game plan is online. Unless you're like for sure trying to go for it right now, then maybe this isn't a good idea. And as you can see, I've had to say some version of that statement several times, so you get like moderately good at it. You know what I mean? But yeah, just like practicing. It's almost like practicing politics in a way. It's I don't want to say rehearsing, but it's just getting
used to saying these things as quickly and as eloquently as and succinctly as possible, so that way we don't. Oh, we dash the Ragavan. Cool. So that way you don't have to eat up as much airtime having
Yeah.
these conversations. You
I
know.
also think it's a good habit to try and get into of
He got the T'Chall. Oh no,
this
so sad.
this
I don't
is
think
gonna
he's.
be good.
I don't think he's got the mana to cast it. It looks like because he's missing blue white. Yeah, so he doesn't have the mana to cast it. But unfortunately, there goes that card that you were playing, Thomas.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's sad. That thing when you're like, I got a new test card. Great, pitch to Chrome Mox. Yes.
That is a hidden mode.
That is how it is, right? But yeah,
So
sorry.
a lot
You
of
were
the reason
you were
some
saying
of these
that-
multicolored blue spells get played is because they're
pitchable to
also
force will.
pitchable.
Pitchable to force will. Hopeable to force will. That's how we
Mhm.
like to call it. Notably, we do have an imp seal from Matt, and we have an imp seal from Anthony over here. So I'm still kind of waiting to see where these cards are. I mean, out of Tivit, you just kind of have to assume it's Time Thief, I assume, right? Because this is Tivit mana next turn, and then you can probably Time Thief from there.
Yeah.
Is it Tivit mana? Am I crazy?
Well, he didn't have it when he imp sealed.
Yeah.
And he Savine's wrecked after that. So
The Curse Totem being off the field, turning Mox Opal offline is actually a problem there, because this is actually only 5 mana. Is this Gemstone online? I can't remember. Yeah, but we're looking at 5 mana. So I mean, land is 6 mana. Oh, hello. We're showing cards.
it may be just showing as a deterrent.
Yeah, I'm going to do some. We're putting a Thrasios spin. I think we're. What card is this?
It's a boomerang basic.
Oh, Boomerang Basics.
Seems like it did get cast.
Yeah, it looks like it
Okay.
was. It hit the Timna over there on the Timna or the Thrasios. I can't tell with these art. And yeah, we're back into an untap from Anthony here.
But what I was going to say before was sometimes it's good to try and get into the habit of having backup for when you are going to interact with and try to remove a stacks piece.
Mhm.
If the game state changes in a very important way
Mm-hmm.
during all of that happening, sometimes it's nice to have a counterspell to counter your own thing. To end up leaving
sure.
the piece in play afterwards.
Yeah, but that means you got to have a lot. That's a lot to ask, especially as some of these decks nowadays are coming low on interaction. TNT, the seat one, looking really good right now. Cradle,
Yeah, Thomas is looking like he's in a great spot here.
yeah, because he can redevelop whichever one, Timna or Thrasios, out of hand here, and then swing in and get 3, maybe 2, definitely 2, maybe 3 Cradle on tops, depending on how much Alex here is willing to sack the Imp Recruiter. So what, you go Derevi at Anthony. Oh no, you go, it's actually 3 on tops. You go Derevi at Alex, you go Esper at Matt, and then you go Thrasios at Anthony, because he's not blocking with Esper Sentinel. He needs to, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what he imp sealed for. Why you wouldn't imp seal for fish or something? I don't know. There's reasons. It might not have been what he imp sealed for, but you know.
Wait, it wasn't Fish played earlier in this game. Where was that last game?
I think it was last game. They're all starting to blend together. For those of you guys who are just joining us.
I'm pretty sure it was this game. They started out with 4-seed Fish
True. You're right.
and didn't draw into the land. So I think they're just
Looks like
really
a
wanting for some
Delny?
mana here.
You're spinning their top. That
Delny
is a
hitting the table.
Delny. Oh no.
Delny's a great
Followed
addition to
Delny
the sports
Timna.
day.
This is messed up,
This
man.
is going to be a lot of card draw here.
TNT really looking like a strong deck
I
here.
bet Matt is
Loving
just
it.
wishing he still had that OBM in his hand.
I know, right? Guys, protect my OBM and my square. It'll be used to burn out the Cradle deck. Nope. I believe Derevi is a 2/3.
So it's
Yeah, it's good.
doubled untaps.
I believe so. Can we
If
check?
Derevi is small enough.
How big is Derevi? Let's find out. It could be
I
wrong.
want to say it's 3 power.
I think it's 2 power. I think it's a 2/3 flyer.
It is a
It's
2
a 2/3.
So we're getting double untaps and
so
double
This
Timna
is so
draws.
gross.
This is kind of what I was talking about before with
Oh,
a lot
and-
of our
okay,
local
okay.
meta just being kind of mid-range
So I do want to point out here, Anthony full blocking with the Esper Sentinel. Anthony at this point, I think, is reading the tea leaves and going, I've lost this game. The closest thing that I can get to actually getting any sort of value out of this game is maybe the other two can force a draw on this guy if I deny him in just enough resources. This is a play
Which is denying 2 cards drawn.
2 draws drawn and 2 untaps, which is actually huge, which is actually in theory 4 cards, right? So yeah, like, oh, and is it death right?
Tough play to make, but I think in his position, like you said, it's his best option here.
It's his best option, and I also just want to say, I think also, just not to get too like, oh wow, he's so good, da da da. But
Devoted
like,
druid.
yeah, oh, is that a G? Ooh,
I believe that is a devoted
unfortunate
druid.
for everybody. But like, Anthony's a good player, and these they're sometimes in cEDH you find yourself making insane plays sometimes, like stacking your only, oh, that's D-Druid right to the yard and to Neoform. I wonder what this could be, and
So
it
we're
looks like
getting
everybody's
up
got
to
it.
a 4 draw.
Yeah, no, I think nobody's got any interaction. I think he's reading this window very good. Our first seat taking it again. We'll see if this what's happening. But yeah, good on Thomas. Yep. Oh, interesting. Ewit?
Getting Ewit.
Yeah, because
Oh, we can't get
it
Hazel's.
can only go up to a 3 draw.
Yeah, gotcha.
So this is gonna get the Neoform back, and
To
then
get-
we
to get
Neoform,
Neoform to Ewit
into the
to-
Brewmaster.
Pretty good, pretty spicy, pretty nice. TNT really proven, like the lines are there. Oh,
And-
snap. Oh, we got snap Ewit. Understood. We've got snap
Oh,
Ewit
because
lines. We don't even have to
double
worry.
Ewit triggers because of the Delmy.
Ah, it's so good. It's so good. Yeah. For those of you guys who are just joining us, we're at All the Valleys 2, watching probably round 2 here, seat 1 getting handled up. If you're wondering why we're being a little bit quiet, we are close to other pods and also in another room over, but also
About
some of the
6 feet over from
6
the
feet
feature
over.
match.
I'm not that worried about them hearing us, but also just, we got a long day. Let's save our voices.
Yep.
Some of us are also running on, 2 to 4 hours of sleep here, so we are
Probably all of us,
all
to be
of us.
honest.
Yeah, I mean, hey, but this is like, I don't know, where else would I be right now? This is great.
Yeah, I got out of here around midnight last night. I looked at my
Wow.
phone and I was like, wow, they're going to be waking up to leave pretty soon.
Yep. It was pretty good. Yep, and that looks like it's a scoop. All right, that's great. What we
So
can do.
C1 taking...
See one taking it again. If we want, Tim, if you want to give your voice a little bit of a break here, what we can do is we can start pulling maybe some of the winners, and if they consent to be on camera, they can come in, give us a rundown about their the game.
Yeah, definitely.
If they, only if they want to. Let them know that it'll be on bite size.
Let me go see if Thomas wants to pop in here for a little winners interview.
Yeah. Otherwise, there's a lot of other things that we can do as well. But just I'm being cognizant of our longevity here.
Yeah, Tim or
Zerda.
Delny really bringing the
Zerda.
heat in that round.
Delny is so good. Delny is one of those
So
things where it's
good.
like it does nothing on its own, but like when it's attached to a bunch of other creature decks like that, oh, so good. I definitely do also want to talk to the TOs and see if we can get it set up where we can start picking
Which pod
picking
is
pods,
there?
because top pods are going to start drawing pretty soon, I think, if not very quickly. So chat, if you're here with us, if you're hanging with us, feel free to give us any shout outs, any suggestions, if you have any questions. Great, whenever he's ready. Yeah, we're gonna have a winner interview here very shortly here at Clovis Card Shop and Comics here at the All Valley 2 on Bite Size channel, Bite Size MTG. Let's do some shout outs and plugs while we're waiting, I suppose. What do we got? We got Bite Size Magic, we got Clovis Card Shop, we've got BFF. This is, for those of you guys who are watching, this is kind of an initiative that Bite Size is working on where we're trying to bring more streams for more tournaments, for all the tournaments that are happening down in the California area. Just getting more of this stuff, more of this gameplay scene, and more of like when we get Thomas in for the interview here, more faces, more of like California locals on camera and in front of people, so that way people can see what these players are like. Because truly,
I think cEDH of all things is such a grassroots format that we'd love to see some grassroots. What's up, man? Hey,
Hello.
nice to meet you, Wayne. What's up? Thanks for time. Probably at this point, but hey, I appreciate it. Tom, this is Thomas, the winner of the last round that we just watched. Pretty clean sweep. We just watched the game, so we don't necessarily go blow by blow, but I'm wondering if there's any like pivot points or thought processes. We were just talking about how Delny, good card.
Yeah, it was a great there in your final turn.
I will go on a rant about Delny because I know not all TNT players play it,
Okay.
but every time that I play Delny, it either like wins me the game or just pushes me so far ahead that it's just, yeah, I'm a huge fan of Delny.
Yeah, especially in a creature-based deck. Because I've thought about Delny in my list a lot, but I was just like, I have a few creatures that it triggers, but it's not quite as much. But when I'm sitting there, when you go Delny and I'm like, wait, hold on, we're like, wait, Derevi's a 2/3, isn't it? Wait,
Yep.
we need to check. Derevi's a 2/3, and it is. I'm just like, I see.
Derevi, Eternal Witness, like
When the Ewit got 2 things back, the entire room went like, oh wait, that's crazy. Because we thought you were going for Eldritch to get into Hazel's, but no, you just had Snapping Graveyard anyways. I'm like, so you technically you got whichever one you wanted to go.
Yeah.
The World's Your Oyster. Especially, well, I'm curious because you seem to move pretty fast on the Eldritch. Or the Neo form, sorry. It was this. What was your window sense really, or was it just table talk conversation? Like, man, no one's got anything right now.
so after Vivi pushed and the 2 other blue players were like, I don't have anything.
Gotcha. Yeah,
I knew that was my window.
that was the
So-
big sign.
I knew Vivi was pushing, and once the curse totem got removed, I'm like, it's my green light. And Tivit said, "Oh, I'm just gonna Savine's wreck my curse totem back." So it was now or never.
Yeah, that's your window. You gotta really push there 100%. Yeah, that was ironically. I'll give myself a little pat on the back. It's like, oh well, we can just Savine's wreck the curse totem. So it's literally very cool. Yeah, we were very. I don't necessarily blame Vivi for pushing there. I could kind of see it. It's kind of like not going to get much better, but like that's a really risky play. With there was Curiosity and Opening Hand. So
he did have.
yeah,
the
so he had the
Curiosity.
Curiosity
Yeah, I
open
figured.
hand. So like but even if he lands the Curiosity, he has maybe one thing to push a little bit. It just seemed a little wonky, but I guess that it is again wasn't getting much better.
I think,
and then
so the tabletop was about the Imperial Seal,
right.
and he knew there was a Ristic study, and Hashatan was kind of being a little like
Oh,
coy,
that's
not really
crazy.
sharing what he tutored.
Anthony Glacial City being somewhat cagey and hard to read is probably, oh man, I don't know if you've ever played with Anthony
I've
before.
not met Anthony before.
Yeah, doesn't surprise me at all. But
Okay.
yes, keep going. We're talking about
It was kind of like he knew there was a Ristic study coming. He kind of figured there was another draw engine coming, and he knew I obviously had my Timna as my draw engine. So I don't think it was going to get better for VV. So I understand.
yeah.
The push there. But
I'm a real big fan of, because you guys had that fight on the Monk Salvage, right? Or what was it? The Swan Song was on the Misdirection, right?
yeah. He Mog salvaged. I snapped VV.
He misdirections.
He misdirection the snap, and I
You Swan Song.
Swan Song
Yeah.
the misdirection. So it wasn't. It was in response to the Mog salvage.
Right. I am of the opinion that if you stop somebody else from winning and then you can win because there's no interaction, that's about as clean of a cEDH win as you can get. Like, no, I don't feel like if I'm at that table, I'm like, you had answers to stop people and you had to win. That's how your deck's supposed to be built. So like, that's like clean gameplay. And also like, what an engine. Oh man. What were you? We were getting a little confused. I'm curious. Are your Timna and your Thasios, are those altars, or those are the
No.
Final Fantasy ones?
No, so they I love K-pop Demon Hunters.
Oh.
Yeah.
And they just came out with the trading cards, and some of them are hollow. So there's a big like window.
Yeah,
in
I was looking at it. Do you want to show it off on stream if you'd like? Yeah, because I was looking. I was like, this doesn't look like anything that I've recognized.
I'm a big fan. I have Huntrix.
Oh,
I have yeah.
Let's take a look. We have the Huntrix. I mean, it's a good movie. You know, all sorts of blings out. Wait, Commanders. Let's take a look.
Yes. They like perfectly fit inside the.
Oh, they do. Yeah, they're snug in there.
So Zoe is Thrasios.
Oh, it sounds good. I like it.
Or no,
Zoe,
Zoe's Timna. Never
Get in
mind.
there.
Rumi is Thrasios.
Rumi's Thrasios. We don't have. Do we have a mirror somewhere in the
I
list
didn't
somewhere?
open a mirror.
Oh.
Otherwise, it would have replaced. Otherwise, it would have been over Rumi.
Oh man, I like it. I like it, and I like the choices. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Cool.
Very cool. Very cool. Awesome. Since we have you here, I'm very curious because I'm not. I'm from SoCal, right? I'm from LA, sort of stuff, and we wanted to make sure that we had Tim on to kind of give us. Tim's helping us cast, right?
Yep.
We're to have kind of an insight into the local community and see what it's like. I'm curious what your thoughts are on SoCal meta and how's it feel, and is there anything particular about it that isn't necessarily like the standard cEDH feeling?
I think, yeah, Clovis Cards and Comics, we've been expanding a bunch and had a bunch more players coming. About a year ago, there was maybe 4 of us cEDH players.
Were you one of the pod? You were just like
Yeah.
Okay, so you're
one of the judges, Julian, would walk around trying to recruit people.
Wow.
Can we get a fourth? Can we get a fourth?
Wow.
So, and now since the In Response crew have really started doing content, they've been really pushing events. And last night they had a gold for just a regular Friday night.
Oh,
I wasn't
awesome.
able to attend, but I was like,
well, so they had one of their regulars not there, and they still hit like 50 plus.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. That's great. Yeah. I won't bore the stream with us seeing it again, but we saw the numbers here, and we were like, yeah, no, let's try to see if we can boost them up a little bit.
yeah. And so the scene's been growing, and I think as it's grown, it's a very mid-range meta. Turbo, there's like 1 or 2 people that play Turbo. Other than that, it's all mid-range.
Oh,
But it's
interesting.
not sloppy.
Gotcha.
The slop hasn't really infected. It's really in the mid-range. There used to be like 4 or 5 Thrasios decks running around.
Gotcha.
That it's not that anymore, but it's still a very mid-range, very responsible meta.
That's great though. It feels like even just with like the display that your deck just showed, does really feel like, oh, that tempo-y, like old school style, like year and a half ago cEDH, where it's like, nope, we got a couple counter spells and we got a couple engines and I got a win con right here for you. Like that's warms my heart to see that stuff when compared to some of the other stuff that we're seeing. Well, awesome, man. Thanks so much for jumping on.
Thanks for having me
Is there
on.
anything that you want to say to the bite-sized fans, or if you got a mic in front of your face, any hot takes that you want to throw out there?
Hot takes? No, just follow In Response, join the Discord. We're always looking for people to play. It's basically every day.
Yeah.
Someone's looking for games, so definitely follow and support them.
All right, rock on, man.
Thank you.
Go rest your voice. Good luck
Thank
for the
you.
rest of the tournament. We'll see you around.
All right.
Alrighty, guys. Sounds good. Sounds good. Hi, how you feeling, man? Do we want to try to fill 20, or do we want to take a break?
I think it's reasonable for us to take a break here.
Okay.
Come back in a short time.
Yeah, I'm gonna go talk to some of the TOs to make sure that we can start pulling like table 4 instead or something like that for the stream table, so that way we're not stuck in draw heaven or draw hell.
Sounds great.
We have to find more. So, all right, guys, we'll be back in, what do we say, 25?
Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll be back when the round ends here and we go to overtime.
Great. We'll be back in 25, and hopefully we'll have more to say when we get there. Come on back and hang on out for us. We'll be here for the rest of the day. Ciao.
And we'll put you on camera here.
All right, welcome back to Bite Size Magic, guys. We're back. There was a little bit of a lunch break here for the tournament, so right before the next round is going to be starting in a couple more minutes, like 10, 15?
Yeah, we should be starting about 2:15.
Gotcha. For those of you guys who don't recognize, this is Julian from In Response. You are being one of the floor judges for today, correct?
Yeah, it is correct.
Yeah, we figured we just grab him and put him on camera because, you know, the In Response guys are a big part of, I think, the Clovis and the Central California scene. And this is the only time we'd actually get to talk to you, I think, because otherwise you're going to be, you know, doing your job instead of yammering off to the side.
Yeah.
Curious, for my end, do you know, we're at 80? What's the number?
So we had 19 full tables by my count. So I believe we got 76.
76, good number, good, nice
Yeah.
big number.
Yeah. Big gold, which is awesome.
I think, were you on the you were on the podcast where you're the reason why I'm here. I was listening to your guys' podcast and you guys were talking about how you had about 80 signups. And I was like, oh, I wasn't going to go because I'm just tired and not like, in my mind, it was like, oh, you know, Clovis guys are going to throw together like a 50, 60 person. They'll be fine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then you guys were like, we're at 80 signups. I'm like,
yeah.
All right, let's see what we can do to help, you know, run some more people out and hopefully give you guys some more support. What's it been like for you guys? Because again, like I said, In Response is such an integral part of, I think, of building this community. We were just being told a story of you when you only had 3 people going around asking, hey, do you guys want to be a part in this in the cEDH scene? So you've been here from like the ground floor. It sounds like.
Oh yeah, it's been surreal. Like the fact that just like me, Nico, and Cam were just like randomly kind of just on the end of a Friday night, we're just like, hey, how about we like do something? Like let's like start a podcast and let's just like try to grow this community. Because we've got players, we've got good players. I mean, we've got players that are in the top 100, like or top 75, and so we're like, we want to help represent and also bring together the 2 big communities that are in California, which is your NorCal and your SoCal, and so with a lot of players that we talk to from out of town, it's like not a lot of the SoCal players like to travel all the way up north.
Yeah,
and vice versa.
Yeah, it's definitely a trek. Yeah, 100%. I mean, I didn't play CDH in Northern California until literally Breach the Bay. Like
Okay.
it took Breach to get me all, and I'm from East Bay. Like I'm from California, like
Yeah.
east of California. Like I could crash on some couches there if I wanted to. But yeah, the 8-hour drive, while not undoable and not even that bad, but on a tournament day,
Right.
sounds like. Oof, like,
It's huge, and so we wanted to be that bridge, literally,
yeah.
to close the gap on the NorCal and SoCal driving distance.
Yeah.
And we've grown exponentially. I mean, we were scrapping together to try to get like 12 on a Friday night, but now we're easily hitting like 22 to 26 on a Friday. So we're consistently hitting bronzes. We're almost, I'm hoping with the show of players that we had for this event, that we're going to start hitting silvers on every Friday. And I mean, we do run 2 tournaments a week. We run Wednesdays and Fridays. Fridays are most of the time our bigger events, but I mean, we just hit our first bronze, I think, on this last Wednesday, because we had people from out of town that literally changed their work schedule to accommodate both being here for Wednesday, Friday, and today.
Yo, that's so awesome.
That was like, I find that to be like a super compliment.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Like, people really want to be here, which is awesome.
Yeah, no, that's I think that's the big reason why we want to come up, because I kind of recognize the amount of work that you and Cam and the guys are putting in to not only build the community, but also build the community in a way where it's sustainable, that it's self-sustaining in the sense that like these things are happening and you're growing. And to me, I'm listening to these numbers and I'm like, okay, California has always had this issue of like organizing stuff like that. There are like, Ohio, blah, blah, blah. These numbers might sound like rookie numbers to like the East Coast or something, right? But no, the way that you're describing it means all I'm hearing is momentum and like consistency and like a level of care to make sure that it is, sustainable is just a big word for me, right?
Yeah.
I think you guys put a lot of that into the community, and the big reason why we wanted to come out and highlight it for you guys, you know what I mean? Just like,
we appreciate it,
because otherwise, because you guys have your channel and you guys, I've listened, I check in, obviously I when I heard about it, but you guys don't necessarily have quite the reach that some of the other bigger channels have in terms of like freight and whatever else sort of thing. So just setting it up in such a way where just like you and us, we're all trying to make California more of a place,
a hub.
Yeah, exactly, right. Because when you think about it, our population, we should be able to pull these crazy big numbers.
We should be pulling crit numbers constantly.
100%. And I think it's just a question of like the infrastructure hasn't been built. You know what I mean? And again, like you said, you guys are really. I mean, I got to have a big conversation with Alex earlier today, and
Nice.
that's like, I don't see that guy unless it's outside of like mid seasons and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
it's really sweet that we have top ranking players coming to this event, which means we're definitely doing something right.
Yeah, 100%.
Like we're attracting the right people.
Yeah.
And what's also nice too is that with a lot of some of these players, like some of our local players, some of them, this is their first event, and we did like a learn to play, and we're going to continue to do them because we are trying to grow the community. And so we've done one now. We're probably going to do another one maybe here in another month or two, and we want to just introduce players, give them resources, teach them to the best of our ability how to play decks, and then put the cards in front of them so that they can learn.
And they have an idea of like what it's like, and it's like riding a bike. Once you get a pedal a little bit, it's not so scary.
Exactly.
Resolving a nose is not that scary once you figure it out. You know what I mean? It's actually pretty banal and mundane after you've seen it 1,000 times.
Exactly.
No, that's awesome, man. And again, just like I was telling Tim too, just like I wanted to make sure you guys got your roses at
Well, thank you.
This is probably the biggest event you guys have had here.
Yeah. For the Central Valley, this is the biggest event that we've had to date, and I've been around the 60 card format scene for over a decade, and I mean, this is definitely the biggest prize pool and the biggest event that the Central Valley has seen.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this and I'm here and I'm experiencing, and I really feel like just like doing so many things right. In terms of, you guys got food here.
Yep.
It's sorted. You don't have to worry about that. You guys even managing to pull a lunch break. That's something I'm like, all right, sure, like go for it. You know what I mean? If you guys think you can do it, you guys think you can do it. We don't do lunch breaks at our things at all. We just want to power through as much as possible. You guys figure it out.
Yeah.
But yeah,
we're a little more lax. I feel like in some areas we try to cater to the public in that sense, like wanting to have lunch, wanting to have food. And I think that's a good way. Not saying that if you don't do it, it's wrong, but I think it's a good way to build community.
Yeah.
And have that sustainability of like the players, like, I remember that tournament, they had a lunch break.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah,
Like,
it's not like it's very like, oh, cool, you have a little bit of like wading into the pool of stuff versus like, nah, just deep in, you gotta bring prepared, you gotta be all these things. Yeah. Things that some of us may maybe take a little bit for granted, you know what I mean? These things that are just natural to us. We're like, oh no, that's right, our first tournament, I had no idea, and X, Y, and Z, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So since we have you and we have the judge perspective on this one, we've got you, we've got our head judge, and then we've got Rain here on the feature match. 70. How are you guys dealing with the amount of judges that you guys have?
I think 3 is perfect for the turnout we had. We definitely felt prepared for a full cap of 100 because of the way that the store's preparedness was. We still have a wall up in between the two spaces, which allowed us to have Brian and Rain in one side of the building and then me handling the other side. But then with the drop in attendance, it made for the other side of the room to be smaller. But Brian being the head judge, having the full room, and then supporting Rain if she has any questions, being on stream, I think it worked out really well. And I don't have a full room, so once my room is done, I can come over and help if need be, and end of round procedures, things like that, turnovers. We're running really smooth.
Yeah, no, it has felt very, very smooth. I definitely think that on the way in, I was like 100, 3 judges for 100 is a little going to be a little bit rough, but yeah, it definitely feels much more manageable. It also really helps that Brian is like such a fantastic judge in general, and also will just like, nah, this is the call, like it or not.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it's so great. It's so fun.
Are we let us cuss?
Yeah,
exactly. He's no bullshit.
Yeah, no, absolutely, 100%, and we really appreciate Brian for that. No, absolutely. Anything that you want to, because I think we're getting started here.
We got about 3 minutes here.
About
3 minutes. Anything you want to get out there where we'll say to the bite size audience, plugs, I mean, obviously in response, go check them out, guys.
We've got an Instagram. We've got all of our stuff goes up on YouTube and Spotify. We have gameplay videos. We're kind of doing them raw, which is something that we're finding is a little bit of a niche. People are still enjoying watching our gameplay. It's all unedited. We will eventually get into the editing world for that stuff, but we do our interviews with players and personalities in our community, our stars in our community, to highlight them, and we do those edited so that they're a little more polished. But please check us out. Please join our Discord. We do weekly games. We've got games firing off typically around like 6 o'clock to the 8 o'clock hours.
Yeah, no, you guys actually have a very pretty active, there's a bunch of times where I'm like on my, because it's like Monday nights especially, I'm like on my way in to go play locally, and I'm just like, oh man, I'm missing the in response team. Like I play with them sometimes. It's not, you can't be at every party. That's kind of like the thing I've learned, but it's cool. It's again really cool to see you guys like really homegrowing a lot of this stuff, especially since you guys are in SenCal. You guys don't know, like, we have a little bit of advantage that we're in LA. It's just high density population, same thing with Bay Area, you know what I mean? These are like hubs that you would expect to have lots of people. The fact that you guys are doing this here is, I would say, even more impressive personally.
Thanks. Yeah, it's been awesome.
Yeah,
it's been a great opportunity, and being able to be invited out to the atrium, being invited out to the Cosmic Crown to judge, it's given me a lot of experience that I'm valuing, and being able to translate it to here, because eventually Brian is looking at retiring.
Sure.
And
no, there's another one down. What are we gonna do?
But I will be taking up his mantle.
Yeah.
Don't quote me yet on this, but I am working on getting my L2.
Yeah.
And then I will be trying to make a little judgelings.
I feel that, like, that doesn't even feel like a quote thing. Like, that just seems like the natural progression of, like, this is like, especially, we were talking about this a little bit, where it's just like, cEDH is not a scene that just
you can just have it. You know what I mean? You have to have the people in the right places to like push the scene forward and make it happen, and that's all based off of like passion and fire and a little bit of ADHD hyperfixation. You know what I mean?
We got plenty of that.
Yeah. So like in my mind, it's like, no, it's not a question of if that's gonna happen. It's just like at some point we will need L2 judges who understand cEDH.
Yeah.
And we are going to need to be able to like, and the people that are going to be a part of that, some people will pop in occasionally, but the people like you that are pillars of the community are naturally just gonna rise to that point. You know what I mean? I think that's just gonna happen.
Yeah.
But it looks like our round's about to start, so we don't want to keep you away from your job and everything. So
right.
we want to say goodbye to the audience for a hot second. I think this is the last we're gonna see of Julian today, unfortunately.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you guys. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate you guys coming out and helping out with all of this. And thanks to Bite Size.
Yeah, we do things. It's fine. All right, rock on,
All right,
man.
man. See ya.
Good luck.
Thank
Got
you.
a long day for the ahead of all of us, so you know.
Oh yeah. All right. Catch you guys later.
Yeah. We definitely also have plans for some of the rest of the in response guys to swing in occasionally in between some of the rounds. So stay tuned for that if you guys want to hear them when they're free. A lot of them are playing in the tournament currently right now, so you know.
I can do it.
All right, we got pods. Yeah, we want. Let's see, what pod do we want here, guys? What do we think, Tim? What would be a good pod to look at? Are we able to see? Are you able to see commanders?
Yeah.
Is there anything? Is there
Maybe
any Senkow spice that we should definitely put on stream? Show off a little bit.
I know Rydia's kind of an abnormal deck for people to see.
Sure.
That's definitely one we could show.
Okay. Do you know who
that is Christian.
Christian? Okay.
I don't know if his last name is on here or not.
Christian. I don't know if only bands heuristic study is so funny. That's so funny. Let me.
I don't know who that is, so
Yeah.
that's great.
Let me know, Ty, if you think that pod seems like it might be a good one to
Or maybe
stream.
since Ty can see them, maybe he surprises us and just
True,
tells
maybe.
me.
That could be fun. Yeah.
Maybe
which
you
pod?
just tell me which pod to go swap.
It is Adrian is from our original game on the Get Rug Monsters in the Rydia pod. So
Okay.
maybe
We could see Get Rodridia. That's another option.
It's Get Rug.
Two
Rydia,
spicy lands decks?
Holly Crystal.
Probably
It's interesting.
Tac G. Is this not? This is not Tag C, right? This is something different. These guys.
Yeah, they're local.
Gotcha. They just got a little.
TAC G is AAA card games, I
Got
believe.
it. Understood.
There's a Holly Team K Clubs Crick pod.
The second half definitely got more interesting.
If we want to, I don't mind seeing the radio pod. If we want to try to do that one, if that looks like it'll be interesting. I don't want to let them get too settled here. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's fine with me.
Yeah.
Alright, what pod
let's
number
do
is
that
that? And I'll go fetch them.
That is 17.
17?
Let's
All
see.
right,
Let's
I'll
see.
be
if
right back.
Let's see if they consent. See if they consent. All right. Let's take a look. All right, guys. Because yeah, specifically, we trying to avoid basically always putting pod 1 into the stream table, because a lot of the times the higher up you go into these tournaments and stuff like that, the more likely you are to just draw out, because that's what makes sense for the that's what makes sense for your breakers and stuff like that, and the points and all the rest of it. Oh, we could also do pod 8 if these guys don't like it. We can also do pod 8 because I think that's that looks like that's gonna have Carlos, who's a Senkow local who also likes being on Winota, and I do love me some Winota. I can just be chanting Winota the entire time. That makes me very, very happy. And again, for those of you guys who are just joining us, we are welcome back to Black Size Magic. We're here in Central California at Clovis Card Shops, streaming the All Valley 2 here as part of a little bit of a proof of concept of Black Size initiative here to try to stream more of the California tournaments out to you guys, at least the ones that we don't have home field advantage on, I'll say, you know. And so far, it's felt pretty good. We're enjoying that we've managed to get what we got up and running so far. Just looking at names, you're like, oh, what is this spot? I wonder what this spot is. I don't know if I like the lunch break.
Like what?
I don't know if I like lunch break as a concept.
Yeah, why? Just for us as
No, just
commentators?
even as a competitor, I don't know. I've gotten so used to the rhythm of just like, what's the word I'm looking for? You get salad and a protein bar, and that's all you got. You know, like,
Yeah.
and then you eat a big dinner afterwards, and that's what you got. That's where you're at. I think it's probably a smart idea
Yeah, I think
if
so.
you have the time. My concern is just the time constraints more than anything else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely pushed the time on some of these events, and you know, but these events can be incredibly tiring.
Yeah.
Without like
break.
with a break, I can imagine it could still be incredibly tiring, but being able to get that time to get some food in is really nice.
True. All right. Looks
All
like we're
right, I'm
settled in.
temporarily back again.
Yes, until we need to get hands here. So maybe let's go to the pod view and we'll see how it goes. All right, here we go.
So we've got Rydia in seat 1, and then Atali
Atali.
seat 2. That is a custom altar or proxy for Crystal.
Oh, okay, great. And then there's Gitrog. This pod's great. I love this pod. This pod.
It's
awesome.
a cool pod.
The cool thing is that Rydia, I want to learn about this deck. Crystal, I actually haven't played against or seen play, so hopefully I know that there's a couple locals that have been building a Crystal list. I know Julian's been building a Crystal list, so like learning how that deck's gonna work. I mean, as all I know is 4-color Vivi, right? That's about it. All I understand. Gitrog, obviously, super interesting. Hopefully, it won't be on no lands and then get cycled.
Yeah.
This game.
Well, I guess there is one blue deck at the
Yeah,
table, so it's
exactly.
possible.
Ooh, it's
I don't
possible.
think Crystal plays Cycrift
I
though,
wouldn't imagine why.
Well, we can,
or at least not usually.
we can take a look at that.
That's the cool part is if you haven't seen part of the Eldrazi.dev stream package is we can actually take a look directly into people's lists. There's a sewer cam, and that makes me happy already.
Oh, yeah.
I
love
have
me a sewer
noticed
cam.
that in pretty much every Crystal deck I've seen.
That's so interesting. I guess Infinite Storm because it's non.
It lets you keep recurring.
Yeah, it keeps recurring and keeps going up and down. UTB, untap crystal, and you can like retraction helix back and forth as long as you're
Yep.
making the mana with it. That's really interesting. I love that. Is there a weld? Is it if crystal is there? Is there usually a welder if there's also a sewer cam, or is it just
I don't think
Yeah,
so,
I
but
didn't
I'm
see
not
a Goblin
sure.
Welder in this list.
Missing out, man.
I know.
Missing out. No cycles as far as I can tell.
Nope, so we're already past 2 mana instant, so
Yep,
no
yep,
Cycrift.
no Cycrift, so we're good on this one. But the other interesting thing about I think this pod right here is that Atali doesn't have a bunch of black decks to hit tutors off of. You know what I mean? Even if Atali like turn 2s us here, and he flips, what's he gonna flip into? You know what I mean? Like you're gonna exile a bunch of lands out of the Gitrog monster deck, so you know get messed up in C4. Like
You get some random, very niche things out of Rydia
yeah,
that probably don't help your game plan in the
exactly.
slightest.
So you're gonna have to get
So
creative.
your biggest value to hit off of is the Crystal deck.
Yeah, and I think it's really like I think that's the really interesting.
I'm gonna go pop over there really quick to get these opening hands.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. I'm all right. I'm gonna try to see if I can parse together what Rydia is supposed to do, and we'll see how far off I am.
Should
Okay.
I pull the list up?
No, I just want to see the commander for now.
Okay.
So this is Gruul, red and green. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Okay, so it's landfall, discard, draw, which we established earlier on in the stream. If you were here, is rummage because it's worse than
Yeah.
whenever a land you guys don't understand. I usually have no concept of anything outside of exactly what I care about, so this is a big win for me. And you're like, but Wayne, rummage and loot are red effects. I'm like, yeah, I know, but I don't normally do these things. I haven't cast a faithless looting more than like 5 times in my life.
Whenever a land you control enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Summon, X tap, return target Saga card with mana value X from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finale counter on it. It gains haste until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. What in the world is happening here? Recurs Breach. Recurs.
Does not recur breach.
What? Saga card. What is happening here? Recurs U Saga for X equals 0. Tap ramp U Saga.
That's not bad, honestly.
That's
some
big.
value.
It's like genuinely not bad. Okay, especially if you can discard. This is so bad. We're like there's something that we're missing here. So easily. You can discard a U Saga, tap it, recur the U Saga. Tim, I didn't get anywhere with this. We have established that you can recur U Saga. Like, is that a thing? Okay. Well, let's get into some opening hands. Let's get into some opening hands, and then I want to take a look into this list. Or we could just watch it play. There's a pedal. Let's see this opening hand. Tim, if you give us the rundown.
Yes. So Christian on Rydia's opening hand is Lotus Petal, Urza's Cave, Windswept Heath, Echoing Deeps, Bloodstained Mire, Turn the Earth, and Aftermath Analyst.
Okay, and we've got a turn 1 Rydia, which is the benefit of having a 2-drop commander here. We have online D-SWAT immediately from off of just a pedal on the land, which is really cool. The Aftermath Analyst, you said it was Secret Mini Lumina. I should have remembered that. Okay, cool. We'll get into
As well as Minstrel. It's Minstrel with 3 less colors also.
But we can't run Minstrel in the 99. Understood. Okay, cool. Fantastic.
The great thing about this opening hand for Rydia is that their fetches now will trigger two loots.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And we have the Urza's Cave so that we can grab our more win condition lands. We have Cradle. There's all kinds of different ones. Shifting Woodlands, obviously, with your Aftermath Analyst there.
Gotcha. Yeah, when I saw the Aftermath, I'm like, okay, I kind of understand. All right, but Atali's going land, gamble, LED. Let's see the rest of the hand.
Yes, Atali's opening hand was a Pyretic Ritual, Lion's Eye Diamond, gamble, Flare of Duplication, Command Tower, Twin Flame, and a Carplusion Forest.
So I guess the plan is just, gamble for like Toga or something, and then LED. Yeah, so there's okay, I see game plan. I see some game plan here.
That's a good hand.
Yeah, that's not bad. And then we have Crystal. Okay,
Crystal is on an offer you can't refuse. Gataxium Probe, Verdant, Emerald Charm, Wild Growth, Steel Enchantment, and I believe it's Scalding Viper,
which is a bounce adventure card, I believe.
I believe I walked behind him waiting to get his hand picture, and he said, "You guys kept, fuck it." So
yeah, this hand seems
it's interesting. We have a little bit of acceleration with the Wild Growth.
Keeping what was a Steel Enchantment in there?
Mm-hmm.
Keeping that in a pod as the only blue player is pretty spicy.
Yeah, interesting.
So maybe he's hoping to snipe like a Necropotence from Gitrog.
Cool.
He's also the only white player here, so there's no there's no white here, so he can't even steal Tithe. Okay, we're resolving gamble here. Let's see what we pin. It is a land.
And that was the Carplusion Forest.
Right. All right.
So
next hand.
so gamble was a demonic tutor there, not an entomb.
Fantastic.
Gitrog kept Rain of Filth, Carpet of Flowers, Mana Confluence, Culling the Weak, Opposition Agent, Elvish Mystic, and a Grim Monolith.
Ooh,
So tons of mana here. He did notably keep another one lander. And with only one blue deck at the table,
two lands, right? Is that left? Is that okay?
That's a Grim. The Carpet probably won't do a whole lot here with only one blue opponent.
He's really well, it looks like it already paid off. This looks like a tropical island here. So
I would imagine he just fires the Carpet immediately.
And then maybe you can drop a 1-drop, and next turn you got like Grim mana potentially, and then
the other option is maybe we go Confluence into the Elvish Mystic.
Oh, sure.
And then his second turn he can Carpet, go to second main phase, and get the mana from Carpet.
Is Gitrog mostly lands, or is it like a high land count compared to like what other people are doing?
I'm actually not sure. I'm not
could talk
extremely familiar.
Let's take a look.
I play an obscene amount of lands in my minstrel deck.
Mhm.
I'm not sure what Christian's land count is on Rydia as another landfall deck.
We have
I would
33
imagine-
lands in this
33?
get wrong.
So a little higher than usual.
Also, I'm just gonna call it. We got a Git probe targeting somebody to offer, so we can land the front side of Scalding Viper, which I believe is 2 damage to people that cost non-creature spells. Can we get a Scalding type Viper?
Scalding Viper.
Yeah, I think it's a burn stacks piece that one of our friends was trying to put into River Song cEDH.
I believe it's only 1 damage on non-creatures. So
Ooh, interesting. Whenever an opponent casts a mana spell,
Any spell, mana value 3 or
it's
less.
1 damage to non-creatures. I guess I could see that.
It's a little bit better than we thought.
Yeah, this would be good to like post up with like in a deck full of curiosity effects, right? So
Yeah.
it's like a mini version of your commander that triggers on other people. I could totally see that. Oh, we didn't see the run out of Carpet of Flowers into the Elvish Mystic.
I don't know how we missed that one.
We're too busy. We're too busy trying to figure out how Scalding Viper was.
Scalding Viper is an elemental all-star.
I mean, I think this card is like super good. If I could run this in Zerta, would I? Maybe. I don't know if I'm not running.
Sorcery speed bounces.
But you know, I love a burn stacks. We
True.
love burn stacks. I built a Ty Walking cEDH list at some point. It was really, really fun. You just snipe people for like 20. They were like, wait, what? It's like, I'm now bolt you, activate, kill you. And they're like, wait, what? Well, like, yeah, I don't know, man.
I have played one Boros cEDH deck for like a couple weeks, and it was super fun. It was Arbaz Mir. That
No
deck
way.
is a ton of fun to play. Even
so
if you're
funny.
not Bomberman comboing, that deck is just a blast to play.
Yeah, I've got a bracket 3 version of that the entire point is to just like and just be annoying as all hell. It's like really, really fun. So the Aftermath analyst coming out here for the Lydia. Okay, can we
That would raise red flags if I was in any other seat at that table.
Yeah, I agree. Can I take a look into this Lydia pile?
Sure.
If at all. Oh, ooh. That was either the gamble or the top deck for the
Tinderwall.
Tinderwall here. All right, I see the Quarian Ranger, Birds of Paradise, Badger Mole, Wild Cantor. Okay, Shigeki. Is
Yeah,
a
I
fun
love
one.
that.
Dosen.
Mole Man as a new
Mullen,
inclusion.
Yes, more Crucible World effects. They don't even run Crucible Worlds anymore.
Yeah, a lot of your combo lines are Ashaya lines.
Memorial Ensign. That's not the Tanuk. That's not the mono red Tanuk, right? That's a different one.
This is the land.
I believe that's the Golgari one.
Got it.
Yeah, the mono red one gives your artifacts and creatures warp or something like that.
Yeah.
It's great. It's awesome.
Which is really cool. Really good effect.
But yeah, okay, so land stuff I can understand. So we've got once again counting mana 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we've got Atali next turn
3,
with a
4,
land draw.
5.
Pick your hand, Atali. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like a wild growth, I think, onto this land, and then pass.
He could also ritual before cracking the LED just to have a little bit extra mana.
Look
So
at
you
Christian.
did have a ritual on hand.
True. Yeah, we have just have a little bit extra right here. I get so thrown. I work at a card shop now, and
Okay.
one of the local players there is like plays a chunky deck, and it's not cEDH chunky. So it's
That's
like,
weird.
It's very interesting. I played against it. It was pretty fun, but it was just one of those things where it's like, I'm so confused right now. There's a chunky, and I'm not.
You're just so
dead.
conditioned to chunky equals death.
Probably death. Like,
Equals 90% death.
Yeah, exactly, right? But it's like, nope, it's just like a lot of value. I'm like, I told you the arrow was a good idea. Ty.
Yeah.
They're moving it and it's pointing.
I agree. We lost one card to the blind zone over there. So I'm gonna go check what that is.
Okay. You got it. Thanks. And I'm not quite sure what it is. True, the blind zone. There's one. This is unfortunately the one
Oh,
spot that we can't like quite got the lighting on. But if 90%,
because
pretty
he
good.
put his graveyard and his deck in weird spots.
Yeah, that's true. Exactly
It's
right.
okay. We'll only judge him a little.
Oh, it's the Grim Monolith. Nice. I love this card. It's so good.
It's a secret layer. It's text list.
Yeah, exactly.
And not reserve list.
We love the in response trigger tokens. These are really, really solid here.
No,
Hey man, you say whatever Ty, you have
Yeah.
carte blanche to say whatever you want on these streams, man. This is your domain as far as I'm concerned. You know,
I'm a fan of get rid of it personally.
Yeah, at least reprint everything functionally. Can we get a Mephistopheles printing
Oh my god.
as a tutu?
maybe.
With Oracle text, please.
Yeah, please, yes, please. But you can just make the image the flowchart.
The float or any of the other memes.
This camera, so we got
Oh,
a
yeah,
little
yeah.
bit more in here. Yeah, my
That's
old
always a fun one.
my old film instincts are kicking in. Okay, we've got the Tunuk. We've got the Tunuk. It's out. All right. I get excited. I get excited when I see cards that I don't
That you're not used to.
Yeah, like it's just cool. I like
It
that.
is very fun
Yeah.
just to see new stuff happening.
Let's pull Tanuk up.
Yeah, so
there's-
he's kind of just setting up. He's definitely in a spot where he can just decide to go for it.
whenever a land you control enters, deals 1 damage to each opponent. If this is the second time this ability has resolved, draw a card. Okay, interesting. So this is a pinging outlet and also occasional card draw. Gotcha. The Toger. I don't know if I go for Toger here. I don't know if I go for Toger here. If I gamble for Toger, I guess Toger's like the easiest way, but like I almost like Hellkite Courser. Especially with like how like you're not gonna be able to confidently rip a Tali here and win. So,
Is that Veil, SWAT? I'm not sure what the
Something.
other two flips are.
yeah.
There's Shigeki.
Shigeki and
I don't know what the
Unsure
Gitrog
from the
monster
Gitrog.
is.
something or another. But this is
It
what-
doesn't look like an impactful spell.
But this is what I'm saying, right? Is like I don't go Toker here. If I'm Itali, I probably go for like Courser or something that'll get me multiple Itali hits, so that way I can try again. Now he's not only under the Toger, he's low on life with a Scalding Viper out, which granted you're not used to thinking about Scalding Viper, but like you're not winning off of a single Itali flip unless you actually hit like the nuts off of yours, where you're like clone food chain squeeze. Like you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's just not happening.
Yeah.
They
They do have the clone spell in hand.
True.
Yeah,
So maybe
that's
they're
fine.
just hopping off of 2 flips, but even then, I wouldn't want to put myself in the position of
If you don't have to.
if I don't have to. Of like there are other options in the deck. I would assume to be able to. Is this an Eldamri? What is this card?
That was flipped by the Atali, that
Mhm.
spell.
Interesting.
So I think it was a Veil.
Maybe, but also like with again, like, I mean, the Scalding Viper is only going to be doing 1 damage. You don't think so that's going to make that big of a difference? But like, if it's every other spell, then like are we seeing a Calling the Week coming out of the Gitrog monster here?
Oppo.
Appa. So this is probably this green spell. I'm guessing is some sort of tutor of some sort. Otherwise, what would it be?
Worldly tutor,
Maybe potentially, yeah, just some strange art of worldly tutor. Yeah, Oppo agent. I think Oppo is criminally underplayed.
It is definitely fallen out of favor a bit,
Yeah.
and I don't think it should be.
Yeah, if I could run Oppo, if I could run a stacks piece that was also interaction, also value, scaling value. Granted, it probably doesn't scale very much because people stop tutoring into it.
Mhm.
But yeah, I take that.
It does also sometimes just stop somebody from doing anything.
Yeah. So here's the thing about stack. I would say is it's not like regular interaction where there are some times, like for instance with the flash speed ones, where you're like, oh no, I 1-to-1 got this guy. You put a stacks piece down and then you don't know how many turns that stacks piece was a load bearing thing keeping the game going. Especially something innocuous like a Graphics Cage, like an Ether Sworn Canonus or a Deafening Silence, or like other ones that I don't care about that aren't my deck.
And this is why I feel if you're going to put a stacks piece into play, you should try to yourself have a way to remove it in
Yeah.
case it is
Yeah.
locking your opponents
From
out of
interacting.
interacting in a way to save the game.
This is a I'm not gonna tap out with a Vexing Bauble out, so that way we can if we need to I can get rid of it. And also like at least from a political standpoint, I cast a Vexing Bauble. I have a mana open. If I need to unlock you to be able to force will them, now I'm the one that has the force. You know what I mean? I get to say, hey, we draw here, or like you don't do blah 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 blah. I can do the blue player yap at that point. You know what I mean? And that's me holding up 1 mana. You know what I mean? and then drawing a card off of it.
1 mana and 0 cards.
Yes, 1 mana, 0 card that then turned into I draw a card and got political favor for whatever is happening, you know, and also look like the good guy because I'm being cooperative with cracking my silence effect, right? So yeah, I don't know. I agree with you. All that to say, I agree with you. Being able to remove your own. This is the reason why I know some of the Austin from one of the Croco guys, they're running Timna Dargo stacks because Dargo can just nom all the stacks pieces when you want to go off, which is kind of cool. But yeah, exactly. Being able to remove or at least like blink and get rid of your stacks pieces, super important. Also gets to give you leverage. You know what I mean? Being able to like, I can get rid of it if I need to, guys. Please stop punching me in the face.
Yeah. A lot of it also comes down to like what colors you're in with your stacks pieces, because sometimes it is very hard depending on what you're locked into to be able to remove your own thing.
I mean, at that point, I just say play better colors. I don't know what to do.
I mean, if I can do it in a colorless deck,
True. Yes, absolutely.
you don't really have an excuse here when you have access to any colors of mana.
Guys, everybody can cast Spine Abyssal.
Infinitely is the best way to cast that spell.
So this is something that I started. I don't feel envious of. The Get Wrong monster here is I've got a Worldly Tutor. I have to go into this Atali person's deck. Ah, the Wandering Archaic. It's coming back. Flappy McSlapperson. Here we go. I'm hoping this Wandering Archaic gets cast and we get to watch a silly game.
Yeah, and then someone can accidentally cast a tutor into it, and they can get 2 tutors.
Yeah, it'll be great. That's true. I get your gamble, and you discard a card, and I steal a card. Oh, that's so good. Yeah, I think Wandering Archaic's not a bad idea here, especially for Gitrog. There's not a lot of creature overlap within Atali and Gitrog, I'd imagine. I mean, they share a green.
Yeah.
But they don't really share anything else outside of that. So, you know, yeah, it's just interesting. And again, but this is what I was talking about now, right? I got whiffed super hard.
Yeah, keep going.
I got whiffed super hard. Now I'm going to have to pay even more life to cast this clone effect. And now the Scalding Viper is going to kill me on 2 to 3 flips.
Or just if Crystal hits play, you might die anyways.
True. And but here's the other thing. It's not getting any better for you. You got to push now. Like, Toger does not seem like the play here, personally. Are we Flare of duping our Twin Flame so we get double Atali?
Flaring away the Troger, I would imagine.
I'd imagine you don't need any. I mean,
I don't think you want that thing in play anymore.
Yeah.
I was playing a game the other day, and I think Vav copied my Toger and started going down on life to do things, and found himself in a very weird position that he's not used to putting himself, where you're like, you're at 7 health. I'm like, yeah, that's so easy, is it? Ah.
The greed will get you.
Yeah, the greed will get you for sure. All the pieces are here. I was in a. This is now. I'll try to refrain from doing this too much, but it seems like they're talking about what's happening here and blah 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 and something like that. The other day I mulled to land, Ancient Tomb, Sticker Goblin for 5, Wandering Archaic, Flare of Dupe. That was my
That's
entire
an
hand.
insane hand.
I turn 2, Wandering Archaic. Someone cast a Flash Photography in front of me. I go, I have a Flash Photography? Cool, I'll have a Risk 6 8. Cool. With your Flash Photography, I'd like to sack Flare, get a Smothering Tide. I was like,
That is the most insane.
it's big. It's happening. It was, anyway, so what are they doing? What they're talking
I think
about?
we're trying to figure out how these
sacrificing-
are resolving.
Thank you, Rain, for keeping us on track here. Flare dupe targeting this Twin Flame. Oh, we're probably having this discussion about the fact that, okay, you're stuck with the Twin Flame on the stack. Now this is actually going to fizzle the second Twin Flame. I don't think this works the way that he wanted it to work. Right? Because he Twin Flames, copies, flickers Atali. The original target for the original Twin Flame is no longer there.
Yeah.
So this is probably what they're getting stuck at. Is
It would still work.
What?
Because you don't have to sacrifice. You can keep the original one around.
True. My apologies. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I don't play Atali very often. Oh, and here's the Curse Mirror. Here's the Reb.
Oh, that's so funny.
Into-
That's one of the Crucible of World effects there on the top left.
Nice.
The,
Okay, so Reb.
the perennial behemoth.
Nice. Reb, Behemoth, and an Entomb. But like, all right, so don't cast the Reb. You've got Behemoth is a X drop. So you're going to take 2 more off of the Viper here. We'll see.
I would imagine you cast the Entomb and just
Red, don't
Entomb
cast
the
the
Squee.
Yeah. Out. Super good. Super good idea.
Because now all you have to do at that point is
Yeah.
Pray for food chain
Hey,
off the
Well,
top.
you have to still find removal for the Scalding
Yeah, 'cause
Viper because
otherwise you're just playing
we
through
kills
that.
you every time.
Yeah,
We will kill you. Yes.
I'm not an Atali player.
I still think it's probably
Neither
the
am I.
best play here,
Yeah,
but
I think so. I think maybe this is what most people would think. I think I would do moderately okay on an Atali. Like, it seems really fun to me. I've never actually piloted one though. One of these days I should try. The Curse Mirror is fun though.
Curse Mirror is pretty sweet.
I miss grinding Curse Mirror. I miss some of these cards. Do you have a card that you miss playing that just like got cut out of your decks? And you're like,
Oh man.
way in yesteryear, back when Mirror Welder seemed good. Like,
In specifically CEDH or Commander or
CDH. We are unfortunately a CDH channel. We have to stick to that to some extent. As I ramble about life.
that's kind of a tough one. I don't know how relevant it is anymore, but it was kind of a pet card throughout formats for me. I was a big Bitter Blossom guy,
Yeah.
Nice.
and I know that has been seen in the CEDH format.
Some format.
It's definitely more of a fringe card. That is tough though.
Yeah. I've been saying that a lot. I've been saying I miss when turn 2 Archivist seemed like an okay hand. No longer seems like an okay hand. Chat, if you guys have cards that you miss playing, let us know. But like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting to that age now where we're doing the, Sun Titan. I remember Sun Titan. You guys remember Sun Titan? I remember Sun Titan.
Or any Titan, really.
Blage, I guess, counts kind of.
Let's bring prime time back, baby. Give it one day in the sun.
That
so
would
At
be
least
absurd.
Perennial Behemoth was a 5-drop, so it didn't trigger the Scalding Viper. All right, we're flipping Atali again. It looks like Petal.
Notably, that
Is that light from the
the
low?
Behemoth can get his gambled Carplusion Forest back.
True.
That light from the loam forever stuck in exile. That's a very sad thing for a lands player to see.
Yep, absolutely. This is, I guess, another thing. I guess the get Rog into the Atali matchup is pretty rough in the sense that, like, if Atali lands, then there's a good chance that, like, there goes most of your win cons.
Wayne, do you know this card? You ever seen this card before?
I swear to God, this thing gives me PTSD. We used to, back when we played casual, we had a person that almost exclusively played a Borgborg stack.
That's awful.
Yeah, and I almost exclusively played into this deck a 4-drop commander with 3 toughness. So yeah. Oh, is this a Hellkite Courser that I'm seeing here? Looks like. Maybe I'm going crazy.
We do have Dualcaster and Twin Flame, I believe, on the stack.
Oh.
That's a secret layer of the Dualcaster
Oh,
that's
okay, thank
underneath
you.
the Twin Flame now.
Oh, that's ooh.
So
Wait,
this
did we-
may
So wait, did we high roll? Did we really just high roll into this? That's crazy. Off of his own? Was it his own Dualcaster?
and I don't believe that will kill you from the
No, because the
Viper
the
because
will
you're
not make
copying it,
copies,
not
yes.
casting.
Yeah. We're sitting at 2 life now, though, so we got to be careful. There's this gamble. There's this tater tot. You don't cast a tater tot. You can maybe cast gamble. You don't.
I think in this position, if it's not something to remove the Viper and it's 3 mana or less, you just don't cast it.
Depending on cards in hand, maybe I don't even cast gamble. But if what you're saying is correct, is this a bolt wave?
It looks like that art, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's something I am noticing out here is that your interesting thing I'm noticing in your guys's. I'm glad I have you here, Tim. Specifically, is that you seem very. Oh, that's a chain of vapor. That is
Brutal.
unfortunate.
That
For
is
the
so
table.
brutal.
Hold on. We can, if you chain the Scalding Viper, you can sack the land and chain Dualcaster back. In which case, then you would have to crack the LED so you can recast Dualcaster to copy the Twin Flame. Interesting. There's also a Final Fortune here. But if he does
But
chain the
if
Scalding
you
Viper,
crack the LED, then you have to discard the Dualcaster Mage.
Dualcaster's on the stack, is it not? Is it this? Is this
If it's on the stack, it can't be chained back to hand.
true?
So this
Valid.
does put him in a very awkward position
Oh,
if
then you
that's
can- But then
happening.
you can chain the Viper pretty easily. Yeah, there you go. We chain the Viper, and now it's really going to be on Stitch MTG here to see if he wants to offer draw. I think there's no other way that you set your only mana source.
There's no way.
I am impressed, and maybe this proves that I would not be good at a Tali pilot. This guy, in theory, if he wins this off dual caster twin flame, off of high rolling at 1 health, maybe that is egg on me for not
Not believing.
believing in
The
Dino.
interesting thing here, well, I guess not. The Wandering Archaic never
Yeah, is not even on the field right
got
now.
cast.
So
If it was in play, though, that Chain of Vapor would have done a lot more
it looks
damage.
like the twin flame is resolved here, so maybe I'm not understanding what's happening.
I
here.
believe that the dual caster came down on the second Atali flip, right?
Yeah, maybe that's what it was. Like the twin flame actually had resolved, but like the dual caster. So okay, gotcha. That's probably what's happening here. It's a little hard to tell.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, fortunate for everybody else, right? But yeah, unfortunate for him. And like, yeah, now 1 health, not looking so hot. I mean, you got blockers, but you know,
Blockers, so many things that can just kill you out of nowhere.
yeah, especially in a deck.
Notably, the Chinook in play. One land will just kill him now.
Christian moves and blows you up.
That's incredible. Like,
Iridia moves in silence.
Yeah, exactly, right? But yes, at Boon Indie Dev, we actually picked this pod specifically because I wanted to learn what Radia did, and we are now learning what Atali does.
Or doesn't do.
Doesn't do. And okay, so this is Crystal. So Crystal does not have haste.
No.
Got it. So, but if
It is currently acting as maybe I have free interaction.
yes, there is
that
no
also
world,
kills you.
there is no world where Cooper untaps here.
No.
So good. I mean,
Crystal could have like a Phyrexian mana spell, which would immediately
instantly
kill
you explode.
Atali.
Thank you, Rain.
Notably, the difference between Crystal and Vivi is that rocks will not trigger Crystal if they're colorless,
Yes.
which is a very notable and big difference between the two.
Yeah. I mean, on the scale of like, what's your opinion on Crystal versus Vivi in terms of like, you think they're both real decks? You think like, what's your take?
I think they are, and they have the same end goal, but they go about the path to it very differently.
Gotcha. And how would you describe those two paths?
I think that Crystal wants to play more of a mid-range game, whereas Vivi kind of just wants to push the button and go. Both can survive and play in a mid-range game, but I think
Is this Rain of Filth that I'm seeing here?
that is a Rain of Filth. So maybe we have something coming from Gitrog. I know
Something
Gitrog
big,
is now
potentially.
in play, so maybe that's why we Rain of Filth.
Potentially, yeah. Here we go.
Yep,
one of
because
them
now we
is
have our
Maybe
Gitrog
Gitrog
triggers. So maybe Gitrog goes off here.
How do I feel about this? I feel like I was excited to see Rydia, because Rydia untaps and does something on this next turn, right?
Yes.
But if Gitrog snipes it, I mean, Gitrog snipes it from 4th seat, so good on you, mate. You know what I mean? But I do want to see Rydia do something here.
And that's kind of the fun part about seeing these lands or landfall decks is you kind of don't know what they're going to do until it starts happening.
Yeah. Notably,
And so you don't know what to hold up or how to interact.
notably, the fetches look much worse into the auto specifically here, right? So
Yes.
I mean, for Rydia, not for Gitrog here. So I guess we'll see. We'll see how. I'm once this Gitrog starts moving, I'm gonna let you explain what, because I would not be able to explain whatever is happening.
Yeah, so it kind of depends on if he has any of the discard outlets in play, like Stinkweed Imp, or there's a couple other ones that will let you discard a card from your hand to do something that largely doesn't matter what the effect is.
Which I don't think so, because it looks like it's Gitrog, Oppo, and something else that
Something and a tapped Grim Monolith.
Yeah.
Grim Monolith.
Yeah. White border, white picture, Grim Monolith. Pod 17. All right, right. Well, I'm glad. I think this is like the coolest thing.
Yeah, it is definitely interesting seeing two lands decks in the
Just, like,
same
sat
table.
right across from each other.
This Gitrog player is really digging. That's a
He's-
sacrifice land.
Yeah.
That's it
He's
really
probably digging for a Dakmor at this point
Yeah.
so that he can try to actually get into his lines.
Yeah. Because I think he's got the same read of like Crystal's kind of on board, but with 2 mana, I'm not that concerned, right? But like, what is happening across the table for me? I'm scared. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I definitely would be. Aftermath Analyst is a very scary creature.
Usually that means that if you're running Aftermath Analyst in your deck, usually that means your deck is designed to win with Aftermath Analyst.
Yeah, it's not
in the
just
right
a
circumstances. Yeah.
like a value inclusion card like Heuristic Study
Yeah.
or Smothering Tithe or
yeah, those cards they suck.
or Soul Ring
card
and things
wins the
like that
game.
you don't just throw an analyst into your deck list.
The
It's
casual
there
analyst.
it's there for a specific reason,
Yeah.
to go through combo lines that are typically pretty hard to interact with.
Mhm. I definitely maybe after this one we could pick a little bit more of a meta normal pod, but I do like, especially the first couple of rounds, I always like to if you gave the choice to me, Christian said he would troll the chat if he makes featured. I'm here for it. Well, I had no idea about that. So
Rugged
let's see what
Dookie
happens.
is also one of our local guys.
Great.
How you doing, Aaron? I believe he is judging at another store for a Lorcana event
Gotcha,
right
I
now.
understood. I was like, why are you not here playing? Okay, but hey, welcome. Happy that you can come join us and be a part of the festivities while you're
And I
taking money from
believe
babies.
Boone is also one of our local guys.
Right.
I'm not sure if that's you or not, Oscar, but if it is, hello.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Please feel free to keep us company in chat here, guys. Give our voices a rest. Give us something to latch onto while we wait for people to search through decks. But yeah, I it makes me happy that we're getting some of your guys as locals here, almost explicitly, because this is kind of like who it's for. You know what I mean? Like, that's just me. Like all of the I mean, you might understand to a certain extent. You guys run a game store. There's a level of that where it's like, sure, the capitalism, money, and all the rest of it, but also like these are meant to be functions for the community.
Exactly.
We need to make sure that they function well for the community, or else what is the point? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Middle of round 4 had to come back. Yeah, absolutely, man. Swing in whenever you're done, or however much it is. So whenever you can. We're going to be here for quite a while longer.
Oh,
hey,
there it is.
Look, I knew what that one was called because you said it earlier. If you told
What
me,
did we find?
uh,
The
yeah,
discard
I think
outlet.
yeah. There we
Alright,
go.
so we have a discard outlet.
And in life, but life and loan is abrupt decay. The
Ooh.
aftermath analyst. That's not an offensive move. That's a defensive move.
Interesting, I think, to hit the analyst right there.
Pass. Yeah. There we go.
Maybe we're just
Thanks for the
again
support,
scared
Oscar. Appreciate
of
it.
the Rydia being able to go off there. We would get a ton,
Mhm.
potentially a ton of landfall triggers
Yeah.
if that had stayed in play.
Yeah. It is really interesting.
And Itali's now dead.
Bye, Atali.
One land.
We're just talking about Arvaz Mirror. You know what I
Yep.
found out is there's a lot of legendary lands.
There sure is.
That makes me laugh so hard. I'm gonna pick your brain about the CDH version later. I'm never gonna build it because like my casual one is too silly to begin with. But I do want to know what the concept is. Cole,
It's basically just a Bomberman deck.
Right,
And you
awesome.
can do some other like silly
you can
Boros
you
stuff.
can Cole like Mortar Pod was like Rog Mortar Pod. Is that a thing?
Probably.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, all right. So
Played
also notably,
against the-
E-Zone for land for turn. Scary.
Oh, we love the frowny face
Yeah.
with some
I
of
see
your
you,
cards.
Cooper. We shouldn't have gone for the Toger, man. Should have gone for Hellkite or something, man. That's
Look.
all I'm saying. But you know, hey,
Itali giveth,
oh, you take it. boy.
or I guess Troger giveth and Troger
But
taketh.
here's the crazy thing: if you had just hit the dual caster with the Twin Flame on the stack,
Then you won.
that would be like, I mean, I'd be cheering up at like, oh boy, like damn, impressive.
But also, like you had said before, maybe if we just went for a different creature instead of the Troger,
yeah,
we'd still be alive.
Real quick, Tim, be ready here. If this guy fetches into this Oppo and we don't catch it here, then we want to make sure that we are we fetching and are we
Is that also a Rydia on the board from
okay?
the crystal deck?
Yes, I think is that Rydia? What is that?
I believe so.
Oh boy!
So that's
Rydia mirror match.
interesting.
Look at that. Okay, so I think what we got there was we get Stitch attempting to fetch, remembering that there was an Oppo, taking it back maybe within the allotable amount of time, bouncing the
Opposition agent.
before the fetch goes off here. So yeah, it does look like, oh, I'm so hyped for this. This is fantastic. Atali dies immediately, and we have Rydia mirror matches into a crystal. This is so cool. But this is kind of what I mean, is that with the idea of like local metas and local spices, like you can face off against a Rydia deck, watch it do its thing, and realize, oh wait, that might work in my crystal deck. Why didn't I try that? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Being able
Which,
to
even without utilizing Rydia as like any sort of combo piece, it is just good value.
yeah. I mean,
You get to
can get your
dig
use
through
out
your
of that.
deck a bit. You can look at its extra lines of text if you want, but I think
Is
just
it-
having landfall, draw, discard
okay.
is good enough to just be a general inclusion
Is
here.
it really? Does the Rydia deck literally do nothing with sagas? Is it just landfall discard?
Basically, yeah.
I'm so disappointed.
The Wandering Minstrel buff your creatures.
I
Right.
play one town in my
Yeah,
deck.
the Wandering Minstrel doesn't normally buff your creatures with lands.
But you can get use of it.
That's
You-
just incidental synergy, baby.
I'm just curious. There's got to be some saga that'll do something. You're off in white.
Maybe.
You can't be on war, but
Alright.
Lance is in a saga.
Well, we can look at the deck list.
Yeah. Did you see? There's also a Rydia on the crystal board.
That's
Yeah,
fire.
was not expecting that. That might have been a new inclusion for him. The last couple times that I've seen him play,
So we're
I
discarding the
have
Scalding
not
Viper.
seen that card in his deck.
That's so cool. I do like that our players are flashing us their hands here, so I appreciate that. It looks like an LED and an Oppo in the Gitrog hand.
Well, we definitely knew one of them was an Oppo.
Sure. Yeah, that's
There is not a single saga.
I'm so disappointed. It's
Other than
just
Urza
Gruul-
Saga?
Yeah, let me check if they are running Urza Saga.
It's just Gruul Landfall. I'm so disappointed. This is the thing about the thing.
They are running Cool but Rude.
Cool but rude. So there you go. And that's a
Not quite a saga, but close.
But
It's a cousin.
It looks the same,
but
maybe.
it is also a discard outlet to make damage, which is I'm chill. I'm down for that, and also a gamble target. All right, looks like some sort of elf here out of the Gitrog monster, I think, and that's a pass. Notably, Rydia holding up this E-Zone. E-Zone pass is a very, very fun pastime of mine.
Yeah, so again, with Rydia being from Final Fantasy, we both built our lands decks like at the same time, and we both talked about a lot of like utility land pieces in the decks. And I think from both of us playing here a lot, he picked up on how I use E-Zone, and I think that's what you see here is him just being super patient on it and waiting for a time, not necessarily to use it to push, but maybe to use it for interaction or a way to influence the game state in a way just to get back to him, to put him in a more positive position.
An untapped E-Zone can legitimately just be a mental stacks piece, where everybody immediately assumes that you can't go for it because you just punt. So like that's absolutely 100%. Thanks, Spoon, for the insight here. Rydia enough. I've played against the Rydia enough. The Rydia, not even a Rydia enough. The
Yes,
Rydia.
Christian now has to change his name to the Rydia.
To kill the aftermath here or a 6GG. And yeah, absolutely. I think that's a super heads up play. I think something that I find really interesting sometimes when I'm playing cEDH or when I'm casting cEDH, this is actually something I'm noticing too, is that like the moment he puts the abrupt decay on the stack to target the aftermath analyst, my brain immediately switches into, okay, that's a different mode. Like in my mind, I'm bracing for a death from the Gitrog monster, and once he casts the aftermath analyst, my brain kind of immediately switches to like, all right, cool, we're not dead here. He doesn't do defensive unless he has to there, right? He needs to see another turn. So like that's just kind of like where my brain goes with it.
Yeah.
Maybe it could be used to like try to bait out interaction or something like that. But Abrupt
It's
Decay is
unfortunate
pretty
that he didn't have mana up to crack the analyst in response to it.
Well, that's why you got to do it there before they untap.
Exactly.
Sorcery speed, instant speed, interaction.
I try not to leave a vulnerable analyst in play ever.
Yeah, it's a 6 mana card.
Truly. I can't take advantage of analyst at all.
And you can see on his playmat there that Christian has definitely become an experienced lands player because his entire graveyard is fanned out.
Yeah. That's something I did notice, is that is we have stay tuned, guys, because at some point we are going to have probably a multi-part series talking about board logistics and how you can make your if you clean up your board logistic a little bit, it can be a useful thing for making yourself a better cEDH player. And something like this, like tricks like this, like you're talking about, are both telltale signs, but also shows an amount of experience with certain lists and stuff like that. You see this kind of fanned out style a lot with like breach decks as well. And yeah, other things. It's just really interesting. I find there's a lot of fun in. Oop, here comes the O-chant. Interesting.
We're orange chanting the get raw.
In
Our
response
active
to-
player is Rydia.
I don't know if that's moved properly.
So are we
So I think Gitrog over here has
are we
Dark Rituals.
silencing Gitrog
I think
here?
it's Dark Ridge into potentially, is that a Cabal Writ underneath the O-chant here? Yeah, O-chant seems to have resolved.
It's some mystical archive card. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I think that is the borderless Orms chant.
No, the O-chant, the O-chant I recognize. I run that one. I'm curious
But
about
the
what
one
this-
I-
Oh, the spell from Gitrog there.
Gitrog.
Maybe it was a culling ritual because
Yeah.
there's a
Yeah.
lot of things that just left play,
that is true.
Oh, valid.
which
Good call,
should
good call.
include the crystals Rydia there.
Yeah. If we get too far over here,
There we
there
go.
we go. Thank you, Rain. Oh, sorry, it wasn't a really. It was. the impact.
Oh.
That's say la vie. We got all excited for a second.
I was excited.
I was excited, but like impact also same cool idea, right? You know what I mean? Hey, like,
Mhm.
I like that creature. I'll also do that creature. Thank you, Judge Rain, for catching the impact destroy. But yeah, oh man, once again, Gitrog sitting with no permanence on field. This feels real bad. Quite
Wait, what?
on the same stream.
Yeah, and
Benefit
then
beats sometimes.
Christian just goes back to recast Rydia, play a land,
Yep.
loot.
Keep moving, keep on.
There
moving.
was no follow-up play after the culling ritual.
Uh,
Well, he
oh,
got
okay.
Orms chanted,
Oh,
so
sure, yeah,
he
yeah,
was
yeah.
silenced.
Yeah. I love O-chant adding as a counter spell sometimes.
Kill target
It's
player.
definitely gotten me a few times.
Knock out target player. I mean, like, and hey,
Yeah, because what do you do in this position? Just
I want to give Adrian props here though. He's drawing.
he's
a card,
fighting.
He's playing a land. He's still in this game. I know, not really, but you know, he's here. He's playing the game, which I definitely know. I'm happy to know that. I know. Yeah, Pyroblast here is huge. Yeah, just kill the crystal, and then like, what are you gonna make your third land drop that you've missed for like 2 turns in a row? So that's Tanook gone. Interesting. Is this an Eldritch Evolution? That I'm
Oh, it's a natural order.
Natural. Okay. So natural order here gets
Maybe
Damage
he's
Fire?
maybe.
Do they run that
maybe
card?
maybe a Shia.
Ashaya is probably a good one.
And it's a good thing that the op was off the field here.
Or is there maybe a 6? You recast your Aftermath Analyst?
Potentially? Is this Born that I'm seeing here? Is this Desperation Born that I'm seeing? Right.
Maybe he could also just be going for Lumra.
True.
Yeah, that's
that is always an option.
And the Pyro Boom calling it from the top row. Either that, or he is paying a little bit more attention than we are and seeing the hands that are being flashed here, which is very real. We got a natural order seems to resolve. Yep. Is that Born or is that Offer? Maybe Born.
It was born in the yard.
I-
Yeah. Got red blasted.
think if this ends up with a Lumra in play, then maybe we're just going here.
Yeah, I don't. Yep,
Yep,
there it
there it
is.
is.
I don't see why you wouldn't here, to be honest, at this point, because you've got the Bourne.
There's so many lands in there.
There's so many lands, and the Bourne also is just like, to me, that reads Desperation Born. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In my mind, you could probably maybe wait to see what he's gonna draw and possibly cast off the Bourne,
So-
because if it's Force of Will, then I just pyro the Force of Will. But I guess you didn't have white up, so you don't think you really need a pyro there if you don't need to. But like, I don't blame a guy for just being like, you know what, screw it. You're dead. You're out. Like,
Yeah, and
I don't need to.
Looks like this is a lot
9
of
lands.
just general mana, not really any utility there. It looks like
This is 9
just
rummage
a
triggers.
giant bear, and true, we do get a lot of.
That's unfortunate.
It
that
is
Nook's
rummage,
here.
right?
I'll
Not
probably
loot.
Yeah, I believe so.
just- Yeah.
Discard and then draw.
Discard and then draw.
Which sometimes is better because if you have no cards in hand,
True. Valid.
I
Does that
don't know.
work?
I don't know if it's ever better. This is also a May ability, notably.
yes, you may discard if you do draw a card.
Yeah.
There isn't. I believe it's
Is that an Echoing
Urza,
Deep right
the
there?
Urza's Cave.
Is that an Echoing Deep right there, or Thespian Stage?
I believe that
there
is
was
Echoing
one, yeah.
Deeps.
Okay, cool. So, I mean, I've played against enough lands decks to know that Echoing Deep bad for me.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is.
I don't know if it kills you here. but I think
The interesting thing with Echoing Deeps is that it can copy another land if a bunch of them return at the same time.
yes.
You can have it enter as one of those other lands that came back in the same pile,
Mhm.
Yes.
which seems very unintuitive and kind of wrong. But it's
There are
just
so many Magic interactions where I'm like, I believe you.
Yeah.
lands decks are hard to play. There's a lot of very weird things that happen.
But this is really interesting. So you can actually rummage in a way where if you have an Echoing Deep trigger, you can like have different targets. That's so
That's not quite how that works.
no, well,
It's
it's not in hand, right? Necessarily. Oh, I see.
The-
State base you have to trigger out.
Yeah. There's a saga.
I'm just saying you can get it back.
The unfortunate thing is that he doesn't have a way for the lands to enter
Untap.
or untap themselves,
There's no.
or a sacrifice outlet for his lands to continue to go.
Yeah.
This is probably just to get one more trigger
It's
here.
fine, but it's happening. I called this shit.
Notably, if he does survive another couple of turns, this can go get a Zurin orb for him,
Or the
which
the
is
amulet, right?
or that.
Yeah, or the amulet.
So he can get his untapper or a sack outlet for his lands.
Saga's so good.
If only he had a way to proliferate these.
I mean, if only Tanuk was around, right? Like that would be a whole bunch of damage that just got pumped out.
That
as well.
would have been a ton of damage. Yes.
Imagine someone goes Cura, and imagine Rydia goes
Emerald
Emerald
Charm,
Charm, brutal.
very interesting. Heads up ish, because we were just talking about how it could get the. Is it Exile It? Is that what I'm just seeing? Can I get Emerald
It
Charm?
looks like it went into exile, so maybe it is.
I almost wonder if Emerald Charming the Usaga is really the move here. I know obviously we can get the Zurin Orb and get the thing, but if you're destroy target non-aura enchantment, oh, understood. It doesn't get a land. Okay, because if you could target any land with it, then like, you know,
So that
But I mean,
does
hitting is
Rydia
full-on
return it with a finality counter?
that's what it was.
That's
Okay,
why it's
thank you.
exiled.
Yeah. Thank you.
I just thought about that. I was like,
I'm so glad you're here, Tim. Like,
all these Final Fantasy cards say
Yeah.
finality counter on them, so maybe that was it.
Well, it's also just the fact that like actually I think I'm confident that Ty would probably be able to help me figure a lot of this stuff out. But like having someone who like is very familiar
Yeah,
with the
you're on
lands,
top of it.
yeah, it's been fantastic.
Is a blessing and a curse, knowing the text box of a billion
Yeah.
random lands.
I'm simultaneously like always annoyed, but also just like at least this is cool. At least this is different, interesting. I'm a big fan of utility lands. Running 2 colors means that you get to run some really good ones. I miss my Fomori Vault. Abstergo Entertainment is so good.
It's a fun one.
Yeah, it's a really fun one. I wish I could run Horizon of Progress. But you know, have you seen Fogwell's Gym?
No, I have not.
It's a red land, so not a lot of people have looked at it, but like that one's I think one that's gonna stay on my list for a hot minute. But yeah, I think so. Something I want to address here is that Rydia's doing the thing, cast a Lumra sort of thing. And I think the thing that makes a lot of these like I want to say fringier decks and the C tier, D tier, however much wherever you would put Rydia on any sort of tiering is that sometimes they can do the thing,
but it's still not quite enough to get there. And that's where the real hard part about making a list that like really can compete with like the blue farms and the Kinnins and the Rockgrass is that like when blue farm's doing its thing, eventually it probably gets there because doing its thing is drawing cards and finding right.
And we
backing
do
up.
have some things being done here. I believe that is a mole man.
Mole Man, and then we've got Eldritch, and this wins the game,
This should.
right?
We're Eldritching. Mole man is 4 mana or 3.
I believe it's 2, right?
No, I think it's 3. It's
Mul-
and that's to get
So-
the 5 mana Shia there.
then is the Shia, and we've got a Shia Lumra. I don't know how this kills me, but I think this killed me. It turns Lumra into a land.
Your
can clear-
creatures become land
Right.
forests in addition to their other types.
So then, if I have a land sacker, now I can.
I believe you still need
Curian Ranger. Okay, so there we go. So we have a way
Is that
to sack.
Curian Ranger. Yes. So we
Sack
have
Lumra, untap.
No, return Lumra as a forest to your hand.
Oh, so we can multiple cast Lumra as long as you can make
But
enough
we-
mana.
yeah. So it looks like he's digging a little bit more here.
Sack,
You return itself, untap.
untap,
Okay, that probably
and then recast it. This loops,
that's a
and then I can rummage through my deck, and then I find a way to.
Yep.
return
And it looks
to
like that's what he's doing here.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Nice. I mean, hey, we put Rydia on the stream and Rydia did the thing out on first seed again. And it's very cool. I think this is really awesome. To like see cool tech like this is like
So it looks like they're making him at least go
Play it
through
out.
it a
Play
few
it out.
times just to explain it. It is not a
difficult.
line that people are used to seeing.
yeah.
So these players just may not know how this loop or these interactions work, which is totally understandable for things that
Yeah,
are a little
no,
more
I need
fringe and
to
you
see
don't
it.
see that
Yeah,
often.
I need to see. This is also something that I tell people that
How does this convert?
Quarian
This is one rummage per.
he's returning.
So the Quarian Ranger returns itself because the creatures are
'cause it's a
forests,
forest, yeah.
and you can untap one of your other creatures, which is a forest,
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
to then tap it to cast the Quarian Ranger
Yeah,
again.
and since you're recasting the Quarian Ranger, it becomes
It enters as a
new
land.
version, right?
You
And then
rummage
you can,
further.
and then you get around the once per turn situation.
So now we just have to find a way to generate the mana to Lumra again, so that so that way we can go through our mirror pool
Yeah.
combo,
You know what stops this? Stargirl injured.
or literally anything that says target player draw a card.
Yep, true. Valid. So all right, looks like is that a Noxious that I'm looking
Yeah.
at? Yep. Noxious Survival, pull it. Yep, there. that guy.
That's a nuke.
and then
Huh?
just-
That's a much easier way than what I said.
Spear. Yeah, I think this is so cool. I was literally just talking about how sometimes it's hard for these decks to convert. And granted, like he did have to pass around another turn cycle. No one had anything necessarily, but you can get there. So there's worlds where isn't that Christian the best 3D player in the world? Yeah, I guess. I guess he's showing us off right there too. But especially if there's only one person iterating on this list, right there, I think there are worlds where like the point of like, for instance, like some of the more popular decks, they've gotten to the point where they do the thing and they know how to convert really, really efficiently, right? We're shown an example of a deck that was able to do the thing and just needed a little bit more of a push, maybe one more turn to be able to actually close out and do the thing with a couple more iterations, with a couple more like one or two more pilots really working on like making this like list fine-tuned to like take out some of the error of the list and getting it really fine-tuned to what you need, and maybe a tech piece here or there to get like some extra value. Like I think there's a lot more of these B, C, B tier decks that can be bumped up a tier if there was just a little bit more willingness for people to like explore
try.
to try exactly, to put like a little bit of money where your mouth is and like to go for it. And I mean, albeit of me to fucking say this, you know what I mean? But like that's I don't know. To me, part of me is like if you really wanted to win and you really just wanted to play, go like you can play a 60 card format and you don't even have to worry about people being salty about you afterwards. You know what I mean? There are some people that really like the politics of stuff, but if you're coming to play Commander, like pick a Commander, man. You know what I mean? Like not just a pile of colors. Like I don't know.
That's just my usual rant that'll probably happen every stream because we pick a cool deck and I'm like, oh, look how cool it is.
Yeah, and Boone pointing out something I didn't even think about. Says the hard thing about having a target player draw a card is that there are dredge cards
Fantastic.
in his graveyard already,
Look at that. They've already thought of all the, like, that's
and now he
so
can get
cool.
around it.
That's so cool.
It's gonna have to cast 2 ancestral recalls.
Yes. Don't worry, I got it. Yeah, that's a go. That's a win.
And another thing to keep in mind with, you know, him having to jump through some extra hoops, go through another turn cycle, is he had to switch up his plan.
True, right? Because the
His
Aftermath
Chinook
got in.
and his analyst were interacted with.
All right. I need you to get me to talk to this guy whenever he's
Yes,
ready.
I will definitely
if at all
bring Christian
possible.
in here.
If at all possible, if he's willing.
Oh yeah,
He
he definitely will be.
Huh?
He promised to troll chat.
Yes, he did. Okay, I need to find out what that is about, and then I need to at least like, maybe not a deep dive, but I do want to. I love talking to specialists. I love talking to people that are doing something interesting with decks, especially in like land decks. I think people are really. I mean, you don't know.
Lands decks are intimidating.
It's also-
They're very intimidating
But
to
also
play.
super hard to interact with. Like, you know what I
Mhm.
mean? Like, just like, what do you do? Is a lot of these decks are not designed. The only reason
And
why
they're
Emerald Charm
very resilient because
Yes.
there's only so many playable cards in the cEDH sphere
Mhm.
that can interact with lands,
Mhm.
and a lot of the times they only interact with them in very niche
Mhm.
areas of the game happening.
Yeah. And especially if you're building my plan to be a lands deck, and I know that I only have to deal with 2 answers, I can plan around those answers, like we're talking about with the dredge, right? It's so cool. Yeah.
I'm gonna go grab
Please.
Christian.
Yes, please.
I'll let
please.
you guys get going on that winners interview.
Let me try Ty. Can you vamp for a little bit while I go to the bathroom and get Christian?
Yeah,
in?
sure, sure.
Thank you. I'll be right back, guys.
We are 3 rounds. Puts us at the end of our 3rd round. Well, not the end quite yet, but we're nearing the end of our 3rd round of all the Valley 2 here. We will have Christian Ezridia to come give you guys some behind the scenes, some cool tech, all the secrets. Don't go anywhere. All right, both of them are going to go to the restroom. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes here. I'll send you guys off to our bracket page where you can see how games have been progressing so far, and we will catch you back up shortly.
You guys,
We're trying to figure out where that thing might go. Is it? Do you think it's necessary? It's just nice, right? All right, put me on. I'm in the wrong seat. All right, guys, we are back, and we have also we have managed to receive consent to interview the player of the last pod. We're waiting for them to quickly take a bathroom break, and we're just gonna hang out and wait until they get here, and we can gush and ask questions about this deck.
I have you. They said it's a little toasty in featuring that room.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Take it.
These are the best fans in the world.
Yeah, I believe it.
Find them at Costco if you can ever.
Good sir. Please, please, man of the hour. Sorry, pronouns? Pronouns?
He.
All right, cool. All right, very cool. All right, Wayne, nice to meet you, man.
Christian, nice to meet you.
All right, cool. So, what a cool deck! Like, wait, I'm like, I was so excited because we were going through the pairings. I was like, what's an interesting? We want to see an interesting pod. We want to see interesting decks. All right, this one looks really, really cool. And lo and behold, I was really afraid that the Atali was just gonna do the thing, and we weren't gonna see your deck do anything. And then I was really afraid that the Gitrog monster was gonna do the thing right before you.
Yeah, I
and
was too.
Yeah, because I was sitting there going like, oh, we're just dead to Lydia if you untap, right?
Yeah.
And then the abrupt decay came out. And I'm so curious, what was your thought process there at that point?
When the abrupt decay came out, I was like, well, I had Urza's Cave in hand. I had it for a while, and I was like, well, worst case scenario, he kills this. I can still grab a Shifting Woodland and copy the Aftermath Analyst.
Okay, so you had contingencies.
Yeah,
you weren't even worried.
I also wasn't worried about Atali because the pod was not good for Atali.
Oh yeah,
at all.
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah, and he killed himself.
Yeah, legitimately. Yeah.
Unfortunately. But the other thing too was I also wasn't worried. I know the crystal had a brain freeze.
Okay.
I was not worried about that.
This is so cool. So you were like calm, cool, collected. Like you had this in the bag pretty much from the get-go. The Tanook was really, really awesome. Like just seeing all the pieces and putting all the rest of it. If you're so inclined to go back and watch, I think there's a lot of things that like it's really cool to listen to you come in and like basically echo a lot of the things, because I think we were like in the cast, we were like, we're calling a lot of the stuff out.
Yeah.
Why the Toker, these sorts of things. The one thing that I was very excited about, we did a game where Lydia is on the board. I don't look at your deck list. I'm just trying to figure out what can we do with this, and I'm just like, okay, wait. So you can tap this and recur Urza's Saga.
Yeah, that's the only song. Yeah.
And these guys were looking at me and they're like, no, the loot effect or the rummage effect is just good enough on its own. And lo and behold, what happened? Even made it on Emerald Charm.
Yeah.
So, hey, but yes, please tell us how long have you been playing this deck? What drew you to it? What was the thought process?
So I've been playing this deck since pretty much Final Fantasy came out, like a couple weeks after Final Fantasy came out, and that's actually the deck. When I was getting, I've been playing Magic for about 11 years now. I took a long break.
Sure,
I
yeah.
came back from Lord of the Rings, but I didn't get back into competitive Commander, which that was barely even a thing when I started playing. I didn't get back into it until a little before Final Fantasy, and I played Lumra a little bit.
Gotcha.
And then
So you're like comfortable with this land package already.
yeah, exactly. And then I've like in a casual, I play a lot of like land stuff like that. Not even landfall, but just land combos like that. So when I saw already, I was like, okay, this is a cool card. It's only 2 mana. I like playing Gruul. It's my favorite color combo.
Right.
I can make this work. Thankfully, there's a couple other people, very, very few, who play Rydia. There's a Gruul Discord, and so I was able to talk to them a bit, and I came up with my own list. They actually go more in, they lean more into Breach than I do.
Sure, yeah.
I lean more into the lands, because some of them don't even play Illumra. They just play Aftermath.
Gotcha.
I think Lumer's still really good, and it's the way I
I mean,
like to
it
play
just
it.
won you this game, so
Yeah,
yeah, like I don't know the proof's in the pudding there, I guess.
So I have Breach in mine too, and I have a lot of. It's been really fun playing with it a lot, like locally, because everyone's always surprised. And I play on Spell Table a lot too, and Convoke. And it's nice because I have a Brewer's Advantage.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and even another thing too is like there's always the thing I like about the deck is I don't interact too much with other decks. I have done that before. Some people where I've been the table police, which is terrible
And then people
position
are
to
like,
be in.
people are like, "What are you doing? How are you?" But like,
Yeah.
there's so many. We were just talking. There's so many good interactions in land bases. that you
There
can
is,
pull,
yeah, and
right?
they're hard to deal with from other players.
Mhm.
And
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
The Talon gates I have, the Seiju, and then just other stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't have to tell everybody about
That's
it all.
fine.
Yeah, like, that's
Yeah.
enough. You guys know about enough.
Yeah, they know. But being able to do that has been really fun. And my favorite part of the deck is the fact that like a lot of games I end up trying to go for a win over and over and over again. So even if I get stopped, I'm like, okay, well, let's do it again. Let's do it again. And it's just like, it's not just like, oh, it gets countered, I'm out of the game.
Out. Yeah,
That's never been a problem for me. Ever. And even with the Tali, like I've had a Tali exile like 4 of my combo pieces before,
And you still figure
and
out
I was still able to pull a win out of it. So that's the most fun part of the deck.
That's awesome, man. That's so cool. Just even to hear like the process in which you got into this deck and your thought process and everything. If you watch back, I literally 5 minutes ago went on a screed about how this is cEDH. We're playing Commander. We should do interesting stuff with our commanders and do really cool stuff and just follow the passion of. To hear you, Ty's probably listening to this and be like, "Oh fuck, I've heard this story 1,000 times." But I see a lot of parallels between basically your thought process and how you got into this commander and basically what I did with my deck. I just like, these are the colors I want to do. Let's see if we can, what the peak performance of this looks like. And push it to the extremes and like see if we can make it stand in a CDH table. And like, I think it's really, really cool. The one thing I was interested about is that, so there was that one big turn where you did Lumra, you got a bunch of value, and then there was still one turn cycle that you had to survive through. Luckily enough, nobody had anything. This guy's dead, this guy's out of the game, whatever else sort of thing. I was discussing about how sometimes it's a little bit harder for, especially like, I'll say DC B tier decks to like turn the corner as easily as some of these other decks that have had all the hours of iteration that people have had and all the groupthink and the thought brews and the play testing in on to be able to like slim it down to an efficiency level where it's like that turn where you cast Lumra, where you can get the deck to a point where it's slimmed down and efficient enough that when you cast Lumra, you do the thing and you for sure win, versus like, all right, we got to survive another turn cycle, right? And it sounds like this deck has been it sounds like it's just you and maybe like a couple other people are working on it, or
yeah, I don't personally know any other people. There's just a couple people I've seen in the Discord that have tried it out. I'm really the only person I know. I've never played against it. I've never even seen it in someone else's list. Even I play a lot of casual. No one's even heard of it in casual.
Yeah.
I have 4 copies of my commander to hand out to other players.
we missed that the Imp mech got cast, and we were like, Lydia and Crystal, what's happening? This is so cool. And then we found out it was an Imp mech, like, fair enough, but like, still cool. Like, that's awesome, man. You know, all that to say, like, me personally, keep doing what you're doing. This is awesome. I'm excited to see in like however very long, whereas like Lydia becomes this new and upcoming like deck, and all of a sudden we look back like, I remember it was this one. It was this guy. He did the thing.
That's what I've been trying to advocate. And I'm like, guys, you don't have to just play blue and Risky Study all the time. You can play anything else.
You're preaching to the choir on this one, man. That's 100%. Anything now that you're is there anything that you feel a burning desire to talk about the deck now that you have a little bit of platform? If someone's like, hey, that seems really, really cool, how would you go about, is it like beginner friendly? Is it good for people to pick up? Do they just come to the Discord and ask you questions?
It's no, they kind of talk about it a little bit. There's a couple people. I don't think it's too beginner friendly if you're not used to certain like combo lines, like if you don't know breach lines, because like I feel like there's other decks in cEDH that are way easier to just pick up and play. My deck, it's actually not too hard to play itself, because I'm starting hand, I get 4 lands.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah.
And so because you're going to be going through cards, but you kind of have to know like that Loomer is a value play. I've had to do that a lot of times where I end up playing my win cons just as value plays and to get where I can before. So it's kind of hard to know when to do that instead of just folding it up. The good thing about it is though, you really don't have to worry about a lot of interaction against you.
Sure.
Because most of it is not going to be going your way, and the ones that do go your way, like most of it can't go your way anyway.
Yeah. It's just physically that like even the Emerald Charm, we had to look up what Emerald Charm did, and I was like, this seems like a bad thing to use right now. If you can get rid of any land, why would you? It was like, oh no, it only hit the use of because it's an enchantment.
Exactly.
It's a dead card to you the majority of the time, anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. I wish, I don't know how much we got. 6 minutes. If
would you want to be reached out to if someone is interested in playing the deck?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I would love to show. I love to show the deck off. I want people to play it more. I think it's a great deck.
Yeah.
I think it's really underrated. People are always surprised at what I can do with the deck. Even people I've been playing with for a while with the deck, they're always surprised at what they can still do.
Yeah, no, that's awesome, man. If that's the case, then you said there's a rule Discord. I don't know if you want to plug anything. Just like, hey,
I don't even know the name of it.
right.
Yeah. I just know if you look up Real CEDH Discord, you'll find it.
Awesome. Yeah. So for those of you guys who are interested in checking out this list or looking at it, I mean, they'll be able to see the list on Top Deck after this tournament.
Yeah,
necessarily.
I have a list. I am really bad about the primer. I haven't put primer up. Some of the other lists have primers, so I've told people before, I'm like, read their primers, and I'll tell you the difference.
Gotcha. Yeah. That's nice. That's cool.
Yeah, I need a type.
I mean, I don't know. I was kind of pressured into making my primer.
Yeah.
I didn't want to do it.
I had to get under your butt about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were like, you should make a primer. I'm like, I don't want to give away like all like
That's
tell
why
me
I
like,
don't know if I want to do it.
yeah, like I'm enjoying a lot of Brewers Advantage right now.
Yeah.
I really it's so
Who's gonna read your primer though? Is it gonna be the people that really want to play your deck, or is it gonna be the people that are gonna play against it? Because those people aren't gonna dedicate the time to read your primer.
People might. Maybe they don't like
players.
it.
You're
gotta
good players.
You read a lot of primers.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, but I'll say it this way, right? From one fringe brewer to another fringe brewer, right? There is a level of like Brewers Advantage you get to enjoy it for a while, you know what I mean? But at a certain point, as you're brewing, especially if you make a primer and it gets more popular and other people are piling the deck, figuring out ways, which shouldn't be hard in a lands deck, to make it so that way you can, like you said, push through anyways. You know what I mean? Don't be afraid of that. You know what I
The
mean?
most common thing that happens with my deck, even if I don't even necessarily win, because a lot of times, like, are you going to win? Is like, well, I might be able to. We're gonna see what happens if I roll the right cards.
Yeah.
And then, can you stop this? No. Can you stop this? No. Okay, so I'm good to go.
Yeah, I love that. The everybody talking about, do we have anything for this? And they're like, no, and you're like, cool, jam. I guess?
Yeah,
I don't know.
exactly.
Like, why would you tell me? Like, anyways, great. Well, thank you for taking a chance. I mean, how to come in and interview? What's your record going right now?
Right now, I'm out 1 and 2. Right now, so
1 and 2?
lost. That was my first one.
Okay, gotcha. But you're still live. There's a world
Yeah, I still
where
got plenty of time.
we get another interview with you later.
I see a card that you would be very excited to see in this deck. That's an Apple of Eden.
Oh, yeah.
Let's geek out about Apple a little bit. Okay. So, tell me about Apple Eden.
So so some of the other early players run One Ring. Some of them kind of moved away from it. I was like, I don't think we need One Ring. I was like, you know what I struggle with is the times that people actually do have interaction, or when a really thing I struggle with is my deck struggles OBM.
Sure.
So I'm like, Apple of Eden. I can't stop the OBM, but it can stop the interaction from the player who's been drawing all the cards all game.
This is so weird. Like, this is like, you were saying things that I have actively said in the past. I don't like One Ring. I think One Ring's not that good. I've been trying to cut it for like months at this time. Apple was one of the cards that I was thinking about cutting for it, especially in Brawl, Boros, these colors that don't have access to these counter spells and all these other things. Finding ways to mimic or just, hey, yoink, your cards is pretty good. Rule of silences, pretty granted, if you Apple, they probably silence you in response. If they're tapped, I don't know.
Sometimes I just get to play the Apple early and it gets to sit there.
Yeah,
for a bit.
exactly.
That's mostly what happens.
And then you're like, all right, guys, oh no, this guy's drawing this Ristic Study, 21 cards. My. Anyways, or like hell, it's even just like pull a Ristic Study out of someone's hand.
Exactly, yeah.
It's like, and especially in a lands deck. I'm going too deep. I'm sorry. Are you a Mistress?
No.
You don't have to. It's really fun with a Mistress Factory workshop. But all right, cool.
I could imagine that. Yeah.
I won't get too deep into this because otherwise, let's see. One comment that we did get was that apparently that you said to somebody that if you got on stream, you would troll. Was the word? What was it?
Yeah, I think it was you were trolling the chat.
Trolling the chat.
We were gonna full chat.
Well, is there any insight here, or is this all just an inside joke that I'm not getting?
I'm trying to remember now. It's been a long day.
It was Cam too.
Well, I am the #1 radio player in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that.
Really?
I believe that.
There's only one other person listed on there, so if you're welcome to talk about, but I am the #1 radio player.
I mean, it's fantastic. We were talking about this on the way up that California, our organization BFF, part of it is build fucking fringe. That was like our entire like ethos. If you look up a bunch of the like the Zur pilots and like the Animar pilots and the Narset pilots, our locals are all the #1 versions of that, and we've got the weird brews out here, and it's so cool to see that SoCal apparently has their own version of that, which is like great. You know what I mean? I'm so excited to see what the rest of this meta looks like. Yeah. All right. So we have some troll, something or another. Anything else before we get wrapped up here? Again, thank you for one being you and being cool and bringing something interesting to a cEDH tournament. And yeah, I hope to see more of you, man.
Thank you. Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that more people even just try out the deck or even just try out another deck that they're thinking about.
Absolutely. Or yeah, exactly. Give you guys inspiration. If you have a cool idea, lean into that cool idea and see if it's possible. Blue Farm will be there for you if it doesn't work.
Always be there.
It'll always be there. Like,
It'll
always be there.
They'll
But
be there, yeah.
so this is the way that I looked at it, right? When I started working on my list, it was one of those things where like if no one else, if I don't try to do this, who else is going to? Maybe there's some other guy who's insane enough to try it, but I want to do this. I want to see if I can do this. And if not, like there's so many ideas that are just left on the table.
I've had that mentality too.
Yeah.
Like, look, like someone's got to try it.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
Yeah, I'll do it and see what happens, you know?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Before we get too far into this, I'm already geeking out too far about it. Thanks so much, man.
Yes, thank you.
Good luck with the rest of the tournament. I hope that we get to do a winner with you, an interview with you at the end of the tournament. No pressure, but you know.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, rock on, man.
Yeah,
Get it.
thank you,
Take a
guys.
break. Rest your mouth.
Final Fantasy Lands. That's right.
Yeah.
This is my friend right here. The other guy plays Final Fantasy Lands.
Yeah, man.
Oh, they know. We've talked about it. I know.
All right, thanks,
Thank you,
guys.
appreciate
Thanks.
it.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I hope that it wasn't too much of just like,
No. We got to keep them entertained, and keeping you entertained is a good way to do that.
oh my god, it's so cool. And that was terrifyingly weird, man. I was like, this is like staring into a weird like mirror. I literally said the exact same things about all the things. I'm just like, what is happening? It's so cool to feel like a kindred spirit with this guy. Wow, that's so cool. I'm genuinely getting emotional. This is wild. This is so cool. This is what we call. This is what the gathering's about, right? This is where the gathering's about.
Yeah.
All right, cool. What are we looking at? How close are we to the next round?
We are 1 minute into overtime.
Let's take a look into standings, I think,
Sure.
if we can.
Also,
Sorry,
I
this is not
think I
nice.
thought of a card that I used to play a bit and don't really see it played very much anymore. I thought about it a little bit, and I had to dig through a couple of decks mentally that I had a ton of fun playing. One of them being Crime Marchesa.
Okay, sure.
That
The
card's so
other-
cool.
RIP our Jeweled Lotus.
Yeah, sure.
But I loved playing Yarok.
Yorok?
Yarok the
Like
Desecrated.
double ETB's Soul Tie deck.
I mean, hey, do it. Like, if it works, it works. You know what I mean?
You just went through, you could go through loops with like Shrieking Drake and Cavern Harpy to just loop your Acererak,
Nice. All right.
with the linchpin card of the deck being Allurin.
I see. Terrifying.
Because your Harpy and Shrieking Drake triggers will double, so you can bounce the Acererak or whatever
Gotcha.
and itself.
Gotcha. Yeah, okay. Cool. I like it.
So that deck was cool. But the card I think that I wanted to answer with was Stifle.
You can still
Yeah.
run Cycle, man. You can just still
But
run.
how often do you see it?
Just with Shrine. Like, it's the same thing. It's like 1 extra mana and, like, actually genuinely very playable. Like, you can still do that whenever you want. You know what I mean?
But you don't really see it played. And that was what I was trying to
Stifle or
think
Shrine?
about. Stifle.
Stifle. Yes, hard, actual, factual Stifle. I think the issue with Stifle is that this is what I always say is it's misstep. And by that I mean it is the most counterable thing in the entire game. It is a blue 1 mana instant. And which is the reason why I'm just like, nah, just Trick Bind. Right? It's the same idea, but like I hear what you're saying. Stifle is weird interaction. You know what I mean? I think there is something about being able to really get people sideways when they think they're safe in a line to be like, I'm gonna touch the spirit realm that dude, or I'm gonna stifle this, and they're like, I'm not playing around
And,
stifle.
like,
Why am I not playing around stifle?
A lot of times, something so simple as just stifle your fetch
Or your ranger
completely derails
Oh, yeah.
someone's turn.
Yeah. Just like full sets people back.
Like-
I mean, even just like Oppo nowadays is becoming that for some people. Like the stack pieces have been so out of the meta for so long that Oppo is not something I've been gotten by Oppo
And I've been
Baleful
like,
Strix, I think, is another card that I used to play in like every deck possible. Loved playing it. It's pitchable to your blue forces. It's an artifact for anything that cares about that.
Flare of Malice, if you're interested in Flare of Malice. Okay, let's dive into these standings here. I'm seeing a lot of wins, which is really cool, I think. I see what we were having that conversation earlier about expected times to leave. It looks like people are putting wins on the stack and they're going for it. We are in overtime right now, so there are still some of the grindier people like still like grinding it out. But it looks like people are winning with time left, which means that we are actively moving through this tournament pretty regularly, and we might be able to get some sleep tonight.
Definitely. I know the other side of the building, those tables are all completed, so it's only maybe a couple of tables on this side.
These guys.
And it looks like we have a judge at the one right next to us,
Right.
and maybe in the middle of the room for
Okay,
a second one if we have one more.
We see Anthony winning a game here. We have Derek Nien, I believe is a NorCal local winning one.
No, it looks like
Cam picked a game up.
it's just this pod number 2 on the other side of our wall here.
Are we able to, Ty, are we able to see full standings?
Yeah, I had them up, but I will put them back up.
B-Sphere got one here.
Captain Moral
Mikey,
Support said,
Captain.
"Good afternoon, chat."
Hey, Captain, what's up, man?
And is that Mikey?
Mikey? Are we looking for a Mikey that we?
Is who Mikey?
Yeah.
Do you see the bracket site?
Oh, yeah, we see the standings I'm looking at. So we've got Thomas. Thomas was our first interview, I think.
Yes, he was the TNT.
He's the TNT, so he's already pretty set. This is round.
He's at 2 wins and a loss. It looks like
we're on round 3 right now, so he's already 2 wins ahead, which is a fantastic place to be so early right off the bat.
Ferretti, I'm not sure of.
Banny Blue
Christopher,
OP
not
draw
sure.
engine
That
here.
is an insane name, Daryl. You are wild for
I
that whenever
appreciate
you
that.
watch this back.
I think Daryl is probably on Vivi, is my guess.
I believe he is on VV today.
Larry was the Kinnan.
Yep.
Win the first round here. Footy. Do I know Footy? Does he play on Discord? Footy, if this is you, come find me, because I think I recognize your Discord name. I don't
I
recognize.
do like his tag, ABCEDH.
So that means he's from part of the NorCal crew. That's Daryl. Yeah, that
Daryl's
makes
super
sense.
excited.
Are we able to scroll a little bit further down?
Unfortunately, not within OBS.
No
I'm sure I
worries.
could figure it out, but I'm
Yeah, no, that's all good, man. You're all chilling. All right, cool. So, we've got our bracket looks like, actually, let me just pull, can you pull it up? Because I'm actually not part of the tournament right now. I just want to see kind of where our bubble is looking at, you know what I mean? And really what we're looking at for, like, tournament math and stuff like that. We're on we just completed round 3, which means we have 4 or 5 at the top 16. So my guess is bubble is probably going to be around 13, 14. Yeah, 12 to 14 is my guess on bubble, but that's just, shooting from the hip here. And you got to let me know which Mikey you're talking about here, man. I can't confirm that or deny. I'm here with Tim, if that's who you're at.
Hello.
Tim is one of the owners.
Owners, yes.
One of owners of the store that we're hanging out with at right now, which reminds me is Clovis Cards Comix here in Central California.
Yes, we have all of our stuff on our store website, which is cloviscards.com. You can find all of our socials there. Also has links to our TCG player store directly, all kinds of stuff. There is a contact page in there. If you do have questions for the store, you can email us directly through there or go through social channels and message us.
Mm-hmm. I probably want to say easily one of the, I don't know if Tim can say it actively and it mean too much, but I want to say one of the places with cEDH in Central California. If you're looking for if you're too far south or too far north for the NorCal or the SoCal scene, might be a place to come check out. And hopefully,
or maybe if you just want a different flavor.
True. Yeah, I mean, honestly, sometimes, you remember when we used to go play casuals at random shops with no, like, yeah, that was so much fun. Like, we should
bring a little bit of the spark back.
Just come out here on a random day with that. Just like come to some locals, play some locals, make it so we don't have to like actually
Hey, if this thing wraps fast enough, maybe we can play some games. I don't know. We'll see. All right, let me get some plugs in here real quick. Obviously, thanks for the in response, guys, for being a part of the Sencal area. Bubble will probably end up being 2 to 4. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Thanks, Zach. Appreciate it. And thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. We're going to be here all day for the rest of the thing. Here on the Bite Size MTG, obviously you guys know about that, which is also partially associated with Gilded Goblet. We have some fun announcements. If you guys need some proxies and you want to play some CEDH, we now have a BFF code to use. So if you ever buy anything out from Gilded Goblet, if you use BFF code, I believe it gets you some level of kickback, but it also helps support us to be able to basically do weird things like this, like our little initiative to be able to go to different places and stream things. Who knows, maybe if you use the code enough, we'll be able to get player audio next time you guys see us as an option. And then obviously BFF, we're the LATO organization situations. We've got a couple tournaments upcoming. Hex Drinker at Last Level Card Shop in August. I think 29th. I do believe we're planning on doing another one in Crown City in Pasadena around October. We haven't locked in dates for that, but somewhere in October. And the big one, A2M. For those of you guys who are interested, we are our big Claremont 100+ tournament that actually, I believe, whoever wins this, right?
Yes.
Gets free comp entry into A2M. So that's already one spot that's already been taken. Sign up early. We have an early bird special going up, so that's already up. So if you're interested in playing more games, if you're interested in playing CEDH, if you're interested, as I like to say, if you're interested in applying some of the skills that you're learning on the channel, there's no better tournament practice than actually going to tournaments like this, and all sorts of tournaments. Because also, so cool. Look at you. That's the best. But also, for instance, coming to tournaments like this, facing off against, is it Lydia or Rydia? I'm like just
Rydia.
Rydia. I've been the most Asian person in calling it Lydia the entire time.
We could probably alter it.
Nah, no, that's fine. Just
You got a Sharpie here.
I won't go there. I was about to be real racist against my own race. Let's for instance say you don't want the first time to be facing off against a Rydia deck. One where one of the best pilots shows up at your tournament.
Number one in the world.
Number one in the world, takes
Self-declared.
Because you didn't. I don't even self-declare. We can check the stats on that one. Shows up at a tournament because they drove out to you and then took you down because you didn't know how the deck works. You know what I mean? Having exposure to cool and different, interesting ideas and different metas preps you for at least Swiss for some of these bigger tournaments. I like to say that anything 100+, kind of more like there are local flavors, especially when you hit like those 50 to 60 to 70 size tournaments. But the moment you get to like 80+, 100+, the meta kind of becomes general.
A little more generalized.
Right, because people are coming in, they're playing the decks they're like comfortable with, and it's just like bigger, it's just numbers. You know what I mean? You're less likely to run into the spicier stuff necessarily.
Which the cool thing about us and our community in the Central Valley is around half of our turnout today are local.
Yeah, that's
and a lot of them don't just play your general top of the meta decks.
Yeah.
So anyone thinking about coming here in the future,
be ready.
You're still gonna find a lot of weird fringe, not normal decks.
Yep. Absolutely, 100%. I think that's the coolest thing. That's a big reason why I like coming around here.
That's kind of the whole point of Commander as a whole,
yeah, right?
Including CEDH, is find a legendary creature you like,
yeah,
and jam.
Yeah. I
do the thing.
The way that I like to describe it, and there's an episode we're talking about this kind of coming up, but the way that I always looked at Commander, even when I play casual, is I got to pick my character. And everybody else is DLC. Like everybody else is a legend, a level, and a boss that I get to explore. And we are rogueliking this. Every pod is a new roguelike level, and I get to navigate this roguelike, like trying to knock people off one by one. And just like it's cool, interesting, and it keeps it fresh. You know what I mean? I don't need to change my deck too much. I need to know what this does. But everybody else, it becomes like a new jungle gym to like climb around it. And
That's at least how I've always perceived almost everything. But
Yeah,
like,
sometimes they're what's his name, Peeves
yes, Peeves. Who?
from the Soul series. Is that his name? It's like a rogue or assassin dude that is in
Patches.
Patches.
Oh yeah,
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 it's
yeah,
not
yeah.
Peeves,
Yeah.
Patches. It's been a little while.
Yeah.
Sometimes your opponents are Patches.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's Tree Sentinel right out of the
Yeah.
gate.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's Ornstein and Smog.
Yeah, everyone's like, that's crazy. Zachary might be able to make out to the next LA one. Could time to shake out. Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, we'd love to have you. Cool. All right. Standings we went through, lots of wins. I think maybe on this next round, especially round 4, we probably pick maybe a more meta looking deck, and then maybe find some spice round 5 because those are going to be the win-ins, and then it'll be whatever we get in the top 16.
Or maybe we can find a metapod with one spicy deck.
Yeah.
That's the creme de la creme right there.
Ultimately, yours and our fate on this side of the casting table are in Ty's hands.
Yeah, I like this idea. We're full just letting Ty have full
I'll
creative
take a
control.
browse once we get our next round up.
All right, guys. We're gonna get. It looks like we got about 5 minutes until overtime is done. We're gonna give ourselves a little bit of a voice break here, but we'll be right back. Hey, look, we got some Tim called out here.
Debo, thank you.
We're going to be right back. Give us 5 minutes. We're just going to take a quick little break here. Let us rest our voice, but we're going to be right back at it with some more CDH and more yapping for you guys.
I'll see you guys in a few.
what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you can, in theory, the capitalist system of like somebody gets ahead because they stepped on somebody, these are going to bore themselves out by money and all the rest of it. But like what people don't understand is that this is exactly what you're talking about, right? Like this isn't flashy. This isn't a thing. This is people doing right because of the situation. So like the store's closing, and you were like, hey.
Yeah, so a little over 2 years ago, I think they might be ready for me to take hands.
Okay,
And then we can come back to this.
I'm gonna bookmark this as a conversation.
Yes, we will come back to a very interesting conversation.
Absolutely. Welcome back, guys. This is welcome back to Bite Size Magic. This is Boros Wayne. For those of you guys who are just coming back to us, we are in Clovis Card Shop in Central California at the All Valley 2 here. Pretty good sized tournament. We're looking at 80 plus, I think, something around there. We're here with Tim, one of the owners, streaming. I believe this is round 4 of the All Valley 2. It's been a dope stream game so far. We've got wins every single time. We've got pretty astounding, like, definitive wins on stream every single time. So hopefully we'll see more of that. Our pod here, if we can, let's do these player stats.
Oh yeah.
I can't remember. We have to get in the rhythm and the flow of it. Seat 1, we have Aang at the Crossroads, I believe it's called. We've got Freddie Arellano at Aang. Oh, this is such a cool. Oh my god, how cool is this? Freddie Arellano here. He's ranked 15. We're at 6 points here with a 30% win ratio. We've got Banny Blue OP Draw Engine, or Daryl here, ranked 7, doing pretty good at 1 win and 2 draws. I am not going to pay attention to this name. Lucas Renor on Heliod Flip Williod, and a Sisse here, Christian Kincaid here. Are we able to? Two questions that I'm very curious about. Is this a blue farm? Is this a Nas Sisse, or is this a Chowder Sisse, or is this a is this a Chowder Sisse, or is this a Planeswalker Sisse? Are we able to go into this deck list real quick? Creature. We got a 3 fairy. We got a Tyvar. We got
all the planeswalkers we got.
Yeah, we got a Jane. We got Jennifer Walters, so we're gonna see some Marvel in here potentially too. Eska, Faber Elder, Iorith. Okay, so we're on like Iorith, Marvin lines. Mount Doom, Emil, Plus. All right, cool. All right, got it. So we're not nausing, I don't think. Let's take a look at our instance packages. Econ, eTutor, LQR, the OG split second spell. I guess Angel's Grace feels like the OG split second spells, but I might be a little bit biased there.
LQR is like the newest split second spell.
Yeah, in terms of like,
it was the one that was played.
It's still playable. It's all sorts of stuff. All right, cool. So no Nas. So we're looking at like kind of like a more traditional creature liney to say without the creature package, which is kind of interesting. And then Wheeliod. I think Wheeliod is actually really well positioned in this meta, outside of the fact that the commander is so much mana and then flipping it is an additional amount of mana. If it wasn't for that, I think that deck would be destroying in the current slot meta, because you guys are all discounting everything by 20 and basically casting spells for free at that point, or just pips, which is always really fun math to do. Let's take a look at, can we take a look at Freddy's stats here? On this, kind of go down the line while we're waiting for hands. Right, so looks like one of the locals. Not a lot of information here. 17 tournaments, so starting to kind of probably get on their feet. Especially for somebody, some of the locals here, it feels like and sounds like it's probably, since it's so homegrown and since it's so like built in. I feel like what we're going to be seeing a lot is a lot of these people that like they're cutting their teeth on these tournaments that are going on record here. So we're looking at 17 tournaments and only 1 top 4. So this to me reads as somebody who probably started off playing tournaments and was learning the ropes on the tournaments, which is why we're seeing numbers like this. Even with a 24% win rate, you know what I mean? So that's my guess. Let's take a look at Daryl here, so that way we know how Daryl's squaring up here. Daryl, for those of you guys know, one of the TOs for the Cosmic Crown. He's out here making a good envy push on his own, as far as I know. We've got 97 tournaments. He's got 5 first place, 9 top 4s, 4 top 16s, and a win rate of 22. He's been doing pretty decently recently. I think he top 4'd Fishbowl, which is pretty great for his part, yeah. And did pretty decent at the Atrium as well.
14th at the Atrium.
Which is the one that really matters here. No, I'm joking. All right, we got Christian Kincaid. So yeah, again, one of these locals at 5 tournaments, first place, and a win rate of 33. And okay, who is this guy?
That is Lucas. He's
Gotcha.
another one of our local guys. He pretty much exclusively plays Wheelie
We
Odd.
love a specialist. We do love a specialist. 72 tournaments, which means he's got a good amount of experience here. All right, cool, awesome. We got some hands here. Let's take a look at some hands.
All right, so we have Aang going first.
With the Green Suns for a Dryad Arbor right off the rip.
Yes, so he kept Panharmonicon, Exotic Orchard, Green Sun Zenith, Yavimaya, Ornithopter of Paradise, Lotus Petal, and Noble Hierarch.
So
A lot of mana.
notably the Panharmonicon being in hand.
That's all you-
Panharmonicon.
That is one of your doubling effects,
not
though.
roaming specifically, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So great. That's actually one that you want in hand versus like a roaming zone you wouldn't want in hand because you're hoping to flip into a roaming zone. So Panharmonicon being in hand, pretty solid. That's
Yeah, I'd say this is a great keep.
yeah.
You kind of just want to get
Yeah.
Aang out as quickly as possible
Yeah.
and hope that you flip into a clone effect right off the rip.
Yeah.
Were we Green Suns? Oh, because there was a pedal. I was going to say we were Green Suns for a D half, but it was land pedal, Green Suns for a D half. Okay, that makes sense.
Daryl on VV kept a basic mountain, Springleaf Drum, Drift of Phantasms, Seagate Restoration, Ophidian Eye, Pyroblast, and Prismatic Vista.
So pretty slow, but you know.
There's a lot of interaction for that Aang over there.
Yeah, and that's probably what he was thinking in that seat is he only needs one mana source to get VV online.
Mhm.
He's got some interaction here, so he can at least get into his third, maybe fourth turn. And
And survive, not die. Not
yeah,
All right, and looks like the rollout was just that land, and then for Sisei,
Christian on Sisei, we
land,
did
Mothman,
have
fish.
a Multa 6, which was Esper Sentinel, Mystic Remora, Mana Vault, Arcane Signet, Bayou, and Otawara.
Interesting rollout here. I almost wonder if
Interesting
there's-
that the Arcane Signet didn't come out before.
right,
playing on the
exactly
Mind
right.
Break
I
drop.
feel like this is unless maybe he rolled into some level of interaction here. Fish, maybe he's trying to see if he casts this Esper Sentinel or he wants to hold up silence.
It does look like he ripped a Mox Diamond for turn, though.
Gotcha, that changes a lot of stuff. That's what I'm
So
saying.
now he has the fish and a Mana Vault.
Mission and Manifold. I almost
And
wonder if
I
he
don't
wants to
think you run out the signet here personally, but looks like Christian disagrees.
And then you go Esper. I can see it. You just want to get colors and pips online, and this is like a fantastic rollout. Overall, we are letting the mana go away, but yeah, there's a world.
But he is still at 3 mana on his next turn, so
With the potential to draw a lot.
Yeah,
over
to
the
draw a
third
lot.
cycle.
so it's
Yeah,
not
so-
necessarily bad.
I get it.
It
I-
could be more or less explosive, just depending on his draws throughout the turn cycle and how much this fish gets fed, which looks like he's getting
two
one.
cards right off the bat. You know, fish Esper. All right, let's take a look at this Helios. And the reason why
Yes.
just feed the crowd.
So Lucas tends to just feed.
I
Because his game plan just wants people to draw cards anyways, so he kind of doesn't typically care when they draw
I
them.
get that. He uses this later. He just has to
So-
die
I
immediately.
mean, this is a great start. Soaring Arcane Signet Fish.
He started with Ancient Tomb, the beautiful Lord of the Rings Ballin's Tomb.
Zendikar, I think I'm about
I do like the Zendikar Rising expeditions
Yeah,
personally a
those as
lot.
well.
Soul Ring, Arcane Signet, Mystic Remora, Mental Misstep,
Esper.
Esper Sentinel, and a Capsize.
Some very familiar opening hands here, but yeah, you want to talk us through Capsize?
If we could pull
I'll
up
pull it up.
Capsize, that is an old, modern,
I mean, this is one of those cards that it's like, oh, okay.
like super playable card
Buyback. I love
from
that.
modern a billion years ago.
See, this is what I like. We like cards where it's like, okay, this works explicitly in my deck because I can cast this for 2 blue and keep casting it over and over and over
Yep.
again. It's so cool.
Once you get a huge discount from your flipped Heliod,
Mhm.
you can just buy this back a whole bunch of times.
You can reiterate Jessica's will. I built a Sammy Wildcat Captain deck, and that's a really fun version that is kind of basically like Boros Quiliad, except without the discounts and a lot worse.
So I think everyone had a
this is where you're
relatively
starting at.
solid hand to start with.
We are on turn 2.
I-
We are on turn 3, turn 2 for everybody.
I think Daryl's hand was the weakest
Sorry,
out of the
except
4,
for Daryl, which is feeling.
but I still don't think it was bad.
No, I think you keep. I think it's a very reasonable keep. It's just sometimes someone literally goes land exploring arcade signet.
Yeah, because like I don't think you're afraid of Sisay or Heliod
Right.
going
Yeah.
for like a turbo turn 1 or 2 type of thing.
Unfortunately, the clock has been pushed up on him. Like, turn 3,
Yes.
Vivi looks really bad right now.
Yep.
Because you're already so even accelerate, and so we're already talking about, all right, who do I gimp here first?
Uh-huh.
Am I getting canceled for saying gimp?
I don't think so.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure.
This card, whatever card VV is throwing around
Probably
here
right
is,
labs.
yeah, I'm assuming it is, but it's been tossed around a bit,
Yeah,
and it
we're
puts them in the situation where they can kind of try and force something if something needs to be done, you know.
So if I'm Daryl, I'm sitting here going like, okay, why am I showing? I show this to Aang and be like, hey, I want to red blast one of these fishes, but I kind of feel like I need to save this for you. Otherwise, you might just win on your turn because this is an uncounterable Aang next turn.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't even know he's got the doubler in hand. So it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know what EV you're getting off of here showing this to Aang, because if I'm Aang, I'm sitting there going like, what I'm gonna not. It's not like I'm not gonna not cast my commander. You hadn't even counter it, but I understand you can red blast it with it on the stack. But like, what am I not like? I'm not even gonna feed the fish. I'm not gonna feed the Esper Sentinel. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yes, use it if you have to, but Daryl's in a rock and hard place is what I'm saying long term.
Yes, but he is a seasoned competitor.
He's been around the block.
I would imagine if there is anybody piloting BV that could try to get out of a situation like this, he's one of them.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm glad that we are at least seeing the gamut, doing the experience of cEDH here. We've got some really interesting stuff in the last one. We got some really powerful busted turn 1 win or seat 1 wins, and now we are actively staring at Fish Esper on turn 1 with 3 mana on Sisay and a Wheeliod that's probably going to be Wheeliod, pass, don't die, flip Heliod, and now y'all are dead in the moment you move a finger. So that's or Aang just sends it turn 3 and no one has enough to stop it, because although we have Pyro, we have Capsize, we have a couple of things, but Heliod's not going to be holding up Capsize mana this next turn.
The unfortunate thing that we should have thought about earlier is putting up a digital device for life totals in there.
Gotcha.
Last round we did have someone who was kind enough to do it on their own.
True. You know, I have. Let me just fix that right now for us.
Because I do see them kind of clicking and moving their dice and life total trackers around, but we can't really see.
We'll suffer for one turn, but yeah, I just full have an idea.
Let's see. Sisay priority check. Sisay good?
Yeah. It's good.
All right.
And now we're counting Sisay mana, so that means with one Sisay activation on.
Not a super exciting Sisay board.
No, it's not.
At least to slam the Sisay onto.
Well, and especially after that rollout, you're hoping for maybe something more, but like
At least one more colored pip on your board.
because at Sisay at 2, there's not even a lot of interactions that you can get here. So Heliod's going to come out here. He's going to paper fish with the Wasp. Is he on the Wasp? I don't think so. I don't think so. Saw it.
I do like all the
There's the Esper Sentinel.
kind of random tools that Sisay has been getting, especially in like the Universes Beyond sets. They get to look at all of these cards an extra time.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun. I know a lot of people have their gripes.
Zoria's Captain America is say list. It just like makes everything like just super charged. It's, oh my god, it's just, oh, as if it wasn't good enough already.
And I think the deck is interesting. There's a few different ways to play the deck, and you never never really know which version of the deck it is until they start to do Sisay stuff.
No, until you ask the player. We've established. Just ask the player, hey, you want Planeswalkers? And they go. Either
Or they just
they're on Planeswalker.
poker faced yes.
No, they're on Planeswalker and they go, yeah, absolutely. I'm sophisticated. Or they go, and they don't want to tell you, and they're like, all right, cool, so you're an Oz variant. Got it. Like, that's all it takes. You just ask, and they're like, they immediately fold.
So you're on no bad cards?
Yeah, so yeah, exactly, right? Well, actually.
All they got to do is just slam a soup pot,
Yeah.
cauldron,
We love
and then profit.
such a
That is
Profit
probably
is amazing.
one of my favorite like constructed, like recent standard printed cards.
actors.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
so-
I have played that card in many 60 card
Yeah.
formats over the last handful of years.
I don't even play 60 card format. I legitimately think of Cauldron as like one of the cornerstones of my deck. Like I like legitimately couldn't imagine the deck without it.
It is
so
absurd.
much. Yeah, I like Fogwell's. I like Fogwell's Gym because it's a discard outlet, so that way I can discard things to Agathas at instant speed. I like that is a reason why I looked at the card and like. That's
When,
how broken up my brain is on that.
When the infamous Spider-Man set came out, I was actually looking at building the Iron Spider because you can do some really insane things with a Soul Cauldron in play.
I was trying to convince our stream judge Rain, because she also has been messing around with a Kozilek deck, which is essentially an artifact combo deck, that you should try the Iron Spider. We're now probably moving towards an Ultron type list, but you know it's still
That
interesting.
card's cool too.
Is
That
this,
card is cool.
this isn't Thrumming Hive Pool. It just looks like Thrumming Hive Pool.
From which player here?
It's, the Aang. Oh, this is the Harmonicon. This is the Panharmonicon. It's the
Yes, it's the Fallout.
Harmonica.
Yes.
The Fallout version, I believe.
Listen, for all the shit that people swing at Watts and everything like that, they got on the most popular TCG player in the world. They managed to print through a Fallout set a pun for a Harmonicon. Like, that's, if you can't appreciate that, I don't know. You don't like musicals or something. Like, I just like where will the like joy, a little bit of joy, smile, mother. Anyways,
I will say I'm a pretty big critic
oh, well,
on.
it looks like it's Force here.
Ooh.
Yeah, we're looking at premium.
Yeah, we probably can't let the Aang have a Panharmonicon going
Yeah.
into a follow-up turn with the Aang.
Uncounterably.
I'm maybe a little bit worried about Vivian tapping and like just here, stay storming right here, but I don't. We had.
I don't believe he had.
I guess Vivi storming into my fish and my Esper is not bad.
Yeah, so
He's got
it doesn't
Vivian
look
in
like he has played the Seagate as a land.
Yeah.
So he also has the Springleaf Drum in hand, presumably still.
Yeah, but
He
maybe
does have Ophidian Eye.
We're kind of okay with it
So he
because we are
Kind of
we know it's in hand, right?
Yes,
The problem is like I'm looking.
looks
at
like
this.
there's the Seagate as a land. We're probably just jamming the Ophidian Eye here.
Ophidian has flash, so you can
Yeah,
probably
I
do
think
it
you-
whenever,
yeah.
and you just hold up Pyro. You can Springleaf Drum trigger, or you can maybe hold Springleaf Drum in your hand, so that way you have something to trigger the Ophidian Eye when you want to go for it. So
Mhm.
there's a couple of options here, but my point being is that like if I'm to say, I look at this and go, oh, that can be Curiosity, rock next turn. I need to talk to Vivi about, hey, if I force will this, what are you doing on your turn? You know what I mean? Like that's just a conversation that we can have right there. There our active player card. No, they were doing so good about it too.
Well, lucky for all of you guys, we are kind of keeping track of this. It
Moderately.
is Vivi's turn right now.
Yeah, we're finally paying attention to a game of Magic.
Yeah, well, because this is getting to the point, this is getting to the point where we might actually have to start paying attention because of how many things are going on the stack
Yeah.
and how
This is
intricate.
We were paying
It's a fun
attention
board
last
game.
round when it mattered.
Yeah,
Oh, we
when
were,
it
we
mattered.
were.
I think that might be like, chat. Let us know. What direction are we good where we're at? Do we want to pay a little bit more attention to the actual game in front of us? Where again, all of this is a tool for your guys' sake. So if you guys actually want us to just be like full more like commentating on the game, let us know. Until then, I'm gonna do what I want.
So
Yeah, this is a lot of conversation.
we're still on the VV's turn. Nothing has happened other than the play of the land.
There's just like things to consider here, right? So if I'm Daryl, I have an Ophidian Eye. The basic play pattern with what we know what's in hand is I can wait for the right time. I get Ophidian Eye on someone's end step. I hold up Pyroblast. I just make sure I don't die this turn cycle. And then
There we go.
There we go.
They heard us. Not really.
Lucas
but-
Raynor. I'm telepathically sending signals to Rain for her, and then she looks at them weird. I can hold up Pyroblast. I can Ophidian Eye, develop on end step here, and then hopefully go off on the next turn. But it's not like one Pyro. Not particularly strong, especially when I'm staring at Fish Esper. I'm hoping that this fish goes away next turn. We also Talon Gates out the Sisei here, which I guess if you're trying to actively turn off Fierce to land off your Panharmonicon is kind of the only idea. Otherwise, you're just protecting Sisei. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you might even...
It is interesting.
There's a world where you might have wanted to phase out the Esper to just avoid a couple more feeds into Christian's board here. Oh, we're just... Ooh, okay.
All right, so that's point one for me of jam it.
Yes. I think what this means is... Okay, so
we're starting with the Spring Leaf and then using it to cast the Ophidian Eye.
No, I think he's showing the Spring Leaf to show that this is all I've got in hand. This is the only card that I can cast that's going to trigger my Vivi. Don't freak out.
That's so bold.
No, right? that is fully. Like,
But it is a good way to try and just get it to stick.
Yeah, it is.
I've got one spell and the grace of what I draw.
Yeah. The other thing that's really interesting here too is noticeably the trigger the Vivi trigger went off here, so he does have access to Pyroblast. If he wants to fight for the Ophidian Eye, the fact that they allowed this trigger to resolve right away, goes to show that you might want to have the conversation before the trigger resolves.
Yeah, because I guess also once the Ophidian Eye is on it, you can just push your VV button, make the mana, which it looks like maybe that's what happened here to cast the Springleaf Drum.
Oh, and we're triggered. It's happening. Yeah, it's happening. Oh man, yeah.
So we had the right idea. We just skipped a couple of steps.
Well, there's also some really interesting. This is Days. What is this?
That is a Days, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay. There is a really interesting concept here of, I know we on the Vivi Deck Tech channel, they talk a little bit about how Vivi causes some interesting rounds of priority, because you can let Vivi triggers resolve downwards, and then that also interacts interestingly for Ristic trigger draws and stuff like that. We won't get too deep into that necessarily, because one, I don't know how to explain it that well. Looks like we're swinging with Vivi to draw a card. Yep. Hey. Forget that combat damage, baby.
Yeah, right now the Day's looking a little bit awkward. Daryl does not seem to have an island in play.
Gotcha.
So the free mode of Days is not online.
So here's the other thing too is, okay, now we're showing hands.
Okay.
Here's the other thing too, swinging with Vivi here is a little bit telegraphing that like I don't have anything that I need to hold up mana for, because the Spring Leaf Run could have tapped Vivi for a little bit of mana. Which is interesting. That means he's letting go of the Pyroblast. He's I feel like I hold on to the Pyroblast here.
Yeah.
Simian Monkey Blast might be a thing. You know what I mean?
It is true. He has drawn at least...
Cards, right?
Yeah, he's drawn a couple extra cards here.
And now he's going to pass. That's the conversation. I'm going to Ophidian Eye, I'm going to Spring Leaf Drum, I'm going to draw a couple cards, and I'm going to pass. And see what happens.
I think Daryl has now put himself in a pretty good position here from a not so great one to start with.
Yes, he's almost, like you said, bold, very bold to offer this up on the table, and really kind of like jettison yourself from being like in a very vulnerable spot to being, you know, maybe not the most set up, but definitely like I'd rather be Vivi than Heliod right now. I don't know if I'd rather be Vivi than Aang necessarily. Yeah, that's the interesting thing. We have known Pyroblast in hand. There's an Aang on board that's about to potentially send it on his turn. I wouldn't want to hold out that Pyroblast unless there was a conversation, hey, you can't use this on me, blah blah blah, or else sort of thing. So there's options, and now we have active Sisei activation on board, but again, for just one is not particularly good. I don't remember seeing a cultist in this list, so that's not even something that you would want to go for. So
definitely looks like we're developing. Oh, there you go. We're
Ragavan. So now we have
We're
one
twos.
extra.
Yeah, but we're also missing one pip here. So
Or is he just casting?
yeah, we're just casting.
Yeah,
the
He's
Ragavan.
casting the
Yeah,
Ragavan.
just casting the Ragavan.
But we only have 4 mana here, so
I'm not surprised about Daryl's play here. I do that shit all the time.
I mean, is there some merit here to just dashing the Ragavan since Vivi and Aang are open?
Possibly.
And then, but then
You don't go up. You're still 1 short on mana, but maybe
I
you
think Sisei values
you
the
hit
red.
a good piece.
True. I think Sisei values the red pip set on the board for a little bit longer because now we've got 4 mana. We can maybe draw into maybe have interaction and then draw interaction off the at the Esper Sentinel. And then potentially now I can swing Ragavan. I have more pips and I also have more permanent mana in ish
Mhm.
mana.
I mean, they chose to get rid of the fish here, so I assume that they have some kind of plan.
That's true. They did lose a pip
True.
just to gain a pip,
Yeah.
which is interesting. But maybe the fish was a little too expensive at this point in the game.
I think just in terms of like man is long to cast.
Tempo, yeah.
Yeah. Like
It does feel interesting to get rid of your fish here after Vivi slammed the Ophidian Eye.
True. True.
Echo of Eons.
Ooh, flashback card. Keep in mind, it's in the blind
It's-
spot. Ah.
Interesting if we do cast it here without Heliod in play.
I don't think so. I think it's I hope I live, and there's no Heliod cast. Like in my mind, if I'm Lucas, I might be angling for a draw.
Yeah, that's definitely a deck that seems to ask for draws more often than some of the other
It
decks.
discounts the cast when you spell.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
So all of his interaction ends up being essentially just whatever colored pips are on the card,
mhm.
which does make it very easy for him to interact and
Mhm.
stop people.
Yeah. I'm gonna just show you this
And
card.
yep,
Yep. I'm gonna just show you this. And just show
I
you
have
this.
been on the receiving end of this far
one
too
is
many
fine. This
times.
one card. What, shot in the dark. What do you think it is? I mean, I guess it could just be. He could just be holding up the bloody card, right? The what is it?
He's
Bounce.
got 4 mana available
Yeah.
here.
Assuming it's not the bounce, what do you think it is?
It could be any number of things, honestly. I don't know. Can we pull up his list
Yeah.
and I take a look at some of the possible pieces of interaction here? We could have Wan Shi Tong, King T'Challa. We don't have enough for a Hull Breaker. Let's see. Relevant. Okay, we do have Psych Rift, permission denied, Snap. He does, I believe, still have the capsize in hand unless he discarded it.
Yeah.
Even the score, Fierce, Force, Frantic
We're getting
Search.
there. Round 4. The words are gonna start slurring out here, guys.
I think that's number 2 for me today.
It's okay. You'll keep
Maybe
track.
3.
Don't waste brain power keeping track. All right. Looks like we're tapping. We're tippy tapping cards. Oh, that's an Emil. I think that's an Emil. That was
Yeah, I think that
I
is.
believe so.
And that's a Bloom Tender. I
This is scary,
but
but
not next turn. This is
there might not be a next turn.
If I'm not jamming in here, I'm
Yeah.
full kind of like. Whoop, hope I get there.
Yeah, I think that was guys, I have to jam here because we might just lose to VV right now otherwise.
And then heal it flash. He's interaction, whatever. The next turn, he'll like either wrap. Could be winning or a draw. Here the same cards, the same like 3
Yep,
4
I
cards, and just
I
holding the
think
table.
Lucas is now showing Daryl a couple pieces of interaction. It's like, hey, don't push.
Capsize is looking good right now.
And the amazing part is he's He's kind of policing the table without the Heliod even being in play.
He needs it. I think that's the reason why he doesn't. I mean, this is
He-
a sign of someone who.
That's a full hand drop right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
He needs to get to the point where he can put the Heliod in play
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
to start getting the value, but he's doing a great job of stopping the table from pushing before he can get Heliod into play.
This is also like I'll say just good what's the word I'm looking for, discipline on
Hmm.
his part, in the sense that maybe in a lesser pilot's hands, they go, well, I need to develop Heliod or else I have no chance of winning, and I think he's looking at this and be like, well, I have no chance of winning anyways. I'd rather hold up interaction and be able to interact and maybe get back to my turn, and see, and have a say and maybe forcing a draw here. There are some times in cEDH where you are just fully like, you need to look at the forecast and be like, my ship's not weathering the storm no matter how, whether or not it's a big storm or a small storm. I've got a rinky dinky like little
Raft.
raft and it's not getting there, and the only thing I can do is throw this rock at the right time and maybe hit somebody in the face and call it a draw.
And I think it's also important to note that he does have an Echo of Aeons in his graveyard.
We have-
So he's incentivized to show people what he has,
because it would go away. Yeah. Okay, we have
because if he uses his interaction, he's just going to reshuffle it back in.
true, exactly right.
So it's a good point to make of there's no point in you pushing because I can stop you and then just wheel us all.
Yeah, and then we can reset the game somehow.
So it's kind of a heads up way to politic through the turn cycle
Yeah.
of, I'm not going to get Heliod value, but I will stop you guys if you push this turn cycle.
You need to just not die. That's just how it is sometimes.
I wonder what we're paused on here. Maybe
Daryl thinking.
Daryl just trying to figure out how to
How you
play some things, but not scare the table enough.
There are some. So I'm a big believer in the fact that some decks have the situation where you are you're kind of like your interaction points are at weird times. So a lot of like blue decks and a lot of like blue farm and like the standard like cloth or the standard like mid-range decks, you're very used to like, oh, I interact here. This is where my thought process is. I have to think a lot about all my counter spells and all the rest of it. Then there are decks like Dargo Timna where you're like, oh, I might have some interaction, but the majority of where I'm thinking is actually on my turn at sorcery speed because I need to decide whether or not I'm like full bore sending it in this direction or if I'm going to set up for this thing. And these are the critical moments, and these are where the pilot comes in of like, hey, like which one is which one's the right in this situation. We're seeing a boomerang basics, I believe, on the Springleaf Drum to trigger the Fiddy and I. And this might just be the start of a giant fight if there wasn't a big conversation that was just being happened here. But who knows?
Yeah, this could be Daryl just saying, if you're going to interact, you're going to interact. There's no point in me just doing nothing, because I would like to think as VV, the longer the game goes, the worse of a position you're in.
I mean, the fish is gone, which is nice. You definitely, I mean, there's one fish on field, but you already got rid of one, the other one. You definitely want to go before Heliod and because then you're just like, here you go.
Heliod can do literally whatever it wants at that point. But the farther you get in this pod, Sisse has a lot more value.
Yeah.
At any point, Aang can just snap its fingers and win.
The only thing that I'm not that concerned about is Sisse's drawn a lot of cards, but this is only 5 mana on 2. So like I think Aang is assessing here that I probably can't push because the interaction that was shown out of Lucas's hands. Lucas is allowing Vivi to go to a certain extent because he wants to draw some cards and get back into this game in a lot of ways, but I don't, unless Daryl thinks that he can push through and beat Lucas's interaction here. I'd imagine that this is a partial push or just like a full push, and I'm not 100% sure. Yep. Okay. Can I cast this?
Showing stuff back
Can I
and
cast
forth.
this?
This does
You know what I mean?
seem like we're asking
Yeah.
If we can do just this one next thing.
And this is kind of going back to something that we were talking about earlier about the fact that like we as a CEDH community have already started having these shortcuts. I show a card, people kind of understand what I mean by that. I show you a silence on your upkeep, and I was like, hey, do we need to talk? Like that is a conversation that people are used to having right now. We are naturally as humans kind of like picking up on these play patterns and understanding that we are able to shortcut some of these. There's Mishra Bobble to trigger more things.
And an LED.
For instance, just handing people cards is like a thing that people that like has become one socially acceptable and almost expected in some tables. So there are ways that I think it's just a question of like as a CDH community, just as we have done, leveling up, showing each other cards, understanding what, hey, this is what I got. I show you a pact. You know what this means, right? Where we then now have a chance to level up again, so that way we can have these more intricate, complicated conversations, and still be able to execute and play the game and still make it on time through these turns. I was told, I can't remember where I heard it from. I think it was some podcast somewhere. They were talking about how in Japan, their timers are a lot shorter, and Japan is starting to understand and learn the value of some American style politics. But since their timers are shorter, they're making their deals quick and fast. And like it's just to be able to actually play the game within the allotted time that they're having, and they all understand that they have to be like, yes, no, fine. You know what I mean? And that's moving that. So I think that somewhere in the middle, some happy middle ground is where we're headed towards. And I mean, you would talk about like a game like chess, right? They have so many shortcuts to be like, oh, this maneuver to this movement to this opening to this counter. You know what I mean? Like there's just multiple step, complicated like scenarios. Oh, what is this?
Mishra's Bobble?
The
blue spell was
blue spell
just put into the graveyard. Not quite sure what that one is.
Chat, if you have any idea what
That's
that spell is.
VV's card?
Yeah, if you have any idea what that spell was, let us know. But I mean, apologies again, chat, if you guys want us to focus up a little bit more, but like I think we're just
Is that a Drifted Phantasm?
oh, we're cycling a drift to get a Ristic study. Understood.
May have been a transmuted drift.
Yeah, and now we're putting a Ristic on the stack potentially. Again, chat, if you guys would prefer us pay a little bit more attention to, when VV's storming off, we know what this looks like.
Yeah.
We can talk about it, but
and they're taking a little bit of time in between their actions, asking permission from the table of, is this okay for me to do? So it gives us a little bit of time to
yammer in between.
Yeah.
But yes, my point being is that eventually we can get to the point where maybe something like, okay, my tide's only going to trigger 3 times, or like a thing that I know that Dexter's done is I'm just going to treat my Ristic Study like an Esper Sentinel. This is a great ways for us to shortcut and use vocal what was pyrokinesis targeting something. Is this pyrokinesis? Am I crazy?
Kinesis or a blast?
Yeah, something like that. Fury Storm, maybe. No, it's not Fury Storm.
Card is that Underclash?
Maybe.
I am not super familiar with a lot of the VV cards.
I'd like to think that I know at least what the red cards do, but this one I'm not 100% on. But yeah, so all that to say, specifically, what's the word I'm looking for? We'll start getting to the point where we start shortcutting some of these deals, some of these options. You know what I mean? I think something like conversation of spirit versus letter of the deal is like a really big. I mean, obviously, you guys are on bite sides. You guys know our position on that we always generally like spirit of the deal, just to one, help with the shortcutting of the politics, but also just make CDH games a tolerable space in the first place. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think. Oh, this might be Cave-In. Is this Cave-In?
The Cave-In art, at least on here, is not the same, but I'll bring it up.
Okay. It looks like my guess is that it would be some sort of removal spell because we were looking over at Aang's board to read Aang, so I'm guessing that we're reading Emil or Bloom Tender to kind of decide who we want to do X amount of damage to. I'm thinking it's pyrokinesis. All right, I'm gonna do a little bit of.
I think I can pull up his.
I'm looking at the deck list, but it's not the right printing.
Chat, help. What is this?
It is OG pyrokinesis.
OG pyrokinesis. I called it from the top rope.
The top
Wow.
ropes. We figured out an old whiteboarder artwork.
Yeah, so it looks like we killed the Esper Sentinel with the Caven, or with the pyrokinesis. I guess that makes sense. We killed the D
So we
half.
targeted.
D half makes some amount of sense. I don't know why we didn't just kill the Bloom Tender here, but I guess. Emil is
On the
hard. It just means
Ragavan as well.
Yes.
It looks like.
Yeah, it looks like. So set everybody back a certain amount, and then I don't know why they're letting Daryl get a list, to be honest. I guess nobody just has anything with the fact that.
Yeah, I mean, Lucas is probably saying that really doesn't affect me that much. Sure, go for it. I've still got all of my interaction for if you do try to do something relevant.
Yeah, it looks like I feel ourselves barreling to our first on-stream draw here. And it's not even that like somebody wouldn't be able to push through this. I think I think Vivi and Aang are in pretty decent spots, and even Heliod, if he can get Heliod onto the board and flip Heliod, would be in an amazing spot too. But the issue is that, especially if I'll say this for Daryl, if Daryl you're watching this back, I think maybe you got to move a little bit faster here, my guy, because we're taking a lot of time on a lot of these game actions, and if you really want to see the end of this 30-ish to 50 minutes and like actually you gotta start moving, my guy. You gotta start moving and like
Yep.
fully like, all right, cool, instead of asking for permission for every single other spell, you know what I mean? Get probing, but no, we're moving to just
Yeah, I do think Lucas on Heliod probably in a pretty good position now after letting Vivi do all of that, getting fed a ton of cards that turn, and having Sisay and Aang kind of kneecapped during Vivi's turn.
I think that Daryl's doing a very like interesting political move here, which is like we could just kill Bloom Tiger, we could just kill Emil, but we're gonna like we're gonna knock a little bit off of everybody here, so that way nobody's like too aggro at me. I really think there's something that is a little bit less explored in terms of cEDH, where people like to think that, oh no, we're playing competitive. That means that everybody's trying to make the most optimal choice at all times. But like, no, it's a 4-player format, and like people's feelings get hurt. And like it or not, you're a human being, and sometimes that will affect how you're engaging with stuff. You know what I mean? Especially if I've been given so much leash off of. So I'm Daryl. I've got an Ophidian Eye. I've been asking for permission to do all these things. I kind of am on this permission off of this Heliod pair. I cast this Pyrokinesis. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna hit Ragavan. I'm gonna hit the Delighted Halfling, and I'm gonna hit your Esper just to make it fair, right? And that's like a conversation that you have to have in a competitive format, which is, I think some people might discount it as like that's dumb, but I think you could look at it that way, or you could say no, that's actually kind of interesting. You know what I mean? Like, taking suboptimal plays to maybe so what I'm looking for, you got a little bit more of an intangible positive later.
Yeah, and that line specifically, it doesn't even really seem suboptimal because you're still getting your triggers. You probably don't really care that much if that spell even resolves or not, because you're still, advancing your progression, getting to see some extra cards, ping the table down just a little bit more.
Yeah.
We have.
Does he pass? Not yet. They pass.
Yes, it is
Heliod.
Heliod's turn. Is that
That's a swords. That's a sword.
swords or a daybreak coronet?
No, that's definitely a swords. That's one of the printings of swords. We're targeting Vivi. We're getting swatted because we let Daryl draw a bunch of cards, and then we're having a Vivi trigger on top. Now we're fighting over the Vivi trigger. Offer. We want to give Vivi more mana. And then D-spot offer the D-spot.
We have maybe a miss on the Remora trigger from the SWAT.
Accidentally burying it there to see if anybody announces it. We don't. There we go. Sometimes when you go into you got it. All right, we're building a stack. We got triggers. We got tokens.
This is something we locally have started doing in our physical games is physically creating the stack as you see the players are doing right now, just to make sure everyone at the table understands what's going on, where each thing is on the stack. So as we get to the end of the stack and we can resolve it down, it's easier to visually understand what's happening here.
We definitely have, as BFF, we actually have some interesting plans for doing exactly that. Help facilitate, especially for our stream games, some tokens and stuff to make some of this visualizing basically the stack and the clutter that might happen, to also just help keep track of things. I'm a big proponent as a player myself, just having the triggers that I want to have and like that are relevant a lot of times just on me and being prepared. Once again, when it comes out, go ahead and take a look at our onboard board logistics episode. But yeah, I'm a big proponent of these sorts of things, and hopefully I think this is becoming more and more of a what's the word I'm looking for? Common thing, just in general. It's just like good practice that people are understanding.
Just to visually represent the stack. Because this is a format where the stack can get very complicated and convoluted and very large at times. So having visual representation on resolving things down is very helpful to everyone. The players in the match as well as anybody watching. And we are down to a VV trigger now, it looks like.
That's something that I really like that some palettes are doing, especially like the Carpchima palettes or the Carp palettes. I've literally seen them like, oh yeah, I have like 4 copies of my Carp. These are my Carp tokens. These are my Carp triggers that I'm putting on the stack. I think that's really funny. So the same thing applying to some of these VV triggers is very funny to me.
The downside to some of these trigger tokens is without game audio, we don't really know what these triggers are when the stack gets big like this.
There's just something happening.
Yeah, and we're finally back down to the swords.
Would be swords. It could be a mule. It could be the Esper Sentinel. Who knows? Well,
I would say the two most threatening creatures in play for him to look at would be obviously the VV as, you know, public enemy number 1, but also there is an Emil in play.
There is Emil and Bloom Tender.
There are a few very good options for this plow to be thrown at.
Swords. What is to swords? Sorry. What is the spell? I'm assuming it's some counter spell or misdirection or something like that, right?
I am not sure of that one.
It is some instance that we triggered Vivi off of, so we're not quite sure. Oh man, we're forcing egg in there. Here we go. The fight is happening here. So this is also, I will say, I mean, Daryl is kind of getting pushed into this corner a little bit. It's not on his turn. He's actually pretty good app order.
And this looks like it's probably on Sisei's end step.
Yeah, it's pretty good app order for Daryl, but like the fact that these are coming out now is actually exactly what Daryl wants to eventually be able to make the turn cycle around and then eventually go for it.
Yeah, there is a potential downside to Lucas taking this approach of burning through all this interaction and maybe trying to echo unless he ends up with enough mana to cast Heliod, flip, and echo.
Yeah.
Because you will be feeding an enchanted VV with a fresh hand.
Yeah.
There's a shoal.
There's a shoal. Shoal pitch. Some
Hydroelectric
hydro
specimen.
for the first snag. Yeah, because we not only did we let the Vivi have an Amphibian Eye and also a Ristic Study now, but also all this free interaction. Yeah, it's a little bit rough. I understand where Lucas is coming from here though, because I'm probably going to discard most of these cards anyway, so we might as well start through stuff. But like, maybe have this before the Ristic lands is a bit. I guess you have the conversation with. Sorry, chat, 2 hours of sleep. this is also kind of the issue, right? You kind of let Vivi do this. Presumably, there's this conversation that was happening.
Now we're on.
This is Urtai?
Looks like it was 5 mana tap.
Urtai is.
Urtai is 4 mana. It's 2 blue black.
This is a card that was cast out of hand. I'm not quite sure. Is this? This is not Nas, is it? This definitely looks like a proxy of some sort. I'm not 100% what it is.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Go see if I can get eyes on it.
Yeah, thanks, Ty. Eyes on the case, and Rain is going like
TMNT card, one of the special.
oh,
effects?
Court of Calling. Court of Calling.
Okay.
Yes, you're right. It is the the last Ronin Court of Calling. Good call. Good call. We got it. Well, this is happening. Since my brain is glazing over at this point. Can you tell us about when this shop is closing down? I'll keep an eye on the game, but yeah, I'm almost more interested in hearing that until we figure out what this court is getting.
Yeah, so we were talking about it a little bit before we started the round back up. But the store was closing from the original owners. They were here for just over a year, and for one reason or another, things just weren't working for them. I was actually running and managing another store in town.
Oh, okay.
That I had been at for a year and a half, maybe.
Okay. In a managerial role? Yeah, you said managing, so yeah.
Yeah, untitled.
Sure. In manager in everything but title.
Yeah. So I saw the opportunity. I had the means to at least attempt to do it, and I figured if I'm already doing all of these things,
You might as well take
I might as well try.
Yes, absolutely. You might as well.
You know, if I try and I fail, at least I won't regret not having tried.
Yeah, and then if worse comes to worse, there's a card shop here that you can that you already have a proven record for. You know, yeah, absolutely. And also anybody that would, in my mind, that would begrudge you being like trying to do something else and not take you back afterwards if it didn't work out.
Probably not someone you want to be
work
around
with.
anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, it was definitely difficult going through that process. Probably more difficult than just starting a store from scratch in most ways.
That are already
Yes, there were also some benefits to it, you know, getting to keep distributor accounts that were established, our organized play accounts with, you know, like Wizards, Pokemon, all these game companies. We didn't have to start all of these accounts at zero. So there were some benefits to go along with all of the struggles that we inherited. And rebuilding a lot of communities.
Yeah. Okay.
Which would normally be extremely difficult. Some of them were a very big uphill battle, but having been a player in a lot of the games and a lot of the circles around town for 10 to 12 years, it was not that bad.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, it also means that you understand what it's like and you can actually speak the common language of everybody. You know?
And I think that's also a big part of why the cEDH scene for us took off like it did. Because myself, our appointed and titled store manager, who's actually playing in the tournament today, Tanner.
Oh, nice.
Both big cEDH guys.
Great.
My business partner Kevin was a bit more on the side of like boomer magic.
Sure.
And we've slowly kindled him over
he was in
to
round,
cEDH.
He was in round 1 on stream, I believe, correct?
Yes, he was the Animar player earlier in the day.
Fantastic, Animar. All right, so we ended up courting for a Lotho. I promise I'm looking, but tell did Ophidian
resolved
Vivi. Yes, it's been on
a turn cycle ago.
Half a turn cycle ago, and that's kind of what I mean. Is like, bro, like okay, all this is happening. Let's hear about the store.
Wasn't it a turn?
Oh, it was the
cycle
last
and a half?
turn.
Yeah,
Was it?
it's been a turn cycle and a half.
I don't know, man. My brain glitched.
Yeah, because he cast the Ophidian Eye, cast the Springleaf, attacked, and passed.
Yeah, there was probably some level of deal making that was happening to get the Ophidian Eye to resolve. It was definitely like, hey, let me have this, blah blah blah, and here we are now with a Ristic Study and an Ophidian Eye and a stack 5 cards deep, which isn't that bad. But you know, some of it has been moving moderately slow. So courting for a Lotho here is
kind of interesting because it only let you go +1 on colors, but it can theoretically make you 3 extra mana.
Yeah, to be able to, well, okay, the hope here is to eventually be able to have another system activation, and then you can start chaining again.
Correct.
Find interaction or something like that. Unfortunately, this is a little too late because of. Can we pull up Lotho? Because I think it doesn't retroactively. It does like it.
Yeah,
all
I
the
believe
spells have been
it's
spelled.
yeah, it's
cast,
each player's second.
Correct.
Yeah,
so if
so
he
it's
had
like
done this after someone's first spell,
Yeah.
then when they cast their next spell, it would see it as the second and trigger.
But in reality, if he did it any time earlier, it might be just buried on the stack. I mean, my guess is that
Correct.
the 4 to 5 minute wait for the chord to resolve was some conversation of why shouldn't I counter this? Anyways, 2 mana, blah blah blah. So we're here now. Mental missteps. One of the best mental missteps. Oh, look at that, Daryl's. This is my swat away the threats problem hand. Swat away the accusations hand.
Yeah, and I agree. Interesting to go for the Lotho here. It doesn't feel super impactful.
This is definitely like a what will you let me have?
Yeah.
It's also really interesting to choose to chord for 2 with 2 creatures ready to convoke that as well.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Pyro
you
here,
that
and then
could have been like a chord for Urtai.
maybe, and then just talked out, 'cause, like, it's
Or
never resolving.
Choose your flavor of 4 mana or less
Yeah.
creature.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I do agree. That's a good thing to point out. Very interesting to chord for 2 here instead of leaving it up for 4 for a potentially very good interaction point.
Yeah, especially when the stack starts getting this big. Part of me is just kind of like, I think there's definitely like a level of like, okay, paying attention to which counter spells and what pieces get used and all these other things. Like there are merits, especially when you're in game, to be paying attention to this, or at least I don't know. For me, the stream is like I'm bookmarking because I want to hear the end of this the story here too. But the stack has resolved, so let's see what the next move is here.
Yeah, that was quite a stack battle we had.
I think that's probably the biggest one we've seen on stream so far, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, a lot of it's just been little pockets of interaction, and someone goes to jam and they whiff, and
Yeah,
then
exactly right.
or they get interacted with and something gets removed right before their turn, so they kind of have to respin their wheel a little bit.
Yeah, this one is feeling a little bit more standard. Standard CDH.
The previous games had been very much more of a tempo game, whereas this has been like a very value driven game. Everyone's got multiple draw engines.
Yeah, and I
There's
think
a ton of mana.
Daryl probably just felt the heat coming off of the Swords to Plowshares of I have to fight now.
Yeah.
Maybe, I agreed to soft push, or not even soft push,
Just, like,
but just get
develop a little bit.
some value here. But then you point a swords at it, so I have to.
Yeah.
Now I have to do stuff.
Yeah. It's just
And
like a great defense. Like,
When every
very solid.
card's drawing you 3 cards, that doesn't feel bad.
Yeah.
Yep.
100%. And lo and behold, we still have a Vivian. We still have an Ophidian Eye. All right, are we finally casting Helios?
I
believe
believe
so.
so,
Oh, maybe
or
not.
maybe
Hans?
big spell.
Pole breaker.
Breaker.
That's
Let's go.
That's a good
That's
reason.
rough.
Yeah.
Do you guys think maybe there's a world where Lucas, in the 10 to 15 cards that he has drawn, maybe has a follow-up to this Soul Breaker or something?
maybe.
There's a world where that might exist.
They do need a 0-drop rock that that doesn't have a cost, right? So
Yeah.
they need a Mox Opal in order to pay through the Riffic study on the
Yeah.
other side of the board.
Yeah.
But they don't even necessarily need their spell to resolve. So any 0 mana spell will bounce something.
Yeah.
Sure.
So you can mobile
If you have if you have 2 spells
Like
for
a
the Riffic study,
probe,
you can do that.
Literally anything for 0.
Yeah.
You don't care if it resolves or not.
This is where Daryl using that Pyroblast in that stack fight definitely feels a little bit worse. See, chat, we were paying attention. We know.
And maybe that's kind of heads up from Lucas trying
To
to
get
get
the
that
pyro
out of the hand.
Oh,
A sink into stupor.
super.
Ooh,
Wow.
that is
Yeah, true.
Oh man,
kind of brutal. It may be uncounterable, but it's not unsinkable.
I don't know what your take is on this, Tim, but I'm kind of mid on Hullbreaker for almost this exact 7 mana develop into.
It is a very powerful line of text,
yeah,
along with all the other text
Yeah.
on the card.
yeah.
But it does force people to have very specific
Exactly Mind
interaction,
Break, exactly sync, reprieve.
subtlety, things like that. That
See, but that's what I'm saying is that
there are options.
There are options, and they are seeing more play. Subtlety is like a card that like gets hit occasionally nowadays, you know, and down to hand side. But that's what I'm saying. I invest 7 mana, and if it gets dealt with, I'm just like 3 spells or nothing. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Whereas maybe you take that 7 mana and you say, "Hey Vivi, I know you want
Mhm.
to draw some more cards. Can I wheel here
Mm.
without Heliod in play?"
Discard down to hand size. Yeah. Okay. So. It's either Aang or Vivi at this point. We'll see what happens. We got 20 minutes left or 17 minutes left in this round.
Yeah, if I'm Freddy right here, I am ecstatic to get back to my turn.
At all. Like that bloom tender available, cross your fingers and hope like happened, and it's just impressive. Like sometimes the blue players blow each other out, and you're just like, all right.
Mhm.
Notably, the Pyroblast is gone. I think he had Reb though. Was Zero showing Reb in that first hand? Because there might still just be Reb in hand here. At some point. I don't
It
remember.
was the Mystery Booster 2 Pyroblast.
Okay, so we did the Pyroblast that was in opening hand has just gotten used, so we don't like this. This Aang might
Yes.
be
No blast available for the VV unless he's drawn one.
true, which the Reb could be just in hand. Although Aang not being uncounterable here off the D half was moderately heads up from the Pyrokinesis.
And
here.
with no mana available
Yeah.
from Heliod, you've got to feel relatively safe.
I mean, I don't know, man.
Going for it.
There's at least 20 cards in Daryl's hand at this point.
This is true.
And we see the pact coming out here, yeah. So
Which is brutal because we can just pay for it and then
yeah.
get some random, 0 or 1 mana spells to start accruing value to push the VV button.
Yeah.
Or you can just push it right away
Yeah.
because VV's already got a lot of power on it.
On his turn, but yeah, this is for the pact. I understand.
Yep.
Christian over here with a full grip of, I think I can see a spell table player when I putting the dice on the hand, right there with a full 10 cards in hand. I think is what we were being shown there. This is either feeling like Daryl's gonna win or not. I think is my assumption here.
They will have to pop the VV button to pay for their pact here. So
I don't think you can pay for it with VV.
okay.
Are you? Can we get a VV text? Just a
I believe you have to use it for non-creature spells.
creature spells.
I could be wrong.
I think it's just any mana. Yeah.
Whenever you internal, yep, it's just
Okay.
Yep, it's just
Yeah,
VV to
just
VV
crazy
to
card.
pay for.
It should, instants and sorceries. You're letting it trigger off everything else. The mana should not also be able to cast everything else.
Yeah, there's also the option to tap 2 lands and crack the LED before you draw your card for turn.
Sure.
And just hope.
It seems
that you
way
get-
more risky
Yeah,
than just
I'd
pushing the
rather just
VV
push the
button,
VV
but
at that point.
I'm sure they have more than enough instants and sorceries to make their mana worth it.
Yeah, this was also just a situation here because card draw turns into mana into more card draw and turns into more mana.
it's also kind of interesting that
That's a Besager.
through that turn cycle, he did not crack the bauble.
True.
Yeah, I think we're looking at Besager. That's what's being considered and shown here. And if that's like Besager sounds, it probably holds. Silence probably just gets buried on the stack. Besager probably doesn't really quite get. I mean, the issue is that there's just so much advantage in
Daryl's hand.
that it's just so hard to fight. I mean, the fact that it's Ristic and Ophidianite is kind of wild.
I think there is a world where you fire off a silence in response to this negation trigger, and then you like make them pay enough that they forget about it.
Is there a world? Oh, I guess the Besager also could potentially hit this Ophidianite.
So getting rid of that is an option, and then we're just like full hoping that there's not breach and or 2 to 3 other of the curiosity effects in hand.
Yeah, there may be a combination of those two things where we try to get him to focus on the silence so much that he uses the VV mana, or uses enough resources to where when you do Besage of the Ophidian Eye, he can't really do much after that.
Mhm.
Ooh, that's
We got flashed something.
that's Touch the Spirit Realm. That's one of my favorites. This is such a good card.
That
The problem is
is-
that it's not discounted by 2 with Zerta, so you only have 1 mana to do it. So I'm begging you, Mr. Ang person, to cast another spell to trigger my Lotho, so I can channel this touch. That is.
Is it channel 3 mana?
Channel
That was
2.
2. They have a treasure in a mox now.
Oh, they do? Where's the treasure? Oh, never mind. You already have the treasure.
So
Fantastic.
maybe they're just talking about like
If they
what
wanna
they
do the
have
Besage as
available
well.
to interact with.
Besage you, yeah, maybe if they want to Besage you and touch at the same time, so you have a little bit of both in case there's backup. Although we did see the SWAT is out of hand, he's tapped out, so he can't redirect right now. Yeah, it's crazy. I think this is one thing that I really like. This is the part. I mean, I did just kind of diss on the fact that if you're paying attention to counter wars and counting counter spells, like that's optimally probably correct, but I'm not paying attention to it while I'm not in game. But this is one thing that I do like about cEDH is that like it is a puzzle that you can solve probably sometimes. You know,
And there's
you can-
other times where it feels almost impossible to solve.
Yeah, exactly right. But you can do the I assume this is I assume because I don't play very much, but I assume you can do the 60 card thing of just like, all right, he's used 2 of his Thoughtseize. What are the odds that he's got the other Thoughtseize? You can do that essentially with the standard set of cEDH suites, which I think is like an interesting thing about cEDH, which is the reason why as much as I rag on Blue Farm or rag on the meta stuff, it is nice that they're there because it allows you to have a the thing that makes casual commands. I'm not going to tangent immediately away, but it makes it a solvable puzzle, which is the problem with I find a lot of times with casual commander. It feels really bad to include answers or interaction with, because how am I going to interact with all the bullshit that's happening in casual commander? You might as well just have fun, and you also get kickback,
Which
for
is
doing it.
infinitely crazier
Yes.
than what happens in cEDH.
Yes, exactly right. At least cEDH, there is a lot of powerful stuff happening, but it's usually most or less the same powerful stuff.
Mhm.
And you can tech against that, and you can work against that, and you can work with or against it in either way. And it's a like I said, a solvable feels like a solvable meta versus like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't even know what happened. I like when I'm gonna read your commander every single time. Like,
And that's
for you to
kind of
land pass. Like, nah.
what we've been telling people. I know Julian mentioned earlier when we had him on that we'd done some learn to plays and talked to some of the newer and some of the casual players about the format. And one of the big things is the card pool that you need to know for cEDH is infinitely smaller than the card pool for casual commander
Yes.
of things that you can expect to happen
Yeah.
and see.
I definitely think that a big reason why you guys have been, not to completely tangent, but absolutely to completely tangent while we wait for them to have this giant conversation here. The thing that I think that the reason why you guys have seen such good successful growth is because we run learn to plays down south. You guys are running learn to plays. I hazard a guess. Oh, there comes the touch. We're targeting probably Vivi to make that Ophidian Eye drop off, and also to get trying to kill Daryl with the pack trigger. I see.
Great.
That's hilarious.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
He
pretty-
can still survive, but it would cost him his hand.
which honestly, fair enough.
Which, if I'm Daryl, I'd just say,
Yeah,
okay,
fair
cool.
enough.
Crack the LED, draw for turn, hope it's relevant. If not, I've still got Heuristic Study in play.
What else do we got here? Are we monkey?
And we can bobble
What do we
still in the end step, so we draw an
Good
extra
shot.
card.
Trigger.
Sentinel?
We're full just digging, baby. We're full just trying to find Simian Spirit guys.
Yep, we're trying to eke out any sort of
Anything.
advantage while
Yeah.
we can still have it.
Oh, you're about to lose the cards anyways. You know what I mean? So I guess it's fair enough. Anyways, but back to what I was saying before. Unless I'm keeping an eye on here, but we run the learn to plays. You guys run the learn to plays. I think I'm not that good
of a person to be running learn to plays, because I don't think I'm naturally a very didactic person. I used to teach martial arts, but I'm not didactic in the way that I feel coming off of, like, let's say you or Cam or Julian, where you guys seem like you would be nice and warm and welcoming and be happy to sit, or at least can pretend to be happy sitting in front of someone and teaching somebody a breach line. I will do it. I will do it to a certain extent. And I have a certain, oh, is this we're looking at a thunderclap. Yep. We're just digging, baby, at this point. All right. So I'll do it if especially if I think that I'm one of the more qualified people to do it. And if other people want to, let's say, training practice or something like that, no problem necessarily. But I definitely at least sense that you guys will do it with more of a smile, which I think will be a huge difference. I think the other day we were at and destroy, and people I need to practice this. People will show up at our learn to plays and ask, "Oh, are you playing Commander?" I'll look at them like, "Oh no, we're waiting for a cEDH pod," and he's like, "Oh, okay," and they're like, I'll stare at them. And they're like, oh, cool, they'll go play casual. My brain, I should absolutely be like, would you like to learn how to play cEDH?
And that's something that we've kind of fostered, is a lot of our regular guys, they'll bring extra proxy decks with them. They'll make sure they have some of the easier to learn decks available, which like, we also have or are going to have.
Not Disrupting Shoal. Is this the red shoal here that I'm looking at?
Is it Burning Shoal?
Burning Shoal?
That sounds like a real Magic card.
Instant Blazing Shoal.
Blazing Shoal, thank you. Is that the actual card?
Burning, Blazing.
Yeah, same thing.
It starts with a B and ends with a ing.
Yeah. Exactly what I'm saying is you guys are doing much better at that than I would say that I am. I definitely we have people in our community that are probably better at it and doing it that way, but I definitely recognize this is a skill set that I'm still fostering.
I think
plugging one of our companion products, Gilded Goblet, is now hosting pre-built cEDH decks. Yes. You can buy them as a package as a proxied list to play in casuals, to play at your local meta, bring for your friends, or bring to tournaments.
Yeah.
And I've been laughing at this on their website over and over. Guaranteed to knock the shit out of your ass.
That's wild, but I like it.
This is me actively trying not to cuss the entire day, and we have on the companion website. Knock the shit
my
out
first
of
one was a slip up.
That's fair. I don't care. I mean, my issue is I'm trying to be good about it, because I think if not, it'll be a string of profanities. So I will do my best to be slightly more conscious about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're so inclined to use some proxies, use code BFF at checkout, and you will get some discount somewhere, and hopefully help us get some audio mic so we can ignore the table chatter like we are and having more interesting conversations while we wait for them to figure out what they're doing.
I think a really big part of
this is
also
yep, we're digging. Sorry, yeah, keep going.
Trying to just introduce people to the format is being okay with them saying no, it's okay, but also showing people that it's not as intimidating or as daunting. There's no pressure. Like if they don't really want to play, just be like, well,
okay.
If you want to, watch us start a game, and just kind of see what we're doing, see some of the differences. You're welcome to stand or sit and kind of just watch us go through the game.
I definitely think that is because my problem is that that's not an instinct of mine. I like by the time the moment's passed, I'm like, oh, I should have probably done that. Oh well. Or I can sense from at least the community here is that I think that's more of an instinct for some of you guys, just naturally, that you want to be kind, and like I this is something that I'm still like learning.
And it goes along with kind of what we were talking about before, where like stores shouldn't be combating each other.
Yes.
Casual and cEDH players, we're all playing Commander.
Yes, absolutely.
Different power levels, but the same general umbrella format.
Right, exactly. And the things that you love about casual can be translated into cEDH that just look slightly different.
Correct.
Or take the thing that you love in casual and try to translate it into cEDH as best you can. I mean, me of all people, he welcomed that. You saw how excited I got earlier. But yeah, exactly right. Not it doesn't have to be us versus them. I still love playing casual. Like I play casual with my friends all the time if I can. I miss my casual decks a lot.
And
I
that's
like to go.
something that the in response guys are really good about, is like they're here, you know, an hour or two before our weekly events start, and they'll just jump into like a bracket 3 game with people that are just in the shop.
Nice.
And so they'll kind of
You start like, well, because here's the thing.
insert themselves into some of the casual
yes.
play,
Yeah.
and then it's an easier bridge to gap, or gap to bridge, whatever.
No, you got it right.
It's
Something.
easier to bridge the gap because they're
gap
familiar with you.
Bridge gap.
Yeah.
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 We're on round
It
4.
works some way.
All right, we got a mental misstep on. What are we misstepping here? Is the real question. What's the spell that I missed here?
Probably their own.
Or we're just
spell.
misstepping. They're good shot the dig card. Look, we're 3 minutes in. This is all.
I'm a fan of it. Interacting with your own
Yeah,
things.
absolutely, 100%. Now we offer the misstep. And again, for the chat guys, if you want us to focus up, we absolutely will. But to me, at least my experience of this is I saw where this is going like 15 to 30 minutes ago, and I'd much rather have this conversation with him about growing communities. I think it's a little bit more interesting. But chat, let us know if you want us to, what you guys want, because again, you guys, it's kind of both ways. Like you were saying, it's not fighting, it's not anything. It's just like, hey, these are tools and meant for the community. And whatever the community wants it to be, then we can follow. We can,
Yes.
we can have casual conversation, or we can pay attention to the actual factual tournament cEDH game that's happening in front of us, whichever one is more interesting. Because we could go deep into why this is so good. This is
And we're firing off the beautiful invocation days,
Yeah, the days. Yeah.
which I know a lot of people really dislike the invocations.
Really, I love it.
I also love them. They're terrible to read.
Yes.
Yeah, but you don't need to read cEDH.
But
'cause
they're
you just know what they
beautiful.
do. A 30% of my deck is Japanese. I don't read Japanese. I'm Chinese. I also have Chinese cards that I also can't read.
I will only put a foreign language card in my deck if I can tell you everything the
Every
card
line.
does
Yeah.
without
Yeah.
without even looking at it.
No, I get you.
Like
100%.
you give me the name of the card, ask me what it does, and I give you the entire text of the card.
I do, before my brain lets go of this thread a little bit, I do want to give a shout out and a thank you to the people in our LACH community that are doing the things that you guys are naturally doing. Like people like Corbett, like Ryan, and just everybody else, Nick, all these people that are like probably a little bit more of a friendlier face than mine. Because I sit down at our events and I'm usually exhausted and tired and like also trying to coordinate like a bunch of other things on Discord, so I don't think I'm the most like welcoming person. JJ just came back into the community. He's a great person for that sort of stuff. Just like these, we need these people to be ambassadors and bridges, like you said, for casual, because I think cEDH, the only reason why it's grown so exponentially is because of how popular Commander is. You know what I mean? We have the reason why the 60 card formats are not doing as well versus ours, and we're growing exponentially, is because we are tapped into the growing base that's happening right now.
Yes, not
you know?
because Wizards hates Magic.
Not because Wizards hates Magic and they're actively sabotaging the 60 card format by printing Fantastic Card 3.
That card is insane.
So crazy.
All right, guys, we're down to the last couple seconds here. Do we even?
They do have a few minute extension though, since we
we
had
put them on the
to
table.
start them a little bit late so we could get their opening hands.
CCC community is awesome. Shout out to the whole squad. I'm sorry I missed the trade. Focus up. Is Vivi gonna win? I don't think so.
Vivi either wins by a mile here or falls flat on their face.
The fact that it's taking this long to not just instantly keep going after the days is going tells me that they're close to running out of gas here.
Yeah.
And we are on the end step on Aang's turn.
But-
at time, we have a little bit of
Yes,
extension.
I believe it's at least 2 minutes.
Daryl's
It might
actually-
be a minute or two longer, but it is at least 2 extra minutes.
They do get an untap.
But he's got it untapped after his Vivi's been touched, so he
True.
can't pay for pack.
Fair enough.
So to give a quick recap while we're finally down, there is a pack trigger that needs to be paid on Vivi's upkeep. We are on Aang's end step here. Vivi just stormed off to attempt to try to maybe dig for answers, maybe figure out a way to pay for pact without having to crack their LED. But right now there's a Touch the Spirit Realm targeting Vivi, who has an Ophidian Eye and a bunch of counters, to attempt to deny Daryl mana to be able to pay for their Pact of Negation on upkeep because he doesn't have enough to pay for it with just the base mana base. Yes.
Player
Yeah, and this
protection.
Pay protection.
Yeah.
there was a reasonable amount of time left on the clock when all of this started.
Yes, exactly. And Wizards, you're actually probably maybe right. The LED crack might have been important here.
A while ago, so that they could maybe get rid of some of the cards that were not doing much in their hand, get them a little bit closer to seeing some new stuff, have a little bit of extra mana. But also, again, I'm surprised that this bauble wasn't cracked before.
Yeah. I mean, and again, I also, every time I cast, I also want to just remind chat, from a bird's eye view, a lot of things are very, very obvious. When you're in the tank and you're stuck at the table and you are aware of and keeping track of a bunch of deals, things like these can slip. So I always ask for our chat to have a little bit of grace for our players, especially when they're in, a tournament setting. You never know. Some people might be running on 2 hours of sleep.
Yeah, Daryl, I know Daryl's not. He drove in yesterday. He made it in time for our Friday night event.
Nothing. Daryl absolutely is the type of person.
But Daryl's a maniac.
Oh yeah, he will stay up all over the place. Also, Boyle touched the Spirit Realm. I love to see that.
We love uncommons.
We also
Kamigawa uncommons.
touch the Spirit Realm is such a good card. Look at this. Oh, it can't be countered. It has to be swatted. He doesn't have the redirect mana, and it just
Already used a SWAT.
just
Could not find like a redirect lightning.
and its protection. You can channel to touch your own things to put it, or you can remove a Dranith, and then that way you put it back. If you, it's so good.
If you need to unlock another player to help out,
Yeah.
which was not the case here.
No, but it's just encounter like channel. Like everybody's on these split second spells now. Channels like the OG split section in a lot of ways. I am on red white, and I cut swords before I cut touch easily.
Yeah.
Like I cut swords a while ago. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, you definitely have more options with touch.
Yeah, absolutely. When you have the mana for it, not when it's discounted by 2. It's only 2. It's 2 mana. Oh, 2 mana. It's not so bad.
That's very...
Well, the good thing about touch is that since it's not counterable, you're able to kind of sandbag it a lot longer than you normally would with like a bounce spell. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I need to get on Mirror Shell Grab.
Oh, we have
And
the
that's the LED crap.
LED to pay for Pact.
Oh, and that's really messed up. We do it on the end step after beginning of end step, so that way the trigger to bring Vivi back is actually on Daryl's end step here. So he doesn't even get a main phase with no counters on it. And this is the final. This is the final turn. So on the clock, I think they probably didn't have more than a 4-minute time extension.
Yeah, unless there was an extension given during the game for some reason.
Yeah, potentially.
Maybe if they did have questions during some of those a little bit longer turns, there might have been an extension given.
Yeah, but this is. I mean, again, I rewind the tape, baby. 30, 40 minutes ago, called it a draw. See, that's just how it is.
If he comes back, they pass. That's an untapped draw.
Okay, that's an untap.
Okay,
Right?
so
We're seeing another turn cycle.
Maybe Sisse here is the last turn.
Possibly, we could be looking, but even then, Sisse doesn't. Oh, Cradle.
That's a good start.
Makes 2 mana here.
Yeah, I mean, the really interesting thing about Cradle is that it potentially opens up Agatha's lines, but Agatha's doesn't get you more pips. Sisse currently is a 4/4, 3/3,
Something like that. I also
She's
don't
a
think
4/4. So Sisse
that Sisse has anything relevant
to get on 3
to
Yeah.
eat off of a cauldron.
True. Unless there's something...
It's just the fixing for the guy's Cradle.
So for those of you guys who are just joining us, welcome in. Welcome back to Bite Size Magic, as we like to say. This is All the Valley 2. We're on round 4 of 5 before we cut to the semifinals. So we're
High
getting...
bar in hand.
Ooh, be good.
Ivar's big.
We're over here at Clovis Card Shop and Comics. Oh man, they've got a really long time extension. The fact that Sisse feels moderately comfortable thing with mana up here is kind of interesting. We're at Clovis Card Shop and Comics here with Tim, one of the owners, at the All Valley 2. We're approaching the last 3 rounds of the tournament. and making good time. You were absolutely right, Tim. There is a world where we get out at like 10 or 11. We might
At a
even
reasonable time.
yeah, it was a reasonable time, which is impressive considering we had a lunch break as well. So we'll see how the semifinals and the finals go from here,
Yeah,
but we've
so-
got one more round after this.
I think this is so far the longest game of the day.
Yes, that we've seen on stream,
sure
at the
for
very
us.
least. We're having almost no break in between the
Yeah, I think even off stream,
Rim
the
models?
longest game went like 10 minutes over
Gotcha.
into the extra time.
Yeah,
So, and we're approaching that here, so we're pretty close.
we love it. He's recasting this Hullbreaker. This is hilarious. Also, I like the MCP Phil Grim Monolith print. I see that. I recognize you. I see you, Mr.
That's
Lucas.
actually the Magic Online Magic Grim Monolith.
Is
Probably from CP Phil, because that's where you get access to it. That's all I'm saying.
Maybe
The Hullbreaker comes back
interesting
up. Hey, you
here.
guys remember that Hullbreaker from like 30 minutes to 45 minutes ago?
Is the Hullbreaker worth it here over
you got
maybe
nothing
going
else.
for trying to go for a Heliod flip into the wheel?
I'd have to imagine that there is not that much time left, and this is just
It's a way to win
I
right
try
now.
to win on my turn right now, sort of thing. Because Heliod, I still think would need setup because like what it's 6 for Heliod, 4 to flip, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, sorry, 1, 2, 3.
Front side of Heliod's
It's-
3 mana.
Right, because the Phyrexian, but the actual cast. of
So
Heliod is
6 total and 2 life for the Phyrexian mana.
4. Okay, so it's not impossible here, but then you're down to like just pips without that much of a draw engine on board. Like, you know, I guess there's a Ristic. You could feed the Ristic a little bit. Yeah, maybe just hope. But I think if in my mind, if I'm looking at, yeah, thank you, Ty. We are 4 mana and 3, so 7 mana to get Heliod down. It is 1.
So we were 1 short. So same total mana as the Hullbreaker.
Yeah. But like if I'm looking at Hullbreaker and enough to start the combo line, I can bounce the Ristic Study at some point, combo down a little bit, and then be able to actually present a win on this turn. Sisei's tutoring for 3 could get Linvala. No, not Linvala, Lavinia. Stop any 0-drop rocks to stop the Hullbreaker line from being able to go, and we can call it a draw.
Yeah, I mean, I think the lion. Well, you have to get a 3-drop. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe. I mean, there's a world where he has like maybe I would say Soul Ring, but Soul Ring's already on the field. Something to bounce the Grim, and then Grim can maybe do a
Well,
little jiggy
yeah.
gag.
I think with Ristic,
Oh,
He is
I wonder what's
What?
available
Can he hit
right
the
now.
echoes?
Cauldron.
He's trying to hit the echoes. I
I
mean,
don't think we care about the Echo here.
They must have some card in
the
yard.
Sisei has 2 treasures here, and we've got 2 mana off of the Gaia's Cradle. So yeah, we are definitely looking for something.
Eating
The
something from
Bloom
Aang. Ooh.
Tender from the top row.
Sisei is gonna make
Let's go! I'm so excited.
some good mana here now.
I don't know if that's quite enough because you can I mean, this is Marvin Iorif version. You don't need Tybar to be able to untap at instant speed.
It's
You
2
can get
treasures right now. You get Derevi, then that
untap Cradle.
untaps.
he's
Untaps
got
Bloom
Bloom
Tender.
Tender, sure.
The
and then
2
that'll
treasures,
offer- yeah.
the Sisei that can now tap for mana because it ate the Bloom Tender,
Yes.
and
true.
you have a Cradle.
Yeah. And we have a Cradle, which should be close to win. I'm ashamed. I
So
should
Cradle's
know this
making
pretty
2
well.
mana. The Bloom Tender is making also 2 mana.
Yeah.
And a
So
treasure.
4, 6. So we have 2 treasures
Looks
there.
like it's happening.
Yeah, so the one treasure can get you Derevi, which can then untap the Bloom Tender, which can use the last treasure to get something else.
To fix your
Which will
colors.
then add 2 colors here,
Yeah.
green and blue.
Mhm.
It'll untap it. You can tap the Sisei again now for 4 mana, and you still have 1 left over, so you can Sisei again.
I mean, just in my mind, I'm just chilling at this point because it's one of those things where like if he's going for this and not just going for a way to stealth the Hullbreaker, that means he's put something. That means
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
got something. So it's
Mhm.
either you have interaction or you don't. You know what I mean? In my mind here,
Yeah, it is interesting to pass into the
into the Hullbreaker.
Heliod's turn. Like you're playing around Force of Negation, maybe.
No, because you we
The
didn't even-
Heliod
that they cast any
already,
you haven't
spells.
cast anything yet. Yeah, you don't.
but Heliod used his Force of Negation already.
Yeah,
Also,
but it's interesting to allow the Heliod to untap
Untap at
before
all.
going for this.
Yeah, exactly. Because this could just be a sorcery speed line. You didn't
And
have to do this.
that also just lets you like attack with Lotho and get a Derevi trigger on your
yeah.
turn.
So I don't know. Who knows? Deadpool makes a Derevi, which untaps Sisay, which then fixes for colors.
so now we have all 5 of our colors in play.
Sisay, we're going for all right. Sisay pulls it out. No draw, guys. We just get Sisay sat there and waited for the right window and found the window. We'd love to see it. Some good classic CDH magic, I think, right here. This is the amount of times I've died to a Sisay in this almost exact faction is innumerable. So
Let's see if he can find the line through this,
you see that Jen Walters? I was like, ooh,
which I'm unsure.
Marvin. I don't think is. I mean the we got up.
I
on
guess
exactly what we're talking about, because you get the Tyvar here if you do it on sorcery speed, and that untaps and gets you even more, right? Like,
yes, but also the deck does now have Shang-Chi,
sure, you get Shang-Chi,
which doesn't matter as far as untapping,
Here-
but it can
he-
help with the mana production.
the issue is he doesn't have mana for Emil here. Like, he can't Emil Derevi. He needs to have the 3 extra mana to untap the Emil. So you need to find another way to untap. You need to find a way to
Maybe
go
like
up
a
and-
Flash Thompson
Yeah.
or
You need to find a way to go up mana and be able to untap the Sisay, which is also like super risky. You didn't have this line figured out like in your head with a Hull Breaker on the stack. You're like, cool, you just went through all this, and then you fizzle, and then the Hull Breaker lands, and then you're like, oh, whoops. You know what I mean? Versus like going for the actual like potential talent gates. It's not legendary, my guy. Before going through the actual like Teferi's a way
Teferi
to
there.
stop. Yeah. Spider Woman, nope, doesn't help you.
and this brings an
Teferi.
interesting point to maybe another newer card. I'm not sure how from the position he's in, how he could turn it into a win. But maybe this is a deck to look at Dr. Doom in as a way to, if you want to go for some sort of Thoracle-esque line, you can tutor for the Dr. Doom. You have these ways to give your creatures haste already in the deck.
This is very unfortunate right here. I mean, I hear what you're saying, and absolutely, that's 100% a thing. Pinion's not going to get you there because it doesn't give you enough mana off the thing. I think he's realizing that he's just a little bit short. I think he was like 2 to 3 mana short here. And now he's got a really hard pivot potentially to figure out a way to stop this Hullbreaker. Versus, I don't think he's on Lavinia. I didn't see it. Although Teferi would also just... No, Teferi doesn't solve this problem.
He can.
The Spider Woman does. If he doesn't have enough rocks, the Spider Woman will solve enough of this in theory. But again, we are not feeling great about this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do think while we have the Doctor Doom up here, while Sisay is looking for a potential out through this line he's taken, I have been looking at it less as a commander, which I know a lot of people have been looking at,
Dr. Doom
and more as a substitute for Thoracle
legendary
instead of being an addition to.
Yeah.
Um,
So we're pulling out the cards. We're saying, hey guys, this is what I can get. I'm sorry I fizzled. Now, how do we deal with this Hullbreaker and not just lose right here?
so
These are
he's
my
pulling out his options.
Yeah, then this is why I think it's a no, this is a thing that again sorry, a lot of these topics are very fresh to mind because we just got done recording a lot of episodes about I think that's your best bet. If you don't have a Lavinia, that's your best bet.
It's the Spider Woman.
Yeah, blind obedience on a creature that gives you pips is pretty good. A good timid attacker. But really knowing your deck down, in and out, 100%, just fully less registering. Hey, these I avoiding moments like this is just, I think, super crucial. And why I prefer not to diverge too much and try a bunch of other decks. I know other people will. I know they do. Ooh, silence.
So bounce the Soul Ring so we can
We can maybe
No, there's
potentially
a Spider Woman in
I
play.
think you could potentially born in. Oh no, the Spider-Man's women's out. Yeah, that's really rough. Yeah, that is. You
This-
hate to see it, guys.
It doesn't
So if they get
matter.
Urtai.
Swords.
Urtai, kind of, but you would have to let the Hullbreaker resolve.
Yeah, that's a draw. Swords on the show. Swords on the Oh no, dang. Except draw. All right, there we go. There we go. All right. Yeah, swords on the Hullbreaker really does make sure that this is a draw at the end of the time. So we got there's a little plot twisty there. That was kind of cool. You know what I mean? I did kind of instinctively. I'm not saying I was 100% right there, but like I kind of like really the Cradle. When you drop the Cradle, I was kind of like, okay, maybe there's something here, but like the way he's untapping and the mana that he's untapping did not scream immediate death to me. I'm not particularly good at knowing exactly what numbers, but like my instinct was just like, Sisei doesn't have it here.
Yeah, I think he was very close to it and just realized
Really missed the line.
one activation too late that he was just short.
Urtai on Wheeliod, so no flash. Yeah, absolutely. There was no Wheeliod that was actually out though. Wheeliod was stuck in command zone. We were just staring at Hullbreaker just sat on field. He was attempting to do a Hullbreaker line on this is our table judge Rain, who has done a little bit of Sisei math in her time. Yeah. Sorry if that wasn't clear, Wizards, but like this game has been a slog from the very beginning. So a lot of stuff guys gotten mixed up here. Murking Spelljacker. Why are we looking at this? What is this?
Card's cool.
We're just showing up.
If only that was a target.
But hey guys, thank you guys for joining us. If you guys are just jumping in, we are at the end of round 4 at all the valleys here at Clovis Comix. And we're about to probably jump right directly into round 5. So give us
Our final round of Swiss.
final round of Swiss. Tim, do you mind us, because I think we have a lot to cover before we go into this final round. Do you mind you and me doing a little switcheroo here? I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
Yeah,
if you need to.
absolutely.
Can you and I let's take a look at standings and see where we're at with that and do some looking at that.
Let's see.
I'll be right back, and then once I come back, I'll take over.
All right. Let's see. We had a lot more draws this round than we've seen throughout the day. It's been kind of nice seeing most of the games throughout the day have actual results instead of just all of them being 4 dark blue lines.
Yeah. It's pretty. It was especially early in this tournament. It seems even now we had 13 or 14 wins and 4 draws.
A handful of draws. Yeah,
Awesome.
we love seeing that. We love seeing people play a game of Magic to completion, and it's nice to see. I know in this format there's a lot of flack for just offering draws or forcing draws. So it's nice to see people
For sure. Yeah.
just going for it, getting rewarded.
And then we'll pull it over to our
Let's check current standings.
at the end
Thomas
of the last round.
still holding out first seed. Looks like he has secured himself a draw to go along with his 2 wins from earlier. Anthony, we had him on stream earlier,
Yes,
I
we
believe.
did, Yeah.
We have Esteban, another one of our local guys, with 2 wins here. I believe he is on Rakdos today.
Okay, fun. Yeah. They were in one of the top pods.
Derek, I know he came in halfway through our Friday night event last night. I don't know what deck he was playing. But I know he came in from the Bay Area. Ethan is one of our local guys who doesn't play a lot of cEDH. One of our newer cEDH guys who we have not converted, but like I was saying, bridge the gap over from casual play with their group of friends into
Nice.
sometimes they'll play cEDH.
That's awesome. Good to see them here then.
We've got
And there finally
an update.
an update to the standings as this round finishes.
So everything I just said, you guys can ignore.
Well, it's still
except-
relevant.
Thomas and Ethan now securing another win. So we're at 3 wins and a draw for Thomas. Two wins, 2 draws for Ethan there. I am not personally familiar with footy. Cam from In Response
We're back.
here with 2 wins and a draw in 4th place.
That's the loss on there.
Is there a world where we tape down this wire so it's flat?
There is a world.
could be
Thanks
this
for the
one.
heads up, Wizards. Yeah, these
They are updated now.
These are now updated.
They are now updated. Yeah, I was going through
okay.
some of them and then they updated in the middle of me talking.
Mr. Thomas G acting like a real G here.
Yeah,
Top
secured his
number
in.
one. It feels a little bit worse when you don't get the buy into the finals to do all that work, but first seed in top 16 pot is pretty dope.
And on TNT.
On TNT, this is full 3 wins, 1 draw.
Yes.
3 wins, 1 draw. You draw the next game, and the closest person that could maybe knock you out of number 1 seed is literally Ethan, and that's it. That has got to feel amazing.
And it looks like the final round of Swiss's paired
Oh, yeah, let's go.
is the paired pod 1 looking like what we want to feature.
Nah, they're gonna draw like instantly.
It's TNT, TNK, and Tivit.
They're
All
gonna
right,
draw.
let's
They're gonna
find
draw.
another table then.
Yeah, we want to find
Find
we wanna see people
something
fighting for
a little more
bit.
interesting, maybe.
Really interesting here. I'm looking at standings here. We got Cam. We love to see a local doing really well in top 4.
Yes, he's
Anthony?
on Crystal, by the way, one of the newer
Okay, maybe we see Cam on.
commanders.
I'm down to see Cam on Cam if we get a chance.
It's gonna be a good one. There's
Esteban
gonna
is
be
on Rakdos.
Glarb, Ral, Rog, Tevesh in that pod.
Rog, Tevish, Rao makes me a little hesitant. But I think we need to pick one.
Depending on the
so we could-
Rog Tevish deck, it may just be like a polar opposite of trying to win the game.
Yeah, that's what
deck.
that's what I'm a little not concerned about necessarily. I just wondering if there's other pods here. Anthony here clawing his way back up to fifth slot. We're kind of figuring it out. 1 second, we'll come out and tell you. Yeah, we appreciate it, you though, man. Yeah, the fact that this bubble at 8 is at 8, it means that the bubble is actually pretty low. I still think I stand by that. The
Bubble's
is,
out 1 win and 3 draws.
Yeah, that's wild. Especially with how many wins that we saw earlier. I guess the wins must be pretty spread out.
Wizard says Rog Tev, please, oh my god.
To Rocket. Is that all you want to see it, Mr. Wizards, or you don't want to see it?
We can watch the lockdown.
I
Yeah, exactly,
don't
right?
know the player that's on it, so it's not who I think it is, which means
It's
it's the
Footy.
other
Huh?
one.
Footy.
It's Footy? It's one
Footy's
of
on
the
Rock
So it's not
Tevesh.
cheap.
if you think it's a good pod, I'll trust
I mean,
your instinct on it.
Glarb, Crystal.
It'll be an interesting
It'll be
game.
interesting.
My thought process is Ral either just wins or Ral makes it go across and we don't really get to see Crystal.
There is Rog, Rakdos, Ral, Tivit,
Nah, I'd rather see the other pod. That's too
and
many turbos.
then
We love a turbo deck. We love watching these raw.
Wanna watch
watching Ral.
The
but-
light leave Ral's eyes as Trinisphere hits the board.
Yeah, if we had player cam, then you could see that 100%. But like, yeah, I at least when I'm picking stream games, I'm a little hesitant to throw like high turbo pods in to these things because they tend to
There
just
is-
be over, and then we have to figure out a way to fill in 40 minutes.
Do we want to
there's,
just?
there's a raw. Let's see.
So we need to pick one before people start.
Rog, Ishai, Tivit, Nick Fury, Garuda.
Sure, I mean if Rupan's down, I'm not opposed to that one.
Try table 12.
Well,
If we may.
now is the time to do your announcement. Leave it.
Oh yes, thank you. Let me do that.
Which
The fort down. So we are getting a little switch on what match will be featured.
we're gonna do 12, I think.
We
We probably could do one, but
So we've got a little announcement going on in here, and then we will have the final round of Swiss feature match set up. I don't believe we are going to have the Rog Tevesh pod. I think Ty found one that is potentially a little bit more interesting. And right now we are announcing to all the players that the winner of the All Valley 2 here will be getting free entry into the Atrium 2, or the A2ium as it's being called. Yeah, so that just got announced. Players are quite excited for that. Got a lot on the line here now, on top of our 3K prize pool here, or a little bit over 3K. We have that free entry into the Atrium 2, as well as a bunch of other stuff here. And I believe we are just about ready. Maybe not. I think we're still trying to get the players over to the feature match room. Just bear with me for a second, guys, while we try to get this pod over to the feature match.
we'll get Pod 12 up your way. This is going to be Rog, Ishai, Tivit, Gairuda, and Nick Fury.
Okay, so we did get them in there ahead of time. Cool.
Yeah, no, they're not in there yet. This is Pod 1.
Which one?
Pod 12?
Just pod 12? Let me.
No, Pod 12.
They said no?
Decline.
Pod 12 decline.
Okay, we can just stick with 1 if you want.
What about 5?
Pod 1, if pairings are on Swiss, they're the top seed and will likely
You
draw.
just draw. Yeah, that's what we're trying to avoid.
So
Well,
maybe...
I don't think they will, but we
You're going
can.
to pick a random table?
I think we were looking at pod 5. What was that?
5
Do we
is.
want to get the Rog
That's
Tevesh
the
game?
wheelie odd we just got.
Oh, understood.
You can pick.
Let's try the Rog Tevesh table.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Oh, okay,
So that
okay.
should
That's
be
pod
2?
That's 2. That's pod 2.
Table 2?
Yeah.
Bear with us a minute, guys.
They're gonna draw.
Our first choice declined, so we're trying to find a substitute table. Looks like these higher paired tables are opting to draw. Oh, maybe we are getting table 2 to move in there.
What's happening?
We're getting table 2.
Perfect. Yep.
Hold on up. Let me go get some more ice.
Yeah, sure.
It's getting another.
Yeah. In the meantime, you guys can stare at this bracket page while we hang out.
That life total thing is so
Yeah, super
it's-
blown out.
Yeah, I wonder if
I
there's
can see if I can get them to turn the brightness down.
that or one of the other life total apps that is a lot more basic, and it's like literally just a colored background with the number on top of it.
Yeah.
There's so many of them now that I never know which one's which. All right, so we're going to have Cam from In Response here on Crystal in seat 1. Glarb in seat 2. Ral seat 3. And Footy from ABC EDH on Rograk Tevesh in seat 4.
No, he still can't.
Oh, let me go get my tablet.
Oh yeah.
We will have a little bit better life total situation in there. As we had a major dice spill somewhere in the building that we could hear all the way back in the casting room. What's up, Flash? Shouldn't you be in the other building working, my boy? The event's been good though. Been a lot of fun. We've seen a lot of really cool stuff throughout the day. We've only had one draw on the feature match table all day, which is really cool to have seen 3 of the 4 rounds so far come to a conclusion of one of the players actually winning. So we do tend to see a lot of draws in cEDH tournaments. So it's really cool to see people just kind of pushing, jamming for wins.
Yeah, usually for what we'll do for this is we want our stream table. We'll just have a completely separate stream table, which is something I guess we should have mentioned. We just do this next time, but like we just have a completely separate stream table, and it just doesn't have a number, and just whoever gets, you just go there, so we don't have to move a second person. Yeah, we should have mentioned, but you know, live and learn, live and learn. All right, what are we looking at? Do we get hands or?
I don't believe so yet, so I'm gonna pop over there and get our starting hands from everyone.
Yeah. All right, welcome.
We
guys.
will be back. Yeah, I'll let you take it away.
Thank you. Welcome back to Bite Size Magic, everybody. To those who are just fresh coming in, we did a little bit of a whoopsie daisy. We just had to, not whoopsie daisy, we had a quick little turnaround. We had to make a couple announcements about Atrium 2 happening in November 21st and 22nd in Claremont, California, right after the Southern California Invitationals. We got to make a little announcement about that. Whoever wins this tournament actually gets a comped entry into that. So, you know, nice little plug right there. Let's take a look into our pod here. I don't know. We're looking at Cam, Chanadel, Christopher, and Footy here. We've got a Crystal, a Glarb, a Ral, and a Rog Tevish. So a lot of different possibilities happening in this pod right here. Welcome to those guys who don't know. We are on round 5 of All the Valley 2. This is the last round of Switch, moving directly into semifinals and then finals after this. Streaming on Bite Size Magic, but you guys are here, so hopefully you know that. In conjunction with BFF cEDH and Clovis Cards and Comix, and In Response, and all sorts of people that are necessary to make this lovely evening happen, including the players, including all of the Central California meta people, and my copious addiction to A&W sugar, zero sugar, free caffeine, free root beer, which please sponsor us, guys. Sponsor us. Whoever, is it Coca-Cola?
I have no idea. We'd have to read it.
This is a. I don't know if this is where you thought this would happen when you introduced me these. It's just shotgunning 2 liters at each other over a stream table. Pretty great. I'm glad that we got to get Cam on here on stream for one of these games. Managed to make himself. Let's take a look at seedings here while we're standings here. So we've got Cam, we've got Chanadel, we've got Christopher, and we've got Footy. I just kind of want to see what the texture of these conversations are going to be here. All right, this is so clean. I thought we were gonna have to look at the standings and everything. This is so cool. Okay, so we got 4, we got 11 points, 7 points, 11 points, and 7 points. So nice little distro right here. Top 16, Christopher and Chanadel are definitely feeling the
these Chinito has to win it in here. Draw is very, very unlikely to get in. Christopher is also probably in that same boat and really feeling the need to win in here. Cam sitting pretty, probably is fine with a draw, or probably is fine with a loss. Honestly, might be able to go in. And Footy over here on Rog.
And it'd be pretty close with how many wins we've had in this tournament.
True. We have seen a lot of wins in this tournament, which is great to see, and we love to see that. So you know, what are we looking at for bubble? Can we look at bubble here?
Yeah. Oh.
Ours are we found 5 total machines.
Well, we're not looking quite at it. I'm looking at round pairings.
Yeah.
Looking at rules. You sneak liquor into our soda. No, this is root beer, not beer specifically. Caffeine-free, sugar-free root beer. Please sponsor us, Coca-Cola. I drink at least, I want to say 4 2-liters a week, and that's on the conservative
I'm
end.
probably just gonna have to look it up.
It's a lot of root beer.
Do you know what our 16 bubble is? Would you be able to pull that up easier on your phone
I'm gonna do it
potentially?
right now.
Oh no, Link, you don't. Your judgment is totally fine. People can have plenty of. I am who I am. People are allowed to have opinions of me, and that's a you guys get to have those.
7. It is
So
7.
we've got a lot of players sitting at 7 points
Mhm.
from 12
The 24.
Yeah.
down to 24. So we've got a 12-player bubble here.
So if I am either second seat or
Or I
third
guess-
seat, I am not comfortable. I'm gunning for a win here, which hopefully means that is pretty cool.
So 8 of the 12 players at 7 points are on the bubble right now.
Wow. So really, this could be our top. You could kind of look like anything here. The thing I will say, streaming these games and stuff like that, the thing that I feel a little bit sad at is that it feels like there's a world of cEDH games happening around us, and we only get to see a small sliver of it.
Mm-hmm.
From Cam, we're seeing a land and a Mox Diamond, a pitch, and we're looking at land, Soul Ring. There's a gemstone, and we already have Glarb.
Turn 1 Glar.
His moistness out on turn 1 already. Let's take a look at these
So
hands.
these opening hands, starting with the crystal player, was a Mox Diamond, Force of Negation, a Command Tower, Keen Sense, Intuition, and Misdirection.
So Cam fully just hopiumed and top decked the land for the Mox Diamond. Is what I'm saying.
Yep, otherwise he would have just had 1 available mana and a dream.
And a dream. Oh man, on a mold of 5, that feels really, really bad.
Glarb was at Marsh Flats, Boseiju, Mox Diamond, Gemstone Caverns, Deathrite Shaman, Scalding Tarn.
So my guy also just top decked the Soul Ring. Is that what I'm saying here?
Well,
What is this?
being
What is
second,
this?
he had pregame Gemstones,
sorry, this is
land,
a-
Mox Diamond.
Sorry, this is a Mox Diamond. I thought this was a Soul Ring. No, I understand. So okay, so it's pretty good.
So reasonable keep there.
Turn immediately. Turn 1 Glarb.
Ral kept a Hexing Squelcher, Mana Vault, Command Tower, bonus round, Mox Amber, Mountain, and yes, Runaway Steamkin.
Runaway Together, maybe.
No, I believe that's a Steamkin from the text on the bottom there. To it's remove a
Sure. Yeah, I see. it.
remove 3 counters.
And we do
make
see.
a mana.
Wow, that's terrifying. Look at
Turn
this.
0 Vamp Tutor.
Turn 0 Vampire, but also
And-
Ral going land,
Yeah.
Lotus Petal, Ral, Mamber, Vault is terrifying.
That's a lot of mana.
Yes, Rog Tevesh kept a Seething Song, Grim Monolith, Phyrexian Tower, Vampiric Tutor, Gemstone Caverns, and Lotus Petal.
Oh man.
So we had 2 pregame gemstones here. I believe those are the only ones we've seen today.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. Welcome. Hi, Mr. G Money One. Welcome to the chat, and welcome to all you guys who are coming in, tuning in to the last couple of rounds here of the All the Valley 2 here at Clovis Comics and Card Shop and Comics. Cards and Comics.
Something like that.
Something like that. CCCCCCCCC. We're streaming here on Bite Size, and yeah, we're just chilling. We're hanging out, having a grand old time, while everybody else here is sweating on a 12-person bubble on 7 points, hoping against hope that 8 points might get them in if they have good breakers, or just win.
Yeah. And we've got, I mean,
Any Hennessy in the root beer? Is that what I'm getting? I'm getting told that I look.
Yeah,
like
apparently it's too light.
It is. If I show them the container, it means nothing because this also could just be filled with Hennessy's. I don't know why, but I'll flash it again to show that Coke that we would be a great sponsor.
yeah, I think we had a pretty explosive start, I would say, all around, except Cam's opening turn looked a little mediocre compared to everyone else, which he had a reasonably good turn one hand. It's just he unluckily found himself faced against the only two feature match gemstones of the day and a turn one Ral with some extra mana.
So Vamp Tutor, we got Vamp Tutor here probably for the Yakel Hops potentially. Oh, or maybe for the Filter to be able to power out 3-ball Seething Song. Okay, so we sack the Rog. Here,
Yes, because outside of the Vamp, the Rog Tevish's hand was all mana.
The Filter was already in hand, so we are about to cast whatever we vamped for.
If I were a betting man, I would say it's the 5-mana Planeswalker that oh no, this is the other deck.
Yeah.
What the hell is this? What is?
So we're having a conversation with Cam. We're talking about I have this Force of Nig, and you are going to tell me what you're about to cast off of that terrifying Vamp Tutor. And I don't know. Yeah, that's 100% what's happening right here. Welcome, those guys who are just tuning in. We've got 3 more wonderful rounds here over here in a little foggy Central California.
3 including this one.
3 including this one. Yeah, this is final round Swiss, and then we're going to go to semifinals and then finals.
Yeah, I would bet that this is Luca.
Luca. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I can see that. Luca, and then you have to maybe Grim Luca, and then you would have to Luca's meant to flip Rog, but we sacked Rog to the Vital.
Yeah, but you just cast it next turn.
That's fair. Yeah, that was valid. You know. Is Ral and Glard big enough to knock Luca down? Maybe not. Maybe not.
I mean, the Glarb also kept a hand that was literally all mana, so
this is something
he's at full range of getting at least 2 looks at the top of the deck, or I guess 3 technically. You have your draw and then a Surveil 2, and so you bin both of them. Maybe you get to see a 4th card off the top. So I don't think he's in a bad position. Getting the Glarb out turn 1, you can definitely kind of manipulate the top of your deck for
something interesting. Yeah,
the rest of the game, however long it may be.
This is something that I've noticed in a little bit of deck building, and maybe I'm a little bit late to the game here, but just like the power of being able to keep. I mean, this is the Kinnan thing, right? This is to an extent the Blue Farm thing of I have got nothing but mana, and that sometimes is just good enough because I either have a meh plan C or I top deck whatever gas and I'm able to cast whatever gas I top deck, right? Or if I go into however much. So all right, whatever.
Looks like we spent some of the ritual mana on a Grim Monolith.
Ooh, Chimil.
I guess I was not expecting a Chimil out of the Massacre the World Rakdos deck. Rakdos as in the colors, not the commander.
Oh, it's so good. It's so dope. And unfortunately, the Force of Egg does not. Oh, is this Chain of Smog?
That is a Chain of Smog.
Right, straight to the hand.
Really awkward.
Straight to the hand. It goes right into my hand. Because that's the beautiful thing about Discover 5, you know?
That is another card that
basically says counter and then exile, correct?
Yes.
What are we?
Force of Neg?
Force of Negation.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe it's counter non-creature spell and exile it, or if it's countered, exile it.
Notably, Chimel doesn't have uncounter in themselves, so this is within itself. So this is definitely are we casting this chain as well?
Yeah, I would in this position.
What?
Just hope that everyone all discards their hands. That's a dream.
Is he down to no cards in hand right now? Is that what I'm looking at? It looks like
I believe so.
This is a what? I mean, Rogtevish, if nothing else, either makes the game miserable or is going to do some wild swings, which fair enough, I guess, makes for good stream. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think
And to be honest,
if you do cast it here, maybe you just fire it at the RAL.
yeah, that's what they
Yeah,
look
that's
like
what
they're
we're looking
doing.
at, yeah.
And everyone except for Cam went down pretty heavy on cards.
True.
You know,
Just
we
get
got
out there.
gemstones, we got locks.
Mhm.
We're biting now. The real question is, does Christopher bite the bullet and force everybody else to play on the exact axes that Rog Tevish wants to play? Which, granted, considering how loaded and tilted my question just was, can make you guess what I think he should do. Oh man, this is kind of wild. I love a Chimil. Oh, any deck that can play Chimil is so cool. I want to run Chimil. Tell me I can run Chimil.
I think that card is probably acceptable in almost any deck, unless you're an
Can't make-
Adnos deck
Unless you can't make 6 mana pretty easily.
or that.
I miss Chimil. That's not true. I never.
Fun fact: I have never gotten to resolve that card, and I have put it on the stack many times.
It's such a weird card. It's simultaneously so much mana, and then also not really that much advantage, but also like they can't let you let it resolve. It's a sculpture effect. It's just.
Which is
why I've never run it, I guess.
different in decks that have access to colors, as
Mhm.
opposed to if you're playing Zuladoc
True.
or something.
Mhm, yeah.
There are ways that like the Chimil may not even matter
Yeah.
as the Zuladoc player.
Yeah. All right.
I definitely think it matters more playing a
So it looks like
Wow,
Red-black
it's going
hole.
around.
continuing this chain of smog line. If I
Mm.
can, I'm furious here. Like,
Yeah, this
why are you
seems
making me do this? Why are you trying?
terrible.
Clark has advantage. Raul has no advantage here. You have to like Cam's now incentivized to fire back at Raul.
I mean, yeah, they are, but they really aren't. If they send it back to Ral, they're just done.
Their cards and hands are gone because we saw the intuition and the force, which means that I no longer have my interaction. I no longer have my
Oh.
potential.
They went to draw,
Looks
so that was
like
the end of
Cameron
it.
just drew a card.
Yeah.
So maybe it looks like
we're
we're
on active player. I legitimately think the fact that our
On.
active player thing is so like finicky and with the arrow is what's making people keep
Remember
up
it.
with it.
Yeah.
Is that like, wait, what is this weird?
Gotta look funky and
Yeah.
silly.
Yep.
Yeah, I think this is the tech. Like genuinely,
I think we print a big one in one of our crazy bright colors,
yeah.
like our tokens.
yeah, I like it.
I'm not
We don't even-
sure
we don't even
if
get the chart. We get it in one piece, half a page, just like a half a
Sure,
page, and
yeah,
like
yeah.
laminate it.
I don't know if Glarb got activated in upkeep or
in
not.
phase, Yeah,
I couldn't quite tell if he drew the card first or
looks
not.
like he's
I guess
bidding at
we'll
Filter. Yeah,
looks like it was
so
before.
So he wants to see
So-
what the gas I'm drawing. So
we're using it for filter
Get it
mode.
layered. Interesting.
I mean, he didn't filter, so I think, or not filter, Phyrexian Tower, yeah. So that way he's just seeing 2 lands there. He's just nothing good.
That's interesting considering his entire opening hand was just mana.
Yeah. I mean, they chose to top one, right?
Yes, he left one on
yeah,
top.
the fetch land on top.
Oh, the fetch is good for because he gives him reset. You can look at the top. And
I
then
mean, surveilling 2 is the same as fetching. I guess you get to play the land. or
fetch
whatever.
and then fetch surveil. Because now I look at top card. If I
Sure,
don't
get
like
a
it, I can-
survey.
so
Even more
I have to
surveilling.
say.
Or maybe he doesn't
Oh,
necessarily
no,
want the
I
card
really-
on top,
I really
but he
think
wants to keep it in the deck.
Oh, he's going Steamkin. Did he? Oh, because you're right. In my brain, I thought this was Runaway together. For whatever reason, like just a random mass dig spell. I was like, so
Yeah,
guys.
Steamkin kind of looking like just a setup
round
piece here.
Let's go.
1 damage.
Sending a message.
Sir,
That's commander. damage?
commander damage. I'm gonna actually track that here because that might actually be relevant.
Will at least be funny.
It will be funny at the very least. All right, yeah, we're recasting Rog here. I didn't really get too much of a chance to sit down and make my predictions as to what would happen with this thing to just potentially try and
Discovering into an imp seal.
Pretty good.
So you're just end step setting up whatever you're going to draw.
And I have a blocker for any Ragamans that people are trying to hit here. So unless someone goes to force draw, I'm getting where I want. Chimil looking right. Oh, sorry. Uncounterable in seal.
It would have been way better if you had cast that imp before your trigger.
Yep.
True. That is also the hard thing about Chimil sometimes is like that end step trigger is kind of rough. Same thing with like 10 rings. When you look at 10 rings, you're like, no maximum hand
That card is insane.
not no maximum hand size, but 10 maximum hand size and draw up on end step seems pretty good. But end step.
That's not that bad. But just being able to vamp tutor or Imperial Seal, and then you get to cast that card for free. Is crazy.
I was having a very similar conversation with some of our local guys during the week. So a lot of our guys are still talking about Molecule Man.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I said, why don't you just play it in a multicolored shell?
Yeah.
So my thought process was play something like Ulalek or Azlask, which is very easy to cast and gives you access to 5 colors, all of the top deck tutors.
Yeah.
So you can set up your Miracle for 0.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm rooting for. Is that Breach or is that Pyroblast?
Should I just put Molecule Man and Kinnan?
I mean, you can cast them. Is this Breach?
You can find a way to set up the top of your deck, then
Who even needs to? You just cast all of your good spells.
I think I'm looking at Breach here in this brown hands. Is that what I'm looking at? Just checking. So I'm just setting up with the Strike at Rich.
yeah, I think he's just trying to get back into the game mana wise because he is definitely falling behind
He's
here
got
on mana.
On mana and also just gas, which this is one of those things where I think this is the first time we've seen First Seat really not in a commanding position on stream all day, which is, makes sense.
We've got something coming out of Glarb here.
Aorith. Interesting.
That is interesting.
You
there.
can double Glarb's on end step. And you got the fetch. Look how deep you can dig. It's so cool.
I think it's also important to note that he is leaving up
Mox Diamond fetch. Death Ring.
mana and the Deathrite Shaman. So that
Secret
if
Space.
Ral starts to go for something, he can eat the flashback enablers.
Very good. Very smart. Yep. Absolutely.
A little bit of a heads up play from him.
Yep.
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that that's what he's doing.
Yeah. 100% intentional.
100%. I'm kind of hoping Ham wins the game somehow.
It is always cool to see the player that is like visibly far behind the rest of the pod.
Somehow pulling ahead, but we love an underdog here. Like,
Seat 1, my favorite underdog.
what's the real question here? What do you think? This black tutor for on this which one was it? Whichever one of the black
Imperial Seal.
What do you think this Imperial Seal is for?
It's a great question. It could just be some sort of mass destruction effect.
The we already have uncountable, so you don't have to worry too much about those.
And you also have the Chimil, so going for something that just blows up the world outside of the Chimil isn't a bad look.
Chimil's not indestructible. So.
Correct.
Yeah,
so maybe something like we can't get a culling ritual. You could grab like a damnation.
Crystal notably has white, so we are looking at maybe a silence and upkeep here to just actively not be even further set behind. But the problem is then like you're just like everybody else has so much more advantage over you here.
Could also be something like a damping sphere or something to significantly slow down the RAL.
Sure, yeah. I think the conversation is what did you tutor for here? Because I'm noticing Cam here. Towards the or rock cabbage. Like working with what's the card that you tutor for, like that sort of stuff, because like this is a really bad position for Cam to be in. Be trying to have to leash rock cabbage when everybody else is like actively, and Ral is a wheel away from winning the game actively on the stack.
Yep.
But end step, Chimel trigger, let's go. No, that's
That's
you gotta cast that, my guy. That's Valakut Awakening. That's the land. What is it? Wait, what part is this?
maybe it is just a land.
No, not want us to get too far away if that is one of those MDSCs.
Yes, and that's something as players, if you are playing any MDFCs, always make sure that you flip them right side back up after each game. Or maybe he's just giving us a gotcha with a full text mountain. Pathways.
Yeah,
Don't see him too often.
What are you talking about?
You want to talk to them some?
Go for it, man. So we can confirm it was one of the pathways, which is the reason I'm sitting there going like, that looks like a Valakut exploration. or
Clear
something.
water pathway.
Yeah, exactly, right? One of the
River glide path.
Yeah. Oh man, we got Crystal out. Hey. Right? Crystal's 4 mana, isn't it? He managed to do
It's 3 mana.
Oh, it's 3 mana. Got it. It's just Cam's back in here. Oh, and this is the first time this pod has not moved the active player thing. And 100% that is me going in there
Distracting
them
them, yeah.
so that I don't hold them to that. All right, chat. Let's see. What do we feeling here? Are we feeling Blarb and Ral just find top deck what they need, and all of a sudden we are off to the races, and we're just like all dead, or is this gonna be we just get stacks to all high heaven, and we just end up dying in time, or to some Rog Tevesh bullshit that just happened? Some sire, what are they run like Sire or something like that, right?
Yeah,
Some
it's
demon people.
it's the normal. I think it's Sire and Valgavoth. Sire of Insanity.
Is that our music? Is that our music?
Yeah.
Blarb just draw go. Some good classic draw go here in cEDH. So you don't see that too often outside of Thrasios decks. Blarb is one of the decks that can do it, you know? And just Ral beats again. Let's go. Why are you hitting me for? I don't know, man. You've got the Chimmel.
2 damage.
Your deck is explicitly designed to stop my deck. I can't win through most of the pieces that you're going to draw and play. You had this giant conversation with Cam about what the card is.
What is the card that they explored into, or that they
I
discovered
was
into?
too busy looking at the card to make sure we didn't have a massive GRB on stream that I did not actually catch the card. Looks like a creature though.
Yeah.
I'd imagine that it's not anything of too much. Up there's the land for turn. I'd
But
imagine
it's not a creature. It can't be. It's the only creatures are Sire of Insanity and Valgavoth.
enchantment.
Taking a look.
Okay. If you guys have any idea what that card is, go ahead and give us your best guess. I'm hoping that it's not anything of
Stranglehold.
Stranglehold.
I
Maybe.
don't think it is.
Doesn't look like it. What is this? I don't know what this card is. Chat, if we have any Rog Tevesh players in here, please give us an insight as to what we are looking at. I can go ahead and take a look in a quick second to see what these boards are. We're looking at Ral over here bleeding a Pact of Negation to the camera. So we know that that's being held up. And Glarb has 4 looks deep into their deck to be able to cast anything 4 or higher. Seems actually pretty, Glarb looking in a pretty strong position right here.
Cam over here really trying to either bluff that he has interaction, full has interaction. Yeah, that's kind of what we're guessing here. Wizards, we're not 100%. I will do a little bit of recon here in a second if we truly can't figure out what it is. But I do try not to interrupt games as much as possible. It looks like it's a sorcery because we're looking at a Flusterstorm coming out of Chinadle's hand.
Yeah, I think it is the Judge Foil Stranglehold.
The one next to the Chimmel, or what's the one on the one on the stack? What are we looking at on the stack? Do we have any idea?
Where is that?
Hey, check it out. I've got a Chimmel. You can't even
that
counter.
one right there.
Yeah, you can't even counter whatever the hell I'm casting right now. It's a Chaos Warp. Are we Chaos Warping? Oh, Zoyo's Justice, maybe. Yeah, it might be Zoyo's Justice, at least based off of the play pattern in terms of like what actually just happened. I think that is actively the execution of Zoyo's Justice tax.
I don't think either of those cards are in the deck. Reality Shift.
Maybe. Oh, and we hit a Damping.
A Reality Scramble.
Wet Rock. Wet Rock. Yeah, exactly right. I think they were gesturing towards that. And yes, absolutely. I think you're right. It is a Reality Scramble. You go into the bottom of your library, reveal cards on the top of your library until you reveal a card that shares a card type with that permanent. Oh, sorry. Let me read this out loud and audibly for the chat. Oh, wait, no, you guys can see the cards on. I'll read it anyways. 2 red, sorcery. Put target permanent you own on the bottom of your library. Reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a card that shares a card type with a permanent. Put that card onto the battlefield and the rest to the bottom of your library in a random order. It has Retrace. Yes, it's a polymorph type deck. Yeah, absolutely. So we're looking at Stranglehold, we're looking at Damping Sphere, we love a Damping Sphere, we're looking at Mana Vault here, so yeah, this is very much Rog Tevesh. It's hard to say because it's kind of one of those things where it's like we're not sure if it's in driver's seat necessarily, because Rog Tevesh is like not always the best thing to be in terms of like Rog Tevesh in the driver's seat looks very, very different, especially since we're Force of Willing. What are we Force of Willing? We're Force of Willing something off of Cam's board here. Yeah, it looks like he maybe put the Keen Sense on. He's attempting to put the Keen Sense on the crystal here. So we're looking at a hard Force of Will. The Fluster that we bled over is not going to work here. So yeah, Force of Will on Keen Sense, and yeah, Cam just full taking it on the chin like a champ and not really arguing about it. It looks like don't know how much there is to argue about, but like they're in this really sticky scenario, which is exactly what Rog Tevesh wants them to do, where we're all kind of trying to figure our way through this creepy little puzzle that's being set up in front of everybody. And you gotta stop other people, but no one's really able to stop the Rog Tevesh because this Chimmel, this Damping Sphere, this Stranglehold, people can't fetch. The fact that this fetch over here on Chinadle's turn, we're tapping Deathrite Shaman to tap Aorif to drain everybody to tap and untap Glarb. We love it. We love, I personally love, this is part of Blue that you like tippity tappity, fiddly faddly, little random stuff, little like, we'll do a little dance. Yeah, the fact that this Misty Rainforest didn't get cracked before the Stranglehold is a little bit rough. I don't know if it's just a mixed misplay right here, but you know, we are here and we're working with what we got. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to say because in my mind, there's a world where Larb could potentially pull it out over here. Putting a Flooded Strand, which is kind of a dead land, is really, really rough. Oh, and he's not even able to fetch it because he cannot search.
Yep.
Is he? I guess you're still able to. Oh, maybe that's what we're getting. I love it. Just the instant I see it, we're having this conversation. Can you search off of a fetch land? Chat, what do you guys think? I'm not 100%. You might be able to still activate it, but I'd imagine that in my instinct is that you cannot activate it to do a search.
You can activate it.
Oh, you can? Okay.
It's just tap pay 1 life. Like that's the activation. And then you just can't do the ability.
Gotcha. So you shuffle effect. I guess maybe the conversation was like, all right, maybe if I
I guess that shuffling the deck doesn't really happen because you can't search anyways.
You shuffle.
Do you? Interesting. I guess the question is why. Oh, interesting. Okay. I'll have to dive a little bit deeper into that in a little bit, but yeah, this is an interaction that I am not 100%. This is cool. We're learning on stream in real time.
Yeah.
I probably learn more streaming than I do playing games sometimes.
The resolution of it. Let's see. Let's just get a flooded strand up here. So you sacrifice flooded strand, search your library, which you can't do. Put it onto the battlefield, which you can't do because you didn't search for it. Then shuffle. So you have to do the shuffle.
Is the then shuffle not contingent on the fact that you searched on it?
No.
Okay, I believe you. Right, Ral draw pass. No, it's swinging this time, which is really interesting.
If it said like if you do shuffle.
Gotcha. Yeah, this is gonna be one of these grindy games. The cool thing about games like this is that the cool thing about games like this is that it does give people who are maybe a little bit further back, like let's say Cam in this position, is
a demonic tutor.
Out of hand.
I believe so. Yeah.
Dampering sphere. Welcome back to Bite Size Magic, guys. Thanks for joining us. This is round 5. I'm saying this because if I don't, I'm running on 2 hours sleep, and there is a very real possibility that the rest of the stream is just me saying dampering sphere.
Dampering sphere.
For like 2 hours straight, just dampering sphere. I miss it so much.
Well, we're at our highest viewer count of the evening at 30.
Hey, thanks. Appreciate it. That's awesome. Welcome, guys. Welcome in. Welcome. Sorry, let's do the whole thing while we're waiting for this tutor to resolve. Some casters might try to figure out what this tutor is. I'm out here plugging.
They don't know what tutor it is, chat.
The other thing too is that it's a Rog Kavesh, so I'm just gonna be pleasantly surprised by whatever it is. We can look through his list, but I don't know. At some point, I think he's managed to pretty well, but at a certain point, maybe there's like, okay, I am going to like start enacting my game plan. There's a world where maybe a Graph Digger's Cage might work really, really well here, because then you really shut Galar out of being able to like do their bullshit a little bit more, and then you can go for it. If I feel pretty confident that since the Keen Sense from the Crystal got countered, the likelihood of Cam being able to have another Keen Sense ability in hand is not super high. I think they run 4-ish in the deck. I could be wrong. Maybe 4 to 5-ish. Crystal's not a very is a new deck, so my instincts about them aren't 100% tuned in yet. But the fact that he can't search for it because of the Stranglehold means that these windows are kind of interesting. And this goes to show stacks pieces sometimes can open really interesting windows if you get attuned to what the resource denial can do. A lot of these decks can feel very consistent because these tutors, these things, this mana, all this stuff, all this ramp, that we're used to just kind of letting them get away with because we've been taught to only counter the game-winning spells to happen, just let these things happen. We're gotten used to it, like, yeah, that's just how things are. Like, you know, you could play a damping sphere and that could not be how things are. Just a thought. But anyways, welcome back to Bite Size Magic, guys. This is Boros Wayne here, hanging out with Ty in our stream room over here in cloudy Central California at Clovis Cards and Comix.
You got it.
Got it, baby. We are in round 5 of all the Valley 2. We're 30 minutes into a crazy stacked out board. And waiting to see. Rod Kavesh is such a like how do I say it? They feel like cousins, but like angry cousins that maybe I don't want to like they're adopted. They're on the dad's side, or they're on my mom's side. I don't know. We don't talk about them very often because I share. And we're just untapping the vault, which is kind of interesting here because I feel
Blood Moon off of that's awesome.
The problem is that he's going to be able to cast it if but he's going to take it tapping out of his mana ball, because his damping sphere math means that it has to cost 3. Might still be worth it here to really lock. Okay, but here's the thing. Here's the kind of feeling is that it's going to turn the fetches on to be real lands.
True.
Might be something that you might not want to do. What I am going to do here is I'm going to go make sure that door is a little bit closed so we don't have our theirs is a little bit more pride over.
I think it's fine.
I'm gonna do it just a little bit better. Hi, do your best. Let me have my blood moon impression. Oh, we put it in his hand. Oh,
Blood moon. He's got a blood moon. And he's got it too.
we're firmly here. We flipped the blood moon off of the
Kimmel trigger.
we flipped the blood moon off the Chimmel trigger, and the entire boat went. Maybe we're being a little too loud, and we just want to be very careful about our situation. Not much has changed. There's a Tezzeret, there's a Manifold, Blood Moon is in hand. Everybody's got mana.
And a damping sphere.
We love a damping sphere. Wet Rock.
I don't.
There's, if you guys are interested in knowing about the pros and cons of Wet Rock, that's a good card. You can go check out if you're so inclined. I was in the middle of plugs. I think. Something like that.
We were talking about Blood Moon.
We were talking about Blood Moon. This Death Ray Shaman is just going to kill everybody slowly but surely here. I think is kind of the hope here. Yes. We're here with Tim, one of the owners of Clovis Cards and Comics here on Bite Size Magic, in conjunction with BFF, with our new initiative to bring streams out to the general California community. If you guys are so inclined, check all the things out. We've got Atrium 2 and coming up in Bistic Study. I thought we banned this thing. I think this is like the second Ristic Study that we've seen all day.
Yeah, not too many of them.
There's not too many.
We've seen a lot of Mystic Remoras, not a lot of Ristic Studies.
Mystics I can abide by. Ristic Studies are kind of however it is. I like it here. We should play here. We should play a game here. This sounds cool.
Yeah.
Ristic Study Pass.
Mystic Remora is non-creature hate.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep.
I can develop creatures. That's fine.
Notably, this Steamkin has
Zero counters
no
on it.
steam.
Yeah, I know.
It is steamless kin.
Also, guys, there's a Tezzeret right there. We're not swinging at it.
Yes, there is an open Tezzeret,
Just full. He's
which
just
is
standing there.
insane.
Something that people forget all the time. Don't forget. Oh, there. Thank you, Christopher. We appreciate
Yeah,
it.
my Tezzerets never go unchecked.
I get it all the time. It's
Yeah,
great.
me
It's
too.
fantastic. It's so silly. In conjunction with BFF cEDH, for those of you guys who don't know, we do tournaments down in Los Angeles. We have a big one coming up in November 21st and 22nd called the Atrium or Atrium 2.
Atrium.
The
It
big,
is an insane name.
the bit here is that my for probably better the owner Steve at Lost Level Car Shop, who is one of our partners in putting in the Atrium 2, and also one of our BFF partners, Benamar, said no to officially calling it Atrium, but that means that doesn't mean that they can stop me from saying it everywhere and colloquially making it the name.
But also, the next one
Could
is
be-
even better.
So great.
Atrium.
If we own the Atrium, for success, guys. That's all I'm doing. Just like how this Tezzeret is untapping and tapping his mana. Let's go, baby. Also, just so I can rattle all the codes off here, if you are interested in proxies to practice cEDH with over at Golden Goblet, you can we just got a new BFF code. If you type in BFF at checkout, some of that money will get kicked back to you, and I believe you get some kickback as well. So if you want to get some proxies, Jehuil target. This seems really bad.
Target
Oh,
who?
This feels real bad over
This feels there's also no commander on board.
I would develop a
You know what?
Tezzeret here.
I mean, obviously, we're targeting the Ral because they're the only one with more than 2 cards.
I mean, I feel like I developed Tevish to get some blockers for the Tezzy and there, and then you can keep.
I
This
mean,
is a mana neutral just as well, or is this
unless
a
he's
dig
going for 3 cards.
Yeah.
This might also just be maybe filtering, but like again, you can Tevish and then you got Fire Altar mana for the things. All right, we're casting. Guys, don't let him take it back. Don't let him take it back.
Well, I don't know
What
if
are
they ever
we?
cast it. They didn't tap the mana for it.
I think the conversation is, can I have a J-Will? No, you cannot have a J-Will. Can I have a Tevish? Yeah, I agree, Wizards. You and I are of the same mind. We get Tevish, we get blockers, we get card
This-
draw, and we start doing the game plan.
Seems much more impactful than the
Mana neutral draw.
like valueless J will.
Yeah, especially into my own damping sphere.
Yeah, I would have 100% just let you have the J will in this situation.
That's why I was saying, don't let him take it back. You flip the card. You spend the mana.
Mm-hmm.
Bistic study
Yeah,
trigger.
this is much worse for the table letting the Tevish happen.
Now they have to decide swinging at the Tevish or swinging at the Tezzeret, because eventually that thing gets 10. He ults Tevish. He's got a rally.
But now there's blockers, presumably.
Yeah, exactly. Right?
Not if everyone attacks him.
Oh, that's right. All the spells can't be countered. That's true. We are already sat here forgetting about the Chimo. I'm gonna blame the fact that I'm on 2 hours of sleep, but this is also gonna bring up a good point that I really, really enjoy nowadays. Is that people are not used to checking for stack species. Even old,
I'm not.
yeah, even like old heads like me that used to run stacks and love stacks that are not used to looking for stack pieces anymore. So people are more and more going to more and more readily accidentally punt into stacks pieces that I forget all the time. I got people with it all the time, and it makes me want to play it again just to feel something. The Schadenfreude. Okay, so we Tevish into
Made the thralls, and then I believe we were end step
there we
Chamil,
go. Thank you.
which hits.
Cast the Soul Ring.
I
for-
believe it's a soul ring.
The Damping Sphere.
Um,
We're good. Yeah, now I'm explaining that my Damping Sphere count is only 1 because I didn't get the thing, so I got this 1. Yep. Gilded Gauntlet. Most ADHD coded stream ever, but I think that's kind of okay. I feel like people are vibing. Either
Yeah.
that or I'm in denial, one or the other.
Yeah, definitely if you're looking to get into the format or looking for stuff just to try out new decks, maybe you saw something spicy here you like today and you want to try something out. The format and a lot of places are very proxy friendly. As an owner though, I do have a little blurb, but please still also, when you find cards you like, support your local game store so that you guys have places to play.
Once you find the deck that you love, try and get that thing into paper and show up,
Yeah, absolutely.
show off.
I mean, I'll say it this way, 100%. I have spent way more money on my deck than I ever needed to, and that's because I have fallen in love with these card pieces, and I want my oil slick staff of completion to match my Moonsilver key. That is also needs to be
That
featured in a shop.
oil slick staff of completion is beautiful. I have one in my Zula Doc deck, which is not even the main deck I play. It's just beautiful to look at.
Yeah.
Mine's was a consolation prize from Will Mohoff. So my whole thing is I tried to make Zerda as much gifts from cEDH players or prize winnings from tournaments as much as possible. I want to be able to flip every single card and be like, this is where I got this from and who I got it from. And I think we've managed to do that to a good amount here. Yeah, go Cam! Tanner, let's go! What did Cam do?
I think it's just a general go Cam.
Yeah, I agree.
Some Cameron support here.
What do you?
And that's the Tanner Nelson, also in the store known as the Tanager,
The Tanager?
because that's our manager for the store.
Nice. I like that. I love that.
I think that's been his title for like the last week and a half.
The Tanager.
What are we? Are we rollicking Raoul here? I guess there's no legal target on the Rog Tepesh board. There's a very strong argument to
Yeah, this is a
Raoul at this point.
really interesting board state we have here.
Thank you, Wizards. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, don't worry. We have some tokens incoming, some really interesting ideas that we're going to be hopefully have ready for the next stream that we're going to do in August 29th for the Hex Drinker 2 at Lost Level Card Shop.
This feels kind of like a waste of a Rollick.
Kind of agree. Let's just get it off the top so that way I don't have to cast it, but like just keep it in.
We don't really need to hit a crystal here. Rao's not doing anything, and you can always respond to a Rao trigger. if you're afraid.
Yeah, which
And
at this point,
then
Rel has to fight through Stranglehold, Damping Sphere, which granted, Damping Sphere is only basically one layer, but once the Damping Sphere comes off, that means that all the interactions that everybody else has means that you have to fight with the Damping Sphere, out. You know what I mean?
yeah, there's, I think the Crystal, Glarb, and Rao all need to kind of arch enemy for a turn cycle or two,
Dismantle this board.
get rid of some of these pieces so that they can start to actually play the game again. Otherwise, I don't see a way to break through this if they just keep letting it go.
I do want to call out here Wizards Mix 7. I'm not going to say it. Wizards Mix over here is talking about tutor for Divergent Transformation. Can we pull up Divergent Transformation?
Yes, it is 1 double polymorph.
Oh, double polymorph for Thrall.
5 mana double polymorph.
Okay, so we're rollicking on end step here. Is that what we're saying? On Cam's end step. That's why I'm wondering what Cam even did this turn.
There actually isn't a divergent transformation in this list.
Oh, well, that's good to know, Wizards. We are looking at Divergent.
Oh, no, it is.
Okay,
Okay,
thank
there it
you.
is. 7 mana.
Divergent Transformation is 7 mana.
I guess that's fair if
It costs a little less when you're in multiplayer, though.
True, Undaunted is very cool. So 1 less cast for each opponent. So that is 1, 2, 3.
That
So
puts
that's
us at 4.
4. Thank you. Exile 2 target creatures, notably 2 Thralls. Oh, we did rollick one of the Thralls, I think.
Yeah.
There you go. Just in case they have a Divergent Transformation, fair. Exile 2 target creatures. For each of those creatures, this controller reveals cards from the top of their library until they reveal a creature card, puts that card onto the battlefield, and shuffles the rest of their library. So I guess there is no Grafdigger's Cage in this deck, huh?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
or there could be. If you have it in play, then you just don't Divergent.
Sure. That's the one. That's the nice thing about that is you get to decide if you play that.
It'll either get removed, which unlocks you, or it won't, which locks your opponents.
I mean, this is my stacks brain immediately going into like, okay, what are you doing about Glarb though? Practice case. Let's go.
God Pharaoh's gift.
A statue, baby. Just because my brain will not let go of this little thread, I obviously I have some connections to get Sire Valgavoth, and the game is basically over at that point. Yep, absolutely. So we just need to hopefully find Divergent Transformation, which notably there was a Vamp tutor that we don't know was accounted for here, so 100% that's what we could be waiting for here. I do think that it is still kind of Glarb's game to try to figure out how to hash. We do know that Christopher over here is also holding full packed SWAT. So here's the really interesting thing about Chimmel. Chimmel is essentially telling this entire table, you guys can't stop me, and all you can do is try to stop each other from getting out from underneath me.
Or at least you can't stop me on the stack.
Exactly, right? Which is, D-SWAT will do a little bit here, I think, probably. I guess exile 2 target creatures. For each of those creatures, its controller reveals, ooh, SWAT for Divergent Transformation. Kind of cool.
So there is some sort of play here where you could also
as long as I don't have an
maybe
SWAT back.
bounce one of the targets or both and try to just fizzle the entire spell.
I just Divergent Transformation targeting somebody else. That might be kind of interesting, right? To make more of a problem here.
Yeah, but I mean, realistically, this deck runs so many other polymorph effects that don't target. It's
not. I mean,
Not
I
necessarily
would not bank on
It
holding
doesn't-
the SWAT for Divergent Transformation. You know what I mean? I didn't even know this card existed until 5 seconds.
Me either. And
Thank you, Wizards.
whatever that thing is, looks like
What
the
What do we swing at? Tebish or Tezzy?
the
Tebish?
crazy creatures from the Mandalorian.
True. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh no, even
No,
yeah, I mean,
whatever the things with this is the way, or no, the little dude.
Grogu?
Nuh-uh.
I'm
Bigger
sorry.
than that guy.
Mandalorian.
Smaller than that guy.
Young.
Chad, you guys know what I'm talking about?
Help us out here.
The older homie that's like on the deserted
that rides around
planet.
Yeah,
on those things.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
No, way less old than Yoda.
Christopher Walken.
Probably same age as Yoda.
Valid. All right, Tebish is getting to untap here.
They didn't kill either planeswalker.
I know, right? I think they swung 1 at the Tebish. Oh yeah, sorry.
No, not Jabba the Hutt.
Chat's the best. Yeah.
That's gonna bug me. I gotta look this up.
Jahwil. Okay, now we Jahwil for some level of value in something or another.
No value.
No, because you have Tebish out, so you could.
Why is this so? Oh no, the Soul Ring's out now. So now
Also,
it makes
if this is real, Silver Scroll Jahwil, you know what I mean, is like $100+, or you can get it for cents on the dollar enjoy a Gilded Goblet, check out code at BFF at Endstep.
Rampage Jackson. That's
Rampage Jackson,
That
that's
is
the guy.
crazy.
I will say, because my brain has latched onto this thing and it probably needs to be the SWAT to the J will. Actually, I might have.
This dude, he's the I have spoken guy, but I still don't know what the creatures that he's
If
got
there's
like a farm of them.
Yeah.
If there's any Star Wars nerds out here, please don't tell us. Please just continue to rage bait him. SWAT on J will here might feel a little bit. I don't know how I feel about this. He's still going to get the exiles. He's just going to get a little bit less mana, which under the damping sphere doesn't feel super great, but I think the SWAT might actually be better for other things here. You know what I mean? And that's not just because I just learned what diversity transfer is. Also,
Oh, we've got a Mystical Archives card. It has to be good
that's what I was saying. I can't even read this.
because they don't put bad cards in Mystical Archive.
Yeah. Deduce.
Full stroke.
Why would you put bad spells in a Magic library?
I know.
It's like the restricted section. Why would you put like a beginner freshman spells in there?
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Call out to Rain. Thank you for getting us a mana tracker here. We looks like we exiled a Yoxwill. I don't know what the cards are.
I think that's a
Douthie, maybe?
Nevinneral's Disc.
The middle one?
that's another void, and that I think the middle one is either a dismember or it's one of the Phyrexian ones.
Chat, help us out. Whenever, if you guys have good guesses here.
Another void goes crazy.
Yeah, we're really just seeing. So here's another thing about stack starts. Is sometimes the deck just hands you stacks and no wins, and you're just all right. I play these.
Or is that
then
a
you get to
Cabal
win.
pit?
And you just exist for a bit.
I think it's a Cabal pit.
One thing is just to let my brain off the hook for saying this.
That might be.
No,
That might be a Volrath Stronghold.
that doesn't come in foil.
Maybe it's not a Volrath Stronghold. Yeah, maybe it's a proxy
Maybe it's a
foil.
proxy.
Silver Scroll. Jessica's will is all that I will say.
See, good card. Magic library. We did it.
Could be mana.
One
But
thing.
what is that?
I think it's a dismember.
Damping sphere. This guy's being very attentive to his damping sphere things. We've got a Bistic study trigger, like maybe
Which
a
is-
dismember, which then
It is good. If you are playing Damping Sphere,
damping sphere
be like Footy here
and track.
and track your Damping Sphere.
I used to
think
do
it's
this on the side.
Oh, I
don't
can't do
worry.
it.
Yeah, don't worry about it, man. It's all good.
It is a Time Spiral remastered dismember.
Got it. Understood. Thank you. There's a silence on this dismember here, which is really, I guess he doesn't want him to cast this Yogswill and just keep it stuck in exile. I do think this
That's
might
fair.
be, what's he Yogswilling?
Under a Wet Rock.
Yeah, what's he Yogswilling under this Wet Rock? I think you're right in that they are starting to get wise to the fact that they do need to like kneecap this player. from
They
developing
need to work together to
Yeah.
break through this a little bit.
exactly, a little bit, but I'm kind of fine. Ooh, misdirection.
You gotta chink down the armor a little bit.
I didn't. I wasn't gonna say it. I wasn't gonna make the joke. Don't look at me. We're gonna eat this D-SWAT. Why? Why?
Yeah, some
to make
interesting
mana. So
plays here.
We're making. We're casting. Are we hard casting misdirection? This is still going. Yeah, exactly. Right. I'm telling.
This
you.
is the beauty of Rograk Tevish.
Hey, this was we had the first choice that we had for our final pod in Swiss here declined to be on stream, and we here at BFF and at Bite Size respect consent first and foremost.
And at Clovis Cards and Comics.
And at Clovis Card, it even matches like with
We do respect our players. That word.
Pod 12
Okay,
is-
that's a literal phrase.
They are done with their games, so we wouldn't be here talking to you, chat.
Sure.
We wouldn't be here entertaining.
Yeah,
you
we're here
with
for you
all of this
guys.
magic content.
Yes, absolutely. We're hard casting this misdirection.
I mean, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
I love cEDH that there are times where the answer is I do block with my S percentile. And funny, I was talking to Anthony afterwards and was like, that was the right play. I'm like, yeah, I said it was, and I gave you props on stream. This was the right play. Like, you just needed to, sometimes you do crazy things like misdirect up. a
Hardcast.
hardcast and misdirection to move a dismember onto somebody else's runaway steam kiln, which is more of a runaway
Which
kill.
has not generated a single mana.
Runaway kin.
Runaway kin, and and Tevish is gonna uptick. Wait, guys, over under on seeing a Tevish ult this game?
I definitely think we can get there. We're at
Especially with the
7
That means we have, to
loyalty
make
right now.
we have to make it around 3 more times for that to happen.
I mean, the pact of negation that that Christopher keeps leading camera is telling me that that's gonna happen one way or another.
That's a deflecting swat off the Chinmill trigger.
And right into hand. Oh my. No, I mean, here's the thing: is at this point, this is Tevish Rock's game to lose, essentially. And this is again running to the same issue that you would run into is like, all right, you need to be able to, if you're going to run stacks, if you're going to run these sorts of things, you really need to be able to pivot out of your own stack pieces effectively enough to be able to break parity. Right now, I set up a board state that breaks parity pretty well on the thing, but in my mind, my brain says, well, win, man, you should have won by now. They're all stopped. There's barely anything, can't counter your stuff, win through this. And, there's only a few decks that are designed that way. I won't say which ones, but
And Cameron being patient here, just seeing the last couple turns, just passing, keeping interaction available, kind of choosing his lane.
Yeah. Pretty good play. Pretty nice high level play. Just not very. It's a very cerebral game. Not a lot of flashy stuff.
Yeah, kind of also putting the emphasis on Glarb and Ral to initiate the kind of chipping down of this incredible wall of stacks effects here.
Strength for those who are just coming in, we've got Chimo, Stranglehold, Dampering Sphere, and a known SWAT in hand. So sitting pretty.
With a Tevesh that is just getting more and more loyal by the minute.
Notably not able to uptick this Tezzeret up because we're not really casting any artifacts into it to up the count. It's still good ramp, the vaults, but in my mind, at this point, my brain goes, Tezzeret should have gotten me 2 more pieces out of this at this point. I should have been able to, why are we sharing cards? Cam, why are we sharing cards? The Rog Grass player.
The Rog
player.
Tevesh?
Yeah, Rog Tevesh player. That's a good question. That's a good question.
Unsure.
And again, once again, we've got you can tell a lot about a person by how they lay out their board. This is somebody who's played graveyard decks plenty of times and wants to know what options they have access to. Is this 2 separate piles for graveyards? Is that what I'm seeing here? Like these are lands and non-lands?
Maybe.
Is this legal? Judge?
I'm a fan of going 5 cards across left to right and then doing your second stack of those, partially because it's really easy to keep track of your card count in graveyard when they're in an easy number to count, like 5s.
True.
It also lets you spread them out enough to be able to actually see what you have there.
But why would you need to count what's in your graveyard?
Any number of reasons. Whatever the Ravnica Allegiance mechanic is, that it reduces cost of things by number of whatever in graveyards.
Yeah. Delve? You ever
Also Delve. I think it was Undergrowth was the Ravnica mechanic, I think.
Wizards, thank you for keeping us honest here. You are actually 100% right. We're missing the forest for the trees here. We're staring at a trunk right now, being like, how do we get out of this trunk? Which is fully pulled out and just like pulled to a bigger perspective and is like, both Trog and Crystal don't need to win. Possible Trog just plays it safe. We're talking turning math, right? Especially it looks like other games are starting to wrap up. I don't believe they have access to this information, but yeah, they're absolutely right, Wizards. Thanks for keeping us honest and reminding us that these are tournament games, so we do have to engage with the tournament math here. Yeah, 12 points is, I think, pretty safe at this point, considering how big our bubble at 7 was.
Yeah.
Granted, that being said, if any of those 7s win, then those are contesting 12, so it's not as safe as I would like it to be, but I would also like it to be 100%. And sometimes you don't get what you there. Sometimes you mull to 5 and you get to discard to your Force of Neg and your Intuition, and then you sit a Trog player slowly presses a boot into your neck, and you don't necessarily choke to death. You just have to sit there and listen to it, listen to the gargling.
Yeah, I think both of those players are They should be safe and locked in into the top 16.
At 12, you think?
Yeah, because we had 12 total players at 7, but 4 of them were already in
Yeah.
the top 16.
Yeah.
So even at 12, that's 6 potential 12 pointers out of 16. So we have 10 further slots available. And if you have to also consider the other 2 players at this table out of that would be not at 12.
True. I am very much of the opinion that the current situation and setup for tournament math has kind of been solved in terms of like a game wise, you know what I mean? And I'm very interested to see what possible other possibilities are.
10 points for 4th seat win.
To
That's
maybe
crazy.
shake that up a little bit. I don't know if I
There-
In seat
believe-
4.
There have been some tournaments that have done like sliding scales, like 7, 8, 9, 10 points,
Yeah.
depending on your seating.
Yeah. I think that was Leon in some of the.
I'll take 4
Excalibur.
every game. I think I have the highest win percentage in all 4 seats in seat 4 out of
Wow.
all of my games.
Very cool.
I lose a lot of seat 1 games that I play somehow.
Interesting.
Do you think that they're that's a Valgaboth? Mothman?
That is a Valgavoth.
Wow.
Mothman is a Sultai card,
Bro.
which would be illegal in the deck. It is a moth, kind of, though. So half a point.
Valgama?
Valga, yep.
I'm not going there.
I realized it after I got halfway through it.
Yeah. I'm getting bit by my own humor and I love it. It's great.
That is pretty scary
What
to
is
Is this
see.
just hard cast right now?
Fully, what does this card do? Can we pull
It's
it up?
5 Delphi Voidwalkers stapled together in a trench coat. It's 9 mana for a Delphi Voidwalker, but you can cast the spells during your
life.
turn by paying life.
With all of 18 life that he doesn't have, that he currently has. Yes. But yes, still card.
It's got lifelink.
Oh, it does have lifelink and flying.
It's got the craziest word text, I think, on any permanent.
Sacrifice 3 non-land permanents, but that's like 75% of Cam's permanents.
5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
He's got 8 in play, so that's almost half of his permanents.
If a card you didn't control during your turn, you may play. I should actually read this. If I'm going to take the time to read it, I should read it out loud for the chat. Flying, lifelink, 9/9, ward, sacrifice 3 non-land permanents. If a card you didn't control would be put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. During your turn, you may play cards exiled with Valgaboth. If you cast a spell this way, pay life equal to its mana value, then pay to its mana cost. It's almost like exactly what Ty just told me, but sometimes reading the card helps me maintain the thought of the card much better than getting it
5
explained.
Delphi Voidwalkers in a trench coat.
In a trench coat. But also Bolus's Citadel.
Yeah.
What was that? Are we trading cards? Are we showing? Oh, damn! Someone's reading Damping Sphere. Yeah, you mean this card that's been on the board for like 5 turns, my guy? It's the real thing that's tricky about Damping Sphere is people forget about the anti-cradle hate there. So I'm sitting here looking at this file too, hoping that we have this this Phi Tower has not been making more than 1 mana. That is kind of on footy to remember that 100%. But I hope that. Oh, hey, excuse me. There's an Ophidian on the stack.
And it's that easy for Crystal to just get right back into the game here. There's a Fierce there. We can see that Ral does have a pact in hand also.
We wanted to
So-
potentially not even force a draw though, because like Crystal having an Ophidian die, does that also just like that doesn't necessarily win the game here?
I mean, in this position here, I'm inclined as Glarb or Ral to let this resolve.
And Trog player
with-
your deal.
Yeah, Rog
He's-
Tevesh being at a significantly lower life total.
Also, this is
Maybe we can get him down before the Valgavoth can get into combat.
but this is also maybe it's been 5 games. There's a known SWAT in Rog Tevesh's hand.
True.
Is Ophidian Eye target creature you own?
I am not sure because I don't play the
Yeah.
spell.
Good question.
Maybe I'm the fool here. I mean, very likely yes.
Also important to note that
Nope.
any
Creature.
of the interaction used on this Ophidian Eye and the Ophidian Eye itself will end up in the Valgaboth zone.
Yeah.
The Valgaboth zone. See, this is what I'm talking about. People are just not used to playing around stacks. I 100% would not think about that. Firing off a spell and be like, Doubt
Because now you have given a Rog Tevesh deck access to Fierce Guardianship.
Protection.
and also an Ophidian Eye if it resolves.
Mhm.
Yeah, they can gain 9 life and draw a card with Valgaboth.
Pretty
Really
good.
good. There's the swat.
I know. Okay,
Offer draw.
maybe.
That would be crazy.
Yeah, I
though.
think if
Why would they like yeah? What
if
are they
this
taking
gets
to
swatted,
withdraw?
I think the Ral has to pact
the swat.
the SWAT here,
Hmm.
or
Maybe they
maybe just pact the Fierce.
Oh, what is this a card? Oh, that's a trigger. Okay, I was like, is this some like comic book like Marvel card that I don't know about? Because this looks like it's kind of like one of them heroic invitations. You know?
Yeah, you could also
Thank you, Wizards, for keeping us on that.
showing the pacts of Rog
Yeah.
Tevesh is an interesting choice there.
Yeah, I think as the Ral here,
our shivs.
honestly, I think you use the pact in remand mode, and you just fizzle the SWAT here, and let the Ophidian Eye hit and try to ping the Rog Tevesh out of the game, because that's really the only thing stopping the Ral player here.
But there's also no world where the Ral is going to be able to start to get their ancient. Personally,
They only have so much colored
he
mana
doesn't
here,
even
but
swat the Ophidian Eye. Maybe you've missed this as an option. He swats the Fierce, and you want
Interesting.
At this point, I think Cam and him are probably is my guy.
Yeah,
That's the
there
only
is also
conversation.
that.
This is the only conversation that makes sense to me. Is like, okay, we've locked these two out. I'm gonna let you do this. I'm gonna let you either that, or we're just fully not rocking the fact that you direct the Ophidian Eye as an.
Yeah,
Those are the two options. But at the same
and then
time, why
also,
would you want Crystal to have an Ophidian? You're not.
yeah, I guess we still haven't let the Ophidian Eye resolve yet, so the Ral can still just pact it.
Yeah. Those of you guys are in chat are wondering why we're being a little bit quieter is because a lot of the games have trickled out. So our wall of sound that's between us and the finals pod, or this pod, right, across the hallway is a little bit farther. So we're gonna tone it down just a little bit and also try to save my voice because we have those more games to play, commentate through, and those might take a hot minute. We got some more triggers. Do we know what spell this is?
do I see a spell? Oh,
Looks like there's some sort of trigger on top of
Yeah, this is
something.
some spell.
yeah, this is the spell.
I have
What
no
is
idea
this
what that
now?
spell is.
I vaguely. It's a Universes Beyond spell.
The Ophidian Eye has landed.
Yes, which does seem to indicate
Between
Yeah.
first and fourth seed here. Between
trying to
Cam and
just
Footy.
guarantee that
They
they're
get the 12 points and
almost
that's
exclusively locked into top cut.
There's the potential for 2 more Trog stream games. I'm not gonna lie, Wizards. If I think I will not be picking this deck as one of the top 16 games if I have an option. Primarily just for a little bit of variance. A little bit of variance, and I also don't like being like, I don't know what this card is, because I feel it makes me I wish to be able to give you guys interesting information instead of going, chat, please help, open the armory, it's so good, open the armory, such a good card.
Crystal's running it.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's a way to tutor for all of your curiosity effects.
Oh,
Almost
or
all.
Enchantment. Oh, I thought you guys were, why are they not on Kellen instead? Just opening armory.
I think he is.
This deck is the best. I don't know. It's pretty good. For those of you guys who don't know, I am an equipment enthusiast. I miss all of my equipment. Killing the Fey-blooded. just upgraded open the armory that you can put in your command zone. Wah. All right. Well, we got 2 more minutes left on the clock here. Tim, do you know if we're gonna have a little bit of a break between here and semifinals?
I would imagine we'll have a short, maybe a short,
we got
like
time.
15 or so minute
We
break.
got time. You guys run a tight ship. This is awesome. This
I
is.
actually think that might be Open Armory. Is that Sonic Open the Armory?
You're right. This is the Amy printing, the Amy Rose printing of Open the Armory with the Pika Pika hammer. I'm so excited.
Now that you said that, I can. It's still just as hard to see what the art is, but I can see it now.
But, oh my god, you're absolutely right. I have one of these in foil in one of my binders. I'm weirdly. I should be more excited for Sonic Magic cards because I grew up on Sonic. You know what I mean? I also should be more excited about Marvel Magic cards, but I'm sitting here going, Ogwell's Gym, baby.
Do you ever want a deck to jam Super State and the Vision?
The Vision.
My Arcanum Wings casual deck. So happy.
You can also, like, pretty reasonably jam the Aether Spark in that deck as well.
I mean, and listen, man, Aether Spark is just a good card. You don't have to convince me to play Aether Spark.
It's really good when you get it up to 11 loyalty the turn it hits.
I like it.
So you choose double strike for Vision, and you will be adding 6 counters to the 5 that are already on it.
Yeah. I get that this is one of those things where Chuck must have at least won a game or 2 here to be able to like combo through some of this stuff pretty easily. But this is one of the
he's at 12 or he's at 11 points here.
Points again,
So
that's
2
games where he's
wins, a
won
draw, and a loss.
Yeah, but like, hey man, if you need a draw game, it's pretty good for it. You know what I mean?
Glarb's untapping with Eorith and Marvin, which is infinite.
True. Wait a second. When did the Marvin get put down? Holy crap! I'm tired. I missed that. I entirely missed the Marvin.
Into the Flood Maw right now.
Targeting maybe issues. The damping sphere makes it a little bit hard to fight through. So there is a world where, and I am sorry, chat. That is fully on me. I did not see the Marvin hit the field whatsoever. There's been active.
I didn't either.
So a little bit of forgiveness here, guys. If you may, if you're so inclined.
It is possible that it just entered play.
Face?
It could be a cheaty face.
Okay, what are we looking at? We're looking. What is this card?
Is that a
This
vamp
is
squid?
lands and something or another, right? Lands and
Oh, that's the Valgavoth zone.
yes, these are the Valgavoth zone. Oh, I
Is
see.
that
I see.
Besiege?
Yeah, it is.
This guy's going. I'm not untapping.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, they're doing the infinite right now. They're just
Yeah, he's
sculpting exactly what they need.
Okay, so
Surveilling.
run us through this. 'Cause,
Okay, we
I'm
can
not
bring
able
out
to-
our Eorith. Eorith's ability is tap, untap 2 target legendary creatures.
Yes.
So if you have 2 Eoriths on board, they can untap each other and another permanent. So in this case, you untap Glarb every time.
And Marvin.
Yeah, so the original Eorith untaps Glarb and Marvin. Then you can tap Glarb to surveil, and then you can tap the Marvin to untap Glarb and Eorith, and then you can start the loop.
Gotcha. So this is infinite surveils.
Yes.
Yeah, so
And then
unless he
also-
sees 2 cards in the same Surveil 2 that he needs, it's basically a Surveil 1, Scry
And
1.
look at the handling, guys. I just want to appreciate. He knows he wants this card. It's LQR on the top, so he's using the card to flip. I love it. I love a person that
Yep.
knows how to execute their deck.
I wasn't even looking, so this is
beautiful.
describing kind of what I was getting at, except now it's not in. Oh,
well,
he
he's
just
put
set
off
it
to the
down.
side. He doesn't need to do the silly thing anymore. But also, this is also infinite mana, correct? With the Mox Diamond, I believe.
No,
It has to be
legendary
called legendary.
creatures.
Understood. So we need to figure out a way to make
You need to give one of them a man, like give Glarb
legendary
a mana ability.
or maybe Deathrite Shaman potentially to be able to burn everybody out slowly here. But then the problem is all of them going into the Valgavoth zone makes it a little bit harder to actually fully hold on to. There is a world where he's just digging and finding that he doesn't quite have an out. You know what I mean? There's a world where he does that potentially. The Soul Ring.
So, like,
We're surveilling, and we've got to put that into the. Yeah, we're doing the thing again.
He's like, nah, screw this. We're back down to this. Nature's Room Petal. This is rough, man. Mean bet.
That's a
Ooh, Dread Return.
away.
Return, and he gets so he has
Dread Return and Mind
so
Break Trap.
He's actively holding on to the LQR.
No, the LQR is gone now.
He
Up
did
until-
just
up until he needed
Yeah.
the piece that he needed. So he's holding up protection for his pieces if he
and
needs.
now the Mind Break Trap has hit the
Mox Amber might
The
have.
Doggerboss
Is Mox
zone.
Amber not what you need here to be able to make infinite?
This is just, I think this is just Thoracle, right?
Oh,
You can
Dread
just
Return the Thoracle. So what I'm hearing is there should have been a Graftier's Cage on the field. Or are we really just hoping the Thoracle is one of the
yeah.
bottom
So what you
cards?
can do
well, you can just
here-
surveil until Thoracle's the only card in your deck.
I'm not.
or you leave the Thoracle and
The
one
problem- the
card,
problem
so
is-
that way, no matter what, you still have your one blue pip
True.
in play.
True. All right, we're just gonna leave it on top as is. We're gonna show Dread
Yeah,
Return and
go
keep it on
to-
thing.
Well, he's at 3 cards now.
Thoracle might already be engraved. That's true. The thing that
Yeah, I
makes this
think it
card is
is.
Valgavoth, and so you can't just. Or you see that, or Thoracle's just in hand potentially, right?
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, if it's in hand, none of this mattered anyways. If it's already in graveyard, then this Dread Return is just a very expensive reanimate.
We Chain of Vapor, Glarb, or Into the Flood Mug.
There's Thoracle is in hand.
Yeah, we see the Thoracle. Oh man, what a way to win here. Thoracle in the 11th hour, on time in OT. It's on the stack. Oh
Negation.
no! Don't do it to him, man.
And here,
How beautiful
maybe
the handling was. Can we see? Can we get a? Oh, madness.
Yeah, I know. There's a grip over there. They have had wrist stick out for this entire time.
Oh, true. You packed the Thoracle. Thoracle goes to the Southeast. Right.
yes,
Yeah, they're packing the packs.
packed the pact.
There's a
There's
fluster in hand.
There's and the D-SWAT is
We
out of the Volgavoth's hand.
Do have to pay a mana for this pact, though,
Yeah,
I
it's the damping
believe.
sphere. Yeah, so we're.
Yep, we're catching it right now.
There we go.
Just
Damping
eating
sphere.
someone's land.
Yeah. But I will say, if everything is at 100% and like everything in this game has all been 100% legal, it's that breach in hand lol. Shout out to Rain here for managing to keep the sports state. At least, we've been able to follow it just fine, and there's been a lot of things to hold on to here. I'm wondering if Cam is sandbagging with Fluster. No, we thought Fluster in Chanadle's hand. We saw Fluster in Chanadle's hand here, I think, right? And then I'm wondering if Cam has been sandbagging some sort of interaction here to be the last one to force this draw out. Is
It's
my guess.
possible.
Pact hits Thoracle, looks like, or no? Pact.
Yeah, I'm not
No,
sure
we're-
what they're
we're-
talking
I
through
think
right
I can
now.
kind of hear them. I think
Chain
they're
of
talking
Vapor?
about. I think they're talking about how they tapped. I think we're making sure that our mana is properly tapped. This is, I think, Rain's pointer. No, Rain's pointer is pink. So this is Brian's pointer coming in,
yes.
telling us where and how things should be moving. Thank you, Head Judge Brian.
Thank you for pointers.
Thank you for pointers, but also thank you for Head Judge Brian for cleaning up what seems like to be a very messy board state.
Yes, so
It also tells me if Brian is in that room means that this is
The
probably
last
final
pod,
pod. So
yeah.
final pod.
or at least the last one on this side.
Those of you guys who are just tuning in, we're at the very end of a very long day of Swiss here at round 5. Final
This is
day
the
of Swiss.
last pod.
Last pod here at All Valley 2 at Clovis Cards and Comics over here in slightly sunnier Central California for now. We'll be moving into semifinals once we figure out what is going on and who is going to move forward from this and whether or not it's a draw here. My guess is that it is, considering that we have to like sit back and walk through all of this math here. Yeah, thanks for tuning in here, guys. My guess is that we'll take a little bit of a tiny bit of a break
before we jump into semifinals and really strap in for a thing. I think we need to get some of us fed. Ty, you want some food? You want us to order some food?
Round two
Yeah,
of
I'm ready to.
Okay. Cool.
yeah. You've been a trooper.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
had-
I've had snacks and sugar-free root beer.
be dinner at this point.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, sure.
I guess unless you guys skipped breakfast, then I guess
I
technically this one would be lunch.
Yeah, no, it's all good. We had some food. Mel's Barbecue. Shout out to Mel's Barbecue for keeping our competitors fed. Oh man, we're going all the way back to Chain Vapor. Holy crap!
So we're back to the upkeep here.
Tim, I might ask Solid. Can you ride this line out? I'm gonna go to the bathroom before it gets too complicated here.
Yeah,
We
let's
just need to see where this
let's
is.
see what we can figure out.
Just
Here.
let's get to a draw, and then once we get back, we'll see where we're at. I'll be right back, just because it's about to get in between. We're gonna go in and out.
All right, so we are presumably back on the flood maw here. Maybe just trying to figure out how we got to the point we're at. Okay, so now
Yeah, they're just resolving.
flood maw is resolved, so we're back to the same pre-Thorical state. We love the little the little floating Mickey Mouse glove there. Okay, so maybe we just missed the draw step of drawing the dread return.
Sure. Okay, they're casting the Thorical Pact of
Yep, so
Negation.
we're back to Thorical Pact. So now we're about to be at the same position we were in before. We do have a mana available to cast our own pact through the Damping Sphere. But now we are back to where we were before.
Oh,
And
another
a third pact. With a crystal trigger.
3 mana to cast this Flusterstorm.
Okay, we're activating Marvin to untap. Doing a lot of tapping and untapping here. I mean, this would be a great time to have a Veil of Summer.
There's a Flusterstorm in hand, which I think will be enough.
Oh yeah, with the Fluster, I think this should do it. I think this could have been a little cleaner. Maybe we use a blue to activate the Minamo to make sure we get an extra couple of untap effects in.
Yeah.
Just to have a little bit of extra mana just in case.
Yeah. I think we should just do some more untaps for fun.
Yeah, that would also help let you pay through the Damping Sphere. Because you could pay into the Minamo to untap Eorith or Marvin, and then tap it to untap 2 others, and then repeat the process of
Right now, it doesn't actually work using the Eorith because there's only one other legendary permanent on the board.
This is true, so it's only the mode of untap target permanent.
Yeah, which I mean, it works out mana wise. I think they may have tapped wrong here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Oh no, it's yeah. So the Marvin,
We've got fist bumps.
yeah.
Looking like
I think it
Glarb
happened. They got it.
took this one down through
After a
the
big
iron
fight.
wall
It
of
was a
stacks.
crazy fight.
A couple of really big fights. Maybe a failed 12-point pact
Yeah.
between the Crystal and Rogtev. And Rao just kind of sitting there, steamless throughout it all.
Steamless, no.
Which is crazy considering their opening turn.
Yeah.
That they
It's a
just
powerful
had
turn. They ramped
nothing.
out and yeah.
Oh, and we have lost our camera connection
Yes,
here.
we have. Let's see if I can fix that. But in the meantime,
A little bit of tech support.
you can get some big screen.
All right, guys. So that was quite a slog of a game. It looks like the Glarb was able to pull it out. Was able to get the win in the very last minutes of extra time. Which means shortly we will have our top 16 standings and a fixed feature match camera before we well, we got it fixed before we got our standings.
But yeah, let's pull those standings up and take a look at what's going on here. That should be our final numbers going into the quarters here. The semis.
So Thomas still in first, no losses today. 4 wins and 1 draw on Timna Thrasios, an OG staple deck of the format with a lot of new flavor to it. Just kind of showing that kind of a value pile can still do the trick.
Yeah.
Esteban on, I believe, Rakdos in second seed here with what looks like 3 wins and 2 losses.
Yeah. 3-2-0.
Daryl coming back. I skipped Alex Lien. Don't know what he's on. 13 points. Good Swiss finish. Daryl on VV, also 13 points. And then we get into our 12s, I believe.
So Alex is on Leonardo and Michelangelo.
Okay. So he's on Turtles.
To relieve you of your disease. Alrighty then. What I miss?
Just looking at our top.
So the rewind. The rewind was essentially to go back because the Glarb missed their draw step. It looked like they didn't actually draw their dread return.
Interesting.
Essentially, that was the only thing that was changed, but we rewinded a little bit
Gotcha.
further back
Did
to
it end in a
the
draw?
upkeep.
Just ended in a draw?
No,
No.
the Glarb won.
Good on him. Congratulations.
So we
All
ended
right.
up back in the same state with the Thoracle, the Pact, the Glarb's Pact, and then Crystal pacted on top of it, and Glarb had a Flusterstorm for the entire stack.
That's crazy. What a way to win the game. Congratulations, guy. We have 1 draw on stream and the rest are wins. We like it how Senkel does it. That's awesome. All right. Let's take a quick look at this top 16, and then hopefully before they get too cozy here, we can at least sort of figure out food for everybody. Let's take a look. Anything notable? Thomas G up in the first seat again. Alex Lian making it on 13. I remember he was talking about just drawing in as a joke. Carlos on Winota, I assume. Hopefully.
Sanchez, yes.
Yeah, we love that.
He is a Winota aficionado.
You guys were absolutely right. It's not even 12 makes it in. 13 makes it in. This bubble is actually way lower than I thought it would be. That's kind of crazy. I guess I wasn't really looking at the math very much. Anthony's
so it
over
looks
here in his
like
top 16.
a single 9-pointer made it
bubbled in.
in.
Mr. Uncle Gibbons here. Congratulations. All right, guys. I'm gonna call it there and give us hopefully a 5 to 10 minute break here to at least sort out food so we could eat while we're watching the semifinals.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys back in a little bit here, and thank you, Tim, for hanging out.
One quick shout
Yeah,
out on
please.
this top 16. We have one of our staff who made it in at 14.
Whoa.
Martin
Yay, Martin!
is unfortunately playing a Tolly.
That's fine.
But
Kinda
it's
okay.
cool to see some of the staff make it in
Yeah,
on a big
represent home
tournament
turf.
like this.
Absolutely.
We've
100%.
got a lot of familiar names and faces in this top 16, at least for me.
some NorCal, some
and
FinCal. We love that.
A decent amount of outer towners
Yeah.
in here.
Yeah. LA not here at all because everybody probably just slept in, stayed in. We've been having a crazy busy couple of months, so I know a lot of us are kind of saving up, and we've got the San Diego tournament coming up in the weekend, next weekend following. So, but we wanted to make sure we came out to at least have something here. You get enough rep between me and Ty here. We're just out here yammering, so get tired of us at some point.
Yep.
But anyways, I'm going to make sure we get fed. I'll see you guys in a little bit while these top 16 get sorted. All right, see you guys. Peace. We'll be back.
Is our camera a little bit wider? Am I crazy here? Yeah, this is all good. I mean, I'm fine with this. I can see everything just fine. Maybe we punch in a little bit. Need to bring in here. Yeah, I'm cool with this. I'm cool with this being what it is. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back to Bite Size Magic. Top 16 here at the All Valley 2. We are... Here, shove the camera this way. If I can. Just so I can lean against this a little bit and not have to be sat forward a little bit. We're here at a top 16. We've got Alex Leon on first seat. Nadler here. Our Glarb at the exact same spot right here in our second seat. Robert Boone on TNT, notably not the TNT of Thomas G that we saw earlier. So another one of the other TNTs that's made it into the top 16 here. And we've got Martin Veloz on Italy, one of the employee shoutouts that we just got with him on the board. We're just going to resize our play space here so that way you guys can get as close to solid looks at all of the cards as possible. We have our new stream judge. Julian is on our stream judge right now, so we're hanging out right here. We're just waiting. We're gonna get a move on as soon as we get here. Alex Leon on Leonardo Michelangelo Turtle Soup for the Teenage Soul, or the Teenage Mutant Ninja Soul. That's not actually what it's called, but this is a first time that we're seeing this on the screen. It is a 5-color soup pile that is taking advantage a little bit of a few more +1/+1 counter synergies. What would be good for +1/+1 counter synergies in cEDH, would you say? Something like, you know, Esper Sentinel, or like Esper Sentinel, or Polywog Prodigy. If I can just get ice on a cup, that'd be amazing. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you, Tim. Take a little bit of a break. I can handle this for a little bit. Yeah, I guess I'm handling this. Where is Rain? To the bathroom. I need her to order my food. Yeah, because I'm focusing up here. Oh, Ty's got it. Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. We're a little bit scrambling here. We're getting Ty sent in for opening hand pictures real quick. All right, chat, give us a shout out if you've been enjoying the stream. Please, hopefully hanging out with us. We've been having fun at the very least. It is a little bit straining on the voice, I will say that, but you know, it is at least fun. Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting game. I'm gonna get the information about whether or not this is like 3 hours or what's our... Hey, pups. Muted? Chat, let me know if I'm muted or not.
Quite right.
Yeah, black beans, all the fixings, all the onions and stuff. All right, chat. Let me know. Am I audible again? I lost my tie. I'm lost in the sea. I'm not quite sure what's happening. Sure, yeah, that's fine. And then order yourself something. Yeah. Welcome back, guys. You want food, right? Welcome back to Bite Size Magic. This is Boros Wayne here. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Give me a shout out, chat. You just place the order. It's fine. Should be under my credit cards on there if you need. Yeah, we're waiting to get opening hands here and hoping to start our top 16 here at the All Valley here in Clovis Cards and Comix in Central California. As we're winding down for the day, we got 2 more high octane games of cEDH here waiting for y'all. We've got a mix of interesting decks here. We've got Leonardo Michelangelo Alex Leon, one of the prominent names up in Northern California here. That is piloting a Leonardo and Michelangelo, which is Universes Beyond Tribal. Every single card is Universes Beyond. No, actually, this is actually just 5-color soup with a little bit of +1/+1 counters again added. What sorts of cards in cEDH care about +1/+1 counters? Well, what about cards like for Sentinel or Polywall Prodigy or my favorite, Agatha's Soul Cauldron, even though I don't think he's on Agatha's Soul Cauldron. But other than that, it can either be Slop, it can be Turtle Slop, or it can be Turtle Pogo, either one. We just saw Chinadle put on a little bit of a clinic to show us how cool Glarb could be, especially into the grindier games. We'll see if he's managed to pull one out on these guys, especially after some of these other decks, like, let's say, Atali and Forfeed, are going to be trying to go a lot faster than the Rog Tevesh deck. And then we've got one of the TNTs, Robert Boone, notably not the TNT that we met at the first game. So we got 2 TNTs on top 16 here at the All Valley. And then we got a Tali here, Martin Veloz, who's actually one of the employees at the store here, playing some cEDH. I was informed pretty recently started, so we'd love to see some employee representation at a shop, or especially one of the bigger events. Zorder. Is Zorder here?
These are a little out of order.
Hold on to the phone, and you're going to be the one that grabs the food for us, okay?
This is first seed, third seed, fourth seed.
I will do my best to understand. All right, we're looking at opening hands here. Let's close that door. Yeah, let's close that door. All right, here we go. We're on our way into this game. We're looking at, I believe this is Alex Leon's hand. We're looking at a, oh man, there's a lot of mystical archives in here. We're looking at a D-Tutor. Understood. Well, we'll just have to be quiet and we'll have to close this door. There is a D-Tutor, there is a Brain Freeze, there is an Imp Seal, there's a Chinese Imp Seal? Chinese? Let me look. This is very important, guys. I need to know. Chinese Imp Seal, a Chinese Mox Opal, a Soul Ring, a Badlands, and a Scalding Tarn, which we're about to see. We're seeing that it's getting deployed actively right now. Way at Badlands, Soul Ring into Mox Opal. All right, looks like we are going into this next person's hand. I believe this is third seed's hand, this is fourth seed's hand, this is second seed's hand. Second seed, unfortunately, here on a Mold of 5, but maybe less unfortunately, Land Fish Pass. We're also looking at a Retraction Healers, a Force of Egg, and a Hermit Druid. So Hermit Druid in a Glarb hand is a scary card. We also have in third seat right here, developing what we're looking at, this Tropical Island, this Watery Grave, Demonic Tutor, Devoted Druid, Ancient Tomb, Mystic Remore, and a Worldly Tutor, probably. So that's also another land fish, notably Devoted Druid being in hand with Demonic Tutor and TNT. Yeah, this could be a very fast game, or it could be a very slow game, depending on what type of interaction that we're seeing. We're seeing a Force and Egg in somebody's hand. Yes, we're seeing a Force and Egg in Glarb's hand, but that's the only one. If these fish don't get fed properly and don't have interaction, then we're kind of stuck with it. All right, Atali here, we're looking at Land, Chromox, Mox Opal, Talisman of Impulse, Wheel of Fortune, and a Multi-Duplication. So we got Land Pass, it looks like, and we've avoided feeding any of the fish so far, except for the first official fish feed. And we're off the races. All right, looks like we've got... We don't got shit. It's all good. Is it? Did you play with the...
Why did you want some?
Okay, good. We'll figure it. Don't worry about it. Is that muting? Is that muting my mic? That was your mic. Have I been muted this whole time?
No.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure. All right, guys. Sorry, we are back here. Off to the races. Top 16 here. Tim is back here. Tim's making sure that he gets food. It's launching him. We're all kind of going to be on the fly even while we're watching top 16. So hopefully when top 4 heads around, we're all sleepy from the food and aren't able to pay any attention. That is the plan, at least. No mention of time for counters. This is true. I'm sorry, Glenn.
It's so
my
sad.
mom. My bad. Your mom. Back tutor into this fish. We're seeing back tutor into this fish, and that's gonna draw 2 cards.
I feel like that's gonna be my new vocal stim. My bad, your mom.
Put it in the bag. Welcome, guys. Let's locking it in. We're settling in for the night for the rest of for these next 2 games. Be them how they may, whether or not they be long games or short games.
Guys, I hope Chunky resolves and we can take a nap.
Take a 2-hour nap while we
No,
wait
this
for
will
the
be
rest
it.
of these
Hopefully,
topic
this is a good
scenes.
game.
Yeah,
I'm
that's the
surprisingly still going.
question. Yeah.
I thought,
You're feeling
I
it?
thought I would be tired.
What,
like,
you? Yeah, no, that's what I'm
dead.
saying. The break was the real hurdle to get over. I just need to make sure I didn't get stunted by the break. I just, chugging along. 2 hours of
I
sleep.
don't know what to do now that I'm.
Can you go in and go in and fix the make the player 2 life total color not a solid color, a solid dark color?
I think it's just like a bug.
No, it's actively 2 different colors in there
Okay.
potentially. Yeah, can you make that? You see what I'm saying? Thanks,
How do I do that?
Rain.
Honestly, let's not worry about it right now. We're in the
Yeah.
middle of it.
That's valid.
Or
Okay,
final.
we'll worry about it in a little bit. Rooting for Glarb. Welcome in. Welcome in. Wakaduki. Yeah, Glarb actually just in this last game, I was not present for it because I had to jump out and take care of a few things, but Tim was here for it and saw some. The Glarb felt like it kind of pulled that out of nowhere, but that's kind of the cool part of CDH is sometimes you can feel like you're out of the game.
With that last game, I don't the Into the Flood mod. If it just had happened a little bit earlier.
Yeah, maybe we just did an
Before they
index.
untapped?
Yeah, before it,
Yeah.
it seemed before we had access to all of the stuff.
Yeah, I think so.
Damn, yeah, it's true. That is the thing, is that it wasn't able to develop in through the day mixer. And once again, stacks pieces can be sometimes a two-edged sword.
We just got a 6-7 live on stream.
What? Oh, let's go.
Oh,
Anyways,
I'm glad I missed it.
okay, so
Not want to do that.
Yeah, fair enough.
all right, so we're looking at.
Was it just because they didn't draw their cards per turn?
Yes.
Thought it was
They
right.
have flash speed. Like, there's a buried crystal trigger.
I saw him turn to donk the table Wednesday. Crazy Glarb list.
Did they cast Oracle?
They
Real
drop
quick,
it.
Tim, is this Chinelu Chandler here that we're talking about?
Which one?
Mr. Rugged Dookie is asking. Mr. Chinelu.
Is it Chandler?
Is this Chandler?
Yes.
Great. You got answers. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. And we developed into a fish out of Alexien's board. That's kind of
There's also a
wild.
very strong start for Atali
Yeah.
Yeah.
4 mana here. So
That's
any
Togr next turn,
pretty
baby.
much any ritual or a Troger
Let's go.
gets you there.
Let's go. Well, not any ritual. Rite of Flame doesn't really quite get you there, but also into the fish.
I get any real
You need
ritual.
to not do as much side conversation. If I can't have, you can't get. You're not picked up on the mic, so you talking means dead ear on stream.
Yeah, you can come sit.
If you want to come
up
sit, you
here.
can hang out with that. I'm just pointing this out to you.
Just
I know, then sleepy. Do you want to go sleep in the car? Okay. Because you'll go out there and the heat will hit you, and then you'll immediately fall asleep because that is like hot out there.
Yeah.
It,
All right,
that
what are we
does
looking at?
happen here. People do just walk outside and pass out.
I'm seeing a card in this graveyard here. It's
Yes, nice,
Manival.
nice use of the pointer
Yes.
for the active player thing.
The active player is so good. Whoever thought of that arrow?
Looks like
Whoever
paying
executed that
for-
arrow.
Roll the dice.
paying
Whoever
for
executed that.
fish
Yeah,
here.
whoever did the arrow is such a good arrow. So pointy. It looks like Chandler over here just goes paper fish vault and then is able to discard dead hand size, considering how fed he got off of some of this development here. If I'm sitting here, that's a lot of fast
Okay.
mana. Just a lot of fast mana right off the rip. It's double fish fade. Everybody's got a fish.
Probably just hoping that going into Atali's turn 2 and then the Turtles turn 3 and Glarb's turn 3, that he can get a decent amount of value off this fish.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm a Tolly here, I don't know if sending it into 3 fishes seems particularly wise. But again, I was wrong about Tolly being off of the dual caster mage win by a flip is wild. So maybe am I a Tolly? That's the word I'm looking for. instincts are off.
Yeah, there are 2 decks here on white, so there's a reasonable chance he hits some sort of silence effect from one of those players,
So
and then can just continue to go.
There is also
3 mana.
Is that a Wheel
This
of
is a
Fortune?
wild play right now.
That's
With the amount
with
of
3 fishes available.
and the amount of mana that people have available to develop the gas that they're about to draw into. Plus, if you like, think about it this way, right? I wheel, I feed a couple cards. They wheel those cards away, but I'm hoping to wheel into rituals, mana, and all sorts of rocks. I'm gonna feed all these fishes, so I'm going positive up 7, feeding everybody else 7 cards, and then going up. I mean,
Each one of them. I think this is a good play because each one of the Mystic Remora players has been fed to shit.
valid.
Player next in turn order is probably going down on cards because of this wheel.
Sure.
And you only have 2 cards on hand.
Looks like we have
We're forcing it apparently.
a force here.
But I hear what
Maybe
you're
one of
saying,
these
Ty.
other players is interested in the wheel if maybe their hand is not looking great even with all the extra cards.
Possibly, but I don't know. I'm kind of fine with it. But the point is taken, Ty, 100%. I'm just a wheel hater.
This is the perfect time to cast a wheel.
Have a veil.
Feed more cards to the fishes. Agreed. This is true. This could be very dangerous if they do indeed wheel into mana. We can get land, simians, spirit guides, Rite of Flames.
Well, they
He
have
is
no
now
mana
down
right
to
now.
1 card and no mana available, so
He hasn't played
if
it, right? Land, Waltz, Simian, Thieving, Geosurge, Toger. Something like that.
Sure, yeah, 5-card hand.
these are cards that exist. I mean, in actuality, that's Simian, Land, Vault, Toger. It's 4 mana, 4 cards. It's not impossible.
No, it's not
Yeah,
impossible.
It's not impossible, especially with basically the entire deck
But-
is essentially clones and
yeah. I mean, I think this is just setting up for a very good turn 3.
absolutely.
yeah, and I wonder if it like with the veil Atalia at one card left, even if the wheel does resolve, they get a fresh grip.
Yeah.
Is it even worth fighting over this at this point? Because you have mana advantage in play, you still have a fish in play afterwards. Maybe you just let it happen.
Certainly, I was literally about to say certainly not Chandler, but here we go, misstep on the stack. I feel like this is like, I mean, unless he's the only one that's really fighting for this wheel, not maybe he has something. I mean, okay, so
Which is kind of interesting.
their hands. So we actually know that TNT. I'm surprised TNT's not doing anything about it. Maybe he just hasn't been given priority, but he's got full devoted druid, black tutor in hand. He could be setting up for next turn thing. Here's Julian flipping the active player turn. All right. Well, we saw the misstep on the veil, so
Yeah, and
very unfortunate
Leonardo
here.
is like totally set up to go for a breach at any moment here.
yeah.
And maybe that was a point where Martin, the Atali player, should have mentioned some possibilities from some of the other 2 decks at the
Mhm.
table to incentivize Glarb to just let this happen.
Yeah.
Unless Glarb is also just holding a win in his hand after all those extra draws he's
Sure.
gotten as
Well,
well.
yeah, at this point, that's the kind of the issue with the fish is that like we can speculate off of opening hands, but at this point, really, there's like half of that hand that none of us have any idea about. So it really could be anybody's game. At this
Yeah,
point.
Glarb does have Hermit Druid hands.
Yeah, but Hermit Druid here feels almost kind of slow. E-tutor and upkeep. Go get Tide. Go get Breach. Go get whatever you want. Sorry, not whatever. Enchantment or artifact, but you know.
I would imagine a Smothering Tithe here.
Yeah, I mean, Tithe is the easy guess here. There's a world where, because the problem is that you need a land at the very minimum, and then you tap out for Tithe. Turns your mobile on once the Tithe resolves, but it is kind of leave you open to, but like if you get blown up here, then you have mana, back you up. And also I think we might be letting this fish die, if that's also the case. Unless we also just draw vault. That's the answer to everybody constantly. Just have and draw vaults, and then you can do a lot of things.
Yeah.
True, I agree. Yeah, like put everybody back, just reset everybody to 0, 100, or reset everybody to a thing. But truly, here's the thing: is Tully's down to
one card in hand right now. Force of Nagging the Wheel essentially erases a player off for at least 1 to 2 turns. There's a world where he top decks exactly Toger and this other card is a land. Or exactly Toger and he can send it again, but like, you know.
Last card is Molten Duplication. And
Yeah. So he's got a Molten Dupe in hand, so like, yeah, unless he
Or
finds
he could always, like you said, rip into a Treasonous Ogre or one of your other
Geosurge.
super rituals.
Yeah, exactly.
And just go for it again.
And try at least, but like again, the amount of feed. This is the issue with
LED was our tutor choice, I would presume here.
Well, we should have technically saw it off the e-tutor, but that's okay. Reach. Nope.
2 mana here for Demonic Tutor.
Toots, my LED, my mobile. Yeah, my mobile is online now because of my LED, which means I have exactly red and a colorless to cast a very specific spell.
Yeah, so I wonder if we maybe hold priority here, crack the Mox Opal, and then crack the E LED.
I don't think so.
it's-
You have enough to.
with how many other cards are around, it's just
that's
a scary proposition.
that's also super blind binary trap out of Glarv's hand right here. So if Alex really does like just full send it here, he is blown out the game entirely. I know Alex. He's a pretty good player. He's a little bit turbo brained, a little bit. So there is a world where he does absolutely just get blown out, but it doesn't look like he's cracking that LED.
Yeah. I mean, he has an Imp Seal in hand as well, so I think he just set up for a very,
Yeah.
very protected next turn.
Yeah, maybe he gets breach off of this and then like shifts to the table and like has that conversation of counter me, don't counter me. Who knows? But yeah, I don't know how much better it's getting for him at this point. I would expect either one of two things to happen. These fish are all getting paid for, or gunning into that game, or the fish die and guns are out and we're just trying to make it win. And I think my hand better than your hand, so we'll see which one. In my mind, each of these the fist bump
In the middle of the game.
in the middle of the game.
Maybe it's just a fist bump of,
I
you know,
respect it.
you stopped me,
Respect.
good on you.
Yeah, fair enough. Anyways, so this is a decision that both of these players are essentially going to have to make right now. Fish or no fish, you know, go fish or no fish.
And I think if they all end up just paying for fish, that looks like a step in the right direction for Italy to get back into the game.
For sure.
To have a chance, I would say, to,
Because his opponents are then just not progressing their game.
the mobile. Okay, interesting. The mobile is now being tapped to cast Michelangelo. Can we get Michelangelo? 'Cause some of us-
Something about mutagen tokens.
something about +1/+1 counters and food tokens, I believe. Michelangelo the Heart, 1 to green, legendary creature, mutant ninja turtle.
It is a food.
Is teenager not a type?
Somehow it's
age.
not.
It is a 2/3 with trample with raid in parentheses the fridge. At the beginning of your second main phase, if you attack this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature and create a food token. Leo cares something about food tokens. We'll wait to see what happens if Leo gets cast here, and it looks like Larb is going into that later game. We're tapping Vault to be able to pay for fish at this point. So now
Interesting.
up for things. Maybe I cast Glarb, maybe I don't cast Glarb. Good job, Pups. Did you fix the color?
No, it was the
It
bug.
just fixed itself.
Leading
Good job. It's fixed now.
the cast.
True. Fierce or Slot is online.
Crazy bait.
Everything could be crazy bait.
Force
Pedal,
will my
fish draw, fish
commander
draw.
now.
Pedal, fish draw, fish draw, fish draw. That's just how these games are going. Oop.
Ooh,
Cabbages.
I think that's the first cabbage merchant we've seen all
Mhm.
day.
Definitely the first one.
But you have something soft to sit on. Okay. Which store?
Clovis Cards
Our
and
store,
Comics.
Clovis Cards and Comics,
That's crazy. Yeah, in
where you can find all of your cEDH needs in the Central Valley.
this has been the whole
You
day.
can come play some tournaments and win some tickets.
Mhm.
Yes,
that's
we
so
did
great.
have to change what they were called this time because a lot of people got confused at our last one.
I'm gonna try to keep an eye on the chat, but I'm very curious. Can you explain this ticket? Can you explain this ticket format that you guys got going for your pricing? 'Cause I think
Yeah,
it's really
so
cool and innovative.
we saw it somewhere else before one of our last events, and we were like, that's a kind of cool way to like maybe try and attract some people to come from out of town. If instead of just saying this is a 2K or a 3K or whatever,
Bellware store and draw.
people
and,
sometimes don't
capture
really
version?
care about store credit at places, and being in California, we can't really do like hard cash pricing. So we came up with another idea of using a ticks system. We
Mhm.
called it points last time, got really confusing.
Right, because
So
playing for points. And
we
then
ass-
you want to trade points.
We assign a dollar amount to each tick.
Mhm.
Easy conversion is $10 to one tick,
Okay, I see. That makes sense.
which makes it easy because we
Yeah.
can just take our
just percentage
prize pool and just slash a decimal place off of it.
Easy. That's percent
And then
out
from
of,
there we
Robert
can
here.
do our first place, second, third, fourth, and then fifth through the end of Top Cut.
Yeah, it sounds dope. And I know that people were, especially for like Top Cut, when you get stuck with like, all right, this is a specific card pool that I'm looking for. You guys, some people were talking about it was cool. I could trade tickets across when I really wanted to just kind of get this other thing that I wanted to get instead of this thing. I like the idea that you guys are doing where you're giving the players a modular choice that is more functional to them.
Yeah, it is essentially still just a giant pile of store credit,
Yes,
but at
exactly.
least
But
we're
fancy.
featuring
Yes.
a selection of cards that are not available until after the event is done. So our Top Cut here has first crack at everything that we've featured, plus
Nice.
some stuff that wasn't featured.
Yeah.
After that, it will be publicly available for people to purchase whatever's left afterwards.
Yeah.
But we've got a couple cradles.
Yeah.
I think
that's
there's
the other thing I
like
was
6
gonna bring up.
underground seas.
Nice. I've got my eye on that foil fierce guardian chip. I have a regular print.
We
chain.
do have a foil borderless copy of each of the Grixis commander spells.
That's amazing. Yeah, that's the other thing I was going to mention is just like how genuinely fantastic the pricing is that you guys are doing out here. I mean, you almost got me out to play just for potentially the Mox Diamond, but I like this better. This
Yeah,
a
there
little
is
more-
also a diamond. I forgot about that
yeah,
one.
exactly. Right. It's crazy. It's crazy. So there are some very real stakes to this game that we're looking at right here.
Yeah, definitely. We just wanted to kind of make it a little more exciting than just here's a giant pile of store credit.
Yeah. No, it's very intuitive and it's very fun.
And we are always open to feedback from people. You know, we didn't just land on this system right away.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that's. Is there another one in there?
I think our first event we did just do a regular prize pool, and then after that we were like, what if we tried this? Because we saw it, we thought it was kind of cool.
Yeah.
And we've kind of evolved it a little bit each time.
Worldly Tutor coming out of Alex over here. Itali notably just untapped and passed, so unfortunately that's not looking super great for Martin here. There's a Worldly Tutor on the stack. We're having conversations and triggers and all sorts of stuff happening.
Cabbages.
We're also the cabbage conversion came in, landed, and we're getting some food out of it. Oh boy.
That looks delicious, and I can't wait for mine to also get
Yeah,
here.
was
You
that not
guys
what
said
you ordered?
Chipotle, and I was sold.
Yeah.
Chipotle sponsor us.
Is that not what you ordered?
I should have been beef.
Interesting.
This is one of those things where when I have other people order it, it's like, yeah, it's just how sometimes what happens. This is the point of having a flexible. All right, guys. So the rest of the stream is just gonna be a little bit of a mukbang, or else I don't eat until after final.
Which, who knows, could be in a couple hours or
Could be in
20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
We have seen both extremes happen here in previous tournaments. We've had a literal 3-minute finals for one of our events, where their mulligans took longer than the actual game itself. We've also had like a 2-hour long semifinals.
Mhm.
So beautiful part of cEDH is
Mm-hmm.
you could get one extreme, the other, or somewhere in the middle.
Literally one game to another game.
And even within the same game, it could
It could
you
feel
know,
like one way and all of a sudden diverge very deeply the other way. I don't know what it is about. That's a voice victory on the stack. That's a voice victory.
that is
Go.
pretty scary here.
I don't have to rip their time. I was actually literally just about to say, I don't know what it is about this game, but all signs point towards big running game. We got fishes, we got cabbage hunting, we got Esper someone, but there was something in my brain saying this doesn't feel like it's quite where we're hitting long-term. And lo and behold, Alcian, who's also pretty well known for playing Vivi, Turbo Vivi, here aggressively hitting a voice of victory on the stack and getting shown some card out of Chandler's hand here.
Yeah, and this voice may also be for the purpose of the Michelangelo, to make sure that he has things to attack with, but he can keep the Michelangelo safe.
Yeah, both the block tutor is either for the LED, which he either block tutor for the LED or block tutor for the other one. It's most likely a win attempt, so we have to really have that conversation. It's off the stack.
All right, so we have been swayed away from the voice of victory here.
It definitely couldn't have been the mind break trap there, but you know, there's a world where worldly tutor voice,
And now we're imp sealing.
Maybe there's like a silence or something. Oh no, no silence. There's some interaction to Chandler's hand. Now we're imp sealing.
Yeah. So did they naturally? Oh, they worldly tutored for the.
Yeah, for the voice.
Wow. Incredible. Like I was thinking that they were going to use the imp seal to go for protection, but they were able to get it another way.
Yeah.
Very
And the
good.
nice thing about the like a top deck tutor for like or a random ball there is that like there's no, if you're especially planning well, there's no reason. My worldly tutor resolves great. I have, you know, the like you saw me go find the voice. I don't need to like beat around the bush about it. I'm gonna draw this way and I'm putting it on the stack. Unless you guys want to have a conversation, this is going on the stack. You know? They're kind of circumventing the what some people would call the downside to like a reveal tutor or like the top deck tutors, especially the non-black ones.
It's Chandler has definitely done a good job last game and this one of showing people meaningful interaction
And getting them to
getting them to back off and buying himself a little bit of extra space to try and just make some value plays, maybe get a little bit ahead on value or at least at parity with the scarier deck at the table at the moment.
I mean, that also got him like we got him all the way to the end of the last T1 very end, you know, so like we could very much see that. Now, me, we're looking at two paths here. We're officially, with that shown piece of interaction, officially going directly into the mid-range drawing game. Depending, this fish, even if this fish is paid for or doesn't get paid for, it probably gets another draw engine or yada yada, something, whatever have you, you know. Or people are aware that there's a voice in this hand and a push, and now people are feeling pressure to either their wins on the stack or starting to redevelop their overwhelming value to be able to counter that. We'll see which version, which way these guys.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Glarb hit the table here.
Mm-hmm.
If nothing else, then to bluff free interaction.
Yeah.
I do like that as, you know, an extra hidden mode of just casting your commander.
Yeah.
Is if you've got a good poker face, you can just bluff the interaction, especially when you've already shown the player
One player
that you have some interaction. And it looks like that's what we're seeing here is the Glarb hit the table.
Especially commanders that not only when they are part of either your value or your game plan, you can develop into these value and these game plan and bluff interaction or actually have interaction to back up whatever you're doing. So that way it's kind of like slowly taking a step closer to your end goal. Also having backup interaction to follow it up.
Yeah, and I think the emphasis here is really on Glarb and TNT here to be able to interact and stop the Leo and Mikey, because the Martin on Atali here is definitely still not back in this game yet.
The thing that's really interesting to me here is, and this is the one time where I'm like, player audio here, is to understand what the agreement here and take back. You know, because otherwise, Chandler still has interaction piece for the voice. It still has the voice. We're just developing into
Yeah,
does
and
it change things? Not 100%. You still get away with doing what you're trying to do.
Yeah, and it could be something of like show mind break trap, say I don't want to use this here in case the Atali hits the table.
I don't think he's taking the Atali very seriously. I don't think anybody should be, at least. OBM hitting face, even though with the known voice, is pretty interesting. Does Glarb use much Doomsday?
Doomsday, but it just cuts your life in half, so it doesn't really matter what your life's at before. Some Glarb lists I know do play ad nause. I don't think they usually do because you have a bunch of 4 mana spells, but I have seen some that do. Maybe like some Sylvan Libraries or Necros. So it's possible. I don't know how much I would be putting the Glarb on. I actively use my life total for value, but in those colors, it is always a possibility.
Did you not get one for yourself? Personally? Here too. That's chicken. You like chicken, right? Thanks. Sorry guys, we're talking over food here. Also, interesting turn of events. It seems like 2 of our top 16 games are
Oh yeah.
Already over.
So Tim, if you don't mind, let's grab what those. Can you check who those winners are real quick on your?
Yes.
And I'll cover the stream here. Looks like we got the Obium down. We've got the Cabbage Merchant. Notably, the thing that really sucks here is a flash photo being discarded down to hand size is notable. I want to say here, especially with the Cabbage Merchant, that means everybody has more or less kind of like a picking cap on how many spells that can be cast, and there's the Ristic Study that can be cast here before that flash photo is online. You can copy this Ristic Study, you can copy this sorry, not copy the Ristic Study because it has to be your own things. Copies, I don't know what copies here. Yeah, but it had instant speed, right? We're going to instep, it's in graveyard, right, for flash. Let's see, what are our winners?
So it looks like we have 2 semifinal winners already. Thomas,
the reigning,
the Juggernaut.
oh man, that's impressive.
So we had TNT winning the pod with Winota, Rog Tevish, and I'm not sure what Uncle Gibbons was playing.
Yeah, we can probably find that out pretty quickly.
Needless to say, that is
Grixis.
2 stacks decks and a Grixis, could be turbo or mid range. Have seen both come out of Green Goblin.
Oh, got it. Understood. Interesting.
And our other pod that finished, Ryan Higa, one of our local guys, he is a VV player. So he took that one down,
Another video, very cool.
taking out 3 other locals. So
Well, that's the friendly fire.
that one was going to be friendly fire regardless in that
Regardless what
pod.
We are seeing a D-SWAT here on, I believe, probably this OBM ping. So we're having a lovely OBM ping conversation. Interestingly enough, I think this is on the Ristic. So interesting. I guess he just doesn't. So especially for Turtle Soup, if it's a deck that likes to commit to the board, he doesn't want a Ristic Study and an OBM sat around. So preemptively getting rid of the OBM might be the play here. But that's really cool. Thomas G really showing out today. What a run! 4 wins, 1 draw.
Yes, yeah, now it's 5-1, or 5 wins and 1 draw.
That is
Is very impressive.
wow. Very, very cool.
Yeah, TNT. It is very hard for TNT to close sometimes, but I mean, when you Delney into Derevi into Dimno,
Yeah, and I think a lot of it comes from that for quite a while he's been playing Thrasios Nadir, so he's taken some of those kind of less popular packages and lines, added white, streamlined the deck a little bit. Probably still has a few kind of unusual slots in the list.
It gives you the edge. Gives you
It gives you the extra percentage points
Absolutely.
of things that people just aren't used to seeing.
Yeah.
Just a full Rock Lee taking the weights off moment. Just like
Very interesting.
talking to the mic.
Very creature heavy TNT list, which you don't expect to see. Because you expect most TNTs to like try and pivot towards slop right now, especially with everything in the meta. But the creatures just get under it. And it's a lot of triggers and activated abilities, which is super interesting.
We do love that. It's Glarbin time. Well, thank you, Chad Lantis, for this Glarbin time.
That's an incredible name, by the way.
All right. Oh, a reminder for the active player. Thank you, Stream Judge Julian. All right. TNT Thrasios has hit the table, and we've got I don't know. I don't know for you guys. I'm not feeling super good about the chances for the table here. This incoming voice is just.
It is not looking good. Looks like it's just a pass from Italy here.
That's just how it is sometimes. I mean,
Very unfortunate.
there's some of the unfortunate things about something like an Italy or something like this thing is sometimes you push really hard and you push and you get to top 16 and you just kind of like you hit one of the walls, and it being kind of a coin flippy deck means that sometimes you flip low on the games that really matter sometimes, and that's just how it happens, you know, especially when it's hard to something that we were talking with the Radia player is being able to design a push deck that can push multiple times over and over again is kind of where you have to be, I think, to be able to hang in top pods like this. Not that Italy can't do that necessarily, but you know, sometimes there it is. Hey,
What's up, Saber? It's me, Other Tim.
This is Other Tim.
We are at my store, Clovis Cards and Comics.
In Clovis. Yep. I got so used to saying Claremont with the C's and everything.
Yeah, I believe it was our last All Valley. Saber actually donated some stuff to the store for us to prize and give away.
Oh yeah.
Wow. So we appreciate all the love and support from you, Saber. Hopefully our next one a bit bigger. Maybe we can get you out here. We definitely missed you today.
Well, considering the expansion of the store and how well this one's already going so far, I like we were saying earlier, I would not be surprised if I almost fully expect the next one to be at least 100 plus, and hopefully we'll be there to help support and see that going. We see Leo coming out here. Yeah,
Awesome.
There he goes, and we'll just give you a heads up next time.
Yeah, we'll be in touch. But yes, thank you.
Chill out on the stream if you want. Come hang out with us, and you know, we're just gonna here. We're watching these last two. We're at the top 16 of the All Valley 2 here, watching a Michelangelo swing into a Leonardo, into another person, trigger some food tokens, get some counters, and just pass the turn here. We know there's a voice of victory in his hands.
I will be right back.
Yeah.
I need to grab my food before my DoorDasher leaves.
We're over here trying to have dinner during top 16, so that way we don't have food in our mouths for the final. So,
The finals.
thank you, Maxi, running some answers in the chat for us here. Yeah, Clovis is really awesome. Central California is really cool. Like we were saying earlier, it really does kind of sometimes feel like the middle point and the gathering of a lot of things, and just that's just been the vibe for the entire evening. Is just the real feeling of just like everybody here is just kind of like flexing, chipping in. Someone grabs this, someone grabs that. If someone needs this, just covering for each other, and making it happen, whatever it is, you know. For those of you guys who are just joining us, this is All Valley 2, top 16 on Bite Size MTG. Over here in association of the card shop that we just mentioned. We're flash photoing. Yep, looks like we're flash photoing. What are we flash photoing here? Let's find out. Let's find out what we're flash photoing here. There's a bistic study, just probably what it is. Yeah, probably a bistic study. Yep, that's a bistic study. We're over here kind of just helping, hopefully helping the Old Valley 2, just like, help grow the scene. I see the In Response guys really doing their best to grow the Central California meta, and we're just here. We just want to be here to support. Bite Size MTG is working on basically having a mobile stream set up so that way we can get we can do coverage like this for some of the tournaments that are a lot of the tournaments that are popping up in California here. So if you guys are running tournaments in the California area, if you guys want your stores to basically stream the games and have something set up like this, it's pretty simple. It's pretty easy. Now that we've got all the things that we need, we can just drive on out and bring all the gear, and we can stream and hopefully cast some stuff for you. So just if you want it, mention it to your TOs, mention it to your shop owners and store owners, whoever's running things. The only thing that was rough about this one is that we had a 4-hour drive, and some of us are running on 2 hours of sleep, which is why we are starting to have a few more pauses between words, which I hope can be slightly forgiven here, considering that we've been yammering for the entire day. But if you don't forgive us, then that's fair enough.
Not forgiven.
Yeah, AAA cards. Yep. Thanks. The event really has been really awesome and very, very smooth as fellow TOs. We really appreciate when people run a smooth ship. If anything, I think we might have been some of the just like sort of like a little bit of turbulence along the way, just trying to get some of our of course, Tim, we're just here, we're just trying. I mean, Tim, you absolutely know so much of this stuff doesn't happen without community, so we're just trying to be here to support community, and just do what we can. What we're looking at, all right, a wonderful active player token that we're looking at with the TNT set. We're looking at some mana. We're looking at quite a lot of mana here, and that's a formidable speaker. Okay, so woo, there is active devoted druid. I'm gonna say that a little bit quieter so that way, because we don't.
There's a Hermit Druid.
Is it? No, Hermit Druid's in Glark.
I don't think there was a devoted druid in the opening hands.
I believe so. Something about Black Tutor combo piece in hand somewhere in here. Robert.
Oh no, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, devoted druids in hand. So I don't know how much of a window this is, but considering cards in hand, but depending on what you're getting, this might be a conversation. Oh, what are you getting? I'll get you. You guys know what it is. We've had these conversations all day. We'll see what we end up getting, or maybe we're still having a conversation. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not seeing anybody pick up the deck here. This is normally what I'd be asking Tim about the story about play, plot the store, and all the rest of it.
So we can slowly progress through the entire tournament.
You're absolutely right, Rugged. It definitely helps having experienced CEOs like Julian Bryan. Brian is I love how direct Brian is as a judge. He does not give a fuck, and he will let you know. Yeah. And we do like that decisive action.
And these guys have been so on time, getting things moving immediately after the round ends, no downtime whatsoever. It's been so fast.
To take a lunch break. It was wild. That was like a lunch break. What do you mean a lunch break? When we were over here driving up going like 5 rounds, cut the top. He might be a little bit, but like, hey, we're pulling it off. It's happening, guys. We might actually be able to complete, or well, we might even be able to play a game or two.
That's maybe a bit optimistic.
I'm allowed to be optimistic.
Yeah, of course.
I'm delirious. I have 7+ card types in my graveyard right now.
I don't think it's that crazy to
7.
think there will be time to play a game.
I don't
You
know.
got super delirium?
Yeah, the super delirium. I don't know what delirium. Can you tell I know what delirium?
You mixed up threshold and delirium. You almost got
7 or more card types.
it.
So we are hitting that point where it's probably like legitimately good. And like
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. If they just keep playing like a slow mid-rangey value game instead of trying to proactively advance their game plan, Atali could just
Yeah.
happen again.
I might be switching gears immediately from optimistic to pessimistic. Anything I totally does gets through any of the in anything here, but I think I wouldn't blame them for trying. What else are you gonna do? But I just at this point I think this is it's the other guys' games. The best thing if I'm a Tully, I sit and I wait for the
Yep.
fight.
I was just
And
gonna say,
maybe
just
to
wait
see-
for it.
Maybe to see I can plant a flag in the roll afterwards. That's really where
So you just get some extra mana in play, some kind of whatever permanence, and then you just wait and jam.
Tully is traditionally not on me.
It's a good question. We can check what this one's on.
Rugged, give the
I'm not sure.
It's how you gonna get there if these guys don't do something. Yeah, we'll see. Rugged, give a shout out and chat about where we can get these food tokens if you want. I'm happy for people to plug the things that their sources and all the rest of it. If you want to show off some of the food tokens and the places people can get these.
No is on. No is on.
No, that's what I guess this is the thing I'm confused about, but maybe I just like E-Zone too much. I'm just shocked when people aren't on E-Zone. I think they should be.
As a lands player, I too love E-Zone.
Yeah. Do we want a 9-mana Atali?
I mean, I guess. It's not
At instant speed,
do I
Maybe.
want to be able to?
kinda,
Do I want my deck to be able to win at instant speed? Yeah.
kinda.
It's like a 2-color. It's like 2-color and in green, so you can proper use them. If I could proper use them.
There have been many a games where I have upkeep silenced just to watch the table interact with it, and then just crop rot or E-Zone on top of it,
Mhm.
and go for a pretty much uninteractable line.
We love it. Exactly, especially when you have access to crop rot. That's the thing that's crazy to me is like if you're in green, why not?
I don't have talent gets in my deck.
Yeah.
I
think there's a lot of value to being on Talon Gates, even if you're not in the kind of just Simic slop
Well,
breeze caller stuff.
Infinite mana, it turns into filter. Great interaction and filtering.
It is true. It's only a half colorless land, which is kind of nice.
Exactly. Oh, what are we looking at? Sorry, we're back to Alex over here. We're showing the stuff out. Like again, we're getting to the point where we just have so many different cards in hand that it really is going to be whoever is able to navigate these heavy waters.
Someone's got to blink first.
Someone does gotta blink first, but the question is, the issue is it used to be a thing. Push. If I'm the second person to push, I usually. At this point, we're getting to layers. Of
Maybe the third push.
third, fourth, yeah. Like there's like with access to the ability, as much like point upon the wind and all the rest of it. It's just you really have to be able to read the tables. And we were talking about this. One of us were talking about this the other day. The windows are getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Especially between the slop and between how much everything is drawing, like the windows are really becoming like minuscule sometimes, where it really felt like I could be off by a little bit on windows and still kind of get there. Now it's like I gotta find the exact right window or it doesn't exist, you know.
It definitely looks like we're getting into a spot where
Yeah, we're hitting the slop.
maybe people just need to start like going for baby pushes or kind of
testing the waters a little bit.
like high value but not quite pushing sort of plays.
Do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself.
Mhm.
Sorry, skip the part of the song that actually in out, but you know you guys understood, right?
Looks like we've gotten off.
We already did that part of the game.
Something here.
Hey Cam, what's up, man? Welcome to the chat. So,
What up, Cam?
congratulations on top 16. Sorry you didn't quite make it all the way, but hey, you know what? If you did, we'd call it rigged, and it would be a problem. All right, this is a lot of mana. But we're working with not so much mana anymore. Thank you, Julian. Keeping
Those pointers might be one of the best parts of the whole feature match room.
I gotta say this, so I have to say it every single time. This is full credit to Will Mohoff. He's the first one who ever did it. Showed his V. I thought it was such a great idea. We brought it as a joke, and it actually
Took
really
off.
valuable. It's like super useful. Like at first it was a joke, but it's like, oh wait, no, this is actually really nice. I don't have to like lean and alter.
It's like
kind of.
it's just visually invasive enough
It's just
to
a
catch
pop,
everyone's
a
attention.
pop of color.
Yeah. Especially when I love it when things enter from off screen.
Mhm,
Yep.
mhm.
This is
Yep.
such a good bit, you know. And that's the Cam. That's the hero. Local legend, Camtastic.
We did have a pretty good run today.
Did have a pretty good run, yeah.
Top
Yeah, exactly,
16.
right? What
Yeah.
what could you complain about? You know, there's a lot to complain about, I guess, but you know.
Top 16 to a pretty high gold event.
One of the biggest CDH tournaments you guys have had in the Central California area as of to this stage, but
And
in the future.
I think this is maybe only our fourth like marketed like big try to be big event.
Yeah, and
Granted, we do hit like random weekly silvers,
Yeah,
Sometimes.
that's awesome.
dope. That's so awesome, man.
but yeah, it's exciting for everyone here, and I'm sure Cam is really excited with his performance today.
Yeah.
Happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, being
You-
able to be such an integral part of what was it? We said 76 again, the biggest one. Oh, you meant his like tournament. I was talking about him helping
Well, I
put a
mean,
bunch of this out.
both.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, there's no thanks necessary, man. They're just calling a spade a spade.
Especially on a deck that is very new.
Oh,
No, it's only been 3 years, maybe I think 3 weeks since Marvel has hit now, so he hasn't had a ton of time on this deck.
Yeah, of course, man. 100%. All together now. We're all lifting this boulder one by a time. Is this a soul ring that I can't tell? What is this thing?
Yeah,
That
that
is
is a new.
that is from the Codex bundles for Strixhaven.
It's an archaic. It's
Oh.
kind of sick.
But it's not
It
one.
is sweet. It could be.
Is
it-
it
it could be.
Two.
Yeah,
all this
exactly.
and
Yeah, yeah.
okay.
That would be so 5-head of wizards to have done that.
What's happening here?
We have a no-no.
Chopsticks. The chopsticks. This one. Okay, hold on. Yeah, we can actually, if we can throw, Ty, if we can throw the bracket up real quick for Big
Alright.
Scary Gamer.
I sent the link in the chat.
Oh, okay, thank you. Appreciate it, man.
It'll just pop up in a second there. Yep.
You got it, buddy. 100%. At your service. This is Nature's Rhythm on the stack. Wait, scary? Is it scary?
I am of the constant belief that that is always a scary card.
Valid. We have a couple draw triggers here, though. So, it's interesting. Nature's Rhythm, sorcery speed, so I guess you want to do it now. In the graveyard, not such a bad deal. Yeah, it's just one of those things where, like, really, we're, like you said, we're at the testing, the
Test the waters, see what the rest of the table allows you to resolve.
we're at the free for all fencing part of the thing. We got a repair, we got post, we got this. All right, cool. You got a counter. Does it resolve? Oh, do I knock my mic over? Yeah, just see what we can get away with. And just so yeah, this is where like a lot of the other half of the CDH skill does.
And I think something like Nature's Rhythm is a really good card to test the table with, because outside of Force of Negation, if it is interacted with,
Mhm.
you can cast it from the graveyard.
It's also super modular in the sense that like now I can push. All right, show
Yeah.
me enough interact. Go get something else to help the table, like an OBM. Probably the conversation that we just had, which is probably the fingers. These are the things I can get. These are the things that I don't want to get.
Makes a lot more sense now.
Yes, but OBM on this board, I think we already dealt with an OBM with a D SWAT in this earlier in this game. So
Yes, which means turtles outside of a redirect lightning.
outside of a redirect doesn't have any way. But to be fair, the turtles at this point, and again, a benefit to the commanders, the turtles are now well outside of Unless, I mean, what
Unless we have a lot of draws that happen.
we have a fish trigger, we have a heuristic trigger, and there's no draw trigger over here on the guard board as far as I can tell. No, sorry, we do have a study. We had a flash photo to study here. So we have 2 heuristics, 1 mystical more, and a Sadatali waiting to untap and draw one more.
Looks like now a Bloom Tender.
Yeah.
The Lorwyn eclipsed regular artwork for it. Something exciting happened.
Our other top 16 game, that's Laugh, which honestly, I love that. If you're at a CEDH tournament and there are people laughing,
Having a good time. Especially in Top Cuts. They've been here a while.
If they're grumpy and their stakes are, this is the game that matters.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Especially for a lot of people who are chasing
Their top deck points because we are
points. So there are some
at
heavy
like
grinders.
the end of the season here, so
Absolutely. Absolutely. I know Daryl specifically is trying to push for a good solid top deck points here. That's probably the reason why he managed to make the trip down. So, you know, we'll see how it goes.
I've heard that gold points are not as easy to come across.
I have found in my experience that silvers are the hardest. Because usually if the tournament's big enough to be thrown, which is, it's fantastic that you guys are throwing silvers because those are actually rare jams. Because if it's big enough people come out for it to be end up being a gold. And if it's small, then it just ends up being a bronze most of the time. So it's just like that middle zone's really hard to find. I have found that a lot of the times people will just actually go for enough golds to bump them down to silvers at a certain point. That's just an easier. Going on mute, McGregor Holloway starting. I'm not.
It must be a fight.
Fight. Understood. We appreciate you still keeping us in the background here, Rogan. Much appreciated. It looks like we had a Mox Diamond here and a Formidable Speaker Tap, which I do appreciate that this Bowmasters is just pinging Robert's face here. There's a lot of like worlds where you could maybe like ping the Thrasios to like disincentivize even more feeding, but yeah, just being able to keep Bowmaster pings and Bowmaster negotiations and politics down to a minimum so that way the game can progress forward, like we were talking about with the political shortcutting, I think really minimizes the friction and the dragging of tournament games, you know?
Yeah, and it's kind of looking like everyone's just kind of ignoring the Atali corner
Yeah.
I don't
of the game here.
It's sad, and you want to revive the dog, but at this point, like when he untaps and he draws and he starts moving, all right, I'll start paying attention. But right now, he doesn't have a draw engine. Like that's just how it is sometimes, you know. And also to his credit, sometimes you just get away with a lot more that way. You're just like,
Yeah, I mean there also is play to the dual caster out.
true.
Yeah.
You know, we are approaching 6 mana if you can find another mana source.
Or I mean, if nothing else, also now I have a dual caster. I'm part of the conversation now. I can
Mhm.
be part of it. And at this point, one piece of interaction is one of the things. Oh, did someone, Mr. Rugged? Did someone get knocked out immediately? That was quick. Holy bed. Holy moly. Holy moly.
Almost instantaneous between fight starting and fight over.
Literally, like one to the other. I guess we'll find
Did someone trip on their way into the octagon?
out. No, there we go.
Self KO.
Just I concede. I concede. Yeah, fair enough. Strong, sure. That is so unfortunate.
That
Really,
physically hurt my body to read.
I'm sorry. Well, we don't wish lots of damage on you. Pulling the weak on the star. This card is just a month. The amount of times this thing has blown me out is just wow.
Yeah. I hate to see it.
If this resolves, there's definitely no hope for the
Let's start
Atali here.
turning 1. I'm not gonna count.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot of threats.
I'm gonna just guess like 20.
21. Okay,
We'll see.
We'll see how it goes. We'll see.
Assuming this
Are
resolves,
we
of
just
course.
cracking. Tell me we're not just cracking foods. No, okay, we're tapping mana. That's good. We've got Ristic Study, we've got that, we've got opium triggers. Singular opium trigger.
It's like, yeah, you hit a lot of stuff from Glarb and Turtles, and
What's left on board?
you
if this
blow
was-
Atali out of the
There's
game
Fierce.
completely at this point.
There we go. There's Fierce. Let's start the fight. Let's fight,
I was
baby.
gonna say also, maybe don't blow up the fresh OBM here, knowing that Turtles has already used their redirection on yours.
This gets rid of Mikey. This gets rid of Fish. I mean, like if nothing,
It gets
else,
rid of a lot.
If nothing else, this is a must answer spell that I can only cast at Source Repeat unless I have Valley Flood Color. I'm gonna discard it anyways, and I have the excess mana. All right, let's pick a fight and see what happens. You know what I mean? And worst comes to worst, it resolves. Oh, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah, and then we're kind of
Alright,
off
cool.
to the
Now-
races,
now-
maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Or maybe this is just like an Omega ritual and pass.
Yeah. I have in the last week gotten spells to resolve by telling people that they're going to probably want to counter the next thing I cast. They were like, maybe I should save my counter. I just like got great value. It's pretty interesting that we're this is a Fierce back is what I'm saying. Sorry, whose Fierce is this? I missed this. It's probably from
I would imagine from the Glarb.
Yeah. From TNT, we mean, right? Correct?
Or yeah, maybe from the TNT. But if
Yeah,
it's from
I don't think
TNT,
Glarb's
it's an
protecting us.
awkward place to put
Yeah, exactly, right? It seems a little strange.
that
That's okay.
Fierce.
It's okay. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out bit by bit.
Also, big fan of that secret layer. I like the art style, the like 8-bit retro.
All right, we're pinging off the Thrasios because now you're putting an offensive spell to my sensibilities. Therefore, you must be punished. I'm a big fan of the Katara of the Avatar.
I do really like the Avatar
those
ones a
guys.
lot.
My D-SWAT and my redirect are both Zuko, and that makes me happy. Although I upgraded my E-Tutor and I upgraded my silence, and the amount of times that I've run silence, barely looked at it and went, okay, cool, I have a line, and I'm in the draw, I'm like, this is the wrong card. I have to get used to it. It was a little bit wild.
Yeah, I think the only silence I can ever bring myself to play now is the like Tom and Jerry looking one. I love it.
I mean, I'm great. I'm glad that you love it because that's fantastic. You know, I'm of the opinion that it's happy to have other people have.
Which is cool that they are, printing so many very different versions of
Yes, exactly.
things that are staples. There's definitely obviously things that are missed and have not been shown the secret layer love yet. Hopefully some of these do get that treatment.
Is this the ban reserve, the unban, abolish the reserve list conversation again? Is that what's happening, or are we talking about it?
I mean, we can addend that to this conversation.
This is true. Just secret layer them.
This looks like
Yeah.
a
Don't magic 30 them though.
Yeah. No,
This looks like a misdirection coming out of.
let's just do from the vault too.
Chandler's. Go talk to the paw. Yeah, absolutely.
You could also just reprint them in what is it, the modern frames or in the retro frames, whichever one technically it says you can do.
Unbanned Academy. All right, guys, chat. Let us know what is the one cEDH staple that you wish they did a SLD reprint for on the next one. Let us know as this misdirection is fighting this Fierce. We're going to make sure that misdirection targets the Fierce is also going to target them calling ritual, so that way there are two Fierces targeting the calling ritual, and now Robert's not going to be able to defend against both.
I think that they should print Heuristic Study in the next secret layer so that everyone gets really excited and buys one, and then they ban it and they make all their money off of
We
it.
were joking recently on a podcast that how messed up would it be if they banned Ristic like 3 days before invitationals? I would never let it happen, but like
That would be crazy.
for a bit would be so funny. Tie needs Eldar.
Yeah, I think it would actually be really cool to see Emergence Zone.
Yeah,
that only
so
has-
desperate for a reprint.
It only has its one
The
print.
foil is $7 billion.
Really? I got one in Japanese. There's no way.
It's like 100 and
No way. I
Yeah.
would not spend $100 on a foily zone.
that's how much it's worth.
It doesn't even have a list printing. It is just War of the Spark.
I need to go put that in my expensive cards. Oh, it looks like the color of it didn't resolve. Or yeah, it's E-Zone is one of those cards where I almost feel like that is scary. I had no idea that card was that much. I should not be walking around with it. Anyways.
Foil E-Zone is a fortune. Yep.
Jesus. I'll just use my regular E-Zone for now on, for a little bit at least. But E-Zone is one of those arts that I feel like I'm getting to this point where I understand old heads where they're like, oh, I like old borders. I like these things. Like if they printed a
retro border
E-Zone,
or
no,
a
like
borderless
E-Zone, I'd be kind of like remiss to be like, oh, but I've grown so fond of this version of E-Zone when I draw it.
Yeah.
I'd probably upgrade. I would probably upgrade. I'd probably sell apparently like my $100 E-Zone to hell.
I think another one I would really like to see is Aetherflux Reservoir.
Okay, well, is the calling? Well, let's see. Was the calling ritual bait for this Neoform?
For this Neoform, it definitely could have been.
I mean, here's so for those listening, here's how to bait well. It's not bait.
You cast a really scary spell that if it resolves, awesome.
Yeah, and if it doesn't,
and you kind of hope it doesn't.
Yeah, it's not even that you don't have to hope it doesn't. To me, like when I'm navigating these types of stacks or like when I'm sorcery seed pushing, it's kind of like we were talking about. Put in. Did I get an inch? Great. No. Cool. I'll go around this way. Next thing. Did I get it? All right. I'll go around this way. Next.
Kind of try to tiptoe your way in. Yeah. Saber says Esper Sentinel. That's another really good one.
Absolutely right.
Opal needs a reprint.
Opal, yeah, probably.
Yeah, it is like a bajillion dollars right now.
Yeah.
Reality Fracture special guest.
Yeah, absolutely. You know,
you can get it in matching piss frames by Chrome Mock. I don't actually have that.
My Aether Spark by Vision deck is a piss foil.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna
240. Wait, let's there we go. Collector, Aether Spark. I don't know what we're doing with this. We'll probably just open it at some point.
Yeah.
Maybe after the finals, if we're still live.
We'll open it on stream in the big room.
What are you talking about? We're tearing down and then maybe playing games.
Yeah, no, I agree.
We might interview the winner.
We definitely should do that.
We can absolutely interview the winner. Or sorry, I blacked out for a second. I said this is a fluster on this Neoform. Storm count is probably upwards of 7 to 8 at this point. Bare minimum.
It's at least 4 or 5 here.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a lot of cards. So if I'm Roberts, I don't know his hand. But at this point, I would be like, all right, my feet are both stomped on. The door is closed on both my feet. Now I gotta.
Why are we interacting on this when we know Turtles still has a voice in their hand?
Maybe the conversation is I never cast the voice. I don't know. We'll see. I think we're opening our mouth, using our words, trying to get. No, so again, we're back to the Neoform is one of those cards that I can push forward, pivot to, something else, but it looks like Neoform,
I think Alex is super happy here to see those two players just fighting over stuff with each other. And he can kind of just sit there and choose when to interact to force through whatever result he wants out of those two fighting.
Welcome to the chat, dude. What's up, man? This is top 16. The All Valley 2 out of Clovis Cards and Comix. There you go. Out here in beautiful Central California. We are on. This is top 16. We're gonna go top final 4, and then hopefully an interview. Okay, so that's such a pretty dual caster mate. Oh, yeah.
A dual caster on the Fluster Storm. This is like the only game where this door has been open for them to see in here.
True. Dual caster targeting Eldritch here, absolutely.
Targeting the Neoform?
Yeah, the Neoform. Sorry, my apologies. Yeah, exactly.
Interesting.
For those of you who are just joining us, since I think we're getting some new names in the chat here, I said the tournament. We're here on Bite Size MTG in association with BFF cEDH. Part of a new initiative for Bite Size to try to get the dino, it roars. we're trying to get more coverage on tournaments, especially larger tournaments in the California area. We've got this nice little proof of concept, little mobile streaming setup that we can drive out to your place in the back of a Prius C that was making very confusing noises, and throw at least something at least this good up for you guys, and it'll only get better and better as we get more funds to move along with.
I would be more concerned if it just didn't make noises at all.
I don't know. The noises it was making was very
Yeah, something was scraping that shouldn't have been scraping.
Yeah, exactly. We did manage to minimize it to a certain amount.
Yeah, we fixed it up pretty good.
We did actually. Either that or we're gonna be on the way back and it's gonna blow out because we're gonna hit a dip real hard. And anyways, enough about our inevitable demise. So the dualcaster resolved. I think we're seeing a copy of the Eldritch on the stack here.
Yeah, and what was the sacrificed creature? Do we remember on the Neoform?
A Esper's? Or was it the Formidable Speaker?
It must have been the
Most
speaker.
likely, yeah.
Which is very big.
There's 3, so then which means we have a Troger. Potentially.
At 35 health, 31 devotes, says 11 mana, so yeah, it's enough for in the Holly, but then again, you're sticking the stick, but what else are you gonna do?
Mm-hmm.
That's just how it is.
Win the game.
Yeah, we're doing all right, dude. We are currently running on 2 hours of sleep and loving it. Genuinely.
It's been a great day here.
No, I'm full. The only time I did not like today was one waking up the first 15 minutes, and then during lunch where we had an hour break where I wasn't actively moving or feeling this energy. But honestly, watching that Rydia deck, that got all. I'm like, I'll be running that high until I fall asleep tonight. So it has been a great day here in Central California.
Yeah, that lunch break felt a lot longer since our feature match finished with quite a bit of time left.
Yes, exactly.
So we kind of had like a double lunch break.
Yeah.
We walked up
from the casting and feature match area.
Yeah. No, this is great. This has been fantastic. The only thing that sucked about this was the drive, and like there's only so much we can do with it. That's something I'm happily do time and time again. This has been great. It's just more and more up and up as we go along here. We haven't mentioned these mats. These mats have been awesome that we've been playing on this. These are from the last All Valley. Correct?
Yes, they're from our first one. We didn't really have time to get a new one made. For those who are new into the stream, we just physically expanded the store and bought the suite next to us. We got the keys about a week ago, so we have definitely kind of dug our heels in.
Yeah.
And
which is the reason why this wall is entirely white right now.
yes, I did not think about that. We could have put the sound panels up just so there was something.
It's okay, we're chilling. But
Too late now.
Tiny little box. We'll be okay.
Yeah,
Also,
but
we have confirmed Toger on the field here. What else would it be? Fluster resolving on the Neoform, and we're back down to active player here. But yes, just expanded the story, and this is kind of what I mean. The all I see whenever I look through the cEDH community, even with drama, blah, all these things, nothing but momentum. People like being able to help, and like good people being put in places to help support each other to continue this momentum going. People like Eric up in who did the quest. Just like there's a long list of people, you guys included, of just like constantly moving all this stuff forward. Lango, Wayne, Hire, Baldy, so there our fellow channels, the Drake Academy crit, dude, you guys, and Gold Sabertooth, like everybody that I'm involved with in these communities in ways that is just like, regardless of disagreements, regardless of blah blah blah, everybody at least professes to care about the community, and I think that really pushes everything forward. And as I think, as long as we keep an eye on that, that can be a North Star for everybody. Even if we have disagreements, even if we don't know if Persist should be banned or not, even if some people play Growl. Sorry, that's not a dig on you, dude. That's a running joke that we have running around.
And it is really nice for us, as being not just a TO, but also the store owner. I don't necessarily have all the time in the world to be communicating with a bunch of you guys in some of those servers and chats. So it's really been great having Cameron specifically, but also the other in response guys to kind of bridge that for me, who may not necessarily have all the time to keep up with everything going on amongst all the other TOs, creators, and people organizing everything. But they do a great job of having all those conversations, relaying stuff back to me, and then making sure that I do find the time to get stuff locked in on calendars, and we kind of figure out from there what we need to do to promote and get people coming into SenCal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got us here. We do say Thoracle on the stack here. Let me rephrase that, Bobsy. Even if there are some of these players do play Blue Farm, we still have lots of love for each one of you. That one I don't take back. You Blue Farm players know what you do.
Even if some of these players play Ristic Study.
Uncontroversial pick. Super uncontroversial pick.
This is maybe just like a desperation Thoracle. It kind of feels like.
What are we casting off the top here? What is this? This is a blue weird creature that can be cast a flash fade. I assume you know what
That's
it
a
is.
Narcomoeba.
See, he knew what it
It
is.
just
I told you what it is.
it got milled from the library, so it went to the battlefield.
Okay, so we're seeing Thoracle on the stack. We're seeing
Interesting
Surveil.
if he surveilled a Narcomoeba and it's not in play, or it is in play.
It is in play. Yeah, we just put it up.
Famous dredge and oops all spells creature.
Yeah. Fucking awesome.
Notably, this other top 16 is also still going. So. Okay. Oh, Fortnite. They're on the points.
No.
Arrow still in here. Oh, I see. Oh, that's a Strix. Well, there you go. Bad card, guys. Don't run Strix. Don't ignore the fact that I just countered one of the most, I would say, most common played win con in the game. But
Yeah. Also, don't play Karn. Don't play.
Collector Roof, Nora. These things should be eaten on site. On site. If you see it, buy it and then eat it. The money will go straight to your stomach.
It's interesting you mentioned oof.
What are you talking about? What card? I don't know what card you're talking
Kind of recently, I say kind of because I haven't gotten to play much lately. But I took it out of my minstrel deck, which does not really get affected by oof.
This is bad.
It was mostly like a shifting meta thing, kind of like we talked about earlier, where it was in the list because there was a ton of primarily Kinnan decks everywhere.
I do want to be clear with what's happening on the stack here. We have a Thoracle on the stack. I see a Strix in a graveyard, but I'm not seeing it cast, which is you would think the Strix would be targeting the Thoracle. So I'm just going to keep an eye on screen. But yes, keep going. We're talking about oof and how bad it is, and you should take it out of all your decks.
Unless there's a resurgence of Kinnan, and then it should re-enter like every deck possible.
Yes, I'm an eternal Kinnan player, and I ride the wave. When Kinnan stonks are down, I am up. When Kinnan stonks are up, I get swords. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it looks like this is interesting. It looks like almost like okay, so yeah, it's the either the Strix, the Strix hit the Thoracle. That makes sense.
Bird.
It almost looked like they were drawing into the OBM to hit the Thoracle there for a second. It was very confusing for a second, but we're back at it. Also, shout out to Robert for having his own bird deck in here. You know, we do love it when players come prepared. If you want to hear more about it, there's a episode coming out of.
If you have a spell that makes a token, freaking bring one.
Swan's on your thing. Cool. Can I have a swan? No. I was like, great.
You gotta take it off the stack.
Yeah, exactly. If you gift me a fish, then you're into.
You have to bring a physical food token for each food
or a real life fish.
Yeah, or gift me a fish. And none of this like cheap like halibut stuff. I need salmon, like freshwater salmon, please.
I would take a literal goldfish.
Like a literal cracker goldfish. Or
No,
like a goldfish, like
they go to PetSmart.
Yeah.
A goldfish into a little plastic bag with water,
and then slam it on the table.
Me when I cast Ragavan.
Alright, we're tapping out. So we hit a Tali string finally again, and we'll see if we just send it. And there's just
random ass. Oh shit.
Let's go, Dolly.
It is scary to push the trigger button here with these gigantic turtles that he's staring at directly across from him.
Not even trying to like.
If you don't push the trigger button,
I mean, one of them's got 5 counters on it. That's a big turtle.
At a certain point, I'm not even worried about the turtles. I'm worried about the cards in hand at this point. Like, this is like so many cards in everybody's hand at this point. These fishes and these Ristics have been going unchecked too long. Need to get banned. All I'm saying.
It is.
The turtles?
No, the Ristics. The fish are. Yeah, ban the turtles. Yeah, 100%.
Looks like we've got. There's a lot of finger pointing here.
I think it's hardcast Force of Vigor. Is that what's happening? Hulk smash Force of Vigor.
What card are you? Oh yeah, actually maybe. Yeah, I see it. I want to see where it is. You're not looking
That
at the screen.
is hard cast Force of Vigor, maybe to hit.
To hit
double
the
Ristic?
Mystic, yeah. And I'm like, all right, cool. I can jump the
Well,
Italy
I
now.
mean, yeah, that seems reasonable.
That's a good way to. Hey, that's a good way to punch a dino-sized hole. I'm showing.
Yeah.
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 Egg on my face, you know, gigantic dinosaur egg on my face. They lay eggs, right? They're.
Yeah, yeah.
I'd love it if this is the second time all day where I've been seemingly wrong, but then right about it.
We are pushing the trigger button.
We're dancing.
Yeah.
We're dancing over here.
Let's be clear, chat. I would be actively out of my seat right now if there wasn't a
Wow.
direct line of sight to the
Wow.
pod right now.
Let me be clear.
Oh, there's no way that Chandler just said shit. There's no way that Chandler just said, "Wait, let me read this card."
He may be looking to see if there is a priority check.
Yeah.
Not on the mana ability, my guy.
There's one right now. Atali's on the stack.
You would be surprised how many people think that they can respond to a Troger activation.
You know what my favorite thing to do a Trover for is threaten to kill myself.
No lifelink for you.
I have either Sworn Canonist. I be would you like this guy to be unlocked? I'm at exactly 3 health. I'll do it. Let's draw.
Turtles is showing.
What is this, man? I'm usually really.
No, I don't. Well,
It looks like Manama.
I don't recognize that.
Manama. Is it?
Which printing is that?
Oh, that's the Shiva.
Holy
So,
shit!
like,
The
Pro
$1 billion.
$1 million subtlety. And we have
That
Dino that we put on the top of
is
it, I
so unfortunate
believe.
that that Michelangelo, I believe, has 7 power.
Yeah, it is it.
What's this? Subtlety. I mean, honestly, count on Dude to know exactly what the expensive cards look like. No English necessary, right? 100%. Dude's in the chat. Shout out to Dude Lead, everyone. You guys are looking for all the subtleties. Yeah, almost immediately. So, you know.
It is fairly reasonable to, I guess maybe not now since Itali's got 2 blockers up, but
We are so dead here.
combat damage to kill the Itali and then fight the other 2 players
Itali's not
is a
gonna do it.
reasonable line to take.
If you think that like 3 Italy with 2 cards in hand. Also, I just want to give Dude a shout out here, just as he does so much for the community. If you're interested in a foreign foils of any sort, Dude Loot has a Discord where you can go kick them up wherever you'd like.
I definitely need to jump in there.
Yeah, if
we
you're
have
interested in
a
that.
pretty spicy one.
Dude, I want Chinese cards. If you find Chinese cards, I buy.
Viking TCG.
Do they have Chinese?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
They have Chinese Born of the Gods.
Let's just shout out TCG. They have almost nothing to do with any of this, but they're a cool shop that's nearby where we. And the voice is on the.
Alright, voice is back. This may just be it here.
I gotta chill.
It's just, I can't believe we've been working this long to just get to the
Just to get back to the voice.
The voice, exactly. That's just how it is. You know what I mean?
3 turns ago could have won the game.
I don't know about could have won the game, but could have pushed, and we'll see. I mean, we've seen what Strix. We've seen.
There's been a
I've seen-
fair
I've
bit of
seen- I don't think I've
interaction.
seen Mindbreak. I don't think I've seen.
It's
Force.
down.
It's down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this may be it then.
Yeah.
Why is there a swamp?
Summon Savage
Unsure?
into voice. Oh, we missed the summon Savage summoning here. That's why I got it. Uncounterable voice. Thank you, chat. Thank you for keeping on our toes. I'm already too busy.
Mole, mole.
I was too busy hyping myself up. We did miss the Savage summoning. This voice is down. We've got a Veil. Okay, so we can protect. I guess let's do some real casting here for a second. Veil is really good here because if you're going for Breach Line, it protects your Breach from things, Beseiju, Otawara, important things that might get in the way. Also, Mystical Archive Veil, very nice, you know? Yeah, exactly, right? Thanks for keeping us honest here, chat. Buffsy, we appreciate y'all. We appreciate everybody here who's just hanging out with us. We're hanging out, enjoying the top 16. It looks like it's coming towards the end of the All Valley 2 here. Turtle is really showing out how, really showing us what turtle power really means.
Yeah, it's been very resilient through this game.
Mhm.
And also, respect to Alex here. That
Yes.
Mystic Remora has 4 counters on it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, when it draws you a bunch of cards, would you pay 4 mana for 10 cards? Yeah, probably, right?
We did have a point very early on with 3 fish in play,
We did.
and he is the only
The
one
entire time.
that has held on to it all the way through.
Almost like these are a problem.
I guess.
I fish. We just got them.
His hands shaking. So excited to get it done.
Because really, when you're in these moments, like it literally is. Like,
Yeah.
I've been in my winning on for
He didn't hit format, he played 11.
Yeah. Cam Tasco's here. Yeah, Cam actually, G Money Cam actually made top 16 here and was not part of the feature stream, but you know, he did pretty good on a new deck.
He was on camera for 1 round.
He was, and didn't do much. And there's the turtle breach. Of course, I mean, you gotta.
You have
You
to.
gotta. If you're running the soup, you gotta have the breach. And there you go. And that's the sauce. And let's see if they make him play it out. But at this point, I'm kind of like, you got it. You got
Yeah.
Veil. And that's the reason why the Veil is really important here. Actually, is to be able to like fully like. This is where I think some of the mechanical advantages of being a good player is really useful in CEDH. So CEDH mechanics are important, but like these last little like 2 to 3 to 5% chances where you really secure when you think you're at home stretch and just making sure you take the extra few steps to make sure you're doing it properly to protect yourself, to make sure you're as secure a line as possible, is important. I want to say. Are you in, Maxi? Are you in that? Are you in? You know, my guy. You know. He's wiping his tears at them. Oh, is he talking about Cam? Is that what it is?
Maybe.
I thought he was talking about.
They might be next door on the other side also.
just staring through the boulder like one way. Is that what it is?
Maybe they can just feel it.
Let's see what happens. I'm confused as to what this. One, I don't know why the city of Rust is on top of this.
Yeah. I'm not quite
I don't
sure
know
what's
if there's
happening
I'm
here.
not quite sure what the conversation here is. Okay, we Chromox, people draw, make food. Oh, interesting. Oh, this is Beseiju.
That is a Beseiju on the
Oh
breach.
man, maybe we were wrong. Let's pull up Veil of Summer here.
Yeah, Veil does
It
not.
only gives hexproof from blue and black.
Exactly. So
Notably,
Beseiju.
lands are colorless.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. That's fair.
Guys, this is why you need to play Painter Servant in your deck. Make sure that all of your opponent's objects are blue and or black.
Yeah. So again, this is what I'm talking about. Is if there was any way to secure this even more, maybe figuring out a way to have D-SWAT. So he's showing here that he's got, yep, there's the D-SWAT, exactly. I've been making sure you have the backup for the D-SWAT. So in case, I don't know, maybe there's an auto war for the voice. or
Just
something
needs
like
to be hard cast.
that. Yeah. Let's make sure that that's, are we watching that happen? And the stifle on hand, is that what things are being shown? We do want to make sure that this is our these treasures on the
There, yeah. There's one treasure there.
We have SWAT in it.
I don't think there's only one treasure.
Probably see, yeah. There's one treasure here.
The token with the dice.
Another
Three dice might be food.
Beseiju. Holy
Vitali from the top rope.
No, I think this is Roberts. Actually. Oh man.
Maybe it
man.
is.
Oh man. And here we are. And this is kind of what I was talking about when you're like, what are the ways that you can cure, and what are the ways? It's almost like inverse. Instead of what are my outs? What are my opponent's outs here? And trying to protect from that as much as possible is Leon over here missing. I think we managed to figure out instant speed here somehow, which is the reason why we're showing LED cast to crack for more mana potentially. There's a world where maybe we missed a Sworn upon a win cast. I don't think so.
No, I don't think they have flash yet.
Cast.
Oh, it was played this time?
Born's eggs. There's a Born in graveyard here. He's with the Born. Past that, that's the reason why he's willing to exile it at this point, because he no longer needs it. Here goes Salty, there's Born, cast LED. Okay, so he got it at instant speed with Breach. But again, more back to what we're saying. Who thought you would need double D-slot? Who thought you need to be able to win against double
Correct me if I'm wrong, but he doesn't have a way to fuel his graveyard right now.
No, Brain Freeze was an opening hand.
Yeah,
Okay.
Intuition, Brain Freeze.
So I missed that then. I didn't see the opening hands this time, so
it's all good.
Yeah, it's Mystical Archive
This
new.
game in a couple hours. It's a little farther in. We've been chatting about a bunch of other things. The other thing too is that, like, especially with Breach on the stack, especially in the capable hands like Alex's, I'm not surprised that this stuff gets pulled. Like even with the Born. We missed it, but I assumed the Born got cast. You know what I mean? It's like
Oracle Pact were in hand.
yeah. when you've drawn that,
Yeah.
so maybe we're just smoke screening with
Yeah,
the breach, getting
real.
everything out of everyone's hands, and then
this is exactly what I'm talking about. You set up for as protective a line as you possibly can, and all right, cool. Now that you guys have all blown your stuff, cool. It didn't matter. In the first place, so, and it's all under voice, it's all under veil. You limit the amount of ways that your opponents can interact with you to the point that you can direct traffic to exactly where you want it to be. And yeah, congratulations here. It looks like Alex has gotten this game in the bag, and yeah, that's the end of the top 16, and we're gonna move right on into the finals game. I don't know if they're giving them a little bit of a break. I'm gonna give.
we may still have one of the games going.
There's a top 16 game here, in which case, then screw Alex's break. Maybe we'll get him in here for a winner interview in between things. You know?
Yeah.
If he's still going, give you guys a little bit something to say. Congratulations to Alex here. Yeah, and we'll wait for this other top 16 game to wrap on up, and we'll be back with a top 4. Tim, if you don't mind,
I will go check and see if he wants to come in and chat.
to chat, or if his hands are still shaking from that win. Oh boy, what a day! What a day! Thank you, chat, for being gracious with us. There's definitely a world where I think with some other co-casters and stuff, Tim was so gracious. He came on in. He kind of like substituted in when we couldn't pull anybody else on who was just too busy or whatever. So he's coming in and he's doing such a great job. I definitely think there's a world where if we're moving on with this, I get a co-caster that's much better at paying attention to the things that are being cast on screen for me, because my brain wants to talk about all sorts of other things and engage with, especially when I have interesting guests, especially when I have interesting people. Like for instance, the winner of one of the top 16 pods. You okay, man? You want to you want a break, or you want to how you feeling? All right, we've got Alex here, Alex Leon. Yeah, that was a game.
That was a game.
That was one of the games.
I was hoping it would end sooner. I kept a hand that could win on turn 2, and I was like, okay, this hand either wins on turn 2 or I can go like cover 6W or something.
I mean, we were joking that okay, after 2 insane long like blah 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 turns back and forth, all this thing, it comes back to this voice. I got well, it's competition and voice show force go past this.
He showed me a strict serenade, and like, you didn't save this for Atali, and I'm like, you're so right. I agree with you. I don't want my voice countered either. So
Yeah, you're so right. I don't want my voice countered.
I had like win attempt every single turn starting turn 2, and just showed me a different piece of interaction that like beats my new win attempt, and I'm like, all right, cool.
That's just how it is.
It is just what it is. Yeah.
Due to the chat, he's saying they'll go. I think the whole chat's giving you massive props and massive congratulations. I want to give you. I'm sure you were. Was that a really Yammery pod, or do you want to save your voice for what presumably will be a top
It was
four?
like a little, not like super, because I think we were just kind of like sitting behind your sticks and fishes and like,
Yeah, the
passing
entire
turn
time.
over.
Yeah.
I mean, I like paid for mine the entire like. I thought it was gonna be because I turned to a breach win, and then I was gonna say, I'm like, you guys want to show me something where I can like win on with breach on turn 2?
Mhm,
But I didn't say with like those.
Yeah, I was
like
gonna
actually
yeah,
do
yeah,
something.
yeah.
And then he shows me a force negation, and he's like, don't get Ristic study, and I'm like, wait, but that was like what I was gonna get, and he's like, oh. Okay, fine, you get a fish. And so I have to like pay for the fish the entire time.
Yeah, all the way up to 4 counters.
Yeah.
You know, that's valid. Draw you probably upwards of like what 10 to 15 cards.
Probably more than that.
Yeah, easily at this
Yeah,
point,
like,
right?
it was a very slop game.
Yeah.
And the end of person was just like, I'm so done with slop. Here's my win attempt.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna like.
And it again
and
comes
it all-
back down to this voice of victory.
Yeah.
So, would you say that the fact that he showed you the Strix at that point is the reason why he lost the game, and people should cut it from their decks?
It gets people because no one plays around it.
I mean, it got the Thorkel. It got the Thorkel.
Yeah,
You
it
know
got
what I
the
mean?
Thorkel.
So, like, you know,
Well,
there's
everyone kind of forgot about it because he kind of like showed it face up.
Yeah.
And then we like played so many turns.
yeah,
with
that
nothing
you're just like,
happening,
oh
it's
man.
like-
Okay, I will say the double Beseiju was wild. You were prepped for it, but we were like, oh, okay. I was literally praising you for doing the veil and making sure your line was about as covered as you possibly could
Yeah.
be. We didn't even see you cast the Born. We don't remember when you cast the Born. Was it before Breach resolved or was it after Breach resolved?
I went. It was the third spell I cast after I cast the voice.
Gotcha.
The voice resolved. I'm like, okay, so
We missed the Savage exam too. We've been we've been
Yeah, because I was like saying that the entire time while like, it was going through other people's turns. Because I'm like, okay, I need to resolve the Born so that way I can cast like multiple win attempts on top of other people. Because like he definitely has Beseiju, he's been representing our game, and then this person probably has Beseiju to do half his deck, and like maybe even probably has Beseiju.
He wants you to wear the head.
Yeah, he's like, which just happened. So I gotta wear.
He apparently wear the
Because everyone like has to.
yeah, there we go. That's okay.
Yeah.
Oh wait, sorry, Leonardo. Now that you're here, now that your Alex isn't here anymore, can you tell us? So sequencing with Savage, Voice, like Born.
Once Born resolves, there's a draw trigger, and then once he targets OBM on my voice, and then I protect the voice with the
veil, right? Gotcha.
And now like he can't ping me, he can't ping anything else. And I was like, okay, I can beat any number of Beseijus by like deflecting swap.
Right. And they trap the D-Swat
It's
on
another Beseiju, but I'm like, here's the LED, and if they had a third Beseiju, I was gonna counter my own LED and then LED again.
See, but this is kind of what I'm saying is that like exactly what I was talking about. Like we missed even the further intricacies of how deep you went in on making sure this line was as backed up as possible. And some people would say breach is the reason why it's broken and shit, but like again, it's high level play to make sure that like if you're in your locals, sometimes it's worth it to make people play it all the way out so that even if you've got one piece of interaction that they think they can beat, getting your locals to learn how to play things out and know where their weak points in their decks are, where you can maybe kind of get them, is good practice. Because I know you guys, like we play games, you and I play games together. I know you guys as practice pods, you guys don't like, you and Anthony don't let each other get away with stuff like most of the time because you're trying to push each other to be better. And those kinds of thought processes, those kinds of straight up hyperfixation, paranoia things where maybe they have 3 Beseijus.
And they have 3 Beseijus and any number of other parts. I had to like interact. I mean, not like literally any number, like they don't represent any
quite enough. Exactly, right?
They really reasonably like do like 5.
Yeah.
I think I could have beaten 5. I think I have interaction agreement to like counter my own LED enough times to like,
Exactly.
do something.
Right, but like the fact that this is something that you're actively thinking about, I think in my mind is the difference between top 16, top 4 in a lot of ways, right? Is a big point. Let's not get too deep into this because you got to save up your voice for yeah, absolutely, dude. Exactly. That's kind of why I kind of checked out is when I saw Ox put Breach on the stack. I'm like, he's got it. We'll just talk about anything else. And we got the breakdown from you, so best of both worlds. But I'll let you save your voice because you got a top 4 that you got to play. Is there anything that while you have the bite-sized audience and are in our chat, so you want anything you want to say, want to plug?
I'm like low key hoping we draw just because like at least in the Bay Area it's kind of like
Oh, yeah, it's a bit of a
we
draw.
draw every time because like the way our pricing structure works is like first place gets like $1,000 card and everyone else gets like $20 and they're just like, no, I don't want to walk away with $20 after making top 4.
Yeah.
So I think it'd be really funny if I brought the Bay Area spirit over here. And,
Yeah, just like well, you also have a drive. Huh?
yeah,
How-
we have the drive. It's
how-
like
what's your drive?
I think without traffic it's like 2.5 hours, but with traffic, I mean we drove here with traffic because we drove the wrong time to drive.
Sure.
Friday afternoon is 4 hours.
Sure.
So
4 hours, nothing. Light work. You NorCalers have it so easy. We almost died.
somehow, I think SoCal people are also crazy. Like the reason I'm here is because all the SoCal people show up to the NorCal tournaments all the time.
Yeah.
So it's like they're doing the tournaments all the time. Like I can show up to the one tournament.
Yeah, we gotta show out in force as best we can, right?
Like I really appreciate that. Like they drive they make the drive twice a month to show up to the NorCal.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I mean, you guys are a little bit closer. I think we're a little bit further around because we're
It's still just like
This is what we've been saying all day. Some nice California unification. Obviously, we don't have all of our LA people here. We can't always make it up to NorCal, but I really love that we are moving closer and closer to, like I was saying, we're all pushing one boulder all together at the same time instead of everybody going stepping on each other's toes while we're trying to push our individual things. We just want more cEDH and better cEDH for everybody. So I see that spirit in you. I see that spirit in Tim. I see that spirit in Cam. That's what BFF stands for. So it's one of those things where how could we not? I wasn't planning on. I've said this on a stream 1,000 times, so I won't go too deep into it. I didn't care to come out to compete. Me adding one more person doesn't really make that big of a difference, but maybe us shining a light onto the community and showing some of the players and all the rest of it hopefully does a little bit more than me adding another body into the
we could have done it more.
Maybe we'll get the my prediction is the next one of these is 100%.
100%.
Yeah. If nothing else, I'll rally my troops and we'll get that bus going. Bath, you're on it. We get that bus moving, and then we'll get some players up here. But at least last notice, because I found out about this being close to 80 a week ago, and I was like, hi, let's do an insane thing, and here we are. So, but yeah, rest up your boys. Anything else you want to say to our audience before we?
I guess just shout out the tournament organizers. This was a really good tournament. I had
Eternal power. How's the soup been treating you?
I mean, it's good soup.
Good soup.
So Anthony's been. I guess the story of how this deck happened. So Anthony had 2 main decks he was playing for a while, just not really for tournaments, just for fun.
Rapkinos
Anthony always in the brew. But 2 of his long-standing. So TNK is not really a brew, but he had his own version of TNK that played a lot of off cards, I guess, that people didn't really play as much. And then Atraxa, but not the 7-minute Atraxa, 4-minute Atraxa. That just puts a bunch of proliferate. Yeah, and he always rave on and on about how the Atraxa is so good. I was I just never got why would you ever play this over 2 Atraxas? This makes absolutely no sense. We have the conversation and he's just yeah, Atraxa is so good. This is one of the best commanders for sure. It's just so good. And I'm why would you ever play Atraxa? Just play these turtle decks and just play this turtle instead. That just makes so much more sense. And he looks at it,
turns on Beers, turns on Swap.
Yeah. And he looks at it, he's you're right. This is broken. And he plays it, and he immediately wins the next monthly a week later.
The one thing that I really appreciate about this deck is it brings combat damage back to cEDH.
Yes.
Legitimately brings combat damage back to cEDH. We were talking about those turtles looking down at Tali and the Toger and we're you're dead either way. But
it does put pressure on the board so people actually do something.
Push. And then alright, cool. When you push at a bad time because you feel the pressure coming on, then I happen. Let's go.
There's one game in Swiss I was hoping to win with combat damage where this happened to me multiple times, but I cast Leonardo and then if I untap on 70 power on board, so then it's well, I have to push and get on board, so that everyone pushes and it goes to a draw. And it happened to me 5 times at this point.
Alright. Wall ball, Agatha Soul Cauldron. That way you can make your creatures smaller while bleeding people's boards out. Because they're +1/+1 counters.
They're +1/+1 counters.
So, say I am crazy, but
the one time I managed to actually kill the table with it, there's a rule ball.
Yeah,
I'll take this rule ball.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying is that it has the soup, it has the good stuff, and it also has an interesting plan B backup that when you get into those board states, let's say you're going against the Rodfish that we saw earlier.
Yeah,
marching in on you.
Leonardo grows your board super fast.
Yeah.
+4/+4 to your team every turn.
Yeah. Alright, anything else you want to talk before I truly want I feel we could talk forever, but you have I don't want
right.
to.
I think there's still another game going on, right?
Yeah, well, that's kind of what we're waiting for. I mean, let's take a chat forever, man. I just want to be cognizant of your voice, and
that's true.
I know when I'm at tournaments, a lot of times I go to the bathroom in between every round one just to make sure that you're good. Yeah. It also gives me at least 3 to 5 minutes where I don't have to actively be talking to people, so that way I save my voice for actual games. Not that it doesn't matter, not that I don't want to see anybody, but genuinely. Despite what it may seem like, I am not actually an extrovert.
I'm just extroverted. I'm not. I'm really not. It takes a little bit, and I'm just extroverted enough inside of magic circles that it seems like that.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? So, and yeah, again, using your voice and using this takes a lot of brain power and takes a lot of stuff that when it make the difference. Like we were saying, that like 5% edge. If you're in a top 16, making sure as clean as possible, sequencing and mechanically, can make the difference. You know what I mean? So I want to be cognizant and not burn you out too much there. So let's get. I think let's wrap it up. How close are we?
Looks like that last game is. Goals.
Was there about to win?
Someone died a while ago, I think.
Yeah, we good too. Okay. But yeah, stick around, guys. We'll be right back with the finals pod whenever we get. This break will be very, very short because I want to have as much preamble and look at some stats of the players that are in this top 4 and give it a full Monty treatment. So we'll be back in, what do you want to say, Ty? 5 minutes?
Yeah, sure.
All right, 5 minutes, and we'll be let's say 7. I might want to get a boba. All right. There's one right across the right next door. Yeah, hell yeah. Go. I'm gonna go grab a little real quick.
Yeah. Might be a way to do.
Jump on screen here. Welcome back to Bite Size Magic, everybody. We have somebody who should have been on this channel a long time ago. I don't know what's happening. We have Cam here with us. We're here waiting for Top 4 to have a discussion about whether or not what their split's going to be in on the Red Spit. Let's go into. Sorry, Cam. If you want to say anything to introduce yourself real quick.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Camtastic. I'm from the In Response podcast. I'm here. I help do the tournament organization with Tim and the coordination with the California circuit and those tournaments with Wayne and a few others. And we're just out here, just trying to make the community grow and stuff like that. So I appreciate you guys having me on and you guys coming out to cast for us. It's freaking awesome. So thank you so much.
We're chilling. I mean, I don't know how good it's been for the viewers and stuff, but we've been having fun at the very least. We'll see what happens here. They're split. Are they playing though? Are they playing?
Oh, anticlimactic.
Players agreed to a split.
No game.
They're not gonna play it out.
No game. So who is it? Mr. Thomas G?
Forrest declared the winner.
You see, Flores declared the winner. Who's our winner?
That's Anthony.
Anthony Glacial City. All right.
Oh man.
Anthony Glacier City is the winner.
Tim and Ken, since we have you guys both here, how do we want to do this? Do we want to? What do you guys want to do? We just say goodbye to the stream, or do we want to?
I mean,
we want to have people say.
Yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting one for sure.
Yeah, I was gonna make a joke that we were gonna go over everybody's stats and then they weren't going to play, but they beat us to the punch apparently. So,
yeah, that's crazy.
This is now on record the fastest finals game in our history here of 0 seconds.
Hey, there you go. And you were Tim. You were absolutely right. What time?
It is 9:38.
9:38.
We're technically still open for normal hours right now.
Crazy.
That's great for the out of towners.
There's
That's
a
for
world
sure.
where we could have just driven home. I was not going to bank on that. Rugged saying we should have the bite size team and the in response team stream a game and play against each other.
That would be awesome.
I'm not against that now. I feel like we owe you guys a game one way or another. But before we get too deep into that, do we want to give them the glory of somebody being on camera to talk to? Just talk about Run?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, we can offer it up to Anthony. He was talking to me about the deck earlier. He seemed kind of excited about it, and he technically won.
Yeah, he's on hashtag. Yeah, sure.
We can ask him.
Let's look at
Give him 5 minutes.
Yeah.
We give him. It's a short interview because it was a short game.
Exactly. You get what you give.
Yeah, you get what you give.
We'll take this minute to thank
I
all
do
the viewers.
want to interview Thomas after Anthony at some point because Thomas was on a tear.
Oh, he was
literally
killing it.
didn't drop a game all day. All right, Cam, we'll pull them in.
Let's get him in. Let's get him in.
And maybe we'll play a game after.
Sweet. Awesome. Thank you, Wayne.
Yeah, of course.
Thanks, chat.
Well, this won't be the last to see of Cam. We'll at least get him on before we wrap up. As we wrap up.
Shout out to my wife out there as well.
Yeah.
I see you in chat.
All right, Anthony, I'm putting it on the timer. You get 5 minutes.
Great.
5 minutes because it was a short game. You didn't give us a game. If it's a short game, you get a short interview. All right, first off, congratulations.
Thank you.
You genuinely, actually, even if the finals is kind of whatever, it's one of those things where you guys played and you played well for this day. I remember you pulled in a couple of things. I guess mainly your deck. We want to talk about the deck or?
Hatchton?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I played it before. Didn't do well. It's been like a year since I played it. Essentially, what's happened is I've gone on my brewer's journey with Niv, Rowan, Foreman, Troxa, won 2 tournaments with that. I started playing TNK and some meta decks to get used to what's going on, which also helped with brews, and then turtles, of course, as well. Known for control turtles.
We just had Alex in talking about how you guys have been going back and forth on that deck and the pros and cons of that one. So you're pretty prolific at this point. Obviously you've always been known for Niv and for Rowan and Elixir, and all of a sudden it feels like you all of a sudden have 4 or 5 decks that I could really if someone was like, how do I play this deck? I asked him. He'll know, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I've also been playing Kaido Thras. I think it's actually pretty.
I like that one the best. I think that's so cool.
Yeah.
Uncle Mantle deck, I'm all in. That sounds dope.
I would have brought it to this tournament, but I remembered I came here to SimCal last time and I saw a bunch of Cursed Totems, and I saw a bunch of Cursed Totems today, and I baited it.
Yeah, there you go. I think that's the cool thing about having so many decks is that you get that flexibility. You get to make genuine meta. Where some people that would be flexed in and out 4 or 5 cards. I hope I see them.
Yeah.
But you're like, nah, whole deck. You know what I mean? And it really speaks, I think, to your skill as a player and also your flexibility, right?
Yeah.
So at least I, no.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's keep you honest on this one. We got 3 minutes.
So I guess real quick about Hasherton, just talk a little bit more about that. Essentially, like I think a lot of people tried to play Hash, and no one knew like what was going on. And when I brew decks, I like to give a blueprint, right? And so with the blueprint, it's like how to play it, and then like what is like the skeleton, because I just don't think it really existed. And so the skeleton essentially like allows you to play the deck like better. And so there's still like weaknesses. Like I'm not quite sure on like the fatties that I want to run, but the most important thing is like with Rowan is like turn 2 enablers, right? Because when you get Rowan out as fast as you can, giving it haste is like is very slow and not very good, right? And so for Hasherton, it was what is the actual cards to discard?
Yes.
And so I focused on that, right? And I think that's I thought that so Grand is a card I wish that was in my deck. It's gonna go in my deck list right after this.
Yeah.
And it's a blue, and 1 helps with like disrupt control and stuff and whatnot. There's a lot of like game theory you can find me on discards at the end, but it's all about the discards. So like the discards are all 1 mana, and they all can essentially, besides like Grand, can all like activate
at instant speed the moment they land.
Exactly. So it's like in addition to like Lion's Eye, Diamond, and there's creative cards in there that get Lion's Eye, Diamond that people like don't really think about. Like it's like 1, 2, 3, right? So 1, your turn 1, you discard 2, your Hasherton, and turn 3, you're sending it.
Yeah.
Right? Whether
Either win the game or get value or like lock the bird. I've heard that there was an Archon that got discarded and immediately played again, which is hilarious.
Yeah, like bounce is really difficult to use against real creatures that are actually like casted.
Yeah.
So, it starts getting real slop in the slot.
Yeah.
You know?
But then also ways to break parity in the slot meta with, if you're running Archon Immunity and ways to break through Archon Immunity. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it's a silence.
Yeah.
Right? So you cast 1 spell, I Archon you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I do that to guarantee a turn.
Listen, man, you don't gotta tell me the benefit of rule off or silence is like 100%. I'm there. I see it. I see the vision already. And it's just like how you're talking with Rowan. You're really good at being like, okay. I feel like a lot of times when people brew decks, they're like, I want to do a bunch of things, and you're like, no. You gotta have. You eat your veggies. The mana base has got to be solid. The plan to execute it has to be solid. And then, all right, what are the payoffs that actually matter?
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
And you're fantastic at that.
Right. Someone asked me like, "Oh, why don't you put like more of the like Ristic clones and stuff in there?" And I'm like, "It's an Esper deck. There's no red. There's no Gruul. That sounds Gruul, right? And you're going to lose out to faster decks, right? They're going to get that stuff out faster than you. They're going to get more cards. Like everything's just faster. So it's like, what is Esper? Like Esper has to play these. I think these stacks cards. You know. So,
and you got the best ones. You got the black ones too. I'm envious of the black ones. I wish I could run off of them. You know what I mean? Pretty solid. Yeah. I see it. I get it.
Thoracle, Tivit Time Sieve. Tivit is like obviously like the best.
A full Tivit in the 99?
Full Tivit and Time Sieve in the 99.
Terrifying.
And I debated between one of the two as you can. And the third is like weird locks that you don't really see.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Like if you have the rule of law and then you have like Modok.
Modok's scary. I'm glad that I actually found a home somewhere. I was looking at it like, do I need to be scared of this card?
Yeah.
I don't know. It looks kind of like I should be scared, but
That's great. I played Modok and I just kept searching. Discard the rule of law.
Oh, and it's discard out. Yo. See? That's all I'm saying.
It's speed.
Yeah.
And then it killed all the full torques.
Right. Because it just
and Tavesh Frog couldn't like all the 0/1s.
Just roll they're all gone. It's the election one thing of like I'm just chucking this into a blender. It hits the field, goes, and then ceases to exist. Doesn't even ETB, I believe, correct? They just don't.
They should ETB.
They still ETB. Okay. It is what it is. All right, that was our timer though. Anthony, anything you want to last little shout outs to the bite size audience, your adoring fans, I believe.
Honestly, shout out for everyone in response for hosting this tournament and owner and everyone here, everyone who came through and came out.
Yep.
I always like to give a shout out to the people who came through.
Yeah, it doesn't exist without the 70 plus people. Like legitimately, none of this happens for us. We're just sitting here talking to ourselves. Even same people who came in on chat, people behind the scenes that don't get enough credit, like Ty over here, absolutely crushing it. Always, just like the most reliable person I know. Just big thank you, man. I appreciate you a lot.
Hopefully more LA.
Yeah.
SoCal folks come through.
Yeah, next time. This one was we've been over on the stream a little bit.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's been a whole thing.
Never mind. It's already been hashed.
I won't
No,
bore the stream with it at this point.
Okay.
But hey, congratulations, man. Thank you so much for coming out and being you, just in general.
Yeah.
Just you know.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
All right, Shane. Let me
Get home.
let me talk to Cam and see what our plan is here. I don't know what we want to do here. I don't know. Tell the chat that we love them while we figure out what we're gonna
Yeah,
do.
we will
I'll
be
right
back with you in
the
1 second.
Right, I get it.
9:45. All right, y'all. I think we're gonna try and spin up a casual game here with some of the staff and stream team. If we can get it going, we will. If we can't, I'll let you know. See you soon.
Guys will play. All right, chat. We're gonna need some participation here, one way or another, because this is gonna be a little bit more work than we anticipated here. If we did the legwork to set it up where we can have some audio and played a stream game where you guys, we have bite size versus in response. One last game of the night to hit the road to give you guys, since the finals didn't get paid out. Would we have people who are hanging out and in chat and saying hi and doing that? Otherwise, we're just gonna play a game and we just won't stream it. You guys let us know if it's worth our time to go through all the hoops. I'll give it a couple minutes to for the stuff to go in. How many people we got? How many people we got? We've got 22.
Hell yeah.
If we can get 10, maybe some. Well, we go. What's the number here, Ty? What do you think? 10, 7? How many hell yes do we need?
7 is enough.
Okay, if we can get 7 yeses, positive affirms, then we'll probably have to drop the stream and put it back up, and we'll have one more game for you guys. Okay. No, you can. It's fine. You can talk whoever. I mean, as long as it's Mhm. Okay, wait. Hold on. Actually, hold on. Ty. Can we make it easier?
if people want, can we just have Rain and Tim sit here and commentate while we, so that we, you don't have to move the. All right, cool. Yeah, are you guys down to do that? You want to? Can you? You want to? I mean, Tim can commentate it. Yeah, Tim can do it on his own if you want. Yeah. Or here, let me. I think we have enough of the in response guys that I think Julian. If we should let Julian play because he hasn't played all day.
Yeah.
All right. Chat, I got you guys. You guys full. You're getting full commentated game, bite size versus in response, just like how we would do the finals. I will be right back. You can commentate if you want. Yeah, that's literally with any sentence.
All right, Cam, Tim, you guys are gonna be in here. Let me get this shit out of your way. I will come in here.
I see. Review. So like Wayne was all day just posted. Yeah, you had the comfy side. You could just post. You can come this way. It's chill over here.
Sick.
We're here.
What's up, guys?
They are super crooked in there.
Yeah. Somebody must have bumped the camera.
We're playing diagonal